In the year of reckoning, Chen Nian, the world's most formidable player of the game Cataclysm, possesses the unique class of Word Spirit Sage. Unexpectedly, the game intertwines with reality, awakening abilities within humanity across the globe. He directly inherits the talents from the game, wielding powers that bend reality to his will. The Word Spirits of Judgment, Death, and Summoning Arts, 10 beasts of the forest including the Lion Blaze and Thunder Dragon emerge, each more terrifying than the last. Chen Nian becomes invincible. Yet, monstrous horrors ravage the world, and a blood moon calamity looms. All of humanity must confront the dreadful beasts from beyond. Simultaneously, the girls enamored with Chen Nian in the game begin their pursuits in reality. The Ice Queen adored by thousands, the fiery Empress commanding respect, the charming Sword Saint when these girls chase after Chen Nian, the campus belle who once rejected him is left bewildered. Why does he deserve such attention? Chapter 1. The game merges with reality. I am the strongest player. Shall we go out for dinner tomorrow? Chen Nian sent a message to Xiao Wan, the belle of Linhai University. Suddenly, her status changed to typing. Chen Nian felt a surge of anxiety. Unexpectedly, the first thing that appeared was a screenshot of their chat history. Brother, how do I reject this clingy guy? Chen Nian, sorry, wrong person. Chen Nian, let me be frank, please stop your pursuits. Although you're not bad looking, who would be interested in a gaming nerd who only reads novels and shows no ambition? One must have some self-awareness, understand? What's wrong with being a gamer? Has reading novels offended you? Have I stolen your ice? In truth, Chen Nian was quite popular, especially online. Xiaowen was unaware that he received countless messages from admirers daily, like now. Will you stay on the phone with me tonight? Don't make me beg you, brother. You have received a transfer of 1314. Today, I wore black stockings. Do you want to see my legs? Chen Nian, legs are fine of you. Picture, picture, picture. Is it pretty? I can even send you my original stockings. Just give me your address. Chen Nian, next time for sure. All messages from admirers. Loading more content. Please wait. Of course. Chen Nian was not a scoundrel. All these girls were acquaintances from the game Cataclysm. This was a globally popular MMORPG with millions of players. And Chen Nian was the strongest player in Cataclysm. What does being the strongest entail? When millions of monsters surged forth, threatening the players' cities, he stood alone at the city gates, creating a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, turning the tide. Against despair, astonishing the world, he possessed the world's only class, Word Spirit Sage, with powers that commanded legions of adoring fans. His ID was silent, a monument in the hearts of millions of players, an existence to be revered. The Flame Queen, a goddess with millions of followers, professed her love to Chen Nian with a sea of flames. It was rumored that her real identity was the beloved daughter of a national defense general. The Ice Queen, Luo Shui, traversed treacherous terrains to retrieve a rainbow flower for Chen Nian, a prodigy from the renowned Zhao family of martial arts. The Sword Saint, revered by many, was merely a lively little sister to him, always wanting to be near him. Rumors suggested she was the daughter of a top-tier conglomerate. In this game, the number of those who fell for Chen Nian was simply overwhelming. Countless wealthy women desired to pin him down. However, Chen Nian adhered to one principle. Online romance is unreliable. Yet just moments ago, Xiaowen insulted him as an unambitious gamer. Little did she know, Chen Nian had become wealthy through gaming, owning a villa and luxury cars, with assets exceeding billions. All of this was earned through his own endeavors as a college student. Now, it seemed that love in reality might not be as easy as it appeared, so he dismissed the thought. Boom! A crimson lightning flashed outside. Chen Nian rushed to the balcony, pulling back the curtains, and was astounded by the sight before him. The heavens tore apart, a blood moon looming above. Crows cawed, and the wind howled. It was as if the end of days had arrived. Simultaneously, golden text appeared before Chen Nian. The game, Cataclysm, has merged with the real world. Monsters have been deployed. Detected that your character possesses the unique talent, Word Spirit Sage, inheriting it now. Countdown to the Blood Moon Calamity, 30 days. What? The game merging with reality? Chen Nian was momentarily bewildered. Yet, as a connoisseur of numerous novels, he quickly grasped the implications. This meant that the monsters and dungeons from the game would manifest in reality, and people could unlock genetic locks to gain extraordinary powers. Even more absurdly, he had inherited the talent of Word Spirit Sage. This was the most formidable and bizarre talent in Cataclysm, unique to the world. It was precisely this talent that set Chen Nian on the path to supremacy. Could this be real? At that moment, Chen Nian questioned if he was dreaming. Attribute panel, name, Chen Nian talent, Word Spirit Sage unique gene level. Level 1 first stage gene energy. 0 attempting to summon the attribute panel, he was astonished to see a luminous screen materialize before him. Loading more content. Please wait. Chen Nian was stunned. It looked exactly like in the game. Gene levels range from 1 to 99, and upon reaching the maximum, one could unlock the genetic locks and advance. Gene energy experience points. So, he had retained the talents acquired in the game, starting everything else from scratch. Another prompt appeared. Please select your initial word spirit. Normally, word spirits would unlock gradually based on one's gene level. However, upon acquiring this talent, one could directly select a word spirit, even high-risk ones. Before Chen Nian lay an array of arcane golden texts. He pointed his finger forward, and in an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, akin to stars exploding. Sequence 121. Word Spirit Judgment Sword has awakened. Chen Nian took a deep breath, unable to contain his elation. This was a high-risk word spirit that could only be learned later. How powerful is the Judgment Sword? Within its domain, a golden sword hovers, granting the wielder the power of life and death over any being. Once, Chen Nian repelled a horde of demons with just one word spirit, earning the adoration of thousands. Starting with this word spirit, was he not invincible? Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. Was that the voice of his neighbor? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Nian leaped from the second-floor window. Outside, he found several pitch-black, blood-eyed demon hounds attacking his neighbor's yard. Monsters from the game had infiltrated reality. They were indiscriminately attacking humanity. Time to test the power of his word spirit on these creatures. Chapter 2. Annihilating the Minions. The bell calls for help. Lucy, Chen Nian's neighbor, a beautiful and sweet-voiced young woman in her 20s, was particularly diligent. She had been watering the flowers in her yard when suddenly, the stainless steel gate outside emitted a piercing crash. Turning around, she was met with the sight of a massive black hound outside, its sharp teeth gnawing at the fence, boiling saliva dripping to the ground. It was terrifying. She initially assumed the dogs belonged to someone else, thinking it would suffice to chase them away. Thus, she advanced with a closed drying rod in hand. However, to her astonishment, the terrifying black dogs appeared first 2, then 3, and then 4. Their eyes shimmered with a ghastly light, and their sharp teeth gnawed at the stainless steel, producing a chilling, crunching sound. What followed was even more spine-chilling. The stainless steel was bent as if it were mere soft clay. With a clang, the drying rod fell to the ground, and Lucy, paralyzed by fear, collapsed on the ground, her spine tingling with dread as her body trembled uncontrollably. Monsters. Finally, the courtyard gate was utterly torn apart. The several pitch-black hounds, saliva dripping from their mouths, lumbered into the yard on their powerful limbs. Surrounded in the middle, Lucy resembled a lamb ensnared by wild beasts. Lujia, a figure rushed in from the side. Xiao Chun. As she beheld the silhouette of the boy blocking her path. Lucy was instantly filled with astonishment. In her eyes, this neighbor was merely a reclusive gamer, rarely seen outside his home. She never expected him to be the first to leap forward to protect her in such a perilous moment. Chen Nian glanced over. It turned out to be just a few low-level monsters of the first tier. What he hadn't anticipated was how swiftly these creatures had infiltrated reality, launching indiscriminate assaults on humanity. It was a perfect opportunity to test the power of his spoken spell. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. In that instant, Chen Nian's pupils gleamed brilliantly, the deep golden light resembling molten gold, a ruler above all. In the void above, a magnificent golden sword shimmered into existence. This was the power of a sovereign within the realm of the living. All beings were subject to life and death. Roar! Roar! The demonic hounds could no longer contain themselves, charging forth with ferocity that surpassed that of a wolf pack on the plains, their teeth sharp enough to snap steel. capable of shattering human skulls in an instant. Lucy shrieked in terror, covering her head. Yet after a prolonged moment, she realized the surroundings were eerily calm, and she had not been attacked by the monsters. With trepidation, she slowly opened her eyes, and the scene before her left her utterly stunned. The several fiendish hounds lay motionless on the ground, dissipating into black smoke. The golden light in Chen Nian's pupils swiftly faded. Using the judgment golden sword against these minor creatures was indeed overkill. It was originally a high-risk spoken spell designed to combat powerful monsters, capable of directly engaging even godlike entities. The complete annihilation of these creatures was, of course, without question. Gene energy, 10 gene energy, 10 gene energy, 10 loading more content. Please wait. Chen Nian directly leveled up to level 3. Slaying monsters granted gene energy for leveling up. This fundamental means of becoming stronger remained unchanged. Are you alright, Sijia? I am fine. Yes, she grasped Chen Nian's hand to rise. Lucy, still trembling, nearly collapsed into his embrace. A profound sense of safety enveloped her. Xiaochun, what exactly are you? And were those monsters? Chen Nian explained. Lu Jie, you must have seen the notifications just now. Perhaps the world is about to undergo a transformation. After ensuring his neighbor was settled, Chen Nian continued to assess the current situation. Opening his phone, he found the news headlines completely dominated by the events. Is the game merging with reality? Too absurd to believe, yet it cannot be denied. Multiple monster attacks reported across the city, a great upheaval. What path should humanity take? Game talents can actually be inherited. Many players possess extraordinary powers. This is surely no coincidence. Several teleportation arrays have appeared throughout the city. Monsters are suspected to emerge from these portals, urging extraordinary individuals to guard the entrances. Chen Nian skimmed through the headlines. These were merely the lowest tier monsters, yet they had already inflicted a considerable impact on the human world. But he understood that the true horror awaited a month later with the arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity. The Blood Moon Calamity was the first disaster to emerge in the game, catching players off guard, resulting in the slaughter of a main city housing millions of players. Players repeatedly revived, ultimately managing to defend against it. Yet in reality, there was no revival. Once dead, one remained dead. Chen Nian's primary objective was clear: to strengthen himself as much as possible before the Blood Moon Calamity arrived, to protect himself and those dear to him. Wait, he had acquired the game's talent, so those players in the game should have received theirs as well. But he must not reveal his identity. Otherwise, those infatuated young women and wealthy patrons would come seeking him out, and he would be overwhelmed. The class group chat was already buzzing with activity. Luyu, oh my goodness, are those news reports real? Luo, Qingqing, are those monsters from the game really appearing in reality? Can anyone who played the game share their thoughts? Ma Dawei, haha, I've played it, and I've already acquired the Fire Mage talent. Su Song, awesome. Can I cling to your coattails, big brother? Jiang Chun, I have the Sword Emperor talent in the game, and I've awakened it now, haha. Triple X, Sword Emperor. That sounds incredibly impressive. Triple X, brother, where are you now? Can I come find you? I'm so scared. Messages flooded in at a rate of dozens per second, overwhelming Chen Nian. Yet, one piece of information emerged clearly. Those with talents were trending towards becoming the elite. And in the future, this trend would become even more pronounced. Ordinary people without talents would likely become cannon fodder. The era had irrevocably changed. Chen Nian could hardly fathom the commotion that would ensue if his identity were revealed at that time. It would not just be a few women vying for him, the entire world would likely come to fight over him. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Xiaowen. Not long ago, she had rejected and blocked Chen Nian, openly declaring him a sycophant. Now, what could she possibly want? With a cold expression, Chen Nian pressed the answer button. Chen Nian, where are you? There are so many monsters in the streets. I know you play that game too. You must have awakened your abilities, right? Quick, come protect me. I can give you a chance to be my boyfriend. Chapter 3, Rejection and Urgency. Xiaowen had just exited a bar, clad in a stylish mini-skirt, the scent of alcohol clinging to her. She was accompanied by a wealthy heir she had just met. But as they walked, the heir was suddenly snatched away by a monstrous bird, leaving her in a state of shock. It was then that she realized the fusion of game and reality was indeed true. She sought refuge behind a trash can, hastily dialing Chen Nian for help. "Save me, and I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend." "Okay." Chen Nian hung up the phone. On the other end, Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. How wonderful the sycophant was still the same sycophant. She never expected that such a reclusive gamer could prove useful. She might as well take advantage of him. Having been humiliated earlier, now she had to swallow her pride and seek his protection. He truly was a pathetic soul unacquainted with women. If she had to blame anyone, it would be her own beauty, she mused. Wait, Xiaowen suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chen Nian hadn't even asked where she was. How could he come to her? Outside, the sounds of people screaming echoed, and the streets were in chaos. She even witnessed someone being torn to shreds nearby, causing her heart to race wildly. She dialed Chen Nian again. "You have dialed a number that is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." "You have dialed a number that is temporarily." He has blocked me." A tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, shock, disbelief, and fear swirled within Xiaowen's heart. She could hardly fathom that a mere sycophant could exhibit such temperament. What infuriated her further was that Chen Nian had turned and begun chatting in the class group, and several girls were eagerly courting her attention. "Chen Nian, remember this. One day, you shall regret it. More content is loading. Please wait." In response to the chaotic global situation, the Dragon Kingdom's officials swiftly mobilized. Her phone buzzed incessantly with urgent notifications, while drones equipped with loudspeakers and police vehicles roamed the city, broadcasting alerts. Important notice: all residents are advised to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Important notification: those possessing extraordinary powers are urged to contact local law enforcement to assist in protecting the populace. Please steer clear of the suddenly appearing teleportation arrays in the city. They are likely to spawn monsters. To seek safe locations for refuge immediately. Repeating once more, Chen Nian understood why these low-tier monsters had infiltrated the city. It was due to the teleportation arrays connecting the main city to the monster zones. Monsters could enter the city through these arrays, and people could swiftly access the monster territories as well. Determined, Chen Nian formulated an immediate action plan. He had no desire to play the volunteer or hide at home. Instead, he chose to boldly traverse the teleportation array into the monster realm outside the city, to level up and grow stronger, thus preparing himself for the impending horror of Calamity. Chen Nian set off without delay. Within the villa district where he resided, there was indeed a teleportation array. At this moment, dozens of armed law enforcement personnel guarded the entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. "Attention! A new monster has appeared. Open fire." The blaring of sirens and the thunderous roar of gunfire shattered the night's tranquility. Chen Nian arrived nearby and, as expected, beheld the chaotic whirlpool of the teleportation array, from which monsters periodically emerged. Most were first-tier level 10 monsters, vulnerable to conventional weaponry. Bang, 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 bang. The two sides engaged in fierce combat, the air thick with gunfire and the corpses of monsters. How was he to cross over? Chen Nian found himself at an impasse. Yet time was of the essence. Unwilling to wait idly, he resolved to charge forward. With the power of his word spirit, judgment gold sword, capable of cleaving through all, including bullets, air, supernatural abilities, and even souls. "Stop!" A strikingly poised female law enforcer called out to Chen Nian, likely in charge of evacuating the surrounding crowd. "Do you not see the danger here? Quickly leave. Do not approach." Chen Nian's expression faltered. "Sister, I wish to." Beside her, another male officer shook his head. "These wealthy residents of the villa district have no common sense. Wandering about during such a time, they should know better than to stay hidden." "Thank you for your efforts, Yijia." The female officer wiped her brow. "It's nothing. I can only guide evacuations. Saving even one life is worth it." At that moment, a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed ahead. Boom! The ground trembled beneath them. The sky ahead was abruptly illuminated by flames. It was a howitzer. Had someone already deployed artillery? The horrifying shockwave caused the female officer to stagger back. She focused her gaze, and her pupils contracted sharply. What manner of beast is that? As the smoke cleared, a gigantic tiger adorned with black scales stood before them. This colossal tiger stood roughly 2 meters tall, its form comparable to 3 grown men, with scales as hard as armor. It emerged unscathed from the bombardment of the howitzer. Chen Nian's brow furrowed subtly. He recognized this creature, one of the rookie killers, known as the Black Scale Tiger, a first-tier level 50 beast. Among first-tier monsters, it occupied a mid-tier position. At present, he was merely a first-tier level 3, utterly outmatched. An ordinary extraordinary individual would surely meet a gruesome fate. Indeed, those armed enforcers posed no threat to it whatsoever. Retreat. Before Chen Nian could act, the female officer seized him and began to run backward. Hurry, find a place to hide, do not venture out. Do you understand? With that, she dashed back to the front line, rejoining her duties. Blast shields. Forward with the blast shields. More content is loading. Please wait. Snipe its eyes. Maintain fire suppression. People unleashed their full firepower upon the black-scaled tiger, yet only the sound of clanging metal echoed, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Finally provoked, the Titan tiger launched its first assault. In a flash, it pounced, toppling a group of enforcers wielding blast shields, its fearsome fangs tearing through the shields with ease. Damn it, where's the reinforcements? The captain gripped the radio tightly, teeth clenched, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Zhouya, have the crowds been evacuated? He bellowed. Report. Evacuation is complete. Just as the captain finished speaking, he spotted a boy in a thin t-shirt crossing the barricade and rushing forward. You didn't evacuate anyone. Stop that kid immediately. Everyone else, fall back. I repeat, fall back. We are no match for this beast. Zhouya turned to see the very boy she had just chased away charging into the restricted area. Fury ignited within her, and she sprinted to intercept him, but to her astonishment, she could not outrun him. The boy moved like the wind. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Stop him quickly. Damn it, is this kid out of his mind? Chen Nian disregarded all obstacles. He dashed past the armed units, using the blast shield as a springboard, leaping onto the head of the black-scaled tiger. Word Spirit, Judgment Gold Sword. By the time anyone reacted, the boy had already plunged into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. The once formidable creature was torn asunder, its form disintegrating into countless fragments, dissipating into the air as black smoke. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Chapter 4. The Frantic Ascension, New Incantations. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Everyone was transfixed, gazing at the portal, momentarily lost for words. Only one law enforcement officer, pinned to the ground by a riot shield, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, crying out for help. Help, help. Yet, as he shouted, he suddenly became aware of the eerie stillness around him and cautiously peeked out. To his astonishment, the terrifying creature had vanished, and his colleagues wore expressions of shock, as if they had encountered a specter. Was he killed by a mere boy? Zhouya choked on her disbelief, her astonishment lingering in her eyes. She now comprehended that the boy was not an ordinary individual, but a player of the game Cataclysm, a true transcendent being. Had he not been present, countless colleagues might have perished. How could she have scolded him and dragged him away? Reflecting on it now, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. Such power. Is this the strength of a transcendent? No. The captain shook his head. I've encountered several volunteers. While they possess extraordinary abilities, none compare to his might. He is an exception. But why did he enter the portal? Zhouya couldn't help but inquire. Ambition. The captain replied, his gaze filled with admiration. His primary goal is likely not to protect others, but to enhance his own strength. In the future, only sufficiently powerful transcendent beings will be able to confront those formidable monsters. This world is on the brink of change. Zhouya, only now grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Should we investigate his background for future recruitment? No, the captain asserted. We must not restrict their development in any way. They will be the mainstay of world peace in the future. After passing through the portal, Chen Nian found himself outside the main city. Following the fusion of the game and reality, his city, Lehigh, was divided into 4 city gates, each besieged by monsters. The recent defeat of a level 50 black scale tiger had awarded him a staggering 100 points of genetic energy. Level 10. Loading more content. Please wait. Upon reaching level 10, Chen Nian successfully unlocked a new incantation. Sequence 10. Incantation of Flashing Thunder, one of the foundational incantations capable of summoning lightning to strike foes. Proving to be quite practical, his attributes had also undergone a transformation. Name, Chen Nian. Talent, Incantation Saint, Unique, Genetic Level, Level 10, First Order, Physique, 10, Affect Strength and Bodily Resilience, Agility, 10, Affect Speed and Reflexes, Transcendence, 10. Affects all supernatural abilities typically. All talents increase by 1 point for every level gained. granting a significant advantage to those who level up first. Chen Nian's objective was straightforward: to ascend. Countless first-order monsters loomed on the horizon. The area was teeming with their presence, and it was uncertain if they would respawn after being slain. The early bird catches the worm. They were all sources of experience. Naturally, high-risk incantations like the Judgment Blade, which wield tremendous power, were not to be used lightly. Firstly, they demanded immense energy and could only be employed a few times. Secondly, they risked recognition from players familiar with him, especially those infatuated fans. Previously, while playing Cataclysm, a wealthy woman had once offered a bounty of 1 million cash for his real-world contact information. Frustratingly, in-game, he was unyielding, prompting many to seek him out in reality. Eventually, the bounty escalated to over 10 million. Anyone able to provide details such as his real address, name, or appearance could claim the fortune, a terrifying prospect. Boys must protect themselves online. Being too sought after also carries risks. Fortunately, Chen Nian had always safeguarded his information meticulously, even going so far as to use a virtual identity and investing heavily in a top-tier cybersecurity firewall to avoid exposure. He feared that any revelation would obliterate his ordinary life. Now more than ever, he could not afford to be exposed, should that happen. He would face not only the risk of being pursued by infatuated wealthy women, but possibly even targeted by state agents or assassins. In the game, national warfare would eventually commence. Chen Nian's existence would undoubtedly impose immense pressure on other nations, necessitating his swift elimination. But dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Chen Nian had embarked on the process of luring monsters. The most effortless method of leveling up was to draw a horde of monsters together for a simultaneous defeat. Often referred to as a wave flow, goblins, netherwolves, silver-fanged snakes, these were all familiar first-order minions. As he dashed around, he attracted a dozen of them. Incantation of flashing thunder. Boom. The ground erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Several first-order monsters were reduced to ashes on the spot. Genetic energy 10, genetic energy 10, genetic energy 10, congratulations. You have obtained the equipment. Fine iron bracers, common, congratulations. You have obtained the equipment. Golden steel leggings, good. Chen Nian was elated. He had not expected that slaying monsters in reality would yield equipment drops, mirroring the game mechanics. Equipment is classified into 7 tiers: common, good, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and divine. The better the equipment, the lower the drop rate. Having just defeated a horde of minions, he had surprisingly acquired a piece of good equipment. His luck was indeed favorable. Fine iron bracers, common, defense, 10 attack, 0 attribute bonus, none special effect, none golden steel leggings, good, defense, 30 attack, 0 attribute bonus, physique 5 special effect. None. Chen Nian promptly donned both pieces of equipment. They seamlessly integrated with his current attire, adding attributes without any cumbersome feeling. Defense, 40, physique, 5. Chen Nian's attribute panel had changed. Chen Nian, incantation saint, unique, genetic level, first order, level 14, physique, 19 agility, 14 transcendence, 14 attack bonus, 0 defense bonus, 40 combat power assessment, 8 stars. However, this combat power assessment only accounted for his current attributes and did not factor in other elements. If Chen Nian's higher tier incantations were included, his combat power would be immeasurable. After resting for a moment, he checked his classmate's status on his phone. So exhilarating. I just killed a monster and obtained a mage's talent card. Ha 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 ha. Can even talents drop for monsters? Does that mean anyone can become transcendent? Wah, is there a big brother who can take me to slay monsters? I can warm your bed in return. Seeking powerful players for help. A bunch of novices. I'm already level 7. Wow, level 7? You're incredible. Have you been continuously slaying monsters? I've never seen anyone at such a high level. No one in our school can surpass you. Can we add each other as friends? Please. Chen Nian remained silent. If he were to mention that he was already at level 14, his phone would likely be overwhelmed with messages. Chapter 5. Encountering 70-level wilderness. In stark contrast to the class group of novice players, the veteran gamer groups were entirely different. Almost all players familiar with Cataclysm immediately thought of leveling up. They understood that the era belonging to gamers had arrived. Only by growing stronger could they gain a competitive edge and survive amidst greater calamities. Level 7 magic swordsman seeking a party. An absolute powerhouse, let us form a fast-leveling team. Level 6 elf mage, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and well-endowed. Is there a strong player willing to carry me through monster slaying? You'll surely enjoy it. Collecting talent cards and common equipment. Message me for fair prices. Level 10 Chi Master, looking to grind monsters. Private message me. Priority for those willing to compensate me generously. Chen Nian was merely a silent observer. Even when speaking in a group, one must never reveal their identity. After all, he is regarded as a deity by all players amidst the calamity, silent and enigmatic. A moment's carelessness could lead to his true identity being uncovered through social media accounts, which would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to continue leveling up. The primary objective was to enhance his experience. Encountering wild monsters would be even better, as defeating them often yields generous rewards, including but not limited to rare equipment, skill scrolls, and upgrade crystals. For 2 full days, Chen Nian roamed the wilderness, slaying monsters. As dusk fell, he reached level 35. His ascent was marked by an efficient and enduring method, luring a wave of monsters and dispatching them with a single blow. Although each use of his incantations consumed his extraordinary power, the leveling process replenished it, achieving a delicate balance. While others grew tired and needed rest, he did not. After leveling up, several new incantations were unlocked, drastically enhancing his combat capabilities. Sequence 9. Eagle Eye loading more content. Please wait. Sequence 19. Fire Blast Sequence 33. Simultaneously, Chen Nian acquired an entire set of exquisite equipment, significantly enhancing his attributes. Chen Nian, Incantation Sage, Unique, Gene Level, First Order, Level 35, Constitution, 46 Agility, 42 Extraordinary, 42 Attack Bonus, 110 Defense Bonus, 260 Combat Power Assessment, 25 stars with his current defensive strength. He could completely disregard attacks from low-tier monsters, suffering no damage at all. Moreover, he no longer needed to rely on incantations to slay monsters. He could now employ physical attacks, making the task even simpler. This is the advantage that comes with a high level. 2 days had passed since the game Calamity fused with reality, and the city had stabilized. Gifted extraordinary individuals had been recruited by security teams, some becoming private enforcers for corporations, while others ventured outside to level up. Based on Chen Nian's observations, anyone above level 20 was treated like royalty. The salaries offered by major companies were often over 500,000 a month. Yet, Chen Nian understood that accepting employment from others would only hinder his path to becoming stronger, constraining his future potential. Hey brother, are you out here hunting monsters too? Chen Nian, sitting on the ground enjoying the breeze, was approached by a trio, a man and 2 women. The leading man smiled. We're also players of Calamity. And our levels aren't low. How about we form a team? No thanks, I prefer to go solo, Chen Nian replied coolly. In a team, experience points would be shared. Why split the spoils when he could effortlessly defeat monsters on his own? Brother, it's tough for lone wolves these days. In reality, death is final. Think it over. The man urged. Thanks, but no need. Chen Nian dismissed him. Seeing that Chen Nian was unyielding, the man signaled to the woman beside him. My brother is a level 21 magic swordsman. Teaming with us would be a blessing for you. Not only would you level up quickly, but you could also challenge formidable monsters. The woman boasted, confident that mentioning a level 21 would compel him to join. After all, everyone knew that those above level 20 were elite players. Not interested. You. Truly oblivious to the opportunity. The woman fumed, shocked by his arrogance. Unable to persuade Chen Nian, they had no choice but to leave. How ridiculous. Does he think he has someone special? Whatever, we 3 can still manage. Initially, we wanted him as cannon fodder, but he turned out to be quite astute. In this chaotic reality, killing him would raise no eyebrows. Perhaps we could even see something useful. Huh, my sister makes a good point. The trio ventured deeper into the forest, cautiously approaching their target. Ahead loomed a towering treant. 5 meters high. In Calamity, its official name was the Calamity treant. Its branches could morph into piercing swords, and both its attack and defense were terrifyingly formidable. With a level of 70, it was a high-tier monster among first-order beings, boasting additional attribute enhancements due to its tier. The challenge was immense. Can we, being just over level 20, truly defeat this level 70 treant? Su Ming chuckled. Have you forgotten who I am? I've soloed this creature before. Its attack patterns are straightforward. As long as we play it safe from a distance, we can wear it down. The other 2 lit up at his words. They had followed Su Ming, who was a prominent figure in the game and surely knew how to navigate challenges. Let us go. The trio launched their assault. Initially, the Calamity treant's attack patterns were manageable. However, as the battle wore on, they began to struggle. They had underestimated the physical toll of real-life actions compared to the game. This was not merely about clicking a mouse. Ah, the woman screamed as a branch pierced her thigh. We're outmatched. Another man was violently thrown back, blood spilling from the wound on his chest as he crashed to the ground. Su Ming found himself isolated, his weapon knocked aside, his face etched with grave concern. In this reality, injuries severely impaired their mobility, unlike the cold health bars of the game. For the first time, the 3 felt the chilling grip of death. At that moment, a tall youth descended from the tree, standing before them. If you lack strength, do not seek death. Chen Nian's expression was impassive, his tone calm. It's him, the one from earlier. The woman was taken aback. This individual had been lurking in the shadows. How dare he step forward now? They were facing a level 70 monster. Together, they could barely hold their ground. Was he courting death? Chapter 6. Carnage and the acquisition of epic equipment. Having finally encountered a wild monster, Chen Nian had no intention of letting the opportunity slip away. His intervention was purely for the rewards. As for saving these 3 individuals, it was merely an act of humanitarianism. Their fates mattered little to him. Level 70, Calamity treant. Chen Nian felt no pressure in dispatching it. The treant possessed a unique trait. Prolonged fire attacks could cause it to mutate into a flame Calamity treant. Its level would rise to 80, making it even more powerful, and, of course, increasing the likelihood of rare loot drops. Did he intend to challenge the level 70 Calamity treant alone? Ignore him. Let us focus on healing. Su Ming and his companions, once facing imminent danger, now saw a glimmer of hope with Chen Nian's intervention. They could heal while the monster was preoccupied. Awakened extraordinary beings possess gene energy, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Most injuries can heal gradually. Time was of the essence. They needed to recover before the trance struck Chen Nian down. Chen Nian extended his palm, softly intoning several obscure notes. Incantation, fire blast. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted upon the Calamity Treant. It emitted a piercing, low wail as its branches writhed like serpents. Stop. Don't use fire attacks on the Calamity Treant. Su Ming screamed frantically. Fire skills will cause it to mutate. Do you want to get us all killed? Chen Nian, undeterred by the outcry behind him, remained expressionless as he unleashed more incantations. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from the Calamity Treant, reminiscent of fireworks. The eyes of the trio gleamed with the reflected flames. The Calamity Treant began to change, its branches igniting in a furious blaze. Madman, he is utterly insane. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, his face etched with terror. The mutated Calamity Treant not only exhibited a significant enhancement in all attributes, but its attack range had also widened, with flames making it perilous to approach. The prospect of confronting it in the future had become daunting. It was all due to that ignorant fool. We must flee quickly. Once the mutation is completed, it will unleash a fiery barrier, and we will all perish within. In his novice days, Su Ming had witnessed a 12-member team attempting to vanquish a Calamity Treant. When it mutated, the flames formed an impenetrable prison, resulting in the demise of all 12. The three companions could no longer afford to recuperate. They stumbled and fought desperately to escape. Alas, it was too late. A long howl echoed, signifying the complete mutation of the Calamity Treant. It spewed forth countless fiery blossoms that scattered like petals, crashing down all around. The vicinity was engulfed in raging flames. The air warped from the intense heat, and scalding winds carried swirling dust. The four found themselves trapped within a towering inferno. There was but one way to escape: defeat the now mutated fiery Calamity Treant. It was all over. The woman knelt on the ground, gazing at the terrifying creature wreathed in flames, her face ashen. It was all his fault, that ignorant fool. The anger and resentment of the group converged upon Chen Nian. Had he not instigated the mutation of the Calamity Treant, they might have had a chance to survive. Now, hope was utterly extinguished. An 80-level wild Calamity Treant was a death sentence for anyone who approached. Moreover, this lad was merely a fire mage. His fire-based skills could no longer harm the monster, rendering him utterly ineffective. He had truly lost his mind. The trio stared dumbfounded at Chen Nian's retreating figure, their mouths agape, as if a fishbone were lodged in their throats. There he was, strolling casually towards the fiery Calamity Treant, exuding an air of calmness, as if he were a sovereign approaching his domain. Indeed, in their eyes, Chen Nian had become a reckless fool. After all, no one could have anticipated that he was the foremost player in the realm of Calamity, silent and resolute. I hope the spoils will not disappoint me. Chen Nian regarded the colossal creature before him, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Countless branches wrapped in flames surged towards him, leaving no room for evasion. Should he be struck, he would become a pincushion, meeting a most agonizing demise. However, evasion was unnecessary. With a slight movement of his lips, an esoteric incantation transformed into a linguistic spell. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. With a casual wave of his hand, invisible blades of wind materialized, severing the myriad branches in midair. He navigated through the remnants of foliage and flames, reminiscent of a king gracing his court. Impossible. He was not merely a fire mage. He was a rare elemental mage. The trio stared at Chen Nian, their eyes wide with astonishment. Thus, he advanced into the realm of the enormous fiery Calamity Treant as if traversing an uninhabited expanse. The waves of heat assaulted him, nearly igniting his skin. In that moment, golden light ignited in his pupils. Linguistic judgment, golden sword. Within this domain, all things could be judged, including temperature. As the heat was severed, Chen Nian no longer felt its oppressive presence. Yet, the creature before him was evidently unyielding, launching a frenzied onslaught of flames. Those flames were also extinguished, unable to approach Chen Nian in the slightest. Finally, the fiery Calamity Treant entered the realm of judgment. Crack! Its massive form split apart without warning, rapidly disintegrating in the air. Congratulations, you have defeated the mutated fiery Calamity Treant. You have obtained the epic level equipment. Flame Tree Garb, you have acquired a high-tier skill scroll. You have received the talent card. Demon Hunter, Gene Energy, 1025, your level has risen from 35 to 43. A series of notifications appeared before Chen Nian, and all the items were promptly deposited into his inventory. Initially, Chen Nian did not inspect the effects of the so-called epic level equipment. What truly delighted him was the high-tier skill scroll. In the realm of Calamity, players' abilities were not merely unlocked through leveling up. Those rare and powerful abilities required skill scrolls or skill synthesis, both of which had stringent conditions. Chen Nian's linguistic sanctum was no exception. The ultra-high-risk linguistic spells were ones he had expended immense effort to awaken. The Linguistic Reaper, one such ultra-high-risk spell, required the slaying of 1,000 players to unlock. The Linguistic Candle Dragon, another ultra-high-risk spell, necessitated 3 days and nights of deep diving in the most terrifying volcano. The Linguistic Wrath of the Gods, also an ultra-high-risk spell, required the collection of 7 world-ending heavenly thunderbolts. However, with the high-tier skill scroll, there was a chance to learn directly. What a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, the three were utterly stupefied. Chapter 7. Guess right, and I'll show you my legs. They could scarcely believe that this lad single-handedly vanquished the mutated Calamity treatment. Am I dreaming? The woman blinked furiously, taking rapid breaths. Even now, she could hardly accept it. Even the game's elite player, Brother Su Meng, who possessed a rare talent, was only in his 20s. Before the mutated Calamity treatment, he was merely a lamb to the slaughter. And he, a monster. He had deliberately attacked the Calamity treatment with fire-based spells. Su Meng exhaled slowly. Why? Wait, he must have been confident in his ability to slay the mutated treatment, deliberately provoking its mutation. As she spoke, the woman couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everything had been within his control. This man was no ordinary player. He was undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the realm of Calamity. Brother, we contributed as well. We cannot let him claim all the rewards. Hush, don't court death. Su Meng shook his head, his expression grave. He dared not provoke such a formidable figure, lest he find himself unaware of how he met his end. As Chen Nian approached, he immediately stepped forward, wearing a fawning smile. Brother, you were incredible. Thanks to you, we would have been in dire straits otherwise, haha. The woman quickly chimed in. Yes, brother, I've never seen anyone as formidable as you. What is your name in the game? Perhaps we've heard of you. You're so nosy. Is it appropriate to pry into a big brother's privacy? My apologies, brother, for any offense. From now on, we shall be your underlings. Just let us know if you need anything. Chen Nian ignored them. Their level was not on par with his, and he saw no need for deep connections. He turned away, intending to assess his spoils before moving on to the next location for leveling up. Quite the lofty demeanor. It seems he must have acquired something valuable, prompting his haste to depart. He wanted to escape. A dark glimmer flashed in Su Meng's eyes. Brother, didn't you say we shouldn't provoke him? We may not be able to contend with him, but he possesses valuable items. We can simply gather more people. Let us not forget about the other brothers. Your foresight is commendable, brother. Indeed, we have so many brothers. Su Meng immediately made a call. Hello, Brother Tian. Bring the brothers over right away. I've encountered a powerhouse who single-handedly took down an 80-level Calamity treatment. What? You heard right. He single-handedly slaughtered it in the wild. He is outrageously strong. And he is bound to have plenty of good loot. Moreover, the items dropped by the Calamity treatment will sell for at least 100 million. High-tier equipment will surely attract the attention of those wealthy bosses, a market ripe for exploitation. It's undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. All right. I'll call all the brothers over immediately. Let us not let this chance slip away. We're in for a windfall today. After hanging up, Su Meng glanced at the distant figure, a smile curling at his lips. One must be ruthless to thrive in the new world. The times have changed. After Chen Nian's departure, he began to assess his current gains. The Fire Tree Robe epic level requires a first-tier demand. Defense, 150. Attack, 30. Additional attributes, Constitution 10. Agility 10. Special effect, Fire Resistance. It significantly resists flame attacks. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly exceptional in the early stages. The defensive capability it provides is nearly equivalent to more than half of the high-quality gear Chen Nian possesses and also grants an additional 20 points in attributes, along with the unique fire resistance effect. Truly, it is an epic item. Upon donning it, Chen Nian's attributes underwent a drastic transformation. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, First Tier, Level 43, Constitution, 60 Agility, 55 Extraordinary, 50 Additional Attack, 130 Additional Defense, 350 Combat Power Assessment, 32 stars. Such foundational attributes are top tier anywhere. It is no exaggeration to say that with his current attributes, Chen Nian can disregard the impacts of heavy weaponry such as grenade launchers. Ordinary extraordinary beings would struggle to breach his defenses. With this equipment, he is invincible against monsters below level 50. Detected first player to don epic equipment. Trading space has been opened. Is this the first epic item in the world? Chen Nian, feeling curious, opened the trading space to investigate. His primary focus was on the currency exchange rate, 100 coins for 1 gold. In this so-called trading space, gold has substantial purchasing power. Players can freely list all items they have obtained for sale. Moreover, individuals can openly converse in the channel. To protect privacy, everyone's names are obscured. For instance, Chen Nian is altered to Chen Nian by Li, who just produced an epic piece of equipment. That's insane. Lingyu, what the heck? I'm still in ordinary gear. Not even a decent one, and he has already got an epic item? Little sweetie, this is terrifying. I wonder who it is. It must be an ultimate expert. In the chat channel, everyone was fervently discussing and speculating which prominent figure had achieved this new milestone. In a skyscraper, an aerial villa, a woman with long wine-red hair possessed a beauty that could outshine all first-tier female celebrities. More content loading, please wait. Yi Hongling, the beloved daughter of the Dragon Kingdom's general. In Disaster, she is known as Qi Ling, the captivating flame sorceress, a pinnacle presence among female players. The man she admires is undoubtedly the world's strongest, the silent one at Chen Nian. Oh, an epic item? Observing the newly opened chat channel, Yi Hongling pondered, a charming smile suddenly gracing her lips. Silent one, you have eluded me in the game for a lifetime, now that reality intertwines. Let us see if you can escape my grasp. Achoo. Chen Nian sneezed unexpectedly. Is someone thinking of me? He checked his phone, where a message from that woman appeared. Ling, silent brother, if I'm not mistaken, the first epic item is yours, right? Smiling. This woman is quite perceptive. Ling, still pretending? You don't think that by setting up a virtual presence and not revealing any information online, I wouldn't be able to find you, do you? Chen Nian, Ling, someone posted online, claiming to have seen a place engulfed in flames, which then vanished, suggesting a fierce battle occurred. Ling, Jiangnan Province, Lehigh City. Right? Chen Nian shuddered. He never expected she could trace such clues. Chen Nian, have you lost your mind? What do you want after finding me? Ling, I'm coming to deliver something special to you. Chen Nian, I'm a 40-year-old, overweight recluse. Do you truly think so? Ling, guess what? If you're right, I'll show you my legs. Chen Nian, I know your legs are beautiful, but must you send me leg photos every day? Ling, I only send them to you, darling. Chapter 8. Encountering a little fangirl. Chen Nian's primary task is to sell the Demon Hunter talent card. While not an exceptionally rare talent, it is superior to ordinary talents, and once everyone can hunt monsters, it will become quite common. Hence, the sooner he sells it, the better. This way, he can secure his first bucket of gold, which can be converted into real-world currency or used to purchase necessary items. Always a step ahead. Chen Nian, the Demon Hunter talent card is now available for direct gold trade, no bargaining. As soon as his message was sent, it ignited the entire channel. What? Someone is actually selling a talent card? This is a valuable item. With this, one can directly evolve into an extraordinary being. However, 10,000 gold is outrageous. That is equivalent to 1 million in reality. Is he trying to rob us? Indeed, the Demon Hunter isn't rare in the game. Later it can be purchased for 10 gold. I'll offer 100 gold. Will you sell it? Chen Nian's second message consisted of just 4 words. First come, first served. While wealthy individuals who truly understand the game would pay exorbitant prices for a Demon Hunter card, there are always naive players in the game. Wang Long requests to trade with you. Do you accept? Accept. Chen Nian listed his product, and the other party wasted no time, directly transferring the payment. Transaction successful. Chen Nian's account surged by 10,000 gold, equating to a swift 1 million earned. This is the advantage of being a step ahead. Others can only trail behind him. What he discards is treasure in others' eyes. Chen Nian aims to always be faster than others, to be the swiftest pioneer, and to become the strongest. That is his goal. Women will only hinder my leveling speed. I hope that woman never finds me. His most significant gain remains unutilized. More content loading, please wait. High-tier skill scroll. I hope to unlock a practical and powerful word spirit. Use. In an instant, Chen Nian felt as though he plunged into an abyss. In the impenetrable darkness, it seemed countless specters surrounded him, dragging him into a hellish realm. Sequence 128, Death God, has awakened. Chen Nian. This is incredible. It directly unlocked the immensely demanding Death God. What a delightful surprise. This is a significant windfall. Death God. Unleash domain to deprive all living beings of sight during this period. Gain the embodiment of the Death God, with a substantial increase in attack power, lasting 30 seconds. Harvest. Each player killed grants a permanent 10 increase in Death God's attack power. This word spirit is a skill book obtained after defeating 8th tier monsters, requiring the completion of extremely stringent conditions to unlock. It is immensely powerful. Moreover, this word spirit grows stronger as one progresses, potentially surpassing the Judgment Golden Sword. Is someone following me? Chen Nian keenly sensed 2 malicious gazes behind him. Word spirit, Eagle Eye. Chen Nian activated Eagle Eye, instantly expanding his field of vision several times, allowing him to survey his surroundings completely. 2 were hidden in the bushes, 2 in the trees, and 1 on the hillside. At least 5 individuals were secretly following him. It seems those 3 who were polite to me earlier still cannot forget the benefits I have gained. How amusing. Very well. Let them be the first to taste the blade of the Death God. Chen Nian's expression turned cold. However, he must not act here, with Ling pursuing him. This location has already been exposed. If he were to unleash chaos here, his true identity would inevitably be revealed. He must first escape to a more remote area, ideally with more of their accomplices arriving. Chen Nian resolved to quicken his pace and flee. They spotted me. Wanna run? Can you escape? Keep up. Our people are rushing this way. Being discovered is no issue. He's already a fish in a barrel. Su Ming was on the phone with his companions. Did you all see? An epic piece of equipment has emerged. Based on my conjecture, it is likely that the young man possesses something extraordinary. He has slain an 80-level plate Trant. Take heed, that individual is no ordinary foe, yet the exertion must be substantial. As long as we have sufficient numbers, we can surely bring him down. If we manage to sell the epic-grade equipment, we could become immensely wealthy today. Upon hearing these words, my comrades were all aflame with excitement, as we were all here for the promise of riches. The times have changed, if one can benefit. What is the harm in taking a life? 5, 10, 20, 50. Su Ming summoned nearly all the brothers he could muster. These individuals were all acquaintances from the game plague. And now, each one was an extraordinary being. 50 extraordinary individuals hunting one. They believed they had accorded Chen Nian the utmost seriousness. Brother. Is that young man truly as fearsome as they say, warranting such a gathering against him? Is that even a question? He single-handedly took down an 80-level foe. Can you match that? If we take him down, we shall prosper. Chen Nian had traversed nearly 20 kilometers and had escaped to the remote mountains outside the city. It seemed the bait had been sufficiently laid. Spotting a cave ahead, he prepared to slip inside. Soon, they would surely believe he had nowhere to flee, allowing him to deal with them all at once, lest any slip through the cracks. Upon entering the cave, a hasty female voice echoed within. Who? Illuminated by the flickering light on the rock wall, Chen Nian discerned the figure before him. A girl, seemingly around 18, with a delicate and finely featured visage, petite in stature, clad in a hoodie and shorts, exuding an aura of protectiveness. She was crouched on the ground, appearing to be injured. Chen Nian recognized her. Not only him, but most of the youth at school were familiar with her. Qingyu? You must be mistaken. The girl hastily pulled her hood lower, attempting to shield her face. Just a year into her career, with her charming countenance and sweet voice, she had captured the hearts of countless fans, becoming the white moonlight in many men's eyes, the pop singer Qingyu. Chen Nian displayed a photo he had retrieved from his phone. Qingyu was incensed, her teeth gritting in frustration. Caught off guard by this man searching for her image right then and there. This left her with no room to feign ignorance. Chen Nian was utterly speechless. Who would have thought he would encounter someone here? In truth, Chen Nian had little interest in the entertainment industry. His knowledge of Qingyu stemmed from a public interview in which the host posed a particular question. Xiaoyu, aside from singing, what other leisure activities do you enjoy? Qingyu replied, I adore gaming, particularly a game called Plague, relishing the boundless exploration and adventure it offers. The host continued. Who would have thought our Xiaoyu is also a devoted player of Plague? By the way, do you know of Buyu? It is said he is the strongest player in the world. Qingyu responded, of course. Buyu is my idol. He is a source of pride for our dragon nation. Alas, my skills are too lacking to ever play alongside him. The host chuckled. Who would have thought Xiaoyu has her own idol? If Buyu happens to catch this interview, he might just come to invite you to play. Naturally, Chen Nian had never had the opportunity to play with her. Surrounded by numerous girls of remarkable status, Qingyu, a mere pop star, could hardly gain entry. Who would have imagined he would encounter his little fan in such a place? Chapter 9. The Encirclement of Chen Nian, the Flame Dragon Scroll. Are you injured? Oh. I'm fine. Qingyu looked up, somewhat taken aback. Her sparkling eyes gazed at Chen Nian, adorably naive. She had not anticipated that upon him recognizing her identity, he would exhibit no wild enthusiasm, instead calmly expressing concern. How peculiar. That aside, whether you are hurt or not, heed my advice and leave this place immediately. Qingyu glared at him. How dare he attempt to shoo her away without regard for her, as a delicate maiden? Quite the indifference. Who are you to tell me to leave? I will not. If you don't leave soon, you may find yourself meeting your end here. Chen Nian replied earnestly. There are approximately 50 individuals outside hunting me. They will likely surround this place shortly. What? Qingyu was once again astonished. What heinous act had this man committed to warrant such a pursuit? Did everyone not separate to level up? She found it hard to believe and stood up, limping toward the exit to gauge the situation. Her awkward gait was endearing. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, her eyes widened in terror. Indeed, dozens of individuals had gathered outside, nearly sealing off all escape routes, each wearing a malicious expression. Oh no, they are serious. Qingyu was frightened. However, she maintained a facade of calm, reassuring herself that these individuals were not after her. It was unrelated to her. May I pass? If you seek him, he is inside, she timidly stated. Unexpectedly, laughter erupted around her. This girl is something else. Look at her figure and face. TSK. What a naive fool. Do you even know who she is? That newly debuted pop singer. I've seen her on television. What was her name again? Qing something. Who would have thought a pop star is also an extraordinary being, out here fighting monsters to level up? Truly, times have changed. A man clad in a leather jacket and sporting dyed blonde hair stepped forward, saying, This matter has nothing to do with you. You may leave. Really? That's wonderful. Qingyu exhaled in relief. Just let the brothers have their fun. I have yet to savor the taste of a pop star. Ha ha, Brother Dao is imposing. Just looking at this girl makes my mouth water. Damn, Qingyu thought. When reality and the game converge, this world has indeed transformed. Only the strong prevail as the truth. These individuals had fully revealed their vile natures. They would not let her escape. Returning to Chen Nian's side, her face was a mask of despair, as though the world were crumbling around her. What shall I do? I cannot escape either. Oh, my apologies for involving you in this, Chen Nian said helplessly. Who could have anticipated that a remote corner would harbor others? Does an apology even matter? We are both likely to perish here. Why are you so calm? Qingyu was nearly in tears. She felt utterly hopeless, having stumbled into this predicament unexpectedly. So what were you doing here? How did you get injured? Chen Nian casually engaged her in conversation. There is a dungeon within this cave. I was injured by monsters while trying to escape. I called a few friends to come and tackle the dungeon together. And then you showed up. Woo-woo. Qingyu wiped her eyes, tears streaming down her face. While crying, she picked up her phone to call her friends, warning them to stay away. Otherwise, they would be implicated too. You have a kind heart, Chen Nian chuckled. Kindness has only led to my demise. I shall haunt you as a ghost. Haha, you still laugh. Woo-woo. You scoundrel. Chen Nian, with tears streaming like pearls, looked utterly aggrieved. Just then, the group outside finally gathered, ready to strike. The leader, a man in a black leather coat, known as Brother Dao, was the head of this gang. Su Ming smiled and said, Brother Dao, that young man possesses formidable strength. Shall we simply blow up this cave to spare the brothers from harm? Very well. Since you discovered him, we shall heed your counsel. What shall we do with that girl? If she does not come out, she will die here as well. Brother Dao, I have a fine item. The Flame Dragon Scroll. It requires 10 individuals to activate but wields immense power, surely capable of obliterating that young man. Indeed, a splendid item. Gather 10 people, prepare. Meanwhile, a trio of individuals stealthily hid in the back, wary of revealing themselves. They were the friends Chen Nian had summoned. What shall we do? Xiaoyu is still inside, and they are clearly preparing to take lethal action. What can we do? Could it be that the three of us could actually triumph over dozens of them? Alas, how unfortunate for Xiaoyu. To encounter such calamity while merely engaging in a dungeon raid, it seems all hope is lost. Although some among them have contacted the authorities, the ongoing troubles in the city have yet to be resolved. How could the enforcement team possibly be bothered to venture beyond the city limits to address such matters? In terms of strength, we are merely in our 20s, and charging into battle would be akin to delivering ourselves as fodder. Look, what are they up to? Are they about to employ a large-scale magical scroll? I have witnessed such a sight during siege battles in the game before. They even possess such artifacts. A scroll floated in the air, as 10 individuals intoned incantations in unison. The temperature soared, and the air shimmered with heat. Countless flames coalesced in midair, gradually transforming into a nearly 10-meter-long crimson fire dragon. You shall perish today, whether you are a god or a ghost. Go. The fire dragon bursts forth. In an instant, it charged into the cavern with a ferocious intensity. The terrifying flames engulfed the cave entrance in an instant. Hee. I estimate they won't last 2 minutes before they are roasted alive. Knife Brother chuckled, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. This time, you shall earn great merit, and I shall grant you a generous share. Haha, Knife Brother is impressive. Inside the cave, violent tremors shook the ground. Chen Nian glanced at the petite girl beside him, who was cowering with her hands over her head. If you wish to survive, come here. Just then, before Chen Nian could react, a large stone fell from above, knocking her unconscious. This girl truly has the worst luck, Chen Nian thought helplessly, cradling her in his arms, finding her surprisingly light and delicate. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon crashed in, swallowing Chen Nian whole. The entire cave transformed into a hell of flames, the heated air rapidly expanding in the enclosed space, exploding with ferocity. Debris filled the sky, bursting forth like fireworks. Chapter 10. The Word Spirit. The Grim Reaper seeing the explosion, the 50 or so individuals outside could not help but applaud. The loss of 2 lives did not stir their hearts. At this moment, all that filled their minds was insatiable greed. Let us go take a look. Knife Brother took the lead, eager to inspect the spoils. However, a slight noise emerging from the rubble abruptly halted everyone in their tracks. Boom. The debris exploded. A young boy emerged from the wreckage, cradling the girl, stepping forth slowly, his attire pristine and unscathed. No, this is impossible. The circle of dozens instinctively began to retreat, their hair standing on end. A profound terror gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. What manner of creature is he? As a seasoned gamer, Knife Brother had led teams to conquer various challenges, and now, with the game merging with reality, he had swiftly rallied his team for greatness. Yet in this moment, his grand ambitions were being systematically shattered. The boy before him was too formidable, so terrifying that his legs trembled, nearly giving way beneath him. The 3 hiding outside were equally stunned, especially upon seeing Chen Nian unharmed in his embrace, their minds swirling with disbelief. Who is this person? They could not fathom that Xiaoyu had such a powerful friend. Yet, he was but a single individual. What could he accomplish against dozens? I have a foreboding feeling that this person exceeds our wildest imaginations. Chen Nian gently set Chen Nian down. His indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. He was alone. So what could he do? Slay him? Su Ming was in a complete panic. He had considered that this boy was strong, but never to such an extent. Yes, you're right. Do not fear. We have the numbers. While some attempted to rally the others, no one dared to advance. If you do not make a move, I shall. A fierce wind began to swirl around Chen Nian, as countless fragments of stone whirled about him. Darkness spread rapidly from beneath his feet. Like ink spilled upon canvas, the word spirit, the Grim Reaper. A terrifying, high-risk word spirit of sequence 128. As it activated, it ruthlessly stripped everyone of their sight, transforming the area into an abyss where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. People screamed in confusion, lost in a sea of panic, fear, and helplessness. At that moment, a spectral figure of death manifested behind Chen Nian, its bony right hand wielding a massive scythe, while the left hand clutched the Book of Life and Death, exuding a suffocating aura of dread. You have entered the Reaper's possession state. Attack power 300 for 30 seconds. The Reaper's possession was active. Chen Nian's attack power surged to an astonishing 390, even without activating the Reaper's possession. His innate attributes alone would be sufficient to crush this group. Now, with his attack power soaring, no one could withstand his onslaught. Like wolves among sheep, The spectral reaper behind him claimed life with each swing. These individuals were akin to fish on a cutting board, entirely at his mercy. Chen Nian's figure darted through the crowd with incredible speed. Where he passed, none survived. Reaper's scythe attack power 10. Reaper's scythe attack power 10. Each kill permanently augmented the Reaper's attack power, making it increasingly terrifying as time went on. Chen Yu's three friends were nearly paralyzed with fear. They could not penetrate the darkness to witness what transpired within. All they could hear were the echoes of anguished screams. What on earth was happening inside? The group trembled uncontrollably. Yet, this state of dread did not last long. 30 seconds swiftly passed, and the pitch-black domain receded like a tide, the scene gradually becoming clearer. Severed limbs and pools of blood stained the ground. Except for the terrifying boy. None survived, all were dead. A thick scent of blood permeated the air as the boy elegantly stepped over the scattered corpses, as though strolling through a garden. The Reaper forcibly stripped Chen Nian of all emotions, transforming him into a true machine of slaughter, devoid of any compassion. A genuine high-risk word spirit. When Chen Nian's emotions returned, he merely felt a sense of nausea, guilt, and remorse were entirely absent. The next time he utilized the Reaper, his attack power would augment to 300,500. Chen Nian felt pleased, growing stronger with each passing moment. Before him lay a bounty of fallen equipment and items. Another wave of abundant spoils. He began to collect them into his backpack. I remember now, I remember. The bespectacled, overweight man collapsed onto the ground, his lips quivering. His breathing grew increasingly frantic. I've seen this ability before. He is. The other two, in a state of desperation, urged, speak up. What is he? He remained silent. But the ability I have witnessed. Only he can wield it. In a past national war, he charged into the enemy ranks using this ability. And in less than a minute, he slaughtered over 1,000 foes. He instilled fear into the hearts of the opposition. Upon hearing this, the other two were momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. In the next moment, they quickly covered their mouths to stifle their gasps. He is the world's strongest player, silent? Who else could it be? Who else possesses such strength? Could you kill dozens of people like that? He could inherit the talents from the game and once again become the world's strongest. It was merely a matter of time. We are incredibly fortunate to encounter him. Never in my life did I imagine I would see him. Heaven knows how elated they were. If they had the honor of befriending Silent, who would dare to provoke them thereafter? This was a colossal stroke of luck. Chen Nian was bombarded with notifications. Acquired common equipment, bronze helmet, acquired fine equipment, Linksy earring, acquired skill scroll, fireball, acquired skill scroll, half moon slash, acquired material, songlong skin. All of these were randomly dropped upon the demise of this group. Truly a bountiful harvest. Subsequently, everything was sold in the trading market, exhilarating. However, before that, the current matters must be addressed, as a few individuals have been lurking for quite some time. You may come out now, Chen Nian stated calmly. I will give you 1 minute. Do not compel me to seek you out. Upon hearing this, the three of them trembled. They quickly scrambled out from their hiding spots, one nearly stumbling to the ground. Seeing the silent figure, they were struck with an indescribable awe, never expecting the world's strongest player to be such a refined youth. I apologize. We did not mean to spy. One stammered. Please, show mercy. Do not hold this against us. They even spoke with quivering voices. Chen Nian recognized that these three were friends of Chen Yu and had no intention of creating trouble, but a necessary intimidation must be established. What you witnessed earlier must remain confidential. Absolutely confidential. We saw nothing. You can rest assured. They fervently assured him, nearly swearing an oath. Given 1,000 chances, they would never dare deceive Chen Nian, unless they wished for their demise. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. Gather all of this for me. Yes. The three suppressed their disgust and began to transport the bodies together. Chen Nian used his language spirit to incinerate them in one go. As the area was nearly cleared, 2 coughs were heard from behind. It turned out Chen Yu had been awakened by the thick smoke. Chapter 11. Synthesizing Rare Language Spirit. Void Serpent Chen Yu awoke, dazed, and instinctively touched her face. I'm not dead. All she recalled was being struck by a stone. She thought her fate was sealed. But aside from a slight headache, she was mostly unscathed. The joy of surviving surged within her. She looked ahead and saw a fierce blaze, with her 3 friends and that annoying man present. He is also unharmed? Wait, weren't those dozens of people targeting him? Rubbing her head, she approached. Xiaoyu, you're finally awake. What exactly happened? What about those people? Haha, that group was merely paper tigers, appearing numerous but actually of low level. We drove them away, exclaimed the bespectacled plump guy. He dared not mention that it was the silent figure who had eliminated them all, currently disposing of the bodies in plain sight. Thankfully, we had a water mage to clean the area thoroughly. Otherwise, we truly would not have deceived Chen Yu. Really? That is wonderful. Hey, shouldn't you thank us for saving your life? Chen Yu retorted, puffing her cheeks. Chen Nian turned and smiled at the adorably naive singer. Thank you. Her serious expression was quite charming. Chen Yu slightly turned her head. It's good that you know. Now, tell me, how will you repay us for saving you? Unexpectedly, this statement caused the other 3 to panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Sister Yu, please, that's unnecessary. We don't need any repayment. Helping each other is what friends do. Yes, Xiaoyu, this brother is innocent too. You shouldn't be so calculative. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian nearly erupted in anger. These three were close friends from her time playing Disaster. How could they now side with an outsider? Why are you speaking up for an outsider? She exclaimed. Forget it. Let us not discuss that. How did this fire start? What is it burning? Chen Yu inquired. It's in there. Upon mentioning the dungeon, Chen Yu's interest was piqued. Come quickly. Wait. Xiao Yu, we should bring this brother along too. Huh. Chen Yu's slender brows furrowed in confusion. This dungeon was discovered at great personal risk. Why bring him along? He nearly caused me harm. The other three inwardly scoffed. You know nothing. Having someone like him lead us through the dungeon is a tremendous honor. Besides, who knows what dangers we may encounter. With such a formidable ally, it would be effortless. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Sharing the spoils is fair. Moreover, the more hands, the better, right? I am being calculative. Chen Yu pointed at herself, nearly losing her composure. What was wrong with her friends today? Constantly defending an outsider? Yet, she was surprisingly magnanimous, agreeing even without knowing Chen Nian's true identity. All right, let him tag along. But let me make this clear. Once inside the dungeon, you must follow my lead. Otherwise, don't blame us for any misfortunes. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. Sure. I will follow your commands. The other three internally twitched at this arrangement. Letting him lead? Xiao Yu, who do you think you are, to assume such authority? They coughed, unable to voice their thoughts. Thus, Chen Yu led the four to the location of the discovered dungeon. In a corner of the ruins, there was indeed a chaotic vortex. It seemed that dungeons in this world refreshed randomly, visible only to the fated. If we could conquer it, it would be a tremendous gain. Don't be overly optimistic. The level of this dungeon is quite high. I was injured just trying to enter. Chen Yu pouted, cautioning. In any case, stay alert. If anything seems amiss, we must escape. One's life isn't worth risking. Understood. Chen Nian was equally cooperative. Dungeons were indeed rare and yielded generous rewards. If we could fight, we shall fight. As they touched the chaotic vortex, they were all sucked into the dungeon. Successfully entered dungeon. Fire abyss. They all received the notification simultaneously, astonished. It was a brand new dungeon they had never encountered. Chen Yu, having been here once before, remained unfazed. Be cautious. The minor monsters inside are formidable. We must act as a unit and not fight alone. Under normal circumstances, they would feel a sense of tension. But now, why fear? With a powerhouse like Chen Nian present, what dungeon couldn't they easily conquer? Let us go, follow closely. We will fight our way through. For exploration and leveling. Chen Yu was quite motivated, which was one of the reasons she enjoyed gaming. The group advanced steadily. The entire area resembled the interior of a volcano, primarily composed of magma and rocky terrain, with monsters predominantly being fire elementals. With their combined efforts, defeating the minor monsters was not particularly challenging. Gene energy, 20. Gene energy, 25. Experience points steadily accumulated. Yet, Chen Nian was merely coasting along, secretly tinkering with the spoils he had collected. He possessed a total of 9 skill scrolls. Every class talent gradually unlocks a portion of skills during the leveling process. However, those rare and powerful skills do not unlock with levels. One must possess skill scrolls to unlock them. Take the most common swordsman, for instance. Having a rare sword technique like moon-shattering slash would elevate their prowess immensely. Chen Nian's exceptional abilities stem from his talent as a language spirit sage, already powerful. Further enhanced by unlocking top-tier, high-risk language spirits like Judgment Blade and Reaper. Rare skill scrolls can be synthesized. 3 into 1. Each synthesis carries a chance to yield rare skills. What Chen Nian aimed to accomplish now was to use these 9 skill scrolls for synthesis. If he were to synthesize a rare skill, it would be a substantial profit. If he could use it, splendid. If not, he would place it in the trading space to sell, undoubtedly for a staggering price. Flame gun, ice gun technique, wind rising clouds, demon hunter slash lunar hook. Water dragon technique, 8 desolations palm, thunder step, heaven's guardian, fire meteor, mental interference, tiger demon roar. Regrettably, after 3 attempts at synthesis, no rare skills were obtained. Chen Nian, with the 3 newly acquired skill scrolls, attempted to synthesize once more. Should the outcome yield only common skills again, it would be a considerable loss, however. Since they were acquired without cost, there would be little heartache. Demon hunter slash, thunder step, tiger demon roar, void spirit serpent. Chen Nian, sequence 53, spirit word void spirit serpent. To his astonishment, he had synthesized this remarkable entity. Chapter 12, completion, and an epic equipment drop. The void spirit serpent. A rare skill, boasts exceptional practicality. Upon utilizing spirit words, it summons an invisible spirit serpent, possessing formidable attack power and exceptional stealth. It functions akin to an invisible and agile familiar, striking precisely where directed. Chen Nian, while we toil to vanquish monsters, why do you continue to slack off? Chen Yu murmured discontentedly. Although dealing with these lesser foes did not require full effort, witnessing Chen Nian's idleness unsettled her. The other 3 trembled. Goodness, Xiao Yu. You truly possess audacity. In the entire world, perhaps only you would dare to criticize the illustrious Wu for slacking in the dungeon. With his capabilities, defeating these minor adversaries is akin to employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In critical moments, we must rely on him. Xiao Yu, it's quite all right. We can easily handle these monsters without Brother Chen's assistance. Indeed, Sister Yu, Brother Chen's abilities may not be well suited for these fire elementals. Please don't be too harsh. Chen Yu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Are you all in collusion with him? Constantly defending him makes me feel like an outsider. It's truly absurd. A friend of a year should not be less favored than a stranger. They even consider him first, tolerating him. What is this nonsense? The other three internally scoffed. Xiaoyu, if you were aware that he is your idol Wu Yu, your bias would exceed ours. Blame your earlier fainting for that. Let us proceed deeper. I have a hunch we are nearing something significant. With their urging, Chen Yu felt embarrassed to pursue the matter further, lest she appear petty. As they advanced, they dispatched several elite monsters, finally reaching the innermost part of the dungeon. A magma pool, approximately the size of a basketball court, illuminated the surrounding rock walls in a fiery red, with scorching air distorting under the intense heat. It was unbearably hot. Chen Yu's snow-white neck glistened with perspiration. Had she not been an extraordinary individual with superior constitution, she would have long since faltered. Is this truly the deepest part of the dungeon? If we linger any longer, we may very well be cooked alive. Just as the group pondered, the magma beneath them suddenly erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a splash. The creature that had slumbered in the magma finally awoke, torrents of lava cascading from its form, an oppressive force bearing down upon them. The fire rock giant. It appeared to be composed of massive stone segments, with crimson liquid coursing through the cracks, its eyes resembling two miniature suns. This Chen Yu instinctively took a step back, timidly stating, "It looks rather formidable. Can we truly defeat it? Perhaps we should retreat. It is conservatively estimated to be at least level 50 of the first rank. Fear not, Xiaoyu, we can prevail. Though this behemoth appears fearsome, it may merely be a paper tiger." Chen Yu. She felt unwell. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have fled by now, as they were more timid than herself. Yet today, each was more composed than the last. Had they taken something peculiar? How outrageous. Watch out, it's attacking. Get out of the way. The fire rock giant swung its fist down. Boom. It smashed a section of the ground, causing it to collapse into the boiling lava. Chen Yu's face turned pale with fright, yet she mustered the courage to release an arrow. Her talent as an archer being rather ordinary. A green arrow struck the fire rock giant's head with precision. At that moment, Chen Nian activated the spirit word void spirit serpent. The invisible serpent burst forth, colliding with the fire rock giant's head. Another deafening roar echoed. The void spirit serpent directly dented a portion of the giant's head. However, Chen Yu could not see the serpent and assumed it was the result of her own arrow, instantly both astonished and elated. You were right. It truly seems to be a paper tiger. My arrows can inflict damage upon it. Haha, the other three, you truly possess no self-awareness. They were well aware of Chen Nian's covert assistance, continuously marveling at his formidable prowess. To strike invisibly yet wield such immense power, truly, he is the strongest player in disaster. Whoosh. Chen Yu unleashed another arrow. Chen Nian expertly maneuvered the void spirit serpent to attack. The fire rock giant once again sustained grievous injuries. A massive hole blasted into its chest. Hooray! Chen Yu was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. This fire rock, despite its size, has pitiably low defense. I can resolve this on my own without your aid. Indeed, Sister Yu, you are remarkable. Incredible. Xiaoyu, keep it up. The other three cheered for Chen Yu. Their expressions stoic while their gazes remained fixated on Chen Nian, astonished by his extraordinary skill. Chen Yu, oh Chen Yu, they say when God closes a door, he opens a window. Being so beautiful, it's only natural your intellect may falter slightly. You cannot even handle those lesser monsters alone. Yet you genuinely believe this victory is solely due to your strength. However, this is advantageous, as it spares us the need to devise ways to deceive you. Chen Yu continued to draw her bow. The fire rock giant's form was relentlessly battered by Chen Nian's spirit words, riddled with injuries and nearly shattered. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collapsed entirely into the magma. Congratulations on defeating the fire rock giant. Gene Energy 900, level up. For 1,345, congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment. Flame Bow. Congratulations on clearing the Fire Abyss dungeon. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll, Phoenix's Call. Congratulations on receiving the talent card, Elemental Archer Goodness. Upon seeing the rewards, Chen Nian was utterly astonished. A class talent card for archers, an epic equipment piece, and an archer skill scroll. He had received an entire set. These items held no value for Chen Nian, merely fit for selling, as only Chen Yu was an archer in the team. Ahem. We completed the dungeon. How about you? Did you receive anything good? I got a rare grade armor piece, hee. Chen Yu beamed like a little rabbit. The other three also had their own rewards. Brimming with excitement, the sensation of being carried through the dungeon by the illustrious Wu Yu was simply exhilarating. They hardly needed to exert themselves to clear it. Had they ventured forth alone, they might have faced considerable hardships. They even contemplated bowing down to Chen Nian right then and there, yet refrained to protect his identity. Humph. Sister leads you through the dungeon, and you can't even muster a word of thanks. Chen Yu confronted Chen Nian, hands on her hips, with a huff. Thank you. This simple phrase nearly caused the other three to kneel in disbelief. What a blow to our pride. So, did you receive something good? Chen Yu inquired again. Yes. Chen Nian retrieved the flame bow from his inventory. The epic equipment shimmered brilliantly, resembling fiery feathers ablaze, undeniably eye-catching. The moment Chen Nian beheld this new gear, her eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. Chapter 13. Seeking equipment? Chen Nian's conditions. What is this? The loot from the dungeon appears to be an epic piece of equipment? Chen Nian maintained an air of calm. Epic. Upon hearing this term, the surrounding individuals could not help but gasp in astonishment. Recently, the world witnessed the emergence of the first epic-grade equipment, consequently opening avenues for trade. I now find myself gazing upon this bow before me, which can be likened to an exquisite villa by the sea. Even if such epic gear becomes obsolete in the future, there will undoubtedly be affluent individuals willing to purchase it, as it significantly enhances combat prowess. But why is Chen Nian so composed? A chilling hypothesis began to form in the minds of a few. Could it be that the first epic-grade equipment was acquired by Chen Nian, which explains his lack of surprise? This seems to be the only plausible explanation. Truly, as the most formidable player of Calamity, within mere days, he has reached heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. Suddenly, the shock dawned on Chen Nian. Why would such exceptional equipment come into his possession when I was the one who defeated the enemy? The others could hardly suppress their laughter. How did the equipment end up with Chen Nian? In team raids, there is an 80 chance that the equipment drops into the hands of the killer, with only a 20 chance of randomly going to others. Thus, Chen Nian acquiring the finest gear is entirely reasonable. Perhaps it is merely my luck. He smiled and inquired. Do you want it? Chen Nian stuttered. I am an archer myself. Naturally, I desire it. But this is epic-grade equipment. Would you truly part with it so readily? No. You defeated it. You cannot. More content is loading. Please wait. She craved this equipment with a fervor of a million aspirations. If obtained, it would undoubtedly elevate her strength, putting her leagues ahead of everyone else. I can pay, she asserted, gritting her teeth. How much? 3 million. Chen Nian shook his head. 5 million. Are you squeezing me for money here? 10 million, that is all I have. Just consider my efforts and grant it to me. The young lady bit her delicate lip, her eyes almost brimming with tears, revealing her deep sense of injustice. Having inexplicably encountered life-threatening dangers, being knocked unconscious by stones, discovering the dungeon herself, and ultimately bringing Chen Nian along, she had fought valiantly only to end up needing to spend a fortune on equipment. Chen Nian found the situation amusing. Her temperament was indeed commendable. Had it been someone else with ulterior motives, they might have resorted to confrontation on the spot. Yet, she was willing to spend money to buy it. Still, it was insufficient. A sly smile crept across Chen Nian's lips. At that moment, Chen Nian completely lost her composure. Wiping away her tears, she feigned resolve and asked, what would it take for you to part with it? A simple condition, to be my nominal girlfriend. Chen Nian's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape, momentarily stunned. The other three friends were equally astonished. Covering their mouths in disbelief, their pupils wide with shock, unable to utter a word. Chen Nian's proposition stemmed not from an attraction to Chen Nian's beauty, but rather from the practical benefits of having a girlfriend to avert numerous troubles, facilitating his endeavors. His single status was well known. Countless affluent women showered him with affection, ranging from alluring married women to lively girls who approached him directly. Yet, he had never entertained any of them, firmly believing that online relationships were unreliable and that they sought only his gaming skills. However, in the eyes of others, he was even rumored to be inept in bed. Why not pursue a relationship in non-tone? Because he was besieged by suitors. Having a girlfriend would significantly reduce the risk of exposing his identity, especially with He Hongling actively searching for him. If she were to find him, handling the situation would not be simple. Thus, seeking Chen Nian as a shield was the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's three friends erupted in excitement, their hearts brimming with joy. The great player is seeking to date Xiaoyu. What a tremendous stroke of luck. What does this signify? It means Xiaoyu now has a colossal ally by her side. We shall benefit from this as well, so why not rejoice? No way can I just become your girlfriend. Although I do indeed desire this equipment, I cannot reduce myself to a mere bargaining chip. Yet, Chen Nian did not contemplate long before outright refusing. I meant nominally. That still won't do. I refuse to engage in something I dislike. Please offer another condition. The bespectacled chubby friend stepped forward. Xiaoyu, you must think this through. Don't reject so hastily. Yes, Xiaoyu. Such a rare opportunity for epic-grade equipment cannot be easily dismissed. Consider us too. Chen Nian shot them a glare. Sister, you are stunningly beautiful. And daily you are subjected to various harassments. Wouldn't a boyfriend better protect you? But a scandalous boyfriend could jeopardize my career. In this day and age, who cares about a career? Our future lies in battling monsters and leveling up. Otherwise, survival will be challenging. Chen Nian was utterly dumbfounded. What are these people doing? Why are they so desperate for me to agree? I am a girl who values modesty, and I have never even dated. Rest assured, when I say nominally, I mean nominally, I have no interest in you. Chen Nian. This statement sent her into a frenzy. You have no interest in me? Do you truly believe yourself to be so remarkable? Fine, I will make you regret uttering those words. All right, I agree. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chen Nian readily handed over the flame bow. Upon receiving the equipment, Chen Nian immediately examined its attributes. Flame bow, epic grade, defense, 30 attack, 140 additional attributes, constitution 7. Agility 12, supernatural 5 special effect. Arrows possess a fire attribute enchantment, significantly enhancing destructive power. What a powerful piece of equipment. Chen Yu did not expect him to genuinely transfer the gear to her. This was indeed epic grade, equivalent to Chen Nian gifting her a coastal villa. Surprisingly, she found herself developing a modicum of fondness for Chen Nian, yet she resolved to ensure he would come to regret this decision. When you truly wish for me to be your girlfriend, you shall know remorse. Chapter 14. The land is safe, the nation endures. After leaving his contact information, Chen Nian departed. This outing had yielded tremendous rewards. However, the frequent utilization of his powerful linguistic abilities had begun to drain his internal supernatural energy, necessitating a period of rest. On his return to the city, Chen Nian observed that the city was gradually stabilizing as the low-level monsters causing chaos had been eradicated. The player base of Calamity is vast, and now they can inherit the talents within the game. This power cannot be underestimated. Moreover, ordinary individuals who have not played Calamity can enter the path of the extraordinary by purchasing talent cards, heralding an era of universal exceptionalism. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, will become the new norm of this age. Upon returning to the villa area, he happened to be spotted by a neighbor's sister, who hurriedly dashed out from her yard. "Xiao Chen, where have you been these past few days? I was quite worried." Lucy's anxiety finally subsided. "Last time you saved me, I didn't know how to express my gratitude." Chen Nian smiled. "It's only natural. Neighbors should help one another. You truly are a good person. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you." "All right. By the way, have you eaten? If not, come over to my house for a meal." "Sure." Chen Nian arrived at Lucy's home, where soon the beautiful neighbor served him a steaming bowl of beef noodles. "Sister C, have you always lived alone?" "Yes, my mother passed away when I was young, and my father is quite busy with work, leaving me with little care. Originally, I was supposed to hire a housekeeper, but I have no desire for that." Chen Nian nodded in agreement. "That's quite similar to my situation. Are you in the same boat? My parents divorced, and each found new partners. My father, frustrated by my incessant gaming, kicked me out to fend for myself. Little do they know, I now reside in a villa thanks to gaming and am on the verge of becoming the world's greatest player of this new era." What expressions would they wear if they knew? After listening to Chen Nian's story, Lucy smiled gently. "It's all right. You can come over to my place for dinner often. My cooking is quite good." "All right. Thank you, Sister C. Let's eat. The noodles are getting cold." Just as he was about to list the equipment he had scavenged for sale to accumulate wealth, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. Upon answering, a strange male voice greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Chen Nian's younger brother." "Who are you?" "I am Lu Xingqian, currently with the Year-Wheel Real Estate Company. You should call me brother." There was an air of arrogance in his tone. Chen Nian recognized the name. His father had remarried, and Lu Xingqian was the son of his new stepmother. Year-Wheel Real Estate was his father's company, named after him, and it seemed that this new son had already attained success, indicating his father's approval. "So what?" Chen Nian replied flatly. "I expected you to be more excited. After all, I'm only a couple of years older and already in this position, enjoying our father's favor." Lu Xingqian scoffed, his tone dripping with condescension, akin to a wealthy heir speaking to a commoner. "I heard you were kicked out by dad for being addicted to gaming? How about this? I'll give my little brother a chance. Come work for me at the company, and I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Chen Nian nearly laughed out loud. Selling just one piece of equipment could easily fetch him that amount. The allure of such a salary was truly great. He couldn't be bothered to entertain this clown. He had no interest in his family's affairs, preferring to coexist peacefully. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Brother, don't be so hasty. Let me speak frankly. If it weren't for Dad asking me to persuade you, I wouldn't waste my precious time on you." "Oh, I just secured a 10 billion deal for the company yesterday, and Dad is quite pleased. That's why he wants to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Let me guide you, all right?" "Oh, perhaps you possess some extraordinary gaming abilities?" "Just in time. The company is looking to hire about 10 extraordinary individuals as security. Interested?" Chen Nian initially had no intention of entertaining this jester. Yet, if the jester insisted on thrusting himself into Chen Nian's space, he wouldn't mind giving him a slap in return. "What if your 10 billion deal falls through?" What are you dreaming about, brother?" "The meeting is set. The contract is to be signed this afternoon. You think it can just vanish?" At the company, sitting comfortably in the boss's chair, Lu Xingqian laughed heartily. His legs crossed on the desk. "Brother, you don't think you can just go to Dad and whine, do you? Wake up. The crying child doesn't always get milk." "Fine. Then I wish you a smooth contract signing this afternoon." Chen Nian hung up the phone. He had been living well on his own, wanting nothing to do with anyone. But now someone was asking for trouble and he had no choice. Chen Nian opened a gaming group. The group was named Eternal Peace of the Land, with the motto, "May our nation's mountains and rivers remain unharmed, and our homeland forever secure." This was a gaming guild Chen Nian had established in disaster, comprising around 1,000 members, all of whom were elite. These so-called elites were not just gaming prodigies but also exceptional individuals from various fields. Some were billionaires. Others were heirs of prestigious families, some were giants in the streaming industry, and executives from the world's top companies, and big shots from the rich list. Chen Nian was the world's top gamer, and those who could join his guild were indeed no ordinary folks. They were either skilled players or wealthy patrons. This was Chen Nian's most formidable network of connections, yet he rarely spoke in the group. For once he appeared, even a simple cough would result in overwhelming attention. Wow. The Silent Brother has spoken. At last, Silent Brother, we missed you. What level are you at now? Care to share? Did you drop the world's first epic item? We heard it came from nowhere, and I bet it's yours. Silent Brother, I love you. Is there a chance you could come help us in real life? Get lost. Do you think you can waste Silent Brother's time? I'll offer 10 million for a private jet to pick you up. Come play for a couple of days. Brother. When will we organize an offline meetup? We're just waiting for you to lead us to great ventures. Admin has initiated a group-wide mute. Xiaoqi, you all are so noisy. Can you please be quiet? Xiaoqi is the admin of the group. Known in the game as the strongest female swordsman of the Dragon Kingdom. Her real name is Su Jinyu, the daughter of a top 100 global conglomerate. Xiaoqi, Silent Brother, please speak. Chapter 15. The 10 billion contract falls through. Chen Nian's terror. Chen Nian. For offline meetups, consult Xiaoqi to organize. I'm busy. Chen Nian, I have a batch of equipment here. Xiaoqi, I'll pass it to you to distribute among the brothers in need. Xiaoqi, wow. Silent Brother is so generous. Thus, Chen Nian distributed the equipment he had previously gathered. Though not top-notch, some would surely find them useful. Most importantly, it occasionally helped to rally the brothers' goodwill. Silent Brother, you were so generous. Thank you for the equipment, hehe. Amazing. Distributing these items means Silent Brother has acquired even better ones, right? Isn't that obvious? With Big Brother as strength, would he even look at these shabby things? After a wave of praise from the group, Chen Nian continued. Chen Nian, who has connections in the real estate company? I need a favor. Upon hearing that Big Brother needed help, the group erupted. Being able to do a favor for Silent Brother was a golden opportunity. Silent Brother, I'm here. My chairman has over 10 branches nationwide. Just call on me. My company's business is all tied to real estate. Just holler if you need anything. Big Brother. I'm with the Market Supervision Administration. My uncle handles tax inspections. Can I assist you? Everyone scrambled to offer their assistance. In disaster, Chen Nian treated his brothers exceptionally well, forming deep friendships. But that was merely in the game. Now that gaming and reality intertwined, Chen Nian's potential became frightening. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, he would be the world's strongest, and having a good relationship with him would mean securing a powerful ally. Money, compared to Chen Nian, was as trivial as a mud chicken. Ultimately, Chen Nian chose someone. Chen Nian, Big Goose, you're the one. Let us chat privately. Seeing that Chen Nian had found a suitable candidate, everyone felt disheartened. Big Brother, if he can't meet your requirements, let us step in. Big Goose, go to hell. I'll willingly give up half my company shares to meet Silent Brother's needs. Thus, Chen Nian disclosed his requirements. It was simple. He wanted the 10 billion deal about to be finalized by year-will real estate to fall through. That's too easy. They're offering 10 billion. I'll offer 15 billion, and I can send someone to negotiate. Those kids in Luhai City wouldn't dare refuse me. If you want, I can even bring the company down. Chen Nian, no need for that. I owe you a favor. Big Goose, it's my duty. That afternoon, in the outdoor garden conference room, Lu Xingchen sat with his secretary and assistant, casually waiting for the client to arrive. Today, they were set to negotiate a colossal 10 billion deal. This marks the inception of my first business venture to prove myself. Should I succeed, the entire board will regard me with newfound respect. Most importantly, my father will value me more instead of fretting over his incompetent son. The alluring secretary in a fitted skirt approached with a smile. Mr. Lu, would you like some tea? Next time, remember to wear black stockings. I find them appealing. You were such a tease, Lu Xingchen playfully scolded, giving her a light pat on her rear, savoring his tea under the sun, basking in the warmth. The comfort was unparalleled, as the saying goes, with the spring breeze. One rides swiftly, witnessing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Everyone revolves around you. Tasks are delegated to the secretary. And the sensation of being in a high position is indeed marvelous. However, it's reassuring that once my father passes on the inheritance, it will all be mine. Just then, the client arrived. Lu Xingchen immediately stood up, grinning as he prepared to greet the visitor, who was also a magnate in the business world. There could be no room for negligence. After finalizing the contract, we would all go for a foot bath in the evening, further solidifying our relationship. But as he rose, he was taken aback. The esteemed business tycoon did not approach. Instead, it was one of his secretaries who came alone. Lu Xingchen furrowed his brow. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Where's your boss? I apologize, Mr. Lu, but the boss sent me to inform you that this deal may not be suitable. Perhaps we can collaborate next time. What the hell? Lu Xingchen suppressed his fury and gritted his teeth, demanding an explanation. A few days ago, we had a productive video conference. And you owe me a reason. Well, the competitor next door has offered 1.5 billion to acquire this project, and naturally, we chose to collaborate with them. What? Lu Xingchen trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes. Impossible. A 1.5 billion acquisition. What profit could they possibly gain? Are they insane? I cannot say, Mr. Lu. Excuse me. Lu Xingchen stood frozen for a moment, suddenly feeling utterly drained, collapsing into the chair, mumbling words of disbelief. This felt like the sky had fallen upon him. Mr. Lu, please calm down. The secretary rushed over, but Lu Xingchen brusquely shoved her aside. Get out. He appeared ashen, unable to utter a word. Before negotiating this deal, he had signed a bet with his father, stipulating that he would be solely responsible for the project. If successful, he would secure his position. If not, he would be cast aside to learn humility. Lu Xingchen had been confident, as he had connections with the clients, believing that with his network, the likelihood of closing the deal was exceptionally high. Yet, a madman had emerged to disrupt everything. At that moment, a text message pinged on his phone, just one simple sentence. Was the contract discussed pleasantly? It was from Chen Nian. That message acted as the final spark, igniting Lu Xingchen's fury. It was he, meddling behind the scenes. Impossible. He is just a gaming enthusiast. How could he possess such influence? No way, absolutely not. A project worth 1.5 billion, especially from a competitor, would not be difficult to trace back to its source. Lu Xingchen immediately made a call. Is this Mr. Jiang? Hello, I'm Lu Xingchen. I'm busy. Beep, beep, beep. With a crash, Lu Xingchen's phone fell to the floor, leaving him as still as a statue. The blatant insult felt like a heavy slap, swelling his pride. Was the contract discussed pleasantly? Chapter 16. A monster strikes, Chen Nian takes action. Brother, the task has been accomplished. I instructed my subordinates to acquire that project at a high price. After completing the task, the eager excitedly approached Chen Nian to report. Indeed. Like an eager suitor chasing after a goddess. Good, I owe you one, Chen Nian replied. If I recall correctly, your talent lies in being a knight? I will keep an eye out for relevant opportunities in the future. Haha, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it in advance. After saying this, he immediately went to boast in the group chat. Helping Buyu was certainly a matter worth celebrating. Without a doubt, his status in the group would elevate, showcasing Buyu's influence. Big Brother Eager. From now on, we shall address you as Brother Goose. Brother Goose, I'm your little brother now. Take care of me. The Eager's vanity was immediately satiated. This alone felt worthwhile, as the group was filled with elites. In a future world, that would equate to powerful connections. Establishing a good relationship with Buyu is tantamount to acquiring influence. With influence comes strength, and with strength, one can firmly stand in the new era. He was acutely aware of these intricate relationships. Chen Nian remained undisturbed. This was merely a light reprimand. He had not even considered Lu Xingchen worthy of his attention. A mere clown attempting to leap into his realm received a casual slap. Few individuals possessed the capability to capture his focus. Only those of Yi Hongling's caliber were noteworthy. However, now that I have a girlfriend, it should be challenging for her to uncover my true identity. Chen Nian's plan was straightforward. To continue recuperating for 2 more days until his extraordinary powers were fully restored before venturing out to level up. The extraordinary abilities stemmed from the unlocking of his inner genes. Overuse would lead to gene depletion and catastrophic consequences. Important notice, all students are required to attend school tomorrow. New martial science classes for extraordinary individuals will be offered, with hopes of official recruitment. Please pay attention to this announcement. The school was reopening? It was only logical. Even with the merging of games and reality, the functioning of the real world could not collapse. Otherwise, how would people sustain their livelihoods? Not only schools but also living facilities, entertainment venues, and various industries were rapidly resuming operations. Unlike before, the most sought-after talents in this era had become the extraordinary. Chen Nian received another call, and to his surprise, it was his girlfriend, Qin Yu. Hello, Chen Nian? How are you? I will be reporting to Linghai University tomorrow to study martial science. Can you accompany me? Qin Yu's voice sounded hesitant, almost shy. It was quite the coincidence that Chen Nian attended Linghai University as well. It seemed that Qin Yu's friends had secretly conspired to create opportunities for her to interact more with him, knowing his true identity. Why are you silent? Noticing his quietness, Qin Yu's tone shifted slightly, displaying a hint of childish annoyance. What about your manager? Is there no one to escort you? The manager said that since I have a boyfriend, he should be the one to pick me up, and perhaps we could find a time to announce it on Weibo. Qin Yu lay on her bed, burying her flushed face into the pillow, wishing she could disappear into a hole. She never anticipated that her agency would become so indifferent. All right. ISNT at your duty to pick up your girlfriend? Let us meet at the entrance of Linghai tomorrow. But don't bail on me, otherwise I'm doomed. Qin Yu understood that with her status, once she entered the campus, she would undoubtedly attract a crowd. Without her manager and bodyguards for support, she would be unable to handle it, uncertain of Chen Nian's reliability. The following morning, Chen Nian stepped out, though he was somewhat of a recluse. As long as he dressed neatly, his looks could rival anyone else's. His tousled hair complemented a loose shirt and jeans, paired with white sneakers, presenting a strikingly handsome young man. Instead of driving himself, he took a taxi. Unfortunately, he encountered heavy traffic. The street is bustling with vehicles, nearly all heading towards Linghai University. This is due to the fact that Linghai University is still openly recruiting students for its military science program. Not only current university students, but anyone possessing extraordinary abilities and of appropriate age can apply. Joining Linghai University means receiving systematic training and opportunities for collaboration with official entities, which is undoubtedly far superior to going solo for the vast majority of individuals. Alas, the traffic is frustrating, compounded by red lights. The driver let out an exasperated curse and lit a cigarette, turning to engage with Chen Nian, who was seated in the back. Young man, are you also headed to Linhai University for recruitment? Indeed. Honestly, I believe it's better for young people to learn a skill and live a stable life. What good is all this chaos? Chen Nian replied, it's not easy to combat those monsters. Youngsters are filled with vigor, but living a stable life is indeed the right path. Chen Nian shook his head. Master, where is the tranquility in life? Someone must bear the burden and move forward. Bear the burden? That doesn't apply to you youngsters. At that moment, on the sidewalk ahead, a little girl with a backpack was skipping across the street. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted as a sewer cover flew into the air like a cannonball. Several dark tentacles swiftly emerged from the opening, ensnaring the girl's arms and legs, dragging her into the sewer. Heya! The street erupted with piercing screams. Pedestrians scattered in terror. Xiaoku! Xiaoku! The girl's mother screamed her name frantically, attempting to leap into the sewer, but was firmly held back by a male passerby. Let me go. My daughter has been taken by a monster. Calm down, please. The driver stood frozen, seemingly struck dumb by the horrifying scene. In broad daylight, a monster had emerged from the sewer and snatched a living girl away. Just the thought was terrifying. Chen Nian donned a mask, threw open the car door, and in a flash, dashed through the crowd, nimbly leaping into the sewer. Chapter 17. Chen Nian rescues the girl. The untrustworthy scoundrel, the driver, was left bewildered. The young man's movements were so swift that he barely had time to comprehend what had just happened before he had jumped into the sewer. What just happened? A boy jumped in. I saw it. Is he crazy? There are monsters down there. People were abuzz with chatter, raising their phones to record videos of the sewer, while the heartbroken mother wept nearby. As soon as Chen Nian entered the dark, damp sewer, he heard the girl's screams echoing in the distance. The monster was swift, seemingly intent on dragging the girl deep down to devour her. There was no time to waste. Word spirit, void escaping serpent. Chen Nian conjured the ethereal serpent, utilizing its speed to pursue. After delving approximately 200 meters, he finally caught sight of the creature. Go! The entangled girl fell from its grasp. The octopus, feeling the pain, attempted to flee, but Chen Nian would not permit it to escape, commanding the void escaping serpent to strike again. It's done. Chen Nian hastened to the girl's side. Wah wah. The girl continued to cry, having been greatly frightened and hurt, her lovely dress soiled, her fair face smeared with filth. What child could withstand such terror? Shoo, listen to your brother, it's all right now. We will be out shortly. Glancing at the time, Chen Nian feared he would miss meeting Qin Yu, feeling a tinge of guilt for her. However, not wanting to further frighten the girl, he offered gentle reassurances until her sobbing subsided. Thank you, brother. She sniffled, looking utterly pitiful. Such a good girl. Before long, they approached the sewer entrance. Chen Nian knew well that a crowd had gathered above. Not only ordinary citizens, but likely law enforcement and a throng of reporters. Should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Absolutely not. If he were to be seen on television, it would exponentially increase the risk of exposure. Once his identity was revealed, he would become a focal point worldwide. Not only would countless girls pursue him, but to various nations, he would pose a greater threat than nuclear weapons. Brother will take you this far. Go on, run wherever you wish. Okay. The girl scampered toward the exit. Chen Nian prepared to exit through another route, ensuring he would not draw attention. Clear the way, clear the way. Uniformed officers arrived on the scene, erecting a barrier and isolating the crowd. Numerous reporters had also converged, drawn by the unfolding drama. According to eyewitnesses, a little girl had been snatched by a monster into the sewer, and a suspected extraordinary youth had gone down to rescue her, with the outcome unknown. This station will continue to report on the developments. Please stay tuned. Suddenly, an officer shouted, "What? Hurry, bring her up." Before long, the little girl was rescued and brought back to the surface. Although she was dirty, she appeared uninjured. Xiaoku, Xiaoku, mommy. The mother and daughter embraced in tears, prompting many onlookers to feel a pang of emotion. Reporters captured this touching moment. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, "Where is that young man? Why has he come out yet? He should be praised for his good deed. Without him, this mother and daughter might never have reunited." In response to the inquiries, the little girl revealed, "That brother has already left. Sweetheart, will you go with the nurse to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, I want to thank that brother. Mommy always said to have a grateful heart." The girl insisted stubbornly. Everyone was at a loss, unable to locate the young man to express their gratitude. At that moment, the driver stepped forward. I know. That young man was in my car. He was heading to Linhai University." Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. If they could find the young man at Linhai University, they would have a scoop that would surely trend tomorrow. A sensational story. "Ma'am, may we accompany you to Linhai University? You can thank him, and we would like to interview him as well." Yes. Amidst the reporter's excitement, the mother and daughter were ushered into a vehicle and swiftly transported to Linhai University. Qin Yu, however, had not awaited Chen Nian's arrival. Initially, she stood alone at the side entrance of Linhai University, her heavy suitcase in tow, drawing little attention, thanks in part to her mask. How could such a beauty walk the streets without attracting suitors? Qin Yu had hoped for Chen Nian to pick her up to avoid unwanted advances and potential trouble. To her dismay, Chen Nian did not arrive on time. "Beautiful lady, are you here for enrollment? May I help you with your suitcase?" "No, Thank you. Chen Yu found herself fending off wave after wave of suitors until she was eventually recognized. ISNT, that Chen Yu, the newly debuted singer? Wow, no wonder she has such an aura. I can't believe she is coming to our Linhai University. Quick, let us take a picture. The crowd swelled. And Chen Yu felt as though she were a monkey under the spotlight, helplessly enduring the attention. Frustrated, she opened her phone and dialed Chen Nian's number, only to hear, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Humph, that untrustworthy scoundrel. Since receiving Chen Nian's epic equipment previously, Chen Yu had felt a pang of guilt, and thus had prepared a gift for their meeting. The gift was a precious watch, or perhaps her own signature custom edition. One that her fans could only dream of obtaining. It lay within her suitcase. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian failed to show up. Well, it seems they were merely a couple in name. Eventually, it was the campus security who dispersed the crowd and escorted Chen Yu inside the school. Chapter 18. A school-wide commendation for Chen Nian in the classroom of Class 1 of the Military Science Department. Over 100 gifted individuals gathered, prepared to undergo assessment. Breaking news. Chen Yu has arrived at our school. Is it the same Chen Yu I am thinking of? The beautiful singer who rose to fame due to her looks? Yes, indeed. She previously played Catastrophe and has now become an extraordinary being, coming to our esteemed military university for further studies. Incredible! To have the chance to be in close proximity to the dream girl of countless men is exhilarating. Upon hearing this news, Xiaowen instinctively furrowed her brows. As the campus beauty, she had always been the center of attention. The boys who pursued her could form a line from the cafeteria to the convenience store. Yet she had maintained her image of innocence and remained unattached, refusing any advances. The feeling of having many admirers was delightful, granting her a sense of superiority as if she were the center of the universe. However, with Chen Yu's arrival, it seemed that the title of campus beauty would soon change hands. Just days prior, Xiaowen had willingly spent the night with the wealthy heir Sunjing, acquiring a talent card as a wind mage and successfully becoming an extraordinary being. She had intended to use Sunjing as a stepping stone to ascend further, but she could not allow him to slip from her grasp. A girl dressed in a white tank dress entered the classroom. It was Chen Yu. The moment she stepped in, the classroom fell silent. The boys were captivated, as if their very gaze was magnetically drawn to her, astonishingly more beautiful than on television. Her figure and skin were impeccably maintained. Was she truly an extraordinary being? No wonder she was the dream girl of countless men. Xiaowen, the so-called campus beauty, instantly faded into the background, like a candlelight overshadowed by moonlight, utterly unable to compete. She bit her lip in frustration, for even Sunjing, who had just shared a bed with her, seemed ready to drool over Chen Yu. Just the day before, Sunjing had been one of her suitors. How infuriating. To her utter shock, Sunjing approached Chen Yu. "Hello, I am Sunjing. My talent is Beastmaster." He wore a confident smile, believing that revealing his talent would surely capture Chen Yu's attention. The Beastmaster talent was indeed one of rarity. His family had invested heavily in acquiring it, propelling him ahead of the curve, placing him at the forefront of his time. With wealth and an extraordinary talent, he was always above others wherever he went. Since Chen Yu had come to the military university, winning her over would be a splendid achievement. Who wouldn't want to woo the dream girl of countless men? However, Chen Yu's response was notably indifferent. She harbored endless resentment towards Chen Nian and had no interest in engaging with others. Sunjing felt a cold wave wash over him, struggling to maintain a forced smile. "By the way, Xiao Yu, today's assessment instructor is a friend of my father's. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. I can help you out." "No, thank you." Did he really think that being a celebrity granted him the right to act so high and mighty? He was sorely mistaken if he thought he could easily win her over. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military boots strode into the classroom. His heavy footsteps resonated like lead, and his camouflage shirt was stretched taut over his muscular frame, his face marked with scars that suggested he was not to be trifled with. He was a true warrior who had battled monsters numerous times. Silence. Just 2 words rendered the classroom silent. "I am Jiang Lai, a Qi Master, level 35. The executing instructor for your assessment. Level 35? The students collectively gasped in astonishment. This level was undoubtedly among the highest in the world. The instructor must have slain countless monsters to attain such a high rank. He was assuredly formidable, regardless of who you are. If you wish to survive in the military science department, you will obey me." Roll call. In the tense atmosphere, the roll call commenced. Everyone called out their names cautiously, fearful of meeting the instructor's gaze, lest they face dire consequences. "Chen Nian?" Silence enveloped the classroom. "Chen Nian?" An eerie quiet hung in the air. It dawned on everyone Chen Nian had not arrived. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Xiaowen's mouth. This infatuated fool dared to be late, and he was bound to suffer the consequences. The instructor clearly had a fiery temper. Bang! The instructor slammed his palm onto the desk, creating a noticeable dent in the sturdy surface. Anyone who knows Chen Nian can inform him that he need not come. Next, as the name Sunjing was called, a noticeable softness appeared on the instructor's face. He had been specifically instructed to look out for Sunjing. Just as the roll call concluded, a sharp knock echoed from outside the door. Could it be Chen Nian? Chen Yu's gaze immediately shifted toward the door, her eyes filled with surprise. "Apologies for being late. I was delayed on my way." This statement was directed not at the instructor, but at Chen Yu. an apology for having stood her up earlier. As for the instructor, he was of no concern to him. However, he was met with a thunderous roar. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. The deafening voice echoed like a beast's roar, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Chen Nian was in for a rough time. Serves him right. The military science department had just been established, and the instructor surely aimed to establish his authority. It appeared that Chen Nian was destined to be the first example, the unfortunate one. The students secretly reveled in his misfortune. Just the other day, he had been so boastful, and now he found himself in this predicament? Xiaowen could hardly suppress her laughter, thinking that this man truly was destined for a life of misfortune. She had hoped that, after the game's integration into the real world, this recluse might achieve something, but it seemed he was still a lost cause. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. The announcement reverberated throughout the entire school, causing a stir in the classroom. What? Chen Nian saved someone on the way here? Incredibly! Someone quickly pulled out their phone to check the trending news, revealing a rapidly rising headline. Girl rescued from drain by brave young man, identity unrevealed. Accompanying the article were images from the scene, including a shot of a masked youth whose physique unmistakably resembled Chen Nian's. Chen Yu's furrowed brow began to relax. So he was delayed because he was rescuing someone? The instructor's face darkened. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Come. Up ahead is the newly established class 1 of the military science department. The person you are looking for should be there. That boy has always been helpful. Huh. You media folks should cover this story well. Is that the voice of the principal? Chapter 19. Chen Yu is Chen Nian's girlfriend? Indeed. It was the principal of the military university. He was accompanied by a throng of reporters, as well as the mother and daughter involved in the incident. Even the driver who had recognized Chen Nian's appearance. Chen Nian's real name had been uncovered from the driver's ride-hailing record. I will go call Chen Nian out. Please wait a moment. This lad performed a good deed without seeking recognition, displaying commendable character. Having a student from their own school engage in such courageous behavior was an excellent opportunity for the institution's public relations. The principal could hardly contain his excitement. Moreover, among the visitors were reporters from official news outlets, true VIPs. Come, everyone, we have arrived. The principal had just led a group of individuals outside the classroom when he noticed Chen Nian still standing outside, causing his brow to furrow immediately. Why are you standing out here instead of going inside? Upon hearing this, the instructor within could not help but twitch his face. The principal, unaware of Chen Nian's identity, promptly darkened his expression, being late and punished with standing outside. This was indeed an unfavorable occurrence, especially in front of so many reporters, bringing disgrace to the school. Suddenly, a gasp arose from behind, the voice belonging to a taxi driver. That's him. He asked the brave young man. At the same time, the little girl he had rescued recognized her big brother and timidly exclaimed, "Brother, thank you." The mother hurried over, profusely thanking Chen Nian, tears welling up in her eyes. A ripple of excitement ensued. The reporters could no longer contain themselves, immediately pulling out their cameras to snap photos. Various flashes illuminated Chen Nian's face. Oh no, it's over. It seems I must appear on television now. Since avoiding it was no longer an option, he resolved to adopt some disguise to conceal his true identity. You are Chen Nian, right? Good, good. What a fine young man. The principal, in an astonishing turn of events, performed a dramatic display akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act, smiling broadly as he patted Chen Nian on the shoulder. Your selfless act of valor, done anonymously, is worthy of emulation by all students. This is, indeed, the purpose of establishing the martial arts department at Linhai University. We encourage capable individuals to assist the weak and uphold the peace of our community. Today, on behalf of the school, I present you with a reward of 50,000 yuan. The principal declared loudly. An uproar of applause erupted around him. The students in the classroom were already dumbfounded. Previously, many had reveled in Chen Nian's misfortune, mocking him for being late on his first day, treated as the proverbial chicken to be made an example of. Little did they know he was delayed due to his heroic act, missing roll call as a result of his efforts to save someone. Xiaowen, witnessing Chen Nian being lauded, felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her, unable to utter a single word, as if ants were crawling all over her. Just recently, he had been her devoted suitor, but now everything had changed. Observing his newfound glory, Xiaowen felt a pang of regret for misjudging him. Indeed, she had never anticipated Chen Nian to be so capable. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chen Yu's previous feelings of sadness and grievance had vanished entirely. It became clear that Chen Nian was not tardy out of negligence, but rather to save someone. This was a commendable deed, a noble cause. Chen Yu fully understood and supported him, her mood lifting tremendously, even swelling with a hint of pride. After all, he was her nominal boyfriend. The reporters swarmed in, eager to question him. Why did you leave in such haste after saving someone? A reporter from the official television station inquired, extending a microphone toward him. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, and then suddenly had a brilliant idea. The reporters were overjoyed. However, the interview's impact was rather mundane, failing to spark significant discussion. But this young man named Chen Nian was evidently different. Xiaowen, upon hearing this, felt her mind go blank, utterly stupefied. Girlfriend? Impossible. Just a few days ago. He was pursuing me. How could he possibly have a girlfriend now? May I ask, Chen Nian, Is your girlfriend a student here? Could we perhaps meet her? In the classroom, Chen Yu's heart raced. Chen Nian smiled. Of course, she is right here in the classroom. Suddenly, all eyes turned in the direction Chen Nian indicated, collectively fixating on Chen Yu. The expressions in their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Yu is Chen Nian's girlfriend? This is utterly absurd. One was a reclusive boy with no presence until today, and the other was the cherished ideal of countless men. This narrative seems too far-fetched. Sun Jing, the wealthy heir, instinctively clenched his fists, for nothing irked him more than seeing a woman he desired taken by another. Yet, when he saw Chen Yu walking towards Chen Nian, his eyes widened in fury. Xiao 1, 2, felt her body tense up, watching this girl, who outshone her in every aspect, approach Chen Nian. Each step she took shattered her pride into pieces. How could this be? Why does he, a mere recluse, deserve her? Her wide-open eyes began to show traces of bloodshot irritation. Chen Yu lowered her head, staring at her toes. She had long since overcome her fear of the camera. Her shyness was purely innocent, not anticipating Chen Nian's sudden revelation. Chen Yu. The reporters erupted into ecstatic cheers, realizing they had stumbled upon an unexpected gem during their interview with Chen Nian. The renowned singer Chen Yu. This is someone we could hardly interview on a normal day. Who would have thought she already has a boyfriend, and not just any rumor but solid evidence? How explosive. Miss Chen, when did you two begin dating? Miss Chen, are you not worried that this revelation might impact your career? Does your management company know about this? Chen Nian had achieved his goal. Being exposed as having a girlfriend distanced him from any association with the emotionless persona of Wu Yu. However, should any investigation reveal the truth about Yi Hongling or his little assistant, Xiaoqi, a tumultuous storm would surely ensue. As the principal sent the outsiders away, he entered the classroom with his hands behind his back and immediately reprimanded the instructor angrily. I appointed you to a significant role, not to create chaos. Your blunders nearly jeopardized today's good fortune, you fool. After his tirade, the principal turned to Chen Nian with a softer demeanor. Young Chen, do not dwell on today's events. Focus on preparing for the upcoming test. Certainly, Principal. Chapter 20, Capability Assessment. Team formation begins. Let us proceed to the playground. Including Chen Nian, about 100 individuals were summoned to the football field, preparing to commence their initial martial arts assessment. The purpose of the evaluation was to gauge the students' talents and abilities. Exceptional individuals could be recruited by the official enforcement team, securing a stable future. Ordinary students would receive guidance from professionals, including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training, aiming to cultivate outstanding talent. Those deemed inadequate would be allowed to develop naturally. Prior to this day, Chen Nian had intended to simply blend in, presenting himself as a mediocre talent to enjoy the freedom of development, aligning with Wu Yu's character. However, having been photographed by reporters, he surmised that news coverage was imminent. There was no longer a chance to remain inconspicuous. Thus, Chen Nian opted for the opposite approach, deciding to stand out boldly. In the realm of catastrophe, Wu Yu was an exceedingly low-key character, safeguarding all his information meticulously, refraining from verbal communications, and only engaging through written dialogue. By contrasting his approach this time, he could more conveniently conceal his identity. He was prepared to take the assessment seriously. Meanwhile, some individuals were covertly plotting mischief. The wealthy heir Sun Jing had a connection with the instructor Jiang Lai, seizing a moment of privacy in the restroom. Sun Jing made a phone call to Jiang Lai. Instructor Jiang, I hope you will take Chen Nian seriously. Please do not go easy on him. I've never liked that kid. If possible, it would be best if you could break an arm or a leg. Heh. Sun Jing wore a sinister smile. Exiting the restroom, he spotted Chen Yu and Chen Nian walking together, intensifying his disdain. Jiang Lai, having been scolded by the principal, lost face and authority, all due to Chen Nian. After hanging up, a smile crept across his face. This assessment was of utmost importance to the school. In addition to the principal and leaders in attendance, several investors in Wuka also graced the event with their presence. This initiative is a talent development program, and the investors possess a remarkably forward-looking vision. Clad in suits with polished shoes, they took their seats in the viewing area. Among them was a familiar figure, a longtime acquaintance of Chen Nian, wearing sunglasses and a gray-white suit, Lu Xingchen. Previously, he had been with the Year-Ring real estate company, but after misplacing a billion-dollar project, he faced a severe reprimand from Chen Nian's father, Chen Huerong. Although Chen Huerong considered dismissing him, he ultimately relented, swayed by his wife's fervent pleas for Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen indeed had a keen eye, choosing to invest in talent cultivation at Lingda, hoping to nurture a cohort of gifted individuals. Upon spotting a figure in the crowd, Lu Xingchen nearly leaped to his feet, fury simmering beneath his sunglasses. He could hardly believe that Chen Nian was also participating in this round of Wuka training. What a delightful coincidence, my dear brother. His clenched jaw slowly relaxed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The last encounter was merely a fluke. This time, you have fallen into the hands of capital. Let me show you its power. I hope our father won't blame me for leaving you in ruins. Lu boss, are you feeling unwell? The principal inquired anxiously. Nothing's wrong. Let the test begin. You will now be divided into groups of 3 to face off against me in turn. Based on your performance during these battles, you will be rated. The highest rating is level A, and the lowest is level E. The higher your rating, the easier it will be to receive government support and priority training. After explaining the rules, Jianglai abruptly removed his jacket, revealing a muscular physique clad only in a white tank top. His dark, sinewy muscles bore scars, remnants of wounds not yet healed. The students exchanged astonished glances. Was he serious? We are to battle the instructor right away? Even 3 against 1 would be futile. Considering he is said to possess level 35 skills and has extensive combat experience, far superior to ours. Do not worry. The objective is not for us to win, but to showcase our abilities. Just do your best. What are we waiting for? Let's form teams. The choice of teammates is crucial. A strong partner could enhance one's performance and increase the likelihood of being favored. Not everyone dares to venture into the wild alone. Humans are social creatures, often seeking organization, job stability, and professional training for a more secure existence, lest they fall prey to monsters. Shinge, want to form a team? My talent is as a brawler, and I'm already level 15. Please take me along, Niangu. We have such a good relationship. I want to stick with you. Shinge, can I join you? In no time, Chen Nian became the center of attention. Having just rescued someone from a monster, everyone knew he must possess considerable strength. And he was quickly surrounded. Meanwhile, many young men, driven by their baser instincts, rushed to Qin Yu's side, eager to team up with her. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of a beauty? I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. I'm teaming up with him, Qin Yu flatly declined. It must be said, the boyfriend shield is quite effective. As expected, upon hearing this, the suitors lost interest and dispersed. Though 2 persistent ones still remarked that having a boyfriend was even better. Xiaowen, once the school beauty, now found herself overlooked. In terms of looks and figure, she was utterly eclipsed by Qin Yu. Recently, she had only managed to secure a talent card from Sun Jing through dubious means, without any chance to prove herself in practice. Who would seek her out? Once the center of attention, she now felt like a discarded tail, standing alone in the corner. She gazed at Chen Nian, filled with nostalgia for her former self, an inconspicuous, unremarkable nerd, now transformed into the most sought-after individual. Meanwhile, she found herself increasingly despised. Why did this happen? How could it be? He was merely my devoted admirer. Suddenly, a pang of regret surged within her. If only she hadn't humiliated Chen Nian so harshly, but rather continued to dangle him along, offering him a taste of sweetness. However, Xiaowen quickly dismissed this thought, swaying her hips towards Sun Jing, instinctively adopting a pitifully innocent demeanor. Jinggu, do you need anyone? Can you take me along? Sun Jing frowned. You think you're worthy? For a rich second generation like him, the unattainable woman was the most desirable, such as Qin Yu. Once he had her, his interest waned significantly, leaving him disinterested in Xiaowen. You. Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched Sun Jing's clothes. You promised to protect me for life. Huh. I say that to every woman in bed. Laughter erupted from those nearby, a match made in heaven between a scoundrel and a vixen. Better steer clear, lest you attract misfortune. Chapter 21. Chen Nian, 2 is enough. Xiaowen felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath her. At that moment, she recalled Chen Nian's kindness, how he would bring her water after gym class and run to give her an umbrella in the rain. A wealthy second generation might grant fleeting satisfaction, but a humble nerd would offer true sincerity. She stood rooted, watching as most had already formed teams. Yet Chen Nian's group consisted of only 2 people. A glimmer of hope flickered within her. Could this final spot be intentionally reserved for her? He had once been her loyal admirer. Surely he wouldn't be so heartless even with a new girlfriend? Lost in thought, Xiaowen was astonished when Chen Nian approached her directly. How wonderful. He still cares for me. She had even prepared the perfect expression to accept his invitation, but felt a gust of wind as Chen Nian brushed past her, addressing the instructor. Instructor, our group will just be the 2 of us. That is sufficient. Xiaowen was nearly driven to fury. He would rather have one less person than invite me. This man is truly despicable, holding on to grudges like this. She mentally scolded him with every word she could muster, yet it did not change the reality of her abandonment. Very well, Jianglai nodded with a smile. He had intended to target Chen Nian, and since Chen Nian proposed a challenge with only 2 participants, he would not refuse. The other students were astonished. Was Chen Nian truly so arrogant as to participate without a full team? Such disrespect for the instructor would surely lead to a harsh lesson later. Indeed, he should at least show some basic respect for the instructor. This was clearly a provocation. Even Qin Yu found Chen Nian's decision hasty and felt a twinge of uncertainty. Chen Nian, are you sure it's just us? What else? Humph. Then you'd better perform well. Don't let me down. Qin Yu pouted cutely, feigning reproach. To the other boys, this playful banter seemed like flirtation, leaving them envious of Chen Nian's fortune in winning such an adorable girlfriend. As the team formations concluded, a well-organized contingent entered the training ground, official law enforcement officers clad in camouflage. Leading them was a female officer, dressed in black boots and sporting a neat ponytail. With her sleeves casually rolled up, exuding a sense of feminine bravado, she strode directly to the viewing area, pulled out a chair, and casually crossed her legs. The remaining officers lined up behind her. Wow, it's Li Yunwei. The students were as shocked to see this female officer as they would be to encounter Qin Yu. Isn't she the formidable woman often seen on television? It is rumored that she is nearly at level 40, surpassing even the instructors. I believe she might be the strongest enforcer in our coastal city, having led the eradication of many monsters within the urban landscape. My goodness, how impressive. A woman who is both powerful and charismatic, she can captivate anyone. Now that she has arrived, she must be here to scout for talent. I must strive to stand out this time. If I could work under Sisterly, I would wake up laughing from my dreams, regardless of gender. Everyone here is brimming with enthusiasm. The test officially commences. We will go first. A trio steps forward to take on the challenge. It is whispered that one of them is at level 20, showcasing considerable strength. It seems he is eager to make an impression. However, the outcome of the battle leaves everyone astounded. In the first 30 seconds, Jiang Lai only defends, evading attacks with agility, remaining unscathed. When he finally strikes, he unleashes a punch that sends all three opponents flying several meters away. Chen Nian immediately recognizes the skill as the void punch of a chi master. Incredible! The classmates exclaim in awe. Jiang Lai cracks his neck and says, "Next group." Remarkably, that was just a mere display of his power. The main act is yet to unfold. The second group takes the stage. You have 30 seconds to showcase your abilities. Go ahead, Jiang Lai beckons. After 30 seconds, this group is similarly blasted away by a fierce gust of energy, landing in a disheveled heap. Goodness, the instructor shows no mercy. This is the true essence of a strong individual. At least he granted us 30 seconds to demonstrate our skills. A sense of trepidation fills the air, especially among the girls who value their appearance. How embarrassing would it be to fall so gracelessly? Approximately 20 groups present varying levels of performance. Only a mere 3 individuals manage to exchange more than 10 moves with the instructor, earning them high rankings, while the majority fall below standard. Xiaowen also steps up. And the instructor shows no favoritism towards women, striking without hesitation. There is only one exception, Sun Jing. Sun Jing, level 1. He's truly impressive. Amidst the praise, Sun Jing is elated, casting a glance toward the female enforcer, hoping for her acknowledgement. To his surprise, Li Yunwei remains seated, sipping tea, unfazed. The principal interjects. Team leader Li, Sun Jing has considerable talent. Would you be interested in mentoring him? Not interested, Li Yunwei replies coolly as she sets her teacup down. With her prowess, she certainly recognizes that the instructor had intentionally eased up. Such a mediocre candidate is beneath her notice. Where is that courageous young man we saw earlier? Team leader Li is referring to Chen Nian, who, along with Qin Yu, has now reached the center of the arena. They are the only duo. Finally, it's time. Jiang Lai flexes his wrists, producing a satisfying crack. He has awaited this moment for far too long. The preceding battles were merely warm-ups. Although chi techniques seem formidable, they won't cause lasting harm. When he truly decides to unleash his power, those techniques can shatter internal organs, far from just a simple fall. Yet, there is no indication of this outwardly. Ah, at last, it's your turn, Zhang Jing observes eagerly. I'm curious to see what kind of prowess you possess. Xiaowen harbors resentment. In the investors section, Lu Xingchen finally pays attention, removing his sunglasses and fixating on the battlefield. Little brother, do impress. Do not let your older brother down. In an instant, Chen Nian becomes the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 22, A Single Punch. The examination between Chen Nian and Qin Yu officially commences. Following tradition, the instructor allows them 30 seconds to attack first, showcasing their capabilities. Qin Yu feels an intense nervousness. Her level is quite formidable, making her one of the top students, yet she worries about Chen Nian's performance. The instructor seems to harbor a significant rivalry with him. Begin. Jiang Lai motions with his hand. You have 30 seconds to attack. Afterward, I will unleash my chi to dispose of that boy, he thinks to himself. Qin Yu launches the first strike, wielding the bow and arrow with her exceptional talent, enhanced by the epic equipment known as the Flame Bow. Her overall strength is undoubtedly unique. The arrow soars through the air. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Lai easily sidesteps the attack. I did not expect her to possess such skill, he thinks, recognizing the power within the arrow. Continue. Qin Yu grits her teeth and presses on. Wave after wave of radiant arrows are released as she gracefully maneuvers across the field like an agile female leopard. Thankfully, she changed into specialized sportswear prior to the battle. Otherwise, such movements would be impossible. Wow, Qin Yu is incredible. Her strength surpasses most of us. While the audience is astounded by Qin Yu's prowess, they notice something peculiar. Chen Nian remains motionless. The precious 30 seconds are slipping away, and yet he stands there, unperturbed. What is Chen Nian thinking? Perhaps he is merely trying to be unconventional and ostentatious, Sun Jing remarks, hoping he doesn't end up as the fool, eliminated with no effort. After all, he is our university's first courageous individual. Chen Nian's calm demeanor unsettles Lu Xingchen. It feels as though countless ants are crawling over him. It reminds him of a previous encounter. Lu Xingchen had once attempted to provoke Chen Nian over the phone, but the latter remained unfazed. That afternoon, a billion-dollar project was snatched away. Impossible. He couldn't have done it. He lacks such capability. Lu Xing tightly clenches his fists. This young man is intriguing. Li Yunwei crosses her arms, observing Chen Nian with keen interest, eager to see how he will respond. She hopes he can last a bit longer. Otherwise, this selection process will be dreadfully dull. The most exasperated individual in the room is Qin Yu. Chen Nian. She is both anxious and furious. She had hoped Chen Nian would collaborate with her in their assault, but he has chosen to do nothing. Why does he have such confidence to team up with me? Is it merely for show? Or does he believe he can confront the instructor directly without needing this 30 seconds of free attack time? How arrogant. Time is up. Jianglai swiftly grasps the incoming arrow. Crack. It shatters with a thunderous sound. He grins widely. Now it's my turn. As his words resonate, he assumes a stance, concentrating his formidable chi into his fingertips. The ground beneath him stirs with dust as a tempest brews. First and foremost, he is irritated by Chen Nian. Secondly, Sun Jing also harbors resentment towards Chen Nian, hoping to teach him a lesson. Furthermore, during the intermission, an investor approached him, offering a handsome sum to ensure Chen Nian's defeat. With these three motivations combined, he prepares to exert his full strength, aiming to accomplish his goal with a single punch. This punch. In the distance, Li Yunwei's eyes narrow. She senses the energy contained within this strike, far surpassing the previous ones. The techniques of a Qi master are intangible. Others may not perceive them, but Li Yunwei is a professional. Does this instructor intend to be ruthless? Yet, as an observer, she has no reason to intervene. Be careful. Qin Yu's expression changes drastically as she hurriedly raises her arms to shield herself, bracing for the impact. Previously, 90 of the students were blasted away by this Qi punch. There can be no room for complacency. Aside from Li Yunwei, Chen Nian also senses that Jiang Lai's punch is of an entirely different caliber than before. Is he seeking revenge against me? Is it due to our earlier incident? Or has someone bribed him? Oh, it appears you are quite remarkable. Boom. The terrifying energy fist finally detonated midair. Countless waves of violent energy, accompanied by a deafening gale, indiscriminately surged towards Chen Nian and Qin Yu. The words of power, the ethereal escape of the spirit serpent. Chen Nian's lips parted slightly, and the intangible spirit serpent instantly shot forth, encircling Qin Yu completely. Indeed, it could also serve as a defense. As for himself, he needed none. Relying on his exceptionally high level and the superior defensive capabilities of his finely crafted equipment, he could simply disregard such an attack. Amidst the whirlwind and dust, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Chen Nian and Qin Yu stood their ground, not having budged an inch. What on earth is happening? Sun Jing and Lu Xingshan were equally bewildered. Logically, the instructor should have unleashed a devastating blow, yet Chen Nian appeared utterly unscathed. Loading more content. Please wait. Good. Among them, the only one who grasped the situation was Li Yunwei, who instinctively exclaimed her approval. She could discern that Chen Nian had withstood the terrifying energy fist with his own body, admiration gleaming in her eyes. The most astonished of all was Jiang Lai himself. He knew all too well that he had exerted his full strength in that punch. Not only could it have sent the two flying, but it could also have left a hidden force within them, potentially injuring their internal organs. How could they possibly withstand it? It seems the instructor has finished. Now it is my turn. Chen Nian, you. Before Qin Yu could finish her sentence, Chen Nian darted forward like a gust of wind. A straightforward punch, unembellished, struck towards the instructor's face. Jiang Lai hurriedly raised his arm to defend, but the moment his arm made contact with Chen Nian's fist, a searing pain shot through him. Crack. Bone shattered. The fist then slammed into his face, toppling him over entirely. With one punch, Jiang Lai fell to the ground, unable to rise. The sheer physical strength demonstrated the attributes and attacking power of a high level. Blood flowed from Jiang Lai's mouth and nose as he fell unconscious. Around them, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and everyone stood in a daze. Chen, is that really Chen Nian? My word. Only the most crude language could express the intense shock they felt. Who would dare to imagine that Chen Nian could knock out the instructor with a single blow? It was utterly absurd. Just moments ago, everyone thought Chen Nian was merely putting on a show. Little did they realize he was simply indifferent. Why waste 30 seconds on what could be accomplished in one punch? Qin Yu stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. Chapter 23, Xiaowen. How did he become so exceptional? Chen Nian's punch had knocked out the instructor, leaving the entire venue in stunned silence. No one had envisioned such a scenario. These students, even if fortunate enough to inherit talents from the game or acquire talent cards, lacked true combat awareness. Yet the instructor was different. A former soldier, he was a genuine elite, having battled monsters throughout his journey. And yet, this formidable instructor was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Chen Nian. The principal stood frozen like a statue, his mouth agape, murmuring to himself repeatedly. Our school has produced a genius. Well done. Li Yunwei even stood up from her seat, applauding. This student had captured her admiration and left her in awe, akin to discovering gold amidst sand. More importantly, it felt gratifying to have dealt with that unruly instructor. Chen Nian, level. Several evaluators echoed in unison. Undoubtedly deserving of a high level, with no dissent. Chen Nian, you are truly remarkable. Qin Yu excitedly trotted over to Chen Nian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement and joy. Her boyfriend's prowess filled her with pride. But was your approach not a bit too forceful? Not at all. Chen Nian understood that the instructor had intended to incapacitate him. Killing him would have been merely excessive. Chen Nian is incredible. Bro, you are simply too impressive. My uncle would bow to you. Brother Nian, I shall be your little brother from now on. Take me under your wing. The deafening cheers erupted at that moment, as the students fervently surrounded Chen Nian, while the instructor could only be carried away by medical personnel. The strong are forever respected and admired. Xiaowen covered her mouth, her throat seemingly caught with a thorn, her trembling pupils expressing a myriad of complex emotions. The thought of this boy, now the center of attention, who had once pursued her, filled her with intense discomfort. Why? Why has this once reclusive boy suddenly risen? If only he still had feelings for me. But now the girl standing beside Chen Nian is Chen Yu, who completely overshadows her. Xia Wen anxiously tugged at her hair, venting her frustration. Sun Jing felt even worse. Lu Xingchen looked as if he had swallowed something bitter, his face pale, unable to utter a single word. He had never anticipated that Chen Nian was a person of genuine strength, one who had already reached a level capable of entering the elite forces, rendering even the instructor no match for him. This incident only served to enhance his reputation. How infuriating. Let us go. Lu Xingchen stood up, eager to leave. The principal hurriedly inquired, Mr. Lu, we have yet to finalize the investment. Why the rush to depart? Sorry, I suddenly lost interest in this project. No, Mr. Lu. Look at our brilliant student here. He possesses immense potential. Just then, Chen Nian suddenly shouted, Mr. Lu, perhaps you are leaving a bit too hastily? His voice drew everyone's attention, curious about Chen Nian's intentions. Lu Xingchen shot a cold glare at Chen Nian. Do you have something to say? Indeed, I do. Perhaps we should discuss why the instructor suddenly resorted to such harsh measures. Chen Nian shifted his gaze toward the officer leading the enforcement team. What do you think? Captain Li Yunwei approached confidently, nodding with a smile. Indeed, that individual suddenly acted violently. Had it not been for the outstanding strength of Chen Nian, he could have been severely injured. What? The principal's face was a mask of disbelief. The others exchanged furtive glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Could there be hidden truths to this? Lu Xingchen, naturally, could not withstand scrutiny. Should the instructor confess, his own associates would be exposed. Given that no significant incident had occurred, Mr. Lu agreed to donate 10 million to our school, and we shall let this matter rest, proposed Chen Nian. You. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. To demand such a hefty donation without hesitation was utterly outrageous. Internally, he resisted vehemently. However, Chen Nian's next statement utterly dismantled his defenses. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Surely 10 million is but a trifle compared to 1 billion? That remark pierced Lu Xingchen like a steel needle. He nearly gasped for breath. He could not allow them to expose this issue. It would tarnish the company's reputation. Fine, I will donate 10 million. Lu Xingchen conceded with a huff. The principal was overjoyed. This was akin to obtaining a windfall of 10 million. Not only had Chen Nian bolstered the school's reputation, but they had also secured a considerable investment, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Chen Nian is indeed a treasure for our institution. Infuriated, Lu Xingchen left without a moment's delay. However, Li Yunwei approached Chen Nian. Brother Chen, would you be interested in joining me? We guarantee various official benefits, and we will devote ourselves to nurturing your talents. She opened with the most sincere offer. The other enforcement team members were taken aback. This was the first time Captain Li had personally sought to recruit talent. This only underscored the exceptional aptitude of this brother. Others were enviously drooling, wishing to be chosen as well. What more is Chen Nian hesitating for? How could he not accept? Indeed, this is a pathway to greatness, following the official guidance. The future holds no worries. One might even be granted the privilege of selecting various skills and equipment. It would be akin to having a nominal title, allowing one to attend at leisure. A nominal title implies the freedom to come and go as one pleases, neither outright rejecting nor wholly accepting the situation. Chen Nian could leverage this network in the future. Quite the clever lad. Li Yunwei chuckled heartily. All right, I shall grant you a backdoor entry, a nominal title. Let us depart. Today's visit has proven quite worthwhile. Without any intention of selecting additional students, Li Yunwei elegantly left with his entourage. Chen Nian had already achieved his objective. Since fame was now inevitable, why not embrace it wholeheartedly? The valiant youth, the genius of Lehigh University, and the boyfriend of the starlet Chen Yu. Any of these identities would starkly contrast with the persona of Buyu. Consequently, even if old friends encountered him, they could never suspect he was Buyu. His strength had nearly returned, and Chen Nian meticulously organized his subsequent plans to continue leveling up in the wild. As for the school's nurturing, he had no need for it. No one could teach him. He was the strongest. Chapter 24. A kiss on the lips. Having accomplished his goals, Chen Nian felt no inclination to linger further. He held a nominal title at the academy and would not be participating in the collective training. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd displayed visible disappointment. Alas, no opportunity to cling to a rising star. Yet, it was understandable. How could a genius like him be burdened alongside mere mortals? The principal had no objections. Chen Nian had already brought significant benefits to Lehigh University. His nominal title was a matter of pride for the institution. Little Chen, should you require anything, feel free to express your needs. The academy will strive to meet your requests. The assessment concluded, and after the crowd dispersed, Chen Nian found Chen Yu. I apologize for not being able to pick you up on time today. Oh, it's all right. You were saving a life. After all, it's commendable. By the way, I have a gift for you. Chen Yu nervously retrieved a fine watch from her backpack. This is for you. Although we are merely a couple in name, we should still maintain appearances, she added with a hint of pride. Thank you. Chen Nian felt a tad bashful. He disliked accepting gifts without reciprocation. So he pulled out an elemental marksman talent card from his backpack. What is this? Chen Yu exclaimed upon receiving the item, her beautiful eyes glimmering with surprise. An elemental marksman talent card. This means I can transition from an ordinary archer to an elemental marksman. The disparity between talents was significant. Rare talents possessed capabilities far superior to ordinary ones, making them exceedingly precious. On the market, such items were incredibly rare. She never anticipated Chen Nian would gift it to her. Overwhelmed, Chen Yu felt as though she was treated like a genuine girlfriend. Chen Nian's generosity was indeed remarkable. Loading more content, please wait a moment. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to express her gratitude. Want to thank me? Then come. Give me a kiss. Chen Nian tilted his head. Kiss you? But Chen Yu was suddenly flustered, her face visibly reddening. Didn't you say that even in a nominal relationship, we should maintain appearances? Well, I'll kiss you next time. Why wait for next time? Because kissing you now would feel like I'm being coerced, and that wouldn't be right. So, you would genuinely want to kiss me? Dream on. Chen Nian refrained from teasing Chen Yu further, for at that moment, a message arrived on his social media regarding his identity as Buyu. It was from Xiaoqi. Brother Buyu, we have finalized the arrangements. 2 days from now, we will hold an offline meeting in Hu City to discuss how to combat the Blood Moon Catastrophe. Countdown, 24 days. The Blood Moon Catastrophe was the first calamity in the game, where all players faced relentless slaughter. If concrete strategies were not established, it could lead to an unprecedented disaster for humanity. As the most powerful player guild in the Dragon Kingdom, Shan Haiyong and had to prepare in advance. With great power comes great responsibility. Understood, Chen Nian replied. Will you be attending? Xiao Qi asked eagerly. You know I seldom make public appearances, but you are our cornerstone. If you don't come, some may harbor resentment. And can't Xiao Qi wish to see you as well? 2 days from now is also my birthday. Then I wish you an early happy birthday. I'm annoyed with you. After some contemplation, Chen Nian purchased a plane ticket to Lucheng for the day after tomorrow. He could attend, but could not let Xiao Qi know. He would go incognito. Within Shanghai Yong'an, most members were either exceptionally skilled or held significant status and wealth. Once they met offline, egos would undoubtedly clash. Chen Nian's absence would allow Xiao Qi to maintain order. Even if she was the daughter of a top global conglomerate and the strongest female swordsman in the game. The question arose, what birthday gift could a wealthy heiress like Xiao Qi possibly lack? Chen Nian had devised a plan. First, he would level up in the wild. Then fly to Lucheng for the gathering. Meanwhile, within Chen Yu's management company, executives were grappling with how to manage her personal relationship. Undoubtedly, Chen Yu was a rising star, a significant cash cow. However, if she had a boyfriend, especially an ordinary person, it would lead to a substantial loss of her fanbase and a considerable decrease in her earning potential. Why on earth did Xiao Yu choose to date a regular guy? If only he were a celebrity, we could capitalize on the publicity, but he is a complete unknown. I wonder what her manager was thinking, allowing her to date? Chen Yu's manager, the corpulent individual, was one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity and was actively promoting the relationship between Chen Yu and Chen Nian, pushing it forward with fervor. These young female stars really lack self-awareness. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed excitedly, look at the news. What news? Chen Yu's boyfriend has been revealed. It's that boy who heroically saved a girl. Wait, not only that. He is also a genius from Lehigh University. He even knocked out an instructor with a single punch. The room filled with astonished gasps. They quickly opened their phones to check the news, and to their disbelief, everything they had heard was true. Chen Yu's boyfriend, named Chen Nian, had bravely rescued a girl from a monster, receiving public commendation, and had excelled in the Lehigh University assessments, an undeniable genius. More importantly, he was quite handsome. With a bit of grooming, he could easily rival the latest heartthrobs. Wow, this is amazing. Hurry, let us officially announce this, complete with their photos. This is fantastic. The heavens are aiding us. With numerous accolades surrounding Chen Nian and an image of social virtue. Revealing his relationship with Chen Yu at this juncture would likely garner overwhelming support from fans, even leading to enthusiastic admiration. Who knew Xiao Yu's boyfriend was so exceptional? She has struck gold. Quickly, let us get this trending. Thus, Chen Yu's relationship was officially announced. As expected, fans flooded in with congratulatory messages, showering her with blessings. Xiao Yu is so lucky to find such a great boyfriend. Indeed, he is a hero who doesn't seek recognition. Bless them. Tears of joy. Xiao Yu has found a good man. May they find happiness. When's the next concert? I'll buy all the tickets. The tale of Chen Yu and Chen Nian had transformed into a celebrated narrative. When she witnessed the countless blessings from her fans, a sense of inexplicable joy and pride welled up within her. Chen Yu had created a small account and commented under the official announcement on Weibo. Xiao Yu is indeed a wonderful woman. Chen Nian, you must cherish her. After posting, she couldn't help but give her own comment a thumbs up. Chapter 25. The world emerges, limited time. One day, Chen Nian was leveling up in the wilderness. Time flew by, and he finally reached level 50. Though his pace was not the fastest, many mages who were adept at monster slaying surpassed him. Chen Nian was unconcerned, as he could defeat monsters above his level. After returning home for a brief rest to restore his physical state to its peak, he prepared for the next day's journey. That evening would mark the guild's first offline meeting. Dressed conservatively and donning a mask, Chen Nian boarded a flight to Lu City. Just as the plane took off, A notification suddenly appeared before him. Announcement: the highest level player in this region has surpassed level 70. The world has refreshed. Defeating the world will unlock the Calamity summoning feature. Time limit: 1 day. The world had emerged. Chen Nian was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the fastest level up in the coastal city had already surpassed level 70. It seemed he had been slacking off for too long. If the world was not defeated within the stipulated time, the Calamity summoning feature would remain inaccessible, significantly weakening the players of Coastal City and limiting their avenues for advancement. Even more critically, failure to defeat the world on time would usher in the Blood Moon Calamity, an event catastrophic enough to annihilate Coastal City and claim the lives of millions. Gazing through the airplane window at the receding city below, Chen Nian murmured, "The world has emerged. I can't believe it was triggered this way. Are all the top players already at level 70? How incredibly fast. I'm still languishing at level 10. Not to mention, I haven't even acquired a talent card yet." At that moment, everyone in Coastal City received the same news, igniting a frenzy, particularly among the official enforcement teams. Quickly, deploy all available drones to locate the world. Issue a recruitment order to gather high-level players. We must defeat the world within 1 day. Players who had genuinely experienced the game Calamity were in a state of panic, including Li Yunwei, who inquired, "What's wrong with Captain Li? You look troubled. If we don't defeat the world within a day, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early." "What? How can this be?" The colleague staggered back 2 steps, pale-faced, unable to fathom the severity of the consequences. All they could do was hope that the higher-level players would step up. The safety of the entire city rested on their shoulders. In less than half an hour, the world's location was pinpointed south of Coastal City in the wilderness. There, a massive pitch-black sphere emerged, obscuring all visibility. Is that the world's barrier? As the scene projected, all were astonished to see the enormous black sphere. Only by entering the barrier can one qualify to challenge the world, Li Yunwei stated gravely. Quickly, send the gathered volunteers to the target location and commence the assault immediately. As the city of Coastal City mobilized urgently, Chen Nian was unaware of the unfolding chaos. By that afternoon, he had arrived in Lu City, though his phone was inundated with calls, including one from Li Yunwei. "Chen Nian, where are you? The world has appeared, and we are urgently gathering volunteers to fight it." Li Yunwei's voice was urgent, as she considered Chen Nian a formidable contender. Beep, beep. Li Yunwei hung up without wasting another moment. Chen Nian shrugged and muttered to himself, "Surely, a mere world doesn't require my intervention. Unless those players are nothing but level-up fools." Nightfall enveloped Lu City, its streets aglow with vibrant lights and bustling life. Dressed in a black hoodie and jeans, with a mask concealing his face, Chen Nian boarded a grand cruise ship that had been reserved for the evening. This luxurious 3-deck vessel was booked by Xiaoqi, and the reception hall aboard served as the venue for the offline meeting. "Hello, please present your exclusive QR code." As he stepped onto the deck, a staff member requested verification of his identity via the QR code, which was only available to members of the group, barring entry to outsiders. "Verification successful, please proceed." Chen Nian donned a hat and entered the cruise ship. This was his first offline meeting, and he felt a bit nervous, though these were all his subordinates. They were all influential figures. The opulent central hall, illuminated by crystal chandeliers, exuded luxury, with golden carpets adorning the floor. One by one, individuals entered the hall, some in tailored suits, others in fashionable, extravagant attire. Youthful students mingled with older gentlemen. Chen Nian understood that the people gathered here, with a mere stomp of their feet, could shake the entire world. They were distinguished elites, billionaires, business magnates, and scions of noble families. What was even more daunting was that each possessed extraordinary capabilities. Yet, once aboard the cruise, they seemed to shed their pretensions. "Whoa, you're the big goose. Ha. I didn't expect you to look so much like a goose. You claim to be Meng Meng? Damn, I expected a cute girl. But you're not a cute girl at all. My daughter is named Meng Meng. And you, Nenemo, didn't you say you were 18? Your belly is round like a ball. A man remains youthful until death, you know? Jasmine, I saw your photo and thought you were a high school girl. Did you really develop at an accelerated rate over 20 years? Do you really believe in photo deception? I was in an online relationship with Yunair. Who knew I was being tricked by an old man using a voice changer? Brother Zhang Yun, you could not only be my brother but probably my father too. A 50-year-old berserker, goodness." The humorous chaos of online encounters unfolded in abundance. Just as laughter filled the air, the sound system crackled to life, and a soft, adorable voice resonated. "Welcome, everyone, to Lu City. Quiet down, please." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the central stage. A young girl stepped into the spotlight, drawing every gaze. Chapter 26. The word Spirit of Death, commanding the audience. A girl emerged at the center of the stage, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Clad in a black gown that accentuated her noble elegance, her sleek, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright, lively eyes sparkled like stars. Her exquisitely sculpted features formed a stunning visage that elicited gasps from the audience. "Is that Xiaoqi? My heavens, Xiaoqi is breathtakingly beautiful." Xiaoqi's looks put those of even the most glamorous celebrities to shame. Who could have imagined that this youthful beauty is the most powerful female swordsman in the game? Chen Nian quietly observed the captivating girl who commanded the attention of the crowd, feeling a wave of admiration wash over him. Although Xiaoqi sent him selfies daily, seeing her in person was even more stunning than the photos. She truly was a beauty capable of causing turmoil. Is Xiaoqi what you call her? That's an exclusive nickname from my brother, who doesn't speak. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My game is Seven Sounds, and my real name is Su Jinyu, the organizer of this offline meeting. The purpose of gathering everyone here from afar is to discuss strategies for the impending Blood Moon Calamity in 20 days. Chen Nian nodded slightly, surprised by her competence. She succinctly outlined the theme in just a few sentences. The Blood Moon Calamity is approaching. We must each hasten our leveling up to grow stronger. What a waste of time to hold a gathering. Dissent echoed from the audience. All present were proud elites, unwilling to completely submit to anyone, especially not a young girl. A murmur of discontent rippled through the hall. Su Jinyu immediately sensed that the situation was slipping out of her control. She spoke in a low voice. Silence. The world is currently facing a tremendous crisis. As the strongest guild, we must enhance our cohesion to facilitate united combat in the future. Fighting alone cannot combat Calamity. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Brother Buyu. Her intention was to leverage Buyu's reputation to suppress the crowd, but it inadvertently backfired. A stylishly dressed man with earrings and a tattoo on his neck spoke up. His name was Gu Xiao, the son of an oil tycoon, and he indeed hailed from a wealthy family. Little girl, please refrain from constantly mentioning Brother Buyu. He didn't even dare to attend such an important offline gathering. What is the point of bringing him up? Gu Xiao's words acted as a spark, igniting the discontent that simmered within many. Undoubtedly, several among them were bribed by Gu Xiao. He aimed to elevate his status within the guild by undermining Buyu. Even aspiring to become a leader, Buyu had always kept his personal information under wraps, which was tantamount to not considering us as brothers, right? Indeed, if not. Why had he never shown his face? Perhaps he is busy leveling up in secret, leaving all the troublesome matters to us. Of course, many came to Buyu's defense, including Xiaoqi. Yet, with hundreds of people present, it was simply overwhelming. The voices surged like waves, rendering the atmosphere uncontrollable. In her desperation, Su Jinyu resorted to her ability, the sword mastery. Her talent was known as Sword Immortal, the strongest among sword-related abilities. Everyone, be silent. What? Do you intend to use force to suppress us? Gu Xiao coldly retorted. Su Jinyu, I heard today is your birthday. You've admired Buyu for so long. Yet he wouldn't even come to see you on your birthday. You handle all his trivial affairs daily. Can you truly reconcile that within yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes quivered slightly. The sword shadows hovering above her head gradually faded. Her pupils reflected a deep sense of desolation, and her head drooped. She recalled the moment when she had invited Buyu, only to be rejected, leaving her heart feeling hollow, as if a piece was missing. At that moment, a wave of darkness enveloped the hall, spreading rapidly and obscuring everything in an instant. The once resplendent hall became shrouded in utter darkness. All light was consumed by the infinite void. The crowd fell silent, sensing an overwhelming pressure. It felt as though a scythe hung over their necks, ready to claim their lives at any moment. It's him. He has arrived. Someone collapsed to the ground, their voice trembling. The harbinger of death. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed forward. In the darkness, Su Jinyu's heartbeat quickened, her heart brimming with intense anticipation. A nonchalant voice resonated throughout the hall. Why the silence? Everyone. No one dared to respond. The hundreds present seemed to have been muted. The pressure exerted by the harbinger of death was terrifying. They could clearly sense that Buyu was in a foul mood. Who would dare to provoke him? Even Gu Xiao, who had been the loudest moments before, now tightly sealed his lips, not daring to exhale. Next time, you may attempt to see if you can survive the realm of death. A blatant threat. A threat from the world's strongest player, Buyu. Hundreds were drenched in cold sweat. 30 seconds swiftly passed, the darkness receding, and the hall once again gleamed resplendently. Yet, Chen Nian had quietly departed. For everyone, those 30 seconds felt longer than an entire century. It was terrifying. Many collapsed on the ground, nearly unable to rise. Has Buyu truly acquired the harbinger of death? I recall that was a high-risk ability he attained only in the later stages. Previously, I thought, with the dawn of a new era, Buyu might not be the strongest in the world. Now I realize I was overly naive. Gu Xiao's hair was soaked with sweat. Beside him, De patted his shoulder. Brother, if Buyu wanted to kill you, you would have been dead moments ago. Gu Xiao plopped down on the ground, no longer resembling the refined young master. Higi, Brother Buyu indeed cares about me. Su Jinyu was elated. Her heart overflowed with joy and satisfaction. After all, this was the first time the world had seen Buyu in the real world. He came especially for me. With this thought, she was so happy she could hardly speak, just grinning foolishly. Xiaoqi, shall we continue our discussion? We will follow your lead. Chapter 27. Xiaoqi's birthday. Chen Nian did not leave the venue, but instead remained inconspicuously in the corner. This time, everyone had become remarkably compliant. Whatever Su Jinyu proposed, they echoed without a hint of dissent. Then let us agree on this. Before the Blood Moon Calamity descends, we will construct teleportation arrays among the major cities to facilitate mutual support. Together, we shall weather the storm and defend our homes. The meeting was adjourned. A lavish banquet had been arranged in the hall, and everyone was free to indulge. Once everything was settled, Su Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She paid no heed to the others and hurried outside to search for Brother Buyu. But after exploring the 3 floors of the ship and even the deck, she found nothing. Before long, the cruise ship docked. The first offline gathering concluded successfully. The night view of Luzhou was truly beautiful. Su Jinyu walked alone through the bustling streets, not accompanied by anyone. Dressed in an exquisite black gown, she resembled a little princess escaping from a nightclub. A striking sight wherever she went. Today was her birthday, and it felt exceptionally special. With a first, there would surely be a second. There would be a day when she could truly meet him. Hee. Suddenly, a figure clad in a Rilakoma costume blocked her path. The fluffy bear was quite adorable. The bear approached her, seemingly holding something. Is that for me? Su Jinyu asked, pointing at herself in confusion. The Rilakoma nodded and pointed behind, as if to say, someone asked me to give this to you. It was a greeting card. Su Jinyu, filled with excitement, slowly opened the card, revealing a line of small text. Xiaoqi. Happy birthday. In an instant, the surroundings erupted with the thunderous sound of fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful fireworks burst in the night sky, illuminating the entire expanse in mere moments. Su Jinyu clutched the card, her eyes shimmering, tears brimming. Brother Buyu, you always know how to treat me best. While she was touched, the Rilakoma turned to leave. Indeed, it was Chen Nian in disguise. However, just as Chen Nian was about to slip away, the girl suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his arm. Buyu, you are Brother Buyu, aren't you? Why else would you be silent? Speak. I heard your voice earlier. It's etched in my mind. If you have the capability, just say something. Chen Nian dared not speak. If he did, he would be exposed. Ah. Had he known he shouldn't have acted so smug and revealed his voice earlier. He initially thought she would forcibly remove the costume. Yet Su Jinyu merely hugged the Rilakoma's arm, beaming with joy. Don't worry, Brother Buyu, I won't force you to come out. But you must celebrate my birthday with me tonight. Since you're silent, I'll take that as your agreement. Hee. An unusual scene unfolded. A beautiful young girl clad in a black evening gown strolled through the night market, cradling a gigantic stuffed bear. Observing her unrestrained joy, Chen Nian sighed. Yielding to her whims. After wandering for much of the night, Su Jinyu finally felt fatigued and pulled Chen Nian down to the street curb for a chat. As they conversed, she leaned against him and drifted into slumber. In the stillness of the early morning, at 2 a.m., the pair, one human, one bear, nestled together. At that hour, Chen Nian pondered the time, realizing that the world of Linhai City would soon awaken. Yet, there was still no indication of a successful conquest. By 5 a.m., he removed the bear costume and contacted a wealthy local woman, arranging for her to drive Xiaoqi away. He slipped away quietly, aware that catching a flight at this hour was improbable. Wait, was there someone in the guild who owned an airline and had a private jet? Perhaps he could hitch a ride. Just as Chen Nian departed, Su Jinyu awakened instantly. In truth, she had never truly fallen asleep, but had merely pretended for 3 hours. Her aim being to lower Chen Nian's guard. Relishing the rare opportunity to be with her beloved, she could hardly waste time sleeping. She made a call, demanding all surveillance footage from the vicinity, every angle, without exception. With so many cameras around, one was bound to capture something. Humph, don't think a mask will shield you. We live in a high-tech era where you can be tracked. In the plains, countless extraordinary beings gathered, knights, swordsmen, elemental mages, archers, rangers, and hundreds of others with unique abilities, assembled for the challenge ahead. Before them loomed a vast, black barrier, with a singular entrance marked by the number 1,000. As the number of entrants increased, the figure diminished, signifying that only 1,000 could enter. What lay ahead was a colossal creature sprawled across the plains, its immense shadow casting a pall over all who beheld it. The World Tortoise Mountain Demon, level 90, tier 1, measured roughly 100 meters in length. Its massive gray-black shell supporting a peak that reached into the clouds. The onlookers felt like the most insignificant ants, utterly incapable of opposing such a behemoth. Could this truly be a monster we can defeat? It's far too large. I fear my attacks would barely register as a mere scratch. As more and more entered the barrier, the assembled forces officially commenced their assault on the world. Within the barrier, an army of extraordinary beings unleashed their attacks upon the Tortoise Mountain Demon. A dazzling display of lights filled the sky. Yet no weapon, be it blade or spell, inflicted any substantial damage. The creature remained withdrawn, its head not even emerging, appearing as though it were asleep. After 2 hours of relentless assault, the participants saw no tangible results. How on earth do we defeat such a monster? Despite our efforts, we cannot breach its defenses. Yet we must continue. If we fail to vanquish the world within the allotted time, the Blood Moon Calamity will descend upon our region prematurely. In Linhai City, the first world encounter had reached a stalemate. Chapter 28, a hard-fought battle. Chen Nian's return. Li Yunwei to command at the scene. Recognizing that the current forces were insufficient to defeat the world, the top-tier extraordinary beings, those at levels 60 to 70, had yet to arrive. A report came in. Captain Li, we have learned that the individual who triggered the world is named Chu Long, the first level 70 player in Linhai City. Where is he? Why is he not participating in the assault? We VE contacted him, and he insists you must personally invite him. What a temper. It is said that Chu Long is the leader of a guild comprised of elite players, none of whom have yet engaged in battle. Li Yunwei, upon hearing this, swiftly donned her coat. Let us go meet them. In an underground billiards hall, approximately a dozen young men and women lounged, casually playing pool. They were fashionably dressed, smoking and tattooed, with empty bottles strewn across the floor while a television displayed scenes from the world assault. With their level, they think they can defeat the world? What a bunch of useless trash. The speaker, a young man in a leather jacket with dyed red hair, was Chu Long, the highest-ranked player in Linhai City and the one who triggered the world. Boss, aren't we going to help? If the Blood Moon Calamity strikes, we'll be affected too. What's the rush? Chen Nian retorted, cigarette in hand. We're waiting for the officials to come and request our assistance. It'll make negotiating terms easier. The urgency isn't on our side. Suddenly, the billiard hall's door burst open. A sharp-looking woman strode in, her military boots echoing on the floor, flanked by uniformed enforcers standing at attention. Li Yunwei casually picked up a cue stick and, with a swift shot, pocketed the last ball on the table. Who is Chu Long? I am Li Yunwei, commander of the World Assault Team. Invites you to join the battle. But we've been leveling hard for days and are fatigued. State your terms. Very well, Li replied briskly. 100 million, and our entire guild will join the fight. Deal. Li Yunwei sought no further conversation. Time equated to money. Any issue that could be resolved with currency was not an issue at all. Should the world not be resolved smoothly, it would spell disaster for Linhai City. Brothers, let us get to work. Chu Long summoned his guild members, and they boarded a dedicated vehicle, swiftly reaching the world zone. Currently, over 800 individuals remained within the barrier, exhausted from intense assaults. Yet the massive tortoise showed no signs of movement. Step aside, novices. Chu Long grinned at the mountain-like tortoise ahead. I shall be the one to crack open its shell. With that, he summoned a crackling lightning aura, slowly ascending into the air. The brilliant lightning danced around him, an aura of destruction emanating, compelling those nearby to retreat. He was the Thunder Mage. No wonder he leveled so quickly. A Thunder Mage's area of effect capabilities are unparalleled. Get back. Don't get caught in the blast. Ignoring the commotion below, Chu Long raised his staff, aiming at the giant tortoise. I suspect its weakness lies atop that mountain. If I can shatter it, it will surely emerge from its shell. Such is the intuition of a high-tier player. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a Thunder Dragon spell. A brilliant purple lightning dragon shot forth, colliding with the mountain, producing a deafening sound that shook the very earth. However, Chu Long's smile gradually faded. Impossible. His most powerful lightning spell failed to break the mountain, merely scattering debris. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Even the highest-level player present could not breach the tortoise's defenses. No wonder the others were met with futility. Li Yunwei's expression grew increasingly grave. She had anticipated that he would also struggle. Was there truly no one among the millions in Linhai City capable of confronting this creature? Qingyu was also present at the scene. She had already ventured in for an assault, but even with her epic-level equipment, she was unable to inflict significant damage and had to retreat. Xiaoyu, have you not contacted Chen Nian yet? Urged Deng Rongrong, a friend of Qingyu in the game and one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity. No. I can't reach him. Why do you keep asking me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought to herself, if I can't rely on him, can I depend on you? The entire Linhai City was now left to place their hopes on him. After all, he was the enigmatic powerhouse. With him present, they might just stand a chance against this world, while the other players were merely feudal jesters. I know Chen Nian is formidable, but that level 70 player couldn't manage it either. His presence might not change anything. Besides, he may already be battling inside, Qingyu remarked. Deng Rongrong immediately shook her head. Impossible. If he were fighting inside, the Tortoise Mountain wouldn't still be standing as it is now. Are you joking with me? Hey. Deng, Chen Nian is my boyfriend, not yours. Why do you seem to understand him better than I do? Just a casual remark. Time continued to slip away. The extraordinary beings of Linhai City fought throughout the night. Yet, they still failed to breach the mountain that rested upon Tortoise Mountain. As time relentlessly passed and the sun began to rise, despair loomed in their hearts, especially for the true players of the Calamity. It's over, truly finished. The World Crusade has failed, the Blood Moon Calamity accelerates its descent, and we will all perish. I'm done. I'm taking a car out of the city, no. A plane. Escaping Linhai City is the priority, let us hurry. Many extraordinary beings abandoned the World Crusade and chose to flee, including Chu Long, who rallied his guildmates to retreat. You wish to escape while so many are still fighting here? Li Yunwei blocked their path. Just then, a plane soared over Linhai City at an altitude of several kilometers. Chapter 29, Judgment Golden Sword, Annihilating the World. But time was still not on their side. World Crusade remaining, 0060, the final hour should suffice. Open the hatch. Understood. A black-clad steward on the aircraft complied. Opening the airplane hatch recklessly was an exceedingly dangerous act, yet the extraordinary beings were not like ordinary folk. They were unharmed. The hatch was urgently opened, and a powerful suction force erupted, yet Chen Nian's body was not swept away. Instead, he steadily walked forward, his expression calm, before leaping down. Without a parachute or any protective gear, he plunged straight down from thousands of meters in the air. Word spirit, ethereal serpent. An invisible serpent manifested, encircling Chen Nian's body and guiding his descent. With the serpent's protection, he could land without harm. He passed through layer upon layer of clouds, the ground becoming clearer in his view, but that was not sufficient. Word spirit, eagle eye. Chen Nian invoked a second word spirit. His vision sharpened exponentially, as if the entire world lay before him. He clearly saw the enormous black barrier below, the very area of the world. Previously, he had gathered intelligence about the world. The barrier could only be entered through its entrance. Wait, are there people in the air? Chen Nian's pupils constricted in shock. It was her, Yi Hongling. In the Calamity, she was known as Crimson Spirit. With the rare and top-tier talent of a flame mage, her current level was 95, even surpassing the level of the world. Her rapid progression was unmatched across the globe. A true goddess-level female player. A stunning and elegant lady. Her real identity was even more alarming. She was the daughter of a high-ranking general in the Dragon Kingdom. Power, status, beauty, and wealth, the embodiment of a terrifying woman. A significant part of Chen Nian's preparations stemmed from his fear of her discovering his true identity. At this moment, Yi Hongling hovered above the world's region. Clad in a striking scarlet gown, seated upon a broom engulfed in flames, her bare feet swaying gently as she played with her wine-red hair. Word spirit. Are you really in this city? Previously, she had speculated that the enigmatic one was in this city, having defeated monsters in the wild to acquire the first piece of epic-level equipment. Yet, it was merely conjecture. She was here to confirm. If even such a monster could not be dealt with, then perhaps her assumption was incorrect. How disappointing. A small fiery fox, named Fire Spirit, hovered at her shoulder. Master, are the players in this area so weak? If you were to act, one spell should suffice. Unfortunately, she had just assisted another region in defeating a world yesterday, and her strength had yet to fully recover. Yi Hongling had ventured through several regions, defeating 3 worlds, a key factor in her swift rise in level. Time was running short. She decided to observe a little longer. What if that fellow chose to reveal himself at the last moment? At that very moment, Chen Nian hovered above Yi Hongling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Loading more content. Please wait. With his eagle eye, he could promptly keep track of Yi Hongling. What now? If I eliminate this world, she will undoubtedly come after me. Wait, I have a bold plan. A super audacious thought surfaced in Chen Nian's mind. Should it succeed, not only could he vanquish the world, but he could also conceal his identity. After slaying the world, his level would surely rise above 55, allowing him to learn the new word Spirit Shadow Veil, which would render him invisible. He had to strike decisively to annihilate the world. If he failed to do so, he would not level up, and Yi Hongling would catch up to him. Accelerate. Chen Nian suddenly increased his descent speed while invoking his third word spirit. Word spirit. Flame explosion. Flames erupted from his body, transforming him into a colossal fireball. Plummeting from the sky like a fiery meteor, he streaked past Yi Hongling. He is pursuing. Flames erupted from her broom, and Yi Hongling became a comet of fire, hot on his trail. The people below were momentarily dumbfounded at the sight. Look. There are 2 meteorites. My goodness, are those meteorites crashing down? They had no idea that the meteors were actually the 2 pursuing each other, mistaking them for genuine meteorites. As they descended closer to the ground, they were soon to collide with the black spherical barrier. Yi Hongling's lips curled into a captivating smile. Now that you're in my sight, can you truly escape? You think you can eliminate the world without revealing yourself right under my nose? Word spirit? You must be dreaming. Even you cannot escape. Today, if you wish to kill this world, I will definitely catch you. At this moment, Chen Nian invoked his 4th word spirit. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. His pupils glimmered with golden light as a golden sword hovered above his head, reminiscent of an emperor gracing the world. With a single strike, he cleaved a gaping hole in the black barrier. What? Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. Even she was taken aback. This fellow had forcibly shattered the barrier protecting the world. Was he even human? Yet, the more surprised she became, the more delighted she felt. At least now, she could ascertain that this individual was indeed the word spirit, hiding within this city. You cannot escape. With a hole opened in the black barrier, the massive fireball descended, stunning the people on the ground. What a monstrous meteorite. It can even breach the barrier protecting the world. Unbelievable. But what happened next was an image they would remember for a lifetime. The mountain upon the back of the giant tortoise collapsed in a thunderous crash. The mountain, which had withstood the relentless assault of thousands for an entire day, finally crumbled under the weight of despair that had nearly crushed countless hopes, collapsing as effortlessly as tofu. Fragments of rock soared into the sky like magnificent fireworks. At the base of the mountain lay the heart of a colossal tortoise, a yellowish energy crystal, harder than its shell. Yet, with the fall of the judgment sword, it shattered into pieces. The world was annihilated in an instant. Chapter 30, Epic Gear. A new objective, the Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle, a level 90 entity with formidable defenses, was instantaneously vanquished by the level 50 Chen Nian. As the shell splintered, the massive creature transformed into a cloud of black mist, gradually dissipating into the air. Congratulations on defeating the world Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle. Gene Energy, 5,599. Level up, 5,060. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Gear, Demon Turtle Helm. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Gear, Demon Turtle Leggings. Congratulations on obtaining rare forging material, Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle Shell. Congratulations on obtaining the Catastrophe Summoning Scroll. 3. Simultaneously. Everyone else received notifications. Limited time world hunt successful. Chen Nian had no time to ponder the treasures he had gained. Upon reaching level 60, he learned a new ordinary spell, Shadow Concealment, and without hesitation, invoked it. Sequence 44, Shadow Concealment. The power of the spell enveloped him, concealing his presence and making him hard to detect. The moment Chen Nian touched the ground, he had already vanished. His plan was executed flawlessly. At the same time, Yi Hongling had caught up, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Yet she could not find the figure that should have been present. It seems I underestimated you, Buyu. To annihilate a world while remaining concealed, quite impressive. Yi Hongling, who had thought victory was assured, could never have anticipated being outsmarted. The others remained oblivious to their entanglement, still astonished at the world's destruction. Is the world truly dead? Just moments ago, it was thriving. Look, there is someone. As more content loaded, the crowd finally noticed Yi Hongling hovering in midair. And they began to marvel at her beauty and power. My goodness, that sister in red is stunning. Is she a fire element mage? I have never witnessed such a terrifying meteor spell before. One strike annihilated the world. Is she even human? Wait, I believe I've seen someone like her in Catastrophe. Could she be Qi-Ling, the top-tier Crimson Lotus sorceress? Most assumed Yi Hongling had obliterated the world. However, she was seething with frustration, realizing that in her frantic pursuit, she had fallen victim to Buyu's cunning. She understood well that even at her peak strength, she could never shatter that black barrier. Only someone as extraordinary as Buyu could achieve such a feat. Well, now that I know you are in this city, I can take my time to find you. With a huff, Yi Hongling transformed into a streak of flame and vanished. Not wishing to linger in this place under excessive scrutiny, has she come from elsewhere to aid us, rather than being a local of Lehigh City? It is quite possible. Chulong stood there, stunned, his pupils quivering, his mouth agape in disbelief. Just a minute ago, he had planned to flee with his subordinates. Now, in a mere minute, the world had been obliterated. Boss, are you joking? A creature we couldn't even touch was slain by someone else? That is absurd. Haha, that is Qi-Ling, one of the world's top female players. It's no surprise she could annihilate the world. You know nothing. As a veteran player of Catastrophe, Chulong could not fail to see the truth. Meteor Spell and Thunder Dragon Spell are of equal tier. If I couldn't breach the world's defenses, how could she shatter the barrier and then destroy it? Then who is she? The crowd was puzzled. Buyu. Chulong's voice trembled as he uttered that name. In his understanding, only he could accomplish such a feat. And that woman, Yi Hongling, was likely pursuing Buyu. Every player knew of her interest in him. And there had always been a romantic entanglement between them. Buyu. Upon hearing this legendary name, disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. Perhaps the truth was that while evading Yi Hongling's pursuit, Buyu had casually annihilated the world. This could be the complete narrative. What? Is this truly a human being? Those who comprehended the battle were not just Chulong, but also the commander Li Yunwei. Who would have thought that our Lehigh City would attract two top-tier powerhouses? How fortunate we are. Had we known Buyu was in Lehigh City, there would have been no need for such panic. Only a few seasoned players from Catastrophe could vaguely guess the truth, along with Qin Yu and her three friends, who were all increasingly excited. Buyu must have taken action. He even broke the limit of a 1,000-person barrier. His strength is terrifying. Truly, it is a privilege to witness him in action. Qin Yu, already a devoted fan of Buyu, was so excited she nearly leapt into the air. Is it really him? Where is he? I can't see even a glimpse of him. Seeing Qin Yu excitedly searching around, the other three couldn't help but think, he is your boyfriend. And yet you're unaware of your own good fortune. Would you like to enable the server-wide announcement? A server-wide announcement? No, that would be too ostentatious. Chen Nian declined. Player anonymously defeated the world. Catastrophe summoning function is now available. As he blended into the crowd and departed the battlefield, Chen Nian assessed his gains. A significant level increase. 2 pieces of epic gear. Rare material, Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, as well as the Catastrophe Scroll. A bountiful harvest indeed. The attributes of the gear brought a glimmer to Chen Nian's eyes. Demon Turtle Helm, Epic, Defense, 100 Attack, 0 Attribute Bonus. Constitution 15 Special Effect. Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle 3-piece set, Total Defense, 20. Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle 4-piece set, Total Defense, 30. Grants Special Skill, Rebound, automatically rebounds all attacks. Demon Turtle Helm, Epic, Defense, 100 Attack, 0 Attribute Bonus. Constitution 15 Special Effect, same as above after reviewing. Chen Nian realized this was a set of epic gear specialized in defense. Its defensive power was truly formidable. The material in his possession, Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, could be used to craft clothing. However, the other piece of epic gear did not fall into his hands, but rather into the possession of a fortunate player. To complete the ultimate 4-piece set, he would need to locate that player. Chen Nian's next objective was to assemble this epic 4-piece set and prepare for the impending Blood Moon catastrophe. Chapter 31. Epic Gear Stolen. Chen Nian adorned himself with the new 2 pieces of epic gear. As the equipment melded with his body, his attributes surged to unprecedented heights. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, First Order, Level 60, Constitution, 100 Agility, 72 Extraordinary, 67 Attack Bonus, 130 Defense Bonus, 500 Combat Power Evaluation, 43 stars with Defense skyrocketing to 500. His combat power evaluation also rose significantly, and his constitution reached the critical threshold of 100. A constitution of 100 meant that, without considering defensive capabilities, Chen Nian could withstand attacks from light firearms. Considering the terrifying additional defense, not only could he resist ordinary firearms, but even an electromagnetic cannon could be endured head-on. With further enhancement in defense, disregarding nuclear weapons was not out of the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, as the world had just been defeated, many in the vicinity sighed in disappointment. Alas, after such arduous effort, we gained nothing. Haha, I have indeed acquired a splendid piece of equipment. My efforts were not in vain. Fortune smiled upon me as I obtained a rare material, yet I am utterly clueless as to its usage. In solo encounters, there exists an 80% probability that all items will drop into the killer's inventory, which means it will end up with Chen Nian. The remaining 20 will be randomly distributed among others. Hence, among the hundreds or thousands of participants, that small fraction will be allocated randomly. And one fortunate soul has obtained an epic piece of gear. A look of incredulous delight suddenly graced Chen Yu's face. More content is loading, please wait. I got a great piece of equipment. Just moments ago, she received a notification. Congratulations, you have acquired epic equipment. Turtle shell armor. Indeed. She is that ultimate lucky one. Upon witnessing her expression of joy, Dang Pongzi likely understood the situation and hurriedly cautioned. Xiaoyu, wealth should not be flaunted. Epic gear can incite envy. If others discover it, they might covet it. Chen Yu promptly grasped the implication and forced herself to remain composed as she exited. However, her unusual behavior did not escape the notice of two individuals. That woman seems to possess something valuable, one whispered, nudging the other to discreetly follow. As she walked through an empty street, Chen Yu could no longer conceal her excitement. She whispered, I have obtained an epic piece of armor. What? Dang Rongrong and the others were equally astonished, unable to fathom how Chen Yu could be so fortunate as to receive an epic piece of equipment from among so many. Truly, she was a paragon of luck. I do not intend to sell it, she asserted. I shall keep it for myself. After all, Xiaoyu, you are not lacking in funds. I do not plan to use it myself either. After pondering, Chen Yu solemnly declared, I intend to gift this equipment to Chen Nian. Huh. The three were taken aback. What was happening? Did this girl know Chen Nian's true identity? Why else would she be willing to bestow such a valuable item upon him? Well, he did give me an epic piece of equipment and a rare clash transfer card before. I could not repay him, and this is perfect. With a blush? Chen Yu stammered. The trio breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had not outsmarted herself after all. Very well, I support this. I too support it. Gifting it to Chen Nian is splendid, considering you are a couple. Chen Yu bit her lip. Have you managed to contact Chen Nian? We have been unable to reach him previously. It should be fine now, haha. Yet at that moment, Dang Rongrong's countenance darkened. Be cautious, someone is following us. Hurry. The group quickened their pace, only to find two individuals blocking their path ahead. For in total, they were surrounded. Chen Yu's expression shifted. Who are you? What do you want? Sister, if I am not mistaken, you must be hiding something valuable, right? At these words, Chen Yu's heart raced. I am not even a second-tier player. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Please let us pass. Ah, given your reaction, it seems I have guessed correctly. Haha, the leading young man smiled. Here is the deal. We shall not make it difficult for you. Hand over the item, and we shall spare your lives. Dang Rongrong and the others realized they had attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. How brazen they were to attempt to seize the equipment of Chen Nian's girlfriend. If Chen Nian sought vengeance, they would not know how they met their demise. This was no mere misstep. It was akin to challenging a titanium alloy steel plate. You dare rob in broad daylight. Are you not afraid we shall report you? Chen Yu exclaimed loudly. Haha, sister, do not be so naive. The rules of this world are not what they once were. All conflict among players is a struggle for survival, a brutal competition. It is laughable. As long as we do not resort to murder, the law enforcement team has no reason to trouble us. Understand, little girl? If you do, quickly hand over the item. Do not force us to take action. Dang Rongrong quietly urged, Xiaoyu, perhaps we should be prudent. Losing the equipment is one thing, but your life is paramount. Absolutely not. Chen Yu's gaze was resolute. This is a gift for Chen Nian. I cannot easily surrender it to others. An unappreciative woman, attack. Both sides consisted of 4 individuals. However, the opposing 4 were elite players. Though Chen Yu was not weak herself, she was ultimately outmatched and found herself at a disadvantage in the initial skirmish. We will surrender. We will. Dang Rongrong hastily interjected. Gentlemen, please show mercy. We indeed possess a fine piece of equipment. We shall give it to you. Chen Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, biting her lip in silence. Quickly, give it to them. Xiaoyu, do not dawdle. We are outmatched. What can we do? Fine. I shall give it. Reluctantly and with a heavy heart, Chen Yu ultimately retrieved the equipment. The others rejoiced. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought it was an epic piece of equipment? We hit the jackpot. They departed, leaving behind only the stolen gear. Confident that even if the law enforcement team came after them, they would not face repercussions. These individuals were members of the Chulong Guild, led by the top player in Linai City who would dare to provoke them. Chapter 32, A Challenge. A great battle is imminent. I am furious. I am absolutely furious. Just when I had acquired excellent equipment, it was snatched away. It is all my fault. Had I not reacted so strongly, they would not have realized. Qin Yu fumed. Almost on the verge of tears, Deng Rongrong and the others did not share her outrage. Their concern lay solely with the safety of those miscreants. To rob the equipment of Chen Nian's girlfriend, even if only nominally, they could not escape unscathed. Once this matter reached Chen Nian's ears, it would surely be a spectacle. Xiaoyu, do not be upset. Let us seek out Chen Nian. What for? I was going to gift him the equipment, but now it is lost. I shall not seek him out. The trio exchanged glances. Is there not some logic in that? Qin Yu retorted angrily. No way. I will report this to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I refuse to believe that even robbery goes unchecked in this world. Soon, Qin Yu found Li Yuwei. This female enforcer was highly regarded, known for her straightforwardness, and had left a splendid impression on Qin Yu at school. I am sorry, but the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot intervene in this matter. Why not? Internal conflicts and theft have occurred over 1,000 times since the game's integration with the real world. If we were to manage every incident, we would be overwhelmed. Qin Yu felt disheartened. However, there was little she could do but swallow her grievances. Wait, I recall you were Chen Nian's girlfriend? Li Yuwei suddenly inquired. Yes, what of it? Nothing, he may be occupied. After leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Qin Yu's anger grew with each passing moment. Xiaoyu, why are you being so stubborn? We should just inform Chen Nian. He will have a way. Deng Rongrong implored, nearly revealing that Chen Nian was mute. Yet she could not say it. That was an absolute secret. I shall recruit reinforcements. Recruit for what? Are you out of your mind, Xiaoyu? Qin Yu was resolute, disregarding any advice. Sister, but where will we find reinforcements? Sister, hire a funeral wreath. Qin Yu immediately opened the regional trading channel to make an announcement. Recruiting high-level mercenaries for combat, generous rewards offered. The other guys were left dumbfounded. A determined woman is indeed a formidable force. Meanwhile, reflecting on her journey, it had been eventful yet safe. She had seen Xiaoqi offline and nearly been caught by Yi Hongling. Why did they spend their days focusing on her instead of leveling up? Upon arriving home, Chen Nian paused. Someone awaited her at the door. A striking woman in a crisp camouflage uniform with a high ponytail stood there. Captain Li, are you waiting for me? Yes, where have you been? I could not reach you earlier. How come I didn't know you were off to conquer the world? Li Yuwei asked in a deep voice. I have a clear understanding of everyone who entered the barrier. When did you go in? Chen Nian was taken aback. What? You can remember 1,000 people in there? That's impressive. I couldn't squeeze in. There were too many people, so I just watched from outside, Chen Nian replied, feigning calmness with a smile. You didn't participate in the battle? No. Then how come you're covered in dust and dirt? Truly, you are from the Law Enforcement Department. The sharpness of Li Yunwei's insight genuinely surprised Chen Nian. Li Yunwei smiled knowingly. I'm not joking with you. I have something to tell you. Your girlfriend, Qin Yu, had her equipment stolen and just came to find me. What equipment? An epic-grade item dropped by the world. What? Chen Nian was shocked again. That girl is quite lucky. The equipment I was missing dropped for her. And then it was taken from her, didn't you know? It seems she didn't intend to tell you about this. Chen Nian nodded. Indeed, she hasn't mentioned it. Captain Li, are you able to disclose who the thief is? I've checked. It's a troublesome individual from Chu Long's guild, at level 70, nearly leading the city in levels. Understood. I advise you not to provoke him lightly. It's not worth the trouble. Losing the equipment is one thing. All right, I just wanted to inform you about this matter. Thank you, Captain Li. I appreciate you taking the time. No problem, Li Yuwei smiled. Things are getting interesting. Chen Nian might not be as simple as he seems. Continue investigating. Has anything significant happened in Lu City recently? It appears that numerous notable figures have gathered in Lu City simultaneously, billionaires, business magnates, rich second-generation heirs, and affluent young ladies, causing quite a stir. All right, noted. With so many distinguished individuals in Lu City, and Chen Nian present, could he be attending some gathering? Perhaps we can use this to test Chen Nian's capabilities. If he can even contend with Chu Long, then his identity becomes intriguing. The following day, Qin Yu issued a formal challenge to her adversary. That night, at the harbor of Linhai City, Yang Yin awaited the arrival of distinguished guests. Haha. I didn't expect that little sister to come challenge us. She's got some spirit. He chuckled. After all, having lost an epic-grade item, a normal person wouldn't swallow their pride. Yet, she may not realize her own strength. Yang Ge, what should we say? That woman is a renowned star. If we win, shouldn't we capture her for some fun? Yang Yin was the one who had taken Qin Yu's equipment. He grinned. That won't be necessary. Our boss should handle this first. Where's the boss? Over there, smoking. Does this kind of fight really require the boss's involvement? Haha, true enough. Oh, here they come. A few cars parked not far down the road. And a group of individuals descended Qin Yu's entourage. She had spent 3 million to hire muscle. These were her private savings. And today's goal was simple. Even if she couldn't tease steam buns, she needed to reclaim her dignity. Qin Yu's group, consisting of 4 members plus 7 high-level fighters, totaled 11, forming an impressively strong lineup. As the two groups faced off, Chen Nian stood atop the harbor's elevated platform, activating his eagle eye to observe everything below. Li Yuwei also concealed himself in the shadows, his sole purpose being to witness whether Chen Nian would take action today. Chapter 33. Chu Long takes action, the terrifying suppression of a level 70 elite. Oh, little sister, you've brought quite a crowd today. Yang Yin stood up with a smile, hands in his pockets, embodying the demeanor of a street thug. Yet his strength was no joke. He was already at level 43, placing him among the second-tier players. No more chatter. All right. Yang Yan's smile grew increasingly brazen. But tell me, what happens if you lose, little sister? What do you want? Oh, nothing much. We just want you to join the big brothers for some fun, have a drink, and chat. Who knows, we might even have a little fun. Laughter erupted from the crowd. These individuals had become wild, and with the game's integration into reality, they had gained extraordinary abilities, rendering them even more reckless. They had long since grown accustomed to exerting their will, and had no fear of a girl like Chen Nian. Infuriated by such blatant humiliation, Chen Nian clenched her teeth and could no longer hold back. She raised her hand and summoned the epic-grade fireball. Whoosh! An arrow shot into the air. However, Yang Yin reacted swiftly, punching the arrow mid-flight, shattering it. How's that? TSK? TSK, that actually stings. Yang Yin looked at the burn on his fist, then at the bow in Chen Yu's hand, and his gaze shifted to one of intrigue. Such strong fire attribute damage. That weapon of yours must be a fine piece of equipment. Chen Yu instinctively concealed her weapon. This fireball, a treasured gift from Chen Nian, was incredibly valuable. And she had expected her adversary to recognize its worth at first glance. A woman without much strength. Yet with one fine piece of equipment after another, truly a bodhisattva in this world, saving all. Brothers, let us get to work. If we win this fight, we can seize that weapon from her and strike it rich. Laughter filled the air. Haha, Yanggu has a sharp eye. That bow indeed looks extraordinary. At the very least, it's rare-grade equipment. I wasn't interested before, but now it's much more enticing. The group rubbed their hands together, eager for action. Yet, Chen Yu genuinely began to worry. What if they couldn't win? Would she lose not only her dignity but also her weapon? Let us go. Thus began a fierce battle at the harbor, with a significant wager at stake, an epic-grade piece of equipment. As the chaotic battle unfolded, it became evident that Chen Yu's side was at a disadvantage. After all, the opposing team was composed of genuine guild members from the game. And in terms of organizational discipline and cohesion, they were far superior to her disjointed group. They're too strong, Xiaoyu. We can't win against them. Does it really require such a large force for what one person can easily handle? We can win. We have the numbers. To everyone's surprise, Chen Yu called in another group, also around 10 strong, composed entirely of extraordinary individuals. Where did you find so many people? Deng Rongrong asked, astonished. I paid for them. Chen Yu had anticipated the possibility of defeat, so she prepared a strategy of sheer numbers. She would bury them in bodies. Money was no object. Thus, reinforcements arrived, leading to another round of fierce fighting. Yet, they still lost. The hired fighters were beaten and retreated, bloodied but spared from lethal harm. After all, no one wanted to overstep and provoke the Law Enforcement Bureau. Damn, this girl can really rally people. It doesn't matter how many rookies you have. After 2 rounds of chaotic battle, Yang Yin's group was also suffering losses and growing weary. Just then, Chen Yu made a phone call. The third wave of reinforcements rushed in with fervor. How many more people is this girl calling? Damn, Yang Yin's crew was finally exasperated, realizing just how terrifying a woman driven by determination could be. Standing 100 meters high, Chen Nian watched with amusement. It seems I want to need to intervene after all, that as for the best, to avoid being caught by Li Yunwei. Activating his eagle eye allowed him to survey the entire scene, and he certainly spotted Li Yunwei lurking in the shadows. Yet, at that moment, a figure approached from outside the harbor. With a single step, lightning pierced the darkness. In the next instant, he stood among the crowd, a faint electric glow still surrounding him. The Thunder Mage, Chu Long, the president of the guild, currently the highest-level player in Linhai City. Upon his arrival, a group of individuals instinctively lowered their heads. Boss, you're here. Chu Long's disdainful gaze swept over the crowd. Raising his right hand, a blinding spark of lightning erupted in his palm, the flickering bolts resembling numerous writhing serpents. Suddenly, those lightning serpents lunged forth. In quick succession, a cacophony of screams ensued. Under the onslaught of countless lightning serpents, the newly arrived individuals fell to the ground, their bodies emitting wisps of azure smoke. How could they withstand the assault of a high-level Thunder Mage? They collapsed on the spot, a collection of oblivious fools. As Chu Long lit a cigarette, he cast no further glance at the ragtag assembly. The overwhelming superiority of power. Once he entered the fray, it was evident that Chen Yu's side had no chance of victory. What is happening? What are you waiting for? Hand over your belongings. Yang Yin shouted impatiently. Don't force our boss to resort to extreme measures. Chen Yu watched his heavily paid mercenary sprawled on the ground, crying out incessantly, a chill creeping into his heart. He never anticipated that their opponent possessed such terrifying strength. Was he truly going to surrender his flame bow to them? No, it was a gift from Chen Nian. Li Yunwei sighed as she observed the scene. It appeared that the night held no surprises. Chen Nian had yet to arrive, and perhaps she had overthought the situation. Indeed, although he had performed admirably in the previous instructor assessment, he was merely an ordinary instructor, not even comparable to top-tier players. The disparity between him and someone like Chu Long was monumental. Expecting too much from Chen Nian was a folly of her own making. At that moment, however, one individual on the ground managed to rise. A slender, long-haired otaku, whose frail appearance suggested he could hardly withstand a breeze, stood up in an oddly peculiar manner, seemingly buoyed by an unseen force. The otaku, known as Xiao Cheng, was equally bewildered. He felt as if some unseen entity was compelling him to stand, seeking death. Chulong's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand and unleashed another bolt of lightning. The lightning tore through the darkness like a sword, magnifying in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He instinctively shielded his face with his hands and screamed, "Ah!" Yet, what followed left everyone present gasping in shock. That bolt of lightning was shattered by the otaku. Chapter 34. A stunning turnaround, the audience in shock. Xiao Cheng effortlessly absorbed Chulong's electric attack. This scene astounded all those present. How was this possible? Li Yunwei nearly intervened, fearing for the boy's life. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would easily withstand the opponent's attack? No, something is off, she thought, realizing that this was not his own volition. It appeared as if someone was manipulating him from behind the scenes. Li Yunwei anxiously scanned the surroundings, but she could not catch a glimpse of Chen Nian, who had activated his concealment skill. Qin Yu and his large contingent were likewise stunned into silence, mouths agape. Xiao Cheng is only level 30. How can he be this strong? This is unbelievable. Only Dang Rongrong and her companions, after a brief moment of confusion, felt a surge of excitement. They understood that it was not the otaku's prowess but rather someone operating behind the scenes. Who could achieve such stealthy manipulation? Only Chen Nian, utilizing his void serpent ability. He controlled Xiao Cheng's body, slowly raising his right hand. Ah, my hand. It's moving on its own. Word spirit, flame explosion. Boom. Following the direction of Xiao Cheng's pointed finger, a fireball suddenly erupted. One of Chulong's men was thrown backward, charred and unable to rise. Wow. Xiao Cheng exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his own hand, 3 question marks hovering above his head. Am I possessed? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his finger pointed at another target. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted beneath the feet of another adversary, akin to a volcanic eruption. Another opponent lay incapacitated. Well done. Qin Yu couldn't help but cheer, thinking that his expenditure was worthwhile. He had indeed hired a skilled fighter. Dang Rongrong and her companions marveled in astonishment, acknowledging the sheer power of the unseen force. Where could the mastermind be hiding? Li Yunwei's gaze swept across every corner of the venue. Yet she failed to uncover the elusive figure. She could not be certain whether it was Chen Nian orchestrating the events, but who else would involve themselves in such matters? Boss. This individual is exceedingly strange. Yang Yin gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chulong, being a formidable warrior, also sensed that something was amiss. He was being manipulated. Was it the work of a puppeteer, or perhaps a similar telekinetic ability? I didn't expect a true powerhouse to be concealed within. If you won't reveal yourself, I'll eliminate the one you control. Embracing the guise of a deity, Chulong prepared to unleash his wrath. His right hand formed a gun gesture, while his left gripped his right arm, exuding a melodramatic flare. Suddenly, a surge of electric current converged at the tip of his right index finger, a terrifying energy brimming forth. Run for your lives. Xiao Cheng's companions scrambled away in panic, leaving him isolated. He too wished to flee, yet his legs felt paralyzed. Oh no, this can't be happening. As his legs trembled uncontrollably, Chulong's lightning spear hurtled toward him. Focusing all his might, it was an unparalleled single-target attack, with unmatched penetration power. Any ordinary person struck directly would surely perish. Chulong was certain that this blow would spell doom for his opponent. Even if he killed someone, he was unperturbed. As an elite player, he was a valuable asset in Linhai City's battle against the Blood Moon disaster, and accountability was the least of his concerns. Yet, the next moment caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. The divine spear of lightning was halted by an invisible barrier, its terrifying energy completely nullified, failing to graze Xiao Cheng. Impossible! Chulong exclaimed instinctively. As the highest level player in Linhai City, unleashing such a formidable attack should have been insurmountable for anyone. Why was he capable of withstanding it? Of course, it was Chen Nian who absorbed the blow, rendered invisible by his concealment skill. As for how he did it, he merely stood in front of Xiao Cheng. No extraordinary measures were required. With Chen Nian's staggering 500 points of additional defense and 100 points of constitution, the attack felt like a mere tickle. He sustained no injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng was reduced to tears by the sheer terror. As he wept, his hand continued to move involuntarily. Flame explosion. Flame explosion. Flame explosion. Chulong's subordinates fell one after another, unable to retaliate. Ultimately, only Yang Yan and Chulong remained. Xiao Cheng raised his hand, targeting Yang Yan, the one who had stolen Qin Yu's equipment. Boss, this person is exceedingly strange. How do we fight him? Chulong replied coldly, what are you afraid of? His attack pattern is too predictable. It may work against low-level novices. But can it truly affect you and me? His assessment was not incorrect. Flame explosion was one of Chen Nian's simplest word spirits, convenient to use. But due to Chen Nian's relatively low attack power, its effectiveness was limited. However, he was not limited to just one technique. Word spirit, flame explosion. Word spirit, lightning flash. Word spirit, wind demon slash. Fire, lightning, wind. 3 forms of incantations intertwined, simultaneously striking Yang Yan. With a chilling scream, Yang Yan collapsed to the ground. his body charred and marred by countless bloodstains carved by the wind, a truly harrowing sight. Long instinctively took 2 steps back. To utilize 3 elemental attacks at once? Elemental mages typically specialize in a single element. For instance, one might master lightning, but never before had he encountered such a multi-elemental application. In that moment, he finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the individual behind him, a force beyond his capacity to challenge. How had this woman managed to summon such a formidable being? Linhai City truly concealed hidden talents, where rank did not equate to strength. Continuing the fight would only lead to his own humiliation. I concede. Long resigned, raised his hands in surrender. I will return your equipment, and I apologize on behalf of my guild. His gaze shifted forward, unfocused on any particular individual, instead resting in the void. This apology was directed towards Chen Nian. Chen Nian, however, chose not to strike again, releasing his control over the void serpent, causing Xiaocheng, deprived of support, to crumble to the ground. Have we triumphed? Qingyu remained in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng became a celebrated hero, with others addressing him as Big Brother, though most were oblivious to the truth. The true informants were those few aware of Chen Nian's identity. Quickly, let us seek out Chen Nian. Qingyu exclaimed joyfully, eager to present the equipment to him. Lest time slip away. Chen Nian is right here. Where do you intend to find him? The group could not help but scoff internally. Chapter 35, The Girlfriend at Home, the campus bell at the door? Li Yunwei was aware. The hidden powerhouse lurking in the shadows likely possessed strength far exceeding that of Long. Such a being was undoubtedly an invaluable asset to Linhai City, especially with the Blood Moon Calamity on the horizon. It was imperative to unearth strong individuals swiftly. Could they truly not unmask the identity of the one pulling the strings? Was he really Chen Nian? A sudden thought struck Li Yunwei. She could call Chen Nian. If he were indeed present, he would surely be unable to answer. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian? Where are you right now? I am at home. What is the matter? Please send me a selfie immediately. It's urgent. Li Yunwei spoke with urgency. Captain Li, this seems inappropriate. I have a girlfriend. Li Yunwei nearly choked on her frustration. After hanging up, she could not help but smile wryly. It seems I was overthinking. The earlier expert orchestrating events from the shadows, manipulating others with precision and ferocity, utilizing the elements of wind, thunder, and fire. All while concealing their whereabouts. How could that possibly be Chen Nian? He must be a cunning old fox. Wait. Li Yunwei promptly called for reinforcements from the Enforcement Bureau. Quickly, locate the precise position of this phone number. Understood, Captain Li. Please hold on. We have located him, Captain. He is not far from the dock. What? Li Yunwei slowly lowered her phone, unable to suppress a gasp. Chen Nian was nearby. Could that powerful figure truly be him? What is the matter, Captain? Shall we apprehend him? No, that won't be necessary. I will handle it. Chen Nian let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this female enforcer was so astute. She was already suspecting his identity, which was not good news. It was manageable for her to know his identity alone, as he could conceal it like Qinyu's friends. However, if the authorities became aware, it could lead to significant complications, possibly necessitating his intervention in various matters. While contemplating this, Qinyu's call came through again. Chen Nian, where are you? I have something very important to discuss with you. I am at home. Great. Wait for me. I am coming right over, so don't go anywhere. After ending the call, Chen Nian hesitated no longer, utilizing the void serpent to soar towards home. Meanwhile, Long's subordinates were being attended to by an ambulance. Those lightly injured would need a week to recuperate, while the severely injured would require 10 days to half a month. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for them. Given their urgent need for leveling up, boss, why didn't you fight him with all your might? One subordinate, battered and bruised, asked with a face full of discontent. In their eyes, Long had always been an extremely proud individual, never admitting weakness like he did today. Humble and subdued, devoid of any arrogance. You lot understand nothing. Long, still shaken, replied, it was not that individual I was battling, but rather someone else was manipulating him from the shadows. What? The group gasped in shock. He concealed his form while controlling another, unleashing attacks with the elements of wind, thunder, and fire, and even easily deflecting my lightning spear. At this point, a chill ran down Long's spine, his voice trembling. It was unimaginable that such a powerful being lurked within Linhai City, engaging him in direct combat. Was I seeking death? The crowd. It was the first time they had seen their boss regard someone with such trepidation, a wave of unease washing over them. According to their boss, had the opponent not held back, they might have already perished. Boss, who do you think the person could be? No, it's hard to say. Long nearly uttered the words no comment. However, upon further reflection, it seemed absurd. Those who had contact with Calamity occupied the highest echelons and were far removed from someone of his lowly status. Why would they involve themselves in such trivial matters? The beautiful women enamored by him were countless, each more formidable than the last. Even Qinyu paled in comparison. How could a man, exalted as a deity, possibly find time to engage with him? Perhaps I overestimate myself. Long thought to himself. Xiaoyu, you should go up by yourself. We will not accompany you. Huh? Would it be inappropriate for me to go alone? You are his girlfriend. What could be inappropriate? It would be worse for us to tag along. Hurry up. Seeing the mischievous smiles on the three faces, Chen Yu had no choice but to approach the door alone. The door opened. She stammered, "Chen Nian, I have something, shall you? It's rare for you to come in and talk." Yes, go inside. We will wait for you outside. Don't be shy, go on." Chen Yu was pushed inside, and the door slammed shut. Only then did Chen Nian take a good look at the young woman before him. She leaned against the door. Her delicate face smudged and her makeup disheveled from the recent battle. Perhaps due to shyness, her gaze flitted about restlessly. "Come in and take a seat. Here. Wipe your face. Did you come to find me for something?" Chen Nian offered her a damp towel while inquiring. "I have something for you." "What is it?" "More content loading, please wait." "An equipment piece." Chen Yu produced the epic grade gear, the armored shell of the demon tortoise. Chen Nian was taken aback. She intended to gift him such a valuable item. "Take it. Don't be shy. You've given me good equipment before, too," Chen Yu explained, "and besides, you are stronger than I am, so it's more useful for you. You make a compelling argument. I shall accept it." "You, what? You really are quite unabashed." Chen Nian chuckled. He certainly would not be modest. First and foremost, it was he who had slain the monsters. If only Chen Yu knew. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Take a shower before you go. You look like a little stray cat. Aren't you embarrassed to walk around like that?" Chen Nian teased. "Humph, you think I'm ashamed. But I didn't bring a change of clothes." "No worries, I'll find you some male attire to make do." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu bit her lip and nodded. "Just don't peek." Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from the shower. Chen Nian stepped outside, and the three friends had long since slipped away, eagerly hoping for Chen Yu to spend the night with Chen Nian. As Chen Nian had just replaced the door and had yet to settle onto the sofa, the doorbell rang once more. At such a late hour, who could it be? A glance at the doorbell video revealed a familiar face, Xiaowen, the former school beauty. What could she possibly want? Chapter 36. Why don't you stay over for the night? Xiaowen's heart was in turmoil. Chen Nian's brilliance had become her inner demon, a genius from Linhai University. He was renowned for his selfless acts of heroism, the boyfriend of the famous actress Chen Yu, and personally courted by the dashing female captain of the law enforcement team. All these accolades intertwined, and Chen Nian had become a legendary figure at the university. In the dining hall, library, training ground, and dormitory, wherever people gathered, discussions about him flourished. Isn't Chen Nian incredibly handsome? How did I never notice this before? Who could have discovered such a gem back then? Even our Xiaowen didn't see it. I heard Chen Nian once pursued her, knowing that makes me feel much better. Now, Xiaowen could only feel like a fool. If Chen Nian were still her suitor, she could flaunt her status wherever she went. His brilliance would have gilded her reputation. But now, she appeared as a foolish girl who failed to appreciate a treasure. Yet Xiaowen understood men. They are creatures prone to novelty, ever seeking different thrills. Chen Nian had found a more beautiful girlfriend. But that did not mean he would shy away from other interests. As long as she was proactive, there was no man she couldn't win over. Thus, she managed to uncover Chen Nian's residence. Upon first seeing Chen Nian's villa, she was taken aback. How was it possible? Wasn't he just a gaming recluse? How had he ended up in such a luxurious home? With this realization, a new facet was added to Chen Nian's identity, wealthy. Xiaowen's excitement surged. She understood that wealth often corrupts men. If he was this affluent, surely he would indulge in multiple romances, as long as she was assertive enough. Capturing his heart would be effortless. Knock, knock, knock. As Chen Nian opened the door, Xiaowen instantly donned a pitiful facade. She had spent considerable time on her makeup that day, donning a seductive purple gown, her red lips like blood, and an enchanting fragrance enveloping her. She was prepared to wield her feminine charm to its fullest. "Chen Nian, I need your help with something. May I come in?" "What is it? Can we discuss it inside?" Chen Nian found the situation amusing, knowing that Chen Yu was still in the shower. "Sure, thank you." Elated that Chen Nian allowed her inside, Xiaowen felt a surge of triumph. Your willingness to let me in reveals your desires. Men are all the same. Surely, he wouldn't resist her charms. Once in the living room, Xiaowen seated herself on the couch, deliberately hiking her skirt to reveal her shapely legs. However, to her surprise, Chen Nian poured himself a glass of water rather than offering her one. "Speak, what do you need from me?" Chen Nian inquired. "Chen Nian, I believe we have had many misunderstandings in the past. I was immature, and I have felt guilty for quite some time. Today, I came to apologize." Xiaowen rose and bowed to him. "I'm sorry. What man could remain unmoved by such a display? Who could bear to chastise her?" Chen Nian chuckled. "It's all right. I'm not one to hold grudges. Besides an apology, is there anything else you wish to say? I also want you to teach me combat skills. I'm rather clumsy and don't know how to fight monsters." "That's fine, but there's a condition." "What condition?" "Just say it." Xiaowen's eyes sparkled. She anticipated Chen Nian's proposal would be, "If you sleep over tonight, I'll teach you." This would perfectly entrap him. "You should first ask my girlfriend for permission." "What?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairs. "Chen Nian, who are you talking to? That shirt looks oversized on you. It feels so strange." Indeed, it was Chen Yu, who had just finished showering and was descending the stairs. Dressed in Chen Nian's white shirt, its loose fit exuded a sense of languor. The hem barely covering her shorts, giving the impression she wasn't wearing any. Her flawlessly radiant thighs were a masterpiece of beauty. as she walked down, her damp hair cascading. Her fair skin glimmered with an ethereal glow, igniting countless fantasies. Xiaowen stood frozen in place. Facing Chen Nian was akin to a child confronting a formidable spirit. She was utterly outclassed. Chen Nian, who is she? Chen Nian arched an eyebrow. A classmate from school, she asked to learn combat skills. What do you think? Teach you? What a joke. A glance at Xiaowen made it clear to Chen Nian that this woman had ulterior motives. With such heavy makeup and a sultry outfit. Did she think she could outshine her? Annoyed, Chen Nian sat beside Chen Nian. A competitive woman was a formidable force. The loose shirt accentuated her graceful figure, unabashedly showcasing her beauty, her long legs elegantly crossed, her porcelain feet slightly elevated. Why don't you teach me instead, Chen Nian? Chen Nian wrapped an arm around Chen Yue's shoulder. Don't be mad, Xiaoyu. If you're unhappy, I want to teach her. After all, she insisted on coming in, and I couldn't refuse. Humph, at least you're sensible. Xiaowen was fuming, utterly infuriated. She had believed tonight would be her chance to seduce Chen Nian, but instead, she found herself a mere pawn in a game. The humiliation was profound. She felt like she could sink into the floor. Finally, she realized this was Chen Nian's revenge for her previous dismissive remarks towards him. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaowen abruptly stood and hurried toward the door, nearly tripping in her haste. Xiaowen, leaving so soon? Allow me to see you off. Just as Chen Nian's words fell, the sound of the door slamming echoed. He could only shrug in resignation. My classmate really is something. She comes and goes in a flash, not even letting me bid her farewell. Chen Nian, oblivious to Chen Nian's sarcasm, huffed. Although we're merely a couple in name, how could you bring another woman home in front of me? Chen Nian pondered. It indeed seemed that way. He felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of Chen Nian. How about you stay over tonight as compensation? Chapter 37, The Terrifying Catastrophe Beast. How about you stay over tonight as compensation? Chen Nian said earnestly. We've only just met. That is too much. Chen Nian blushed, bewildered, as she saw Chen Nian preparing to leave. Where are you going? I'm letting you stay the night because your friend has left. It doesn't mean I'll be sleeping with you. I'm heading out to level up. You should rest well. Chen Nian? So he genuinely meant for her to sleep here. How delightful. He had no interest in her at all. Chen Nian felt a significant sense of defeat. But by then, Chen Nian had already departed. Successfully equipped epic level equipment, magic turtle armored shell, Chen Nian replaced his previous fine level gear with the newly acquired epic level equipment, resulting in a substantial increase in attributes. Activation of the Camel Mountain Magic Turtle 3-piece set successful, defense 20. This defense boost applied directly as a percentage, yielding remarkably noticeable results. Chen Nian promptly checked his attributes. Chen Nian, the holy speaker of words, unique, gene level, first order, level 60, physique, 112 agility, 72 extraordinary, 67 attack bonus, 130 defense bonus, 696 combat power assessment, 54 stars. The defense has soared to an entirely new level. The combat power assessment has also dramatically increased by an additional 10 stars. The enhancement from this set of equipment is remarkably significant. Chen Nian's next objective is to assemble the complete set of 4 epic pieces to acquire the full set bonus. He already possesses the crucial special material, the Tual Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, and merely needs to venture into the wilderness to gather the remaining materials, which he will then hand over to the blacksmith for crafting. Presently, numerous dedicated players have surpassed Chen Nian's level. However, he remains unfazed. Level does not equate to everything. Additionally, he has 3 unused catastrophe scrolls that he can activate in a suitable location. The catastrophe summon is a newly unlocked feature following the defeat of the world. All players have a minuscule chance of obtaining catastrophe scrolls after slaying monsters. Upon using a catastrophe scroll, an immensely powerful catastrophe creature is summoned, and vanquishing it yields potent catastrophe gems. Chen Nian single-handedly defeated the world, directly acquiring 3 catastrophe scrolls, which he has kept in his inventory. He utilized the city's teleportation array to reach the outskirts. Ordinary monsters respawn after a certain duration and merely wander outside. He can already see numerous players engaged in combat and leveling up. Shall we form a team, brothers? We already have 3 members, including a lovely lady. Big brother. Our team lacks strong damage output. We have a reliable knight. As Chen Nian traversed, many extended olive branches towards him. Yet he showed no interest and continued his journey outward, dismissing these low-level monsters. As he ventured deeper into the outskirts, he quickly arrived at a high-level monster zone. Monsters of levels 40 to 50. Players capable of reaching this area are the CRME de la CRME, exceedingly rare. It appears that the convergence of fantasy and reality has altered the terrain as well. Before Chen Nian lay a vast, gaping valley, a menacing fissure extending for hundreds of miles, with mists swirling within and the occasional low growl of beasts echoing. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leapt into the abyss. Word Spirit. Ethereal Serpent. Under the protection of the Word Spirit, Chen Nian descended approximately 200 meters and landed steadily. Upon touching down, a pair of blood-red eyes illuminated the surrounding mist. With a rustle, a figure gradually emerged into Chen Nian's line of sight, a humanoid monster with eerie azure skin, dragging iron chains beneath its feet and wielding a broken greatsword, exuding an unsettling aura. The undead warrior is of considerable level. If Chen Nian were to level up alone, his efficiency would not be particularly high. as his mass destruction capability pales in comparison to mages like Yi Hongling. Utilizing the Judgment Golden Sword would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, wholly impractical. Suddenly, an intriguing idea struck him. He could gather a multitude of monsters and then use the Catastrophe Scroll to summon a formidable catastrophe beast, subsequently employing the Judgment Golden Sword for a swift annihilation. This would yield abundant experience and conveniently dispatch the catastrophe beast. What a delightful plan. He dubbed this strategy Ultimate Wave. Chen Nian commenced his actions, unleashing a fireball towards the undead warrior while continuing deeper into the valley in search of more undead warriors. Hopefully, this area harbors an abundance of monsters. I don't want my ultimate move to go to waste. Roar. One after another, monsters hidden in the mist were provoked by Chen Nian. They trailed behind him like loyal soldiers, the sound of clanking chains echoing in succession. A terrifying assembly of grotesque heads. What a delight for those with a fear of clusters. Almost there. At this juncture, Chen Nian produced the 3 catastrophe scrolls. He bit his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon them. The summoning ritual commenced. Not far away, a team was engaged in monster farming. They too were true frontline players, the elite of the elite. This squad comprised 12 members, each possessing remarkable prowess, effortlessly battling undead warriors within the valley. However, to be prudent, they tackled 2 or 3 at a time, wary of provoking too many at once. After all, this was not merely a game but reality. A single misstep could lead to their demise. Level up again. Having a good team makes it effortless. Haha. I'm level 58 now. Whoa, brothers, I've obtained a catastrophe scroll. What? A catastrophe scroll? The group immediately gathered around. After a cautious discussion, they resolved to activate the catastrophe scroll. Everyone be careful. The catastrophe creature is formidable. We must give it our all, without a hint of negligence. Let us go. As a drop of blood fell upon the scroll, a beam of crimson light shot skyward. Within the eerie red column, the catastrophe beast descended. Thus commenced a brutal battle for this team of 12 elite players, who fought with utmost caution and determination, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the catastrophe beast. However, their team was nearly decimated, 5 members severely injured, with 2 sustaining grievous leg and foot injuries, a truly harrowing sight. Damn, this catastrophe beast is overwhelmingly powerful. We underestimated it. We can't recklessly activate catastrophe scrolls, otherwise we could perish at its hands. Alas, a lesson learned. Thankfully, we all survived. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, one pointed towards the horizon, his face pale, lips trembling. The others followed his gaze, their souls nearly escaping in terror. 3 crimson beams of light materialized in the distance. Someone madly summoned 3 catastrophe beasts at once. Chapter 38. Slaughter. Acquire catastrophe gems. Crazy. There's a lunatic over there. Run, hurry. One catastrophe beast nearly annihilated their 12-member elite team. To summon 3 simultaneously? Either madness or a death wish. Upon their arrival, the catastrophe beasts indiscriminately attacked all surrounding humans, their sole target being mankind. Should these 3 beasts discover them, their demise would be certain. Help me up, don't leave me behind, I beg you, cried the injured brother, helplessly seated on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. Who on earth is so reckless? I don't want to be buried alongside them. Regardless of their injuries, all present had to muster their strength to escape. Delay could lead to dire consequences. Reality is not a game. But what to do about those 3 catastrophe beasts? What else but to report it to the enforcement department? They must not be allowed to enter the city. It's uncertain whether heavy weaponry would be effective against catastrophe beasts. First-order catastrophe beasts are beyond the reach of most ordinary players. 3 blood-red beams soared into the sky. These were the first-order catastrophe beasts summoned by Chen Nian through his blood. Boom, boom, boom. They bore no resemblance to any known animal, yet exhibited features of various creatures and humans, akin to grotesque hybrids crafted by a mad scientist. Some had eyes sprouting from their wings. Others had faces beneath their torsos, while some possessed 8 legs and 3 heads. The singular commonality among them was their pitch-black form, reminiscent of monsters descending from the depths of hell. Yet now, Chen Nian discerned a chilling truth. The catastrophe beasts, unlike ordinary monsters that respawn, possessed consciousness and intelligence. How unexpected, there remain such audacious humans in this world. To open 3 catastrophe gates simultaneously, it seems someone has come seeking death. Since we have been summoned, let us bestow upon him the most brutal of demises. Rending the flesh of humanity and devouring it alive would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Hee. The 3 fiends have already regarded Chen Nian as a lamb to the slaughter. Meanwhile, behind Chen Nian, hundreds of undead warriors have also gathered, their sights set on him. Hundreds of high-level monsters, combined with 3 extraordinarily powerful calamity beasts. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would likely be paralyzed with fear, including the elite players among the crowd. Yet Chen Nian merely laughed disdainfully, a golden light slowly igniting in his pupils, shimmering like flowing gold, dazzling and brilliant, causing the 3 calamity beasts to tremble. Do you overestimate yourselves? A faint utterance escaped his lips, resonating with the pressure of a sovereign, exuding a haughty disdain for all. Humans are but our prey. Die. One of the calamity beasts extended a hand, adorned with dozens of bloodshot eyes. The hand shattered before it could even approach Chen Nian, severed in midair, without any warning. Aya. The Calamity Beast let out a piercing, guttural roar. At this moment, the three Calamity Beasts stared incredulously at Chen Nian, their pupils widened in disbelief. They noticed a golden phantom flickering behind him, as if a deity wielding a great sword was passing judgment upon all existence. All sinners shall be slain. As Chen Nian advanced, a contemptuous smile graced his lips, the golden gleam in his eyes as blinding as the sun. I've heard you consider humans as bait. Apologies. But in my eyes, you are no different. Kneel. As the words left his mouth, the judgment sword swung, and the space before Chen Nian seemed to cleave open. Regardless of whether they had legs or not, the lower halves of the three creatures were torn apart. Chen Nian had never imagined that calamities could possess their own consciousness. It appeared that this world was not merely a blend of game and reality. Yet, it mattered little. At that moment, the undead warriors surged forward. Yet, like before, they too were severed in two before making contact with Chen Nian, a scene that was undeniably eerie. Why the silence, you cripples? With his hands tucked in his pockets. Chen Nian paid no heed to the torrent of undead warriors behind him, instead focusing on the three Calamity Beasts before him. No, it cannot be. A human has become this powerful? In the next instant, one of the Calamity Beasts had its neck severed. Its head fell, only to be shattered into countless pieces midair, scattering to the ground. To his surprise, torturing the Calamity Beast proved far more exhilarating than slaying ordinary monsters. Next, in a mere 10 minutes, apart from Chen Nian, not a single living soul remained in the valley. The three Calamity Beasts had been reduced to countless fragments, nourishing the earth. Chen Nian finally exhaled, the golden light in his pupils gradually dimming as he released the judgment. Eliminating so many minions in one breath was quite taxing. However, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. For each undead warrior he felled, Chen Nian gained hundreds of gene energy. With the entire wave eradicated, he amassed over 10,000 experience points. Moreover, the gene energy obtained from slaying a Calamity Beast was even greater, with each yielding 3,000. In total, he received nearly 20,000 experience points. Chen Nian's level smoothly ascended to level 68. The efficiency was acceptable, albeit the consumption was significant and could not withstand prolonged use. Aside from a plethora of gene energy, the ordinary undead warriors also dropped a multitude of common materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. Yet, these were not the focal point. The most critical loot came from the Calamity Beasts, the Calamity Gem. Defeating a Calamity Beast carried the chance of dropping this gem, a coveted reward that drove countless players into a frenzy. Calamity Gem, attack and defense reversal, converts total defense into equivalent attack power. This effect was simply exhilarating for Chen Nian. His defense was already extraordinarily high, yet his attack power was somewhat lacking. With this Calamity Gem, he could forsake defense in critical moments to unleash a surge of attack power. It was remarkably practical. It was high time to depart this place and find a spot to rest. After a while, the lights of two helicopters illuminated the valley. Is this the location where the three Calamity Beasts appeared? Li Yue inquired. Why yes. Just moments ago, we witnessed a madman summon three Calamity Beasts at once. He must be dead by now. Chapter 39. All Calamity Beasts slain? Chen Nian obtains rare judgment, summoning three Calamity Beasts at once. Upon hearing this, Li Yue's heart trembled with apprehension. This was a serious predicament. When the Calamity summoning function was formally activated, we had clearly warned all players not to recklessly use the Calamity scrolls. How could someone be so reckless? Three Calamity Beasts. Would the law enforcement team from Haicheng be able to handle them? Thankfully, we were supported by two armed helicopters. Let us go down and take a look. Li Yue led the fully armed enforcement squad deeper into the valley. We not going. The group of players was filled with reluctance. Knowing there were three Calamity Beasts below, was it not akin to seeking death? Having alerted the enforcement team was already their limit. The next step was to watch from a distance to avoid their own demise. They had already experienced the terror of the Calamity Beast firsthand. In the shadowy valley, Li Yue and his team cautiously advanced, the beams of their flashlights scanning the surroundings, not daring to let their guard down for even a moment. What a heavy scent of blood. Be cautious. Someone suddenly warned. This alert sent a jolt through all team members, their adrenaline surging as sweat dripped from their brows. After advancing several dozen meters, they finally discerned the truth. See, Captain. Look at these. A team member stammered. Li Yunwei hurried over to find a plethora of blackened flesh scattered on the ground, grotesque and deformed, slowly dissipating into black mist. One arm was covered in eyes, while one head boasted 8 mouths. One leg even sported a pair of wings. These irregular monstrosities symbolized their true identities, Calamity Beasts. Are these the corpses of the Calamity Beasts? It was not just one, there were more. Li Yunwei inhaled sharply. Their intel had been accurate. There were indeed 3 Calamity Beasts. What does this mean? Were 3 Calamity Beasts slain here? Impossible. Given the current levels and combat power of the players, how could one person possibly slay a Calamity Beast? Let alone 3 at once. Is it possible that a super strong team did this? Li Yunwei shook his head. The likelihood is slim. Look closely. There are hardly any signs of a large-scale battle. Only these monster corpses. Captain, are you implying? Li Yunwei took a deep breath and solemnly stated. The 3 Calamity Beasts were all mercilessly slaughtered without a hint of resistance. The others were left dumbfounded. This is utterly absurd. What kind of powerhouse could achieve such a feat? Calling Captain Li, what is the situation below? The armed helicopters overhead relayed a message. The Calamity beasts have been eliminated. There is no danger. Repeat. The Calamity beasts have been eliminated. There is no danger. Moments later, several witnesses arrived at the scene. Staring at the scattered remains of the Calamity beasts, they were left speechless. They were acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess of the Calamity beasts. One alone could rival their elite leveling squad. And here lay the corpses of 3. This implied that not long after summoning the 3 Calamity beasts, the summoner had dispatched them. My goodness, who is this pervert? Wait, have you all noticed something strange? Since we entered the valley, we have yet to encounter a single monster. Indeed, the realization dawned upon the crowd, sending a chill down their spines. What does that mean? It implies that the summoner not only slaughtered 3 Calamity beasts, but also eliminated every single monster in this vicinity. Incredible. Everyone present was engulfed in profound shock. This valley is teeming with monsters at nearly level 50. What do we do, Captain? Someone inquired. Should we search the area for the summoner? No need. Pursuing blindly will only provoke them further. Let's regroup. Li Yunwei gestured for everyone to halt their advance, as she already had someone in mind. Bu Yu. During the last World War, Bu Yu and the sorceress Yi Hongling made their appearance simultaneously in Linhai City. Since Yi Hongling is not from Linhai City, she can be ruled out. But what about Bu Yu? Could it be that he is concealing himself within Linhai City? Aside from him, I truly cannot think of anyone else. If it was indeed Bu Yu's handiwork, everything falls into place. With his strength, achieving this would be effortless. I hope that when the Blood Moon Calamity truly descends, this formidable figure will also step forth to battle. Indeed, Chen Nian had long departed. He took a moment to rest while reflecting on his recent gains. After leveling up, he had acquired a new foundational spell. Sequence 49, Wind Cannon. The effect is simple. It gathers wind pressure between his fingers, delivering a powerful single-target attack. It bears a striking resemblance to the Thunder Gun. Next time he utilizes this spell, Chen Nian can masquerade as a wind element mage. Subsequently, he replaced his old subpar gear with the newly obtained equipment and listed the unwanted items for sale in the trading space. As for the skill scrolls, he kept them all for personal use. Loading more content. Please wait. Because skill scrolls can be used for synthesis, even if he doesn't need them, they can still be combined into a 3-in-1. Synthesis begins. Synthesizing skill scrolls can be quite a costly endeavor. If one does not obtain the desired outcome, it results in a waste of 2 scrolls. Furthermore, Chen Nian's rare spells and high-risk spells cannot be obtained through leveling up, they must be synthesized. Thus, Chen Nian is endowed with late-game potential. The more rare spells he synthesizes, the stronger he becomes. Alas, it was all in vain. Chen Nian exhausted all his skill scrolls without synthesizing the equipment he desired. However, the items he sold previously had accumulated a substantial amount of gold, allowing him to scour the trading space for a batch of low-level skill scrolls, around 20. To continue synthesizing. Gambling. Yet as a spellcaster, he had no choice but to take risks. Those rare spells would not simply appear without effort. It wasn't until he depleted the purchased skill scrolls that an epiphany struck. Soul Flame Palm, Flowing Light Technique, Skyward Technique, Wind and Thunder Flash. Sequence 30. A rare spell, Wind and Thunder Flash. Although its sequence level isn't high, it is undeniably practical. With this, Chen Nian can achieve ultra-fast movement with minimal consumption. Swift as the wind and thunder, it perfectly compensates for his lack of mobility. Most importantly, it serves as an exceptional means of escape, especially when pursued by women. With 2 new spells in his arsenal, Chen Nian's combat prowess increased once more. Next, he set off to find a dungeon for some grinding to test their might. Chen Nian opened the chat channel. A message caught his eye. Found a level 60 dungeon. Powerful mages please private message. Those looking to take advantage, scram. Am I not a wind mage now? Chen Nian sent a private message. Chapter 40. Joining a dungeon team. A sister in shared misery. Chen Nian sent a private message. I am a high-level mage, seeking a group for the dungeon. What level? What is your attack power? Level 50, 100 attack. I will send you the location info. Hurry. Chen Nian received an invitation and promptly made his way to the coordinates. Dungeons are rare and hard to come by. They are usually hidden, waiting for lucky souls to discover them. The rewards for clearing dungeons are substantial, drawing many eager participants. Chen Nian was no exception. Joining others in a dungeon to level up is exhilarating, and it conserves his energy. In short, he simply needed to tag along. In a corner of the dark forest stood a 6-person team. Haha, a mage is approaching. Impressive, brother, we've hooked a big fish. Brother, you truly are a genius for thinking of such a method. I gladly dub you the strongest cerebral player. Ha ha ha. The group laughed heartily, patiently awaiting their catch to come closer. Kiwiya was the first fish they had lured in. Her talent as an elf summoner allowed her to utilize healing abilities, and she approached upon seeing a recruitment for a dungeon team. Little did she know, she had underestimated the wickedness of the world. There was indeed a dungeon here. But these individuals were not genuinely seeking teammates. They were using force to coerce. Anyone who approached would become their prey. Currently, Kiwiya had explosives strapped to her back, rendering her incapable of making any rash moves. You filthy wench, don't say a word later, or you'll be the first to die. The bald man threatened menacingly. Kiwiya thought to herself. This group had been loitering in internet cafes for years, spending their days smoking, drinking, and gaming. Now that the game world had merged with reality, it provided them with an opportunity to thrive. First, they exploit, then they kill and loot. Is there a faster way to get rich? Taking advantage of the ready-made equipment and materials from others is simply too delightful. Someone is coming. Prepare. As a figure approached, the group immediately readied themselves, wearing broad smiles. Indeed, Chen Nian had arrived. Brother, you're the mage? We've finally been waiting for you. Come. Oh, this brother looks trustworthy. His strength must be formidable. The dungeon is right inside. All the brothers are prepared. Let us conquer it together and surely acquire good loot. Chen Nian noticed the enthusiastic reception from everyone. Only one girl was casting him frantic glances, her eyes blinking erratically as if in convulsions. Kiwiya was not thinking of their intentions. She had no chance to resist and could only place her hopes on the newcomer, hence her frantic signaling. They are problematic. They are not good people. You must not fall for their tricks, otherwise, we are finished. You must understand what I mean. Her gaze was filled with these meanings. Is this girl bothering her? Kiwiya was taken aback, nearly choking on her frustration. How could this man completely misunderstand my hints and say I have a problem with my eyes? Your whole family has an issue. This is infuriating. Well, now we are all doomed together. Ahem. The bald man noticed something was off and shot Kiwiya a fierce glare. He then laughed heartily. Brother, this is the dungeon. Look. The entrance. Loading more content. Please wait. Chen Nian observed and confirmed it was indeed the entrance to the dungeon, the chaos space. Brother, this dungeon must be of a high level. Let us enhance our abilities before we proceed. My specialty is as a talisman master. A talisman master? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. That is a rare talent, quite impressive, with comprehensive functionalities. Not only can it assist teammates, but also deal damage. Yes, let us go, brother. Stand still. Sure. Kiwiya could only watch helplessly, sighing in resignation. The bald man pressed his palm against Chen Nian's back, infusing him with extraordinary power, inscribing symbols. Done. The bald man clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Brother, I have inscribed an explosive symbol on your back. From now on, you must obey my every command. Otherwise, with a mere snap of my fingers, you shall be obliterated. My apologies, brothers. But we too strive for strength to save the world. It seems you must make a sacrifice. Chen Nian nearly faltered for a moment. An explosive talisman? Even if its power were to be magnified tenfold, it would scarcely breach my defenses. Alas, Chiyoya sighed deeply, realizing that all hope was lost. No matter how we plead for mercy, this band of rogues will not spare us. They are, after all, desperate men. Yet, to her surprise, the newcomer maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. All right, what do you wish me to do? Let us proceed into the instance together. Chen Nian was thrust forward. Accompanying him was a girl who was frantically signaling him with her eyes. It seemed they both shared a common plight. All right. Into the instance we go. You want us to pave the way, correct? Without hesitation, Chen Nian stepped through the entrance. And you follow suit. Chiyoya was also compelled to enter, stumbling slightly and casting a disdainful glance at Chen Nian, muttering, now we are truly doomed. Upon entering, Chen Nian quickly grasped the reason for his abduction. This was a mechanized instance where, without a scout, they would easily fall into traps. He and this girl had become the sacrificial lambs. Very well, let us entertain them for now. We shall see what unfolds. The bald man brandished a map of the instance, commanding, ahead lies a shooting mechanism. Stepping on any of those tiles will trigger poisoned arrows from the stone lion's mouth. You, go and test a safe path. As Chiyoya hesitated, she witnessed the man stride forward without a hint of trepidation. Is he mad? Be careful of the arrows. She instinctively shouted. Chen Nian, possessing remarkable agility, effortlessly dodged the projectiles and continued onward, swiftly uncovering a safe route. At the end of the mechanism lay a treasure chest. Ha, are you truly a mage with such swiftness? Let me see what lies within the chest. Wow, high-level rare equipment. What a windfall. Well done, keep going. The bald man urged Chen Nian to advance, his satisfaction evident, as were the cheerful expressions of the others. Within the instance, fraught with traps. How could they navigate so effortlessly without their sacrificial scouts? Chen Nian took the lead throughout their journey, deftly evading various traps as if they were mere toys, leaving Chiyoya in a state of astonishment. She had not anticipated his prowess in evading mechanisms. Yet, what good was it? After clearing the instance, they would still be unable to escape. Chapter 41. The Guardian Stone Statue. After navigating through numerous traps, a metallic hall appeared before them. The doors swung open, seemingly welcoming them inside. You enter. The bald man barked menacingly, shoving Chen Nian forward. Fine, I will enter. Chen Nian raised his hand, reluctantly stepping forward. Chiyoya followed closely behind, but lacking Chen Nian's bravado, she shrank back, trembling with fear. As they entered the hall, nothing transpired. Observing this, the bald man beckoned his team to follow him into the hall. Boom. The doors slammed shut. Not far ahead, the eyes of a mechanized stone giant glowed ominously red. It towered like a building. It had awakened, preparing for battle. The stone giant slowly raised its arm, shaking off countless years of dust, as if a primordial demon had stirred from slumber. Boss, it seems we cannot leave until we defeat this creature. Let them go first, and we shall observe. Chen Nian and Xiaoya had become the vanguard. As long as they could provoke its attacks, the others would find it easier to engage in battle. Hurry. If you don't proceed, I will detonate the explosives on your backs. All right. Chen Nian stepped forward, tentatively raising his right hand. Gathering wind cannon. Wind pressure coalesced at his fingertip, striking the giantess leg. A hole appeared. Its effect was evident. Yet, in the next moment, the stone wound miraculously healed, returning to its former state. Upon entering combat, the group discerned the creature's level. Guardian Golem, level 80. Damn it, it's level 80 and possesses self-healing abilities. Be cautious. Maintain your distance and seek its weakness. This monster cannot regenerate indefinitely. Yet, the stone giant, enraged, swung its colossal sword with a terrifying force that could easily send a person flying. The strike landed squarely on Chen Nian. The nearly 10-meter-long sword smashed him away, embedding him into the wall, leaving him motionless. How could he be hit? What a useless fool. The bald man shouted angrily, beginning to draw symbols to attack the statue. Bro, are you really gone? No way, you were so brave navigating the traps. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and despair. Cold and unfeeling. The only one who shared her plight had been blasted away, their fate uncertain. Meanwhile, she was forced to confront the stone giant. Lest she be detonated by the bald man, her end would be the same. Mom, I don't want to die. Just as despair enveloped her, the stone giantess' sword came crashing down again, producing a deafening roar. Xiaoya was hurled away, landing precisely where Chen Nian had fallen. Bewildered, Xiaoya wondered why she felt no pain. She hadn't been struck. Rather, something had pulled her away, creating the illusion of being knocked aside. Don't move. Play dead, Chen Nian blinked. You. Xiaoya nearly jumped in fright, her eyes wide with shock. Had he come back from the dead? But she quickly composed herself, lying on the ground with her eyes closed, feigning death. Bro, are you alright? How could you not be hurt? Don't shout. With Chen Nian's formidable defenses, could a mere level 80 truly harm him? It wouldn't even tickle. He lay there to observe the golem's weak points. Its body could heal rapidly, suggesting it must possess some core or mechanism. He was too lazy to search for it himself. The roles of laborer and boss had swapped. Xiaoyu discreetly gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, you're amazing, bro. Meanwhile, the bald man's team was fiercely battling the stone giant. Those two are utterly useless. Boss, why not try attacking its head? I feel like its weakness is within. Good idea. The group frantically assaulted the statue's head, shattering it piece by piece until the entire head lay in ruins. Attacking the head is futile. Keep searching. Boss, there seems to be a glow from its chest. Let us try that. They redirected their attacks toward the chest, and to their astonishment, they finally struck gold. As they peeled away the outer stone layer, a crimson mechanical heart was revealed, pulsating vigorously. Boss, we found its weakness. Destroy its heart. The destructive power of extraordinary strength depends on the level of extraordinary attributes and the additional attack power of equipment. Clearly, among this group, there were no exceptionally high-output combatants. Their repeated attacks against the heart of the statue exploded without breaching its defenses. No, this won't do, boss. Its defenses are too high. We can't break through. This is it. We're finished. Had I known, I wouldn't have entered. This is clearly a trap. The group panicked, some even shedding tears in fright. They realized they could not escape. The only outcome was to perish here, perhaps even being reduced to pulp by that terrifying sword. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Despair and helplessness engulfed them. Amidst the profound despair, a languid voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Shall I lend you a hand? A multitude of incredulous gazes converged upon Chen Nian, their eyes brimming with disbelief. You're unscathed. You were struck head-on by that colossal sword, and yet you remain unharmed. Nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his shoulders, Chen Nian strolled forward, leaving the still-pretending Xiaoya in a state of bewilderment. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You still have an explosive talisman on your back. She screamed internally. Your attack power can defeat this? What a joke. Its rocky armor has regenerated. It's over, utterly over. The bald man, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Brother, if you can take care of this, we will be brothers for life. Chen Nian merely smiled and raised a finger, where an invisible wind pressure began to accumulate. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but think him foolish. With such a trivial wind-based spell, he believes he can vanquish the stone giant and pierce its heart? Dream on. Surely, he won't even break through its rocky armor. What good is that? Yet, a hint of playful amusement flickered in Chen Nian's smile. Disaster gem. Offense and defense reversed activated defense, 696. Attack, 696. Current attack power, 826. Boom. The gathering wind cannon was unleashed. Chapter 42. Chen Nian, go on. Give it a try. With a ferocious force, the wind shattered the air, and for a fleeting moment, the world seemed to lose all sound. Those beside Chen Nian had yet to react before they were violently propelled away. Ultimately, the strike collided with the stone giant's chest. The wind pressure erupted from its back, piercing through the ceiling of the hall, extinguishing its immensely resilient mechanical heart. A swift kill. Congratulations on successfully slaying the guardian giant. Gene Energy, 2100, level up, 6,870. Congratulations on acquiring a rare material, energy core. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll, 10,000 sword art. Chen Nian rejoiced inwardly, astonished by the bounty of this dungeon raid. The energy core was a crucial material for crafting teleportation arrays, especially needed when the Blood Moon Calamity approached and major cities required mutual support. The 10,000 sword art was a rare skill suited for sword-wielding talents, particularly advantageous for Xiaoqi. It seemed an opportune moment to give the 10,000 sword art to that girl. Chen Nian felt quite satisfied. This performance was not in vain. All present regarded Chen Nian with the eyes one would reserve for a monster. What is this? A mere wind spell yields such power? They gaped, some even sprawled on the ground, forgetting to rise. This is utterly absurd. With the successful kill, the gates reopened, yet the bald man and his companions did not relax. The pressure Chen Nian exerted upon them was even greater. The entire team of 5 elite players had exhausted every tactic to shatter the giant's heart, yet he casually succeeded with a single strike. Xiaoya, frightened into a state of shock, sat on the ground, covering her mouth, her face reflecting disbelief. Brother, is your strength truly this terrifying? So, you were merely acting earlier? Your goal was to lead this group to the room and uncover its weaknesses? You're far too cunning. Chen Nian then turned to the bald man and his companions, smiling as he said, shouldn't you be calling me foster father? His condescending gaze was akin to observing a troop of clowns. The group felt a shudder of dread. This young man's power was formidable. And what if he turned to exact revenge upon them? Don't move. The bald man forced himself to maintain composure, coldly asserting, don't forget you still have my explosive talisman on your back. At close range, you cannot possibly emerge unscathed. Oh, what do you intend to do? Chen Nian inquired. Hand over everything you just acquired, and all the valuable equipment on you. I saved you, and yet you wish to rob me? Don't forget about the explosive talisman on your back. Don't try any tricks. The bald man was visibly agitated, ready to trigger the talisman at a moment's notice. His nerves taut to the brink. Chen Nian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Why don't you give it a try? Boom. The talisman on his back detonated, a violent blaze and thick smoke enveloping him instantaneously. I warned you not to push me. This is of your own making. The bald man gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet amidst the black smoke, a nonchalant voice emerged. Is that all? If not, I shall take action. In no way. As the smoke dissipated, the bald man and his companion's pupils constricted in horror. The talisman had detonated at point-blank range, and he remained unscathed. Under intense pressure, the bald man had succumbed to madness, bellowing, stop. There's her. If you take one step closer, I will blow her up. You wouldn't want an innocent person to perish alongside you, would you? Haha. Xiaoyu was not far behind Chen Nian, with an explosive talisman on her back. At that moment, her face had turned pale. She never imagined she would be used as leverage against Chen Nian. I don't even know him. Why would he care about my safety? It's over. I'm doomed. I don't know her. Do you think I care about her fate? Chen Nian pressed forward. Desperate, the bald man shouted, fine, let her die. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Nian vanished from his spot, appearing beside Xiaoya in an instant. Seizing the explosive talisman in his grasp, a blinding flash ignited in his palm. Yet, it fizzled out, akin to a firework that failed to detonate. What? Xiaoya was astonished. He actually caught the explosive talisman to save me? Wait, how did he reach my side so swiftly? I didn't see him move at all. The bald man and his group were even more horrified. Is he even human? What kind of monster have we provoked? Run. They fled in a frenzy. But Chen Nian would not allow their escape so easily. The dark realm stripped away all color, ensnaring them in a prison of shadows. The spirit of death. Empowered by the spirit of death, Chen Nian began a ruthless harvest. With each life he claimed, the attack power of the Scythe of Death would increase permanently. Scythe of Death attack power, 10. Scythe of Death attack power, 10. Scythe of Death attack power, 10. All 5 were dispatched by Chen Nian. Taking advantage of the remaining time within the domain of death, he scooped up Xiaoya and exited the hall, ensuring she did not witness the brutal scene. As the realm dissipated, Xiaoya remained in Chen Nian's embrace, still in a state of confusion. Who are you really? She blinked, her mind a blank slate. However, if other female players were aware that she was being cradled by the enigmatic figure, they would likely be consumed by envy. It's all right, let us go. Chen Nian set her down. Ouch. Brother, who exactly are you? Caught off guard, Xiaoya fell to the ground. As she attempted to ask another question, the figure had vanished without a trace. She felt as though this might have all been a dream. Yet her level had indeed risen, and the dungeon had been cleared. Unable to comprehend the events, Xiaoya turned to the forum to seek help. Can a wind element mage possess the ability to plunge the world into darkness? And can a mere wind cannon result in an instant kill? How terrifying. The discussions primarily revolved around equipment, leveling, and monster slaying. After a long wait, Xiaoya suddenly received a private message. Could you please share the specifics? Thank you. The sender had only 2 words, Luo Shui. Chapter 43, The Rivalry Among Women Who is Luo Shui? In 4 words, the Ice Queen. Possessing the top-tier ice talent, Extreme Ice, in the game Disaster. She could turn the earth into glaciers with a mere flick of her wrist, revered as a goddess among millions of players. Her real name is Zhao Xue. Born into a world-renowned martial arts family. With exceptional talent and a beauty as pure as snow, she has garnered countless admirers. The term national goddess aptly describes her. However, she harbors a preference for silence. As a strong-willed woman, she has never conceded defeat in any endeavor, except in her encounters with silence, which has repeatedly bested her. This unwillingness to accept failure has transformed into a driving force, leading her to discover her affection for him. Luo Shui? Upon seeing the other party, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Could it be a ruse? Surely, it must be someone impersonating him. How could the real Luo Shui seek out someone as insignificant as herself? It seemed impossible. Luo Shui, please tell me the specifics of your encounter, when and where it took place. Thank you. Xiaoyu, I can certainly do that. But why are you so interested? Are you truly Luo Shui? Luo Shui. Luo Shui has never been one for words. She is known for being economical with her speech. If it were not for her desire to uncover the whereabouts of silence, she would not be so verbose. Xiaoyu, I'm a player from Luhai City. And here is what transpired. Chen Nian, at this very moment, remains unaware that the three women who trouble him the most have each independently gathered information about him. Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, and Zhao Yixue. All three are among the world's elite female players. Yet, none have ever seen the true visage of silence. Even Su Jinyu, the closest to him, has only glimpsed his masked profile on her birthday. At this moment, Chen Nian is contemplating gifting the recently acquired 10,000 sword technique to Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu. After all, she has been managing such a large guild for him, which is no small feat. In Luzhou, ever since the offline meeting held there, Su Jinyu has remained. She feigned sleep to lower Silence's guard and access the nearby surveillance cameras, obtaining a side profile photograph of Chen Nian in his mask. A significant breakthrough. Su Jinyu chuckled foolishly while holding her phone. The wallpaper displaying the blurred image of Chen Nian as a daughter of a top 100 global conglomerate, blessed with natural beauty and adored by many. She finds herself captivated by a man whose face she has never truly seen. Such is the peril of online romance. At that moment, a streak of flame suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the courtyard like a meteor. Whoosh! With a flick of her finger, Su Jinyu summoned a flying sword that collided with the fiery streak. Boom! Flames rained down, revealing a woman in a red dress, her bright eyes and ruby lips sparkling with allure. It is you, Yi Hongling. Instantly, the hostility in Su Jinyu's gaze intensified. This is a rival. Xiao Qi. It's been a while. Your temper still burns bright. I see, Yi Hongling said with a smile, her alluring figure clad in a fiery red gown, capable of driving any man to madness. What do you want? Speak. Oh, nothing much. I just received word that Silence had previously appeared in Luzhou. You have spies in our guild? Why is it acceptable for you to have Silence's little sister working for you? Yet I cannot place spies to gather information about him. More content is loading. Please wait. Yi Hongling chuckled. Any information you have, would you be so kind as to share it with your elder sister? Su Jinyu scoffed. Do you think I would give you anything? Don't be so distant, sister. We have yet to even see Silence. How can we speak of competition? Besides, I am here to make a trade. What trade? I know where Silence is hiding. What? Su Jinyu's eyes widened. She had long been frustrated by her inability to locate Silence, only to discover that this woman had the information first. If you have other news, we can exchange. If not, I have no interest in playing games with you. Yi Hongling leisurely sipped her tea. I have his photograph. It appears you are not as foolish as I thought. Let me see it. First, tell me where he is. All right. A partnership built on trust. He killed a world beast in Luhai City and slipped away right under my nose. Both women achieved their objectives. Satisfied with the information they exchanged, with a target in mind and a photograph in hand, Su Jinyu felt the path to finding him had become significantly clearer. Xiao Qi, heed your elder sister's advice. You cannot compete with me, so retreat. What? Are you larger than me? Yi Hongling puffed her chest. Men prefer the larger ones. They can bury themselves in them at night. I hope you take care of yourself, sister. Su Jinyu's face flushed with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, she received a message from Silence, and her eyes brightened. Brother Silence has reached out to me. Silence, I have acquired the 10,000 sword technique skill scroll, which happens to be what you need. I will send it to you. Xiao Qi, really? You are the best, Brother Silence. Love you. The two could conduct their transaction directly in the trading space. Chen Nian, having offered it to her, naturally did not charge a single coin. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 sword technique. As soon as Su Jinyu received it, she promptly retrieved the item from her inventory. Oh my, Brother Silence is so considerate. He just acquired a rare skill scroll and gifted it to me. What about certain others? Yi Hongling raised her brows, her chest trembling with indignation. She never expected to be outmaneuvered at such a moment. However, she received a message from Qi Ling. Do you want a high-tier skill scroll? Chen Nian. A high-tier skill scroll is something that can directly unlock one's advanced language spirit. It is a rare treasure. She possesses such a valuable item. Yet she does not intend to use it, saving it specifically for me? Chen Nian, you are not using it? Qi Ling, hee. While you are busy gifting skill scrolls to other sisters, it is I who is thinking of you. Does your conscience not ache? Chen Nian, what the heck? How does she know I just gifted something to Xiao Qi? Are they in cahoots? Qi Ling, if you want it, accompany me into the fire abyss. I intend to awaken the advanced abilities of the Red Lotus Sorceress. If I succeed, this treasure will be yours. Chen Nian, all right. After receiving a positive response, Yi Hongling could not help but smile. Thus, I am off to meet your brother Silence. You can continue to swoon over his photograph here. Hey, wait. Chapter 44. The Formal Meeting. Accompanying Yi Hongling into the fire abyss, 14 days remain until the blood moon catastrophe descends. Chen Nian agreed to accompany Yi Hongling into the fire abyss, a necessary step to obtain the high-tier skill scroll. It is a sure way to significantly enhance one's strength. The fire abyss is a realm all fire element supernaturals must traverse. By overcoming its trials, players can not only elevate their levels, but also permanently enhance their attributes, and even awaken rare and powerful fire skills. Yi Hongling's decision to force her way into the fire abyss at this time is to grow stronger before the impending disaster strikes. The fire abyss is located within a volcanic mountain, and we will take a helicopter to reach it. Let us gather at the Luhai City airport tomorrow afternoon. Any issues? Yi Hongling, stop pretending, brother. Are you not in Luhai City? I am still looking out for you. Chen Nian. The next day, Chen Nian donned a black jacket he rarely wore, complete with a black mask and hat for complete concealment. Upon leaving, he even employed the shadow concealment technique, only releasing it in the airport restroom before going to meet Yi Hongling. At the airport, Yi Hongling stood out as the most radiant sight. With sunglasses perched on her nose, her wine-red hair cascading alongside her scarlet gown, she resembled a peony blooming in all its glory. Her ruby lips glistened like blood, and her snow-white skin was as flawless as a work of art. Her presence alone was enough to incite a fervent commotion among the onlookers. Oh my goodness. Look at that woman. She is breathtaking. That's Yi Hongling, right? You must recognize her. She is the beloved daughter of General Yi. I never imagined I would see her in person one day. Is it possible to enter the airport? I wish to rush in and catch a glimpse of her. Forget it, my friend. All entrances to the airport are guarded by armed enforcers, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. What a pity. Countless people pressed against the glass of the airport waiting hall, gazing from afar. Beside the helicopter, in addition to Yi Hongling, there were 6 other extraordinary beings, all fire-based powers who had come from various places. They were all invited by Yi Hongling at considerable expense and through her connections. Miss Yi. It's already 2 in the afternoon. Isn't everyone here yet? No hurry, one more is on the way. Who dares to keep us waiting, especially you, Miss Yi? Are they tired of living? One hot-headed individual exclaimed. Yi Hongling merely smiled, her lips curling slightly, choosing not to respond. If she were to reveal the truth to this group, they would likely be petrified. At that moment, Chen Nian finally arrived at the airport. Look who is here. Damn it, why is he walking so slowly? Can't he hurry up? Observing the young man who had yet to fully mature, they felt the need to teach him a lesson upon his arrival. Forget it. He is here at Miss Yi's request. Let us give her face. Once Chen Nian joined the group, Yi Hongling's gaze was fixated upon him without deviation. She even removed her sunglasses and placed them atop her head, a playful smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Hey, buddy, why not introduce yourself? Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chen Nian glanced at the crowd. Do I really need to introduce myself? That one do. We are all individuals of some repute. If you don't speak, how can we assess your strength? All right. Yi Hongling clapped her hands. Let us board the plane. We're pressed for time. Listen to Miss Yi. Miss Yi, please, after you. As the group insisted that Yi Hongling board the plane first, their intentions were quite clear. They wished to sit beside her. Who wouldn't want to be close to such a stunning, talented, and powerful heiress? Just the opportunity to be near her would be something to boast about for a lifetime. Once Yi Hongling took her seat by the window, a crowd clamored to board. Make way. Miss Yi, may I sit next to you? The speaker was Chu Xiang, a wealthy young heir with the talent of a flame knight, arguably the strongest among the group. Yi Hongling smiled. Do you think you deserve it? A Chu Xiang's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly settled into a different seat. After everyone was seated, the spot beside Yi Hongling remained vacant, and Chen Nian was the last to board. His first instinct was to move to the back of the plane, to the last row. Where do you think you're going? Come here. Isn't it enough that I'm the boss? You're ignoring my orders? Thus, amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the others, Chen Nian was forcefully pulled over to sit beside Yi Hongling. Wait, Miss Yi, he, especially Chu Xiang, whose face contorted in disgust, as if he had just tasted something foul. It was one thing for him not to deserve a seat beside her, but he never imagined this young man would take advantage of the situation. The helicopter roared to life. Chen Nian could feel a head resting on his shoulder, and an arm subtly wrapped around his waist. Could you not touch me? Huh? The noise is too loud. I can't hear you. With a captivating smile, Yi Hongling's wine-red hair danced in the wind, playfully slapping against Chen Nian's face. He sighed, unexpectedly finding himself in such an awkward position. 2 hours later, the group arrived at their destination, a volcanic island surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The fire abyss lay within the volcano itself. Yi Hongling explained briefly before leading them onward into the crater. A wave of intense heat hit them as the temperature surged dramatically. Fortunately, everyone was seasoned enough. This level of heat was nothing to them. After delving deeper into the volcano, they finally discovered an entrance amid the bubbling magma. Before them stood a crimson chaotic portal. Let us go. Yi Hongling stepped into the fire abyss first, with the others following closely, their faces alight with excitement. Chen Nian stepped in as well. A vast crimson expanse unfolded before them, with an overwhelming heat assaulting them. The sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, with lightning sporadically striking distant mountains. Surrounding them were the ruins of collapsed buildings and scattered debris. At the center of the area stood a towering red light beam, the very target Yi Hongling sought. A resounding voice echoed, "Challenger has entered the trial beam. The fire inheritance trial officially begins." Yi Hongling's expression turned grave. "I will enter the beam. Monsters will continuously attack from all sides. Your task is to protect me until the trial is complete. Do you understand?" "Understood. Miss Yi, do not worry. We will protect you." While everyone was confident, they were unaware that a fierce battle for survival was about to ensue. Chapter 45, The Fiery Demon Wolf. Chen Nian reappears. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. However, if they could endure, it would signify a substantial enhancement of their abilities. Yi Hongling sought strength, not merely to resist calamity, but for an even more significant reason, to capture a man. Even if she couldn't obtain his heart, she would ensure no other woman could claim him first. "I'm going in." Yi Hongling glanced at Chen Nian before resolutely stepping into the crimson beam. As she entered, it felt as if she had walked into a furnace of thousands of degrees, with flames swirling around her like serpents. Trial participant confirmed. The fire inheritance trial has officially commenced. Be careful, they are coming. Look at the sky. Suddenly, meteorites plummeted from above. Boom, boom, boom. The fallen meteorites transformed into monsters descending from the heavens. Crimson Flame Lizard, level 68, Lava Behemoth, level 69, Magma Giant Serpent. Level 67, as the crowd saw the levels of these monsters, sweat began to beat on their foreheads, and invisible pressure accumulating above them. All of these monsters are close to level 70, and our average level is just over 60. This is going to be tough. Haha, if it weren't difficult. Why would Miss You personally invite us to assist? Everyone, stay sharp. We are the elite. Moreover, defeating these monsters will grant a substantial experience. And the drop rate for fire skills will also increase. If we endure for 24 hours, that will be our victory. For the sake of generous rewards and plentiful experience. A grand battle commenced. Flame Slash. Fire Dragon Technique. Heavenly Fire Ravage. The intense, scorching flames twisted and curled, filling the air with heat and smoke, rendering visibility extremely low. The extraordinary beings fought fiercely against the monsters that emerged from all directions, utilizing their powerful skills to slay one after another. The fallen monsters dissolved into light points. But new ones quickly took their place. This was the Fire Abyss. The trial had officially begun, and the entrance had long since sealed. If they could not endure for 24 hours, there would be no way out. Everyone, conserve your strength. The battle is far from over. Do not exhaust yourselves. Exactly. This is just the beginning. Do not go all out. As more monsters fell, the Group S experience began to rise. Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150. This was merely the shared experience points. Yet they were not insignificant. If they persevered for 24 hours, everyone's levels would significantly increase, which was precisely why they were willing to come here. Chen Nian remained still. He stood before the radiant crimson pillar, adorned with a mask and hat, brazenly idling. Why on earth was that old man just standing there without contributing? Chen Nian had exerted no effort, yet was still partaking in the experience share. It was utterly intolerable. Indeed, our leader is Miss Yi, not you. Previously, we overlooked your inaction for her sake, but now that the battle has commenced, do not expect us to be courteous. The others also turned their ire towards Chen Nian. Earlier, witnessing his closeness with Miss Yi had already left them quite displeased, and now their frustrations had finally erupted. Ignoring their accusations, Chen Nian chose to remain indifferent. With a mere thought, he vanished from their sight. Where did he go? How could he have disappeared? Could it be an invisibility skill? Who would have thought this fellow possessed such an ability? We must expel him from the team. He cannot be allowed to linger and siphon experience. Wait. The captain is Miss Yi. We lack the authority. Only those within the team can share experience. Meanwhile, the captain, Yi Hongling, was undergoing her trial within the Crimson Pillar. The rest could only seethe in impotent rage. What shamelessness! A coward who dares not reveal his true self. What could he possibly accomplish? Everyone, focus on the monsters. Once the trial concludes, we will hold him accountable. Under Zhu Xiang's leadership, they plunged back into battle. Chen Nian, however, found a spot to observe the fray. These ordinary monsters were beneath his notice. Yi Hongling felt a profound sense of uncertainty regarding the trial in the Fire Abyss, for two reasons. First, she feared her inability to endure, leading to failure. Second, she worried that the others outside could not withstand the monster's onslaught, resulting in the same fate. Yet, having successfully summoned Buyu, her second concern was alleviated. In her eyes, the hired help were inept. Only Buyu served as her steadfast anchor. Time slipped by relentlessly. After 12 hours, this group had withstood the monster's relentless assaults. Remarkably, they had persevered for a full 12 hours. Yet, the considerable expenditure of energy left them increasingly fatigued. While the monster's attacks grew ever fiercer, how could it only be halfway? If this continues, I shall not last. Do these monsters have no end? The entire team was exhausted and battered, some barely recognizable, their clothing in tatters, bearing severe burns that left their skin charred and ghastly. Help, save me. I can't go on. Had I known this mission would be so perilous, no amount of reward would have enticed me to accept. A multitude of flame-based monsters surrounded them, Panic etched on their faces as fatigue and fear took their toll. The final wave of monsters is about to descend. All trial participants take heed. A line of golden text appeared. Zhu Xiang was overjoyed. The last wave. Ha. If we can withstand this, victory will be ours. Yet before his words could settle, the sky suddenly split open, and an unprecedentedly massive meteor plummeted down, obliterating several high-level monsters in its wake. Crack. The meteor shattered, unleashing countless red fissures. The first to emerge was a gigantic, red-black paw, roughly the size of a basin, with veins pulsating like molten lava across its dark skin. When the complete form of this entity materialized before them, an icy dread coursed down their spines, their bodies trembling. It was a colossal werewolf, clad in crimson armor, wielding a blood-red spiked club, with eyes that shone like radiant suns. Heavenly Flame Demon Wolf, level 95, a level 95 creature. This level mercilessly crushed all hope within them. For words, invincible. Even if the entire team were at full strength, defeating it would be uncertain, let alone now, when they were mere remnants. This was the end. Surrounded by countless monsters and facing a being of terrifying level ahead, some were so paralyzed with fear they lost control of their bladders, only for the heat to dry their trousers, leaving a lingering stench in the air. At that moment, Chen Nian reappeared in their midst. Chapter 46, The Celestial Cataclysm Descends. One finger to obliterate. It's you. As Chen Nian reemerged, the group was left in stunned silence. You cowardly wretch, dare to show your face again. I cannot fathom why Miss Yi chose someone like you. I swear, even if I perish here today, I shall take you down with me. Zhu Xiang was the first to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, faced with Zhu Xiang's utter breakdown, Chen Nian merely cast him a sidelong glance. If you wish to live, silence your tongue, rookie. What did you say? Zhu Xiang raised his weapon, ready to confront Chen Nian, but was restrained by another comrade. Wait. Don't act rashly. Do you not find it curious? Why has he emerged now, unafraid in the face of danger? Upon hearing his teammate's words, Zhu Xiang lowered his fiery sword. Perhaps there was truth in that? If he were a coward, why would he show no fear even at death's door? Moreover, why would he choose to reveal himself at such a perilous moment? Chen Nian paid them no mind. Having rested sufficiently and restored much of his extraordinary power, it was time to act. Wind-gathering cannon. What does he intend to do? This fellow possesses wind abilities. He is not of the fire element. Why would Miss You have brought him along? Wait. The team suddenly realized a chilling truth. One member stammered. He isn't a fire-type class. How has he managed to remain invisible all this time in the fire abyss? The group collectively gasped in astonishment. Fire-type classes exhibit immense resistance to flames, allowing them to endure within. How could another class achieve this? As they stood in bewilderment, a purple-black glow enveloped Chen Nian, shrouding him entirely. The catastrophe gem. Someone exclaimed in shock. His face was a mask of disbelief, pointing at Chen Nian as if beholding a monster. That is the glow of the catastrophe gem. He has slain catastrophe beasts and possesses the gem. Another shocking revelation. Catastrophe beasts, entities from beyond, are highly intelligent and fearsome. Mere mortals would meet their doom attempting to confront them. Yet this individual possesses the very gem from such creatures. Who is he, truly? At that moment, Zhu Xiang also comprehended that this man was extraordinary. He felt as though a thorn had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless, only able to swallow repeatedly. The catastrophe gem's offensive and defensive capabilities were activated. Defense, 696, attack, 696, boom. A shot was fired. The intense wind pressure sent Chen Nian's bangs flying in all directions. This wind cannon obliterated a nearby crimson flame lizard into countless fragments, scattering its soul. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their disbelief erupting in an overwhelming wave of shock. Could he have slain it in an instant? Just moments ago. They had needed numerous strikes to vanquish a single monster, sometimes requiring two to collaborate. Yet before this man, it was all accomplished with a single wind cannon? What kind of terrifying attack power could yield such results, capable of one-shotting a creature nearing level 70? They stood agape, nearly forgetting to close their mouths. For what followed was an unforgettable spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. The wind cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, as if they were free. Each shot obliterating any monster daring enough to approach, without exception. The remaining individuals did nothing but receive continuous notifications of experience gained. Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150. In just 2 minutes, all the minor creatures had been thoroughly exterminated, not a single one remaining. Awestruck, the onlookers finally realized who the true powerhouse was on this expedition. It was terrifying. No wonder Miss You held him in such high regard. He was indeed the strongest. The earlier restraint had merely been a prelude to this moment of action. Goodness, I even received a fire skill scroll. And I got equipment, they exclaimed. Laughter erupted as they realized this was the real reward for merely lying back. Any remnants of resentment towards Chen Nian vanished, yet after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, they were confronted with a grave reality. The mightiest foe still loomed, the level 95 flame demon wolf, looming like a colossal mountain, preventing anyone from lifting their heads. Without defeating it, survival was impossible. You dare challenge the fire abyss? Presumptuous. It roared. The wolf's spiked club was raised high, dark clouds swirling ominously as the earth trembled. Suddenly, the ominous crimson sky split apart, revealing a terrifying red meteor emerging from within. Heaven's Fall, a rare fire spell. A fire mage gazed skyward, his face ashen, lips pale, trembling uncontrollably. Everyone knew the catastrophic potential of this ultimate move. If it fell upon them, annihilation was inevitable. Foolish humans, your end is nigh, sneered the flame demon wolf, surveying the group with disdain, akin to a king regarding a swarm of ants, seeing them as already doomed. The meteor had once accomplished the remarkable feat of obliterating thousands of players in a single strike. Although this meteor may not possess such terrifying power, there was no doubt it could eradicate the current team without question. As the meteor descended, the group cowered in trepidation, devoid of any means to resist. Yet amidst the trembling crowd, one figure remained standing. Chen Nian's pupils reflected the fiery glow of the colossal meteor as he raised a finger, a smile gracing his lips. What did he intend to do? In the next moment, he provided them with an answer. Once again, it appeared to be an ordinary wind cannon. The invisible blast traversed the air, colliding with the enormous meteor that nearly obscured half the sky, only to vanish without a trace, leaving not a ripple in its wake. What was he thinking, using such a minor spell against a meteor? Insanity. In this life and death moment, no one mocked Chen Nian. They could only feel disbelief. The ultimate move unleashed by the 95-level opponent contrasted with his trivial skill. How could this be justified? A deafening roar erupted, overwhelming their senses. To their astonishment, the meteor exploded, fragments and fiery debris raining down like a spectacular display of fireworks. Amidst the blazing chaos, Chen Nian stood tall, a figure of calm amidst the turmoil, resembling the new king of a chaotic world. In that moment, he had shattered the meteor with a single wind cannon. The teammates, who had been cowering with their heads tucked, froze in shock. In their trembling eyes, Chen Nian appeared resolute, unperturbed amidst the fiery deluge. This is impossible. What monstrous power is this? Some rubbed their eyes, struggling to accept the absurdity of it all. Reality was undeniable. Chu Xiang finally comprehended that in Chen Nian's eyes, he was merely a clown, a novice unworthy of consideration. Overwhelmed by shame, he wished to vanish into the ground. A simple wind skill wielded such overwhelming force, which could only be attributed to two possibilities. Either his equipment boasted extraordinary attack enhancements, or his extraordinary attributes were exceptionally high. These two factors alone could influence the ultimate potency of his abilities. Not only did his teammates marvel, but even the flame demon wolf felt a twitch at the corners of its mouth, casting a doubtful glance at its own claws, questioning whether it had truly used its ultimate move. How could such an outcome be possible against someone of such a low level, yet exuding such formidable pressure? Humans possess some remarkable capabilities. Gripping its spiked club tightly, the flame demon wolf prepared to strike, but suddenly, an overwhelming sense of threat engulfed it. Another wind cannon was imminent. Instinctively, it raised its weapon to defend itself. This club, forged in the fires of magma, was indestructible. Bang! The spiked club shattered, golden red shards scattering. The flame demon wolf's pupils constricted in terror. Was this human's attack truly that formidable? Without time to ponder, the wind cannon was ready to fire again. But the astute flame demon wolf did not remain stationary, charging forward instead. This human had not moved an inch. He must be at a disadvantage in mobility. With such devastating power, his defense had to be exceedingly weak. If it could close the gap, victory was within reach. The flame demon wolf transformed into a crimson blur, racing through the arena, even generating a swirling red vortex. What incredible speed! This monster possessed not only formidable thought processes, but remarkable agility. Chen Nian was the last hope for the village. Should he fail, there would be no chance of survival for anyone. Look out, behind you! A voice shouted urgently. The speed was terrifying, so much so that the others could hardly perceive it with the naked eye. By the time they noticed, it was far too late. They harbored a suspicion that this young man might only excel in offense, with weak defense and mobility. Should he be engaged in close combat, he could very well fall. Who would have thought this creature possessed such intelligence? Death. The flame demon wolf believed it had claimed victory. However, its claws swiped through empty air as the figure before it inexplicably vanished. A calm, mocking voice resonated from behind. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? A single finger hovered in the air, aimed at the wolf's midsection. Boom. The flame demon wolf's abdomen exploded, flesh and blood scattered. Severely injured, it stumbled, unable to maintain its footing, only to find a foot descending upon it. The massive wolf figure lay pinned beneath the weight of a mere human, utterly immobilized. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Who was this creature? This individual was undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Chen Nian activated his eagle eye, precisely tracking every movement of his opponent, while the flash of wind and thunder endowed him with remarkable agility. Without hesitation, he converted all his defensive power into attack, for no one could reach him. Thus, this battle began with no uncertainty. Chen Nian cast a sidelong glance at the flame demon wolf, raising his finger to aim at its head, unleashing a devastating blast. As its body disintegrated into specks of light, notifications appeared. Congratulations on defeating the flame demon wolf. Gene Energy. Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill scroll, Heaven's Fall. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon, Crimson Wolf Molten Staff. Congratulations on acquiring rare forging material, Crimson Wolf Fong. An abundance of experience points. The rare fire spell, Heaven's Fall, could easily fetch billions in the trading market. The epic weapon, the Spike Club, was also a remarkable drop. Chen Nian felt immense satisfaction. This endeavor had proven immensely fruitful, after slaying a multitude of minor adversaries, culminating in the defeat of the final foe. His level surged dramatically from 70 to 83, a remarkable enhancement. The attributes of this epic-grade equipment were truly astonishing. The Red Wolf Fire Staff, Epic, requires a rank of 1, provides 50 defense, and boasts an attack power of 230, with additional attributes of 10 Constitution and 10 Extraordinary. Its special effect, with fire, allows the weapon to ignite in flames. In contrast, Chen Nian's previous weapon was merely a fine-grade dagger, offering a mere additional attack power of 50. Once equipped, his attack power skyrocketed by another 180. As for the weapon itself, Chen Nian felt no need to wield it. He relied primarily on the foundational effects of his equipment, with his combat style centered around incantations. All his level attributes and equipment properties had been rejuvenated. Chen Nian, Incantation Sage, Unique, Gene Level, Rank 1, Level 83, Constitution, 137 Agility, 88 Extraordinary, 77 Additional Attack, 310 Additional Defense, 696 Combat Power Assessment, 65 stars. His combat power assessment had increased by over 20 stars. If Chen Nian were to activate the effect of the Catastrophe gem, his attack power could even surpass 1,000. He realized he might be the first in the world to achieve such an extraordinary feat. How incredibly powerful. No wonder Miss Yu has the confidence to challenge the trials of the fiery abyss. It turns out she has enlisted the aid of such a formidable figure. My goodness. Even those at level 95 are no match for you. Who exactly are you? Indeed, a former legend from the game rankings, or perhaps a rising star. Let us get to know you better, so we can express our gratitude. Having narrowly escaped death, these teammates became ardent admirers of Chen Nian. However, apart from Chu Xiang, who could not fathom how anyone could be so exceptional, they all felt dwarfed by his prowess. Perhaps in Miss Ye's eyes, they were all mere novices, with only Chen Nian being the true powerhouse. Just then, a piercing scream emanated from the crimson light beam. The monsters had been vanquished, but Yi Hongling was in peril. Chapter 48. You kissed me. You must take responsibility. While Chen Nian and his companions battled outside, Yi Hongling was undergoing the trial of fire inheritance within. At this moment, her anguished cries suggested she was on the brink of collapse. If she truly could not endure, it would result in failure to inherit the abilities, meaning she could not only miss the opportunity for enhancement but also be barred from future inheritances. Chen Nian understood that with her tenacious character, she would never surrender. Yet, if she forced herself to persist, it could lead to a more dire outcome, turning to ashes. As he approached the crimson light beam, Chen Nian hesitated not, stepping forward without reservation. Wait, are you seeking death? If even Miss Yi cannot withstand it, how could you? The crowd gasped in shock. Most felt gratitude towards Chen Nian for saving them, and upon witnessing his intent to enter the perilous zone, they urgently called out to dissuade him. Yet their cries did not deter Chen Nian's resolve. Where on earth did Miss Yu find such a mad ant? That crimson beam is the core of the entire space, and the internal environment is subjected to flames that scorch incessantly, with pressure far exceeding that outside. Chu Xiang finally seized the opportunity to deliver a snide remark. Humph. What is he trying to do? Play the hero? If he dies, it will be nothing but a folly. Chu, do not go too far. He is the one who saved us. Someone retorted sharply. Such a prodigy is a treasure for the Dragon Kingdom and the entire world. Do not forget. The Blood Moon Calamity is about to descend. After receiving scorn from the crowd, Chu Xiang, his face pale, reluctantly fell silent, though inwardly he scoffed. No matter how strong one is, death renders it meaningless. Upon entering the crimson light beam, Chen Nian was met with an unprecedented wave of heat. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were being scorched. His ability to endure stemmed from the epic-grade equipment, the Fire Tree Robe, whose properties significantly mitigated flame damage. He never anticipated it would prove useful in such a dire situation. At the heart of the Crimson World, Chen Nian beheld Yi Hongling, and the sight momentarily rendered him speechless. She lay on the ground, her garments tattered, with patches of her fair skin illuminated in a rosy hue. Her wine-red hair sprawled around her, exuding a breathtaking allure. Stunning. The delicate figure, usually concealed beneath layers of fabric, now captivated Chen Nian's gaze. Yet, this was not the time for admiration. He observed that Yi Hongling's consciousness appeared to be on the brink of collapse and hurried to support her. As he lifted her, his hand instinctively wrapped around her back, and he was taken aback. Her back, which should have been smooth and delicate, was now charred and disfigured, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. The culprit was the fire dragon swirling above them. Hey, Yi Hongling, you came. The weakened Yi Hongling opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chen Nian holding her, a faint smile graced her lips. You're so concerned for me. Do you have feelings for me? Chen Nian was astonished that even in her weakened state, she still sought to tease him. Do not speak. At that moment, the fire dragon above made a move, charging towards Chen Nian and Yi Hongling. It was likely that she had been injured by it earlier. The thought irked Chen Nian, and a golden light ignited in his pupils. Incantation Judgment Golden Sword. The fire dragon was cleaved in midair, torn asunder. However, as it was a manifestation within the trial space, it could resurrect infinitely until the trial concluded. Thus, the fire dragon repeatedly attacked Chen Nian, only to be severed time and again, in an unending cycle. Yet, due to the unique nature of the Judgment Golden Sword, which could even cleave through high temperatures. As long as Yi Hongling remained near him, she would be spared from the searing heat. I am dying. Yi Hongling's voice was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Before that, could I please see your face? You should not be so gravely injured, Chen Nian replied. Heartless man, leave. Exiting means trial failure, and I would rather perish within. This fiery queen, usually so high and mighty, spoke in a manner akin to a delicate woman pouting before Chen Nian. Chen Nian, with a sense of resignation, stated the obvious. I cannot remain here to protect you indefinitely. The use of high-risk incantations is immensely draining. There is a way for me to pass the trial. Speak. Just as Chen Nian focused on her words, the previously frail Yi Hongling suddenly leaned in, kissing him directly on his black mask. This woman had actually torn off his mask with her teeth. Unbelievable. With the mask gone, Chen Nian's true visage was revealed to Yi Hongling for the first time. As he opened his mouth to speak, his lips were silenced by her tender kiss. A pair of long, graceful arms coiled around the back of Chen Nian's head like a serpent. The young woman before him, with her captivating eyes and fluttering lashes, appeared as enchanting as a blooming rose. Chen Nian found himself utterly unable to refuse her advances. After a prolonged moment, not only had his first kiss been stolen, but his face had also been seen. Yi Hongling was indeed no simple character. Even in such a precarious moment, she sought to ensnare him. Yet her lips were undeniably soft. Ahem, what are you trying to do? Although Chen Nian had enjoyed the moment, it did not hinder him from questioning her. Yi Hongling smiled alluringly and replied softly, I forgot to mention, I recently acquired a new ability. Lust can also be transformed into personal strength. And this is the first time I am using it. Chen Nian? See for yourself. Upon looking, Chen Nian was utterly astonished. The burn on her back was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, restoring her flawless, porcelain skin. How remarkable is such a power? Desire, too, is a form of fire, and Chen Nian suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What do you intend to do? You kissed me. You must take responsibility. But now you seem fine. That won't do. I do not know if I can endure until the end, so I need you by my side. To stoke the flames of desire even more. Chen Nian felt a hand gliding over his chest, sending tingles throughout his body. Wait. Have you been scheming against me from the very beginning? Not at all. I am not that kind of wicked woman. I am quite innocent. Yi Hongling pouted her luscious red lips and teased. Besides, you were quite enthusiastic just now, weren't you? Chapter 49. Do gentlewomen also guard themselves? Chen Nian was rendered speechless. He certainly could not abandon Yi Hongling. Not only was she the daughter of a general from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense, but she was also one of the most formidable forces against Calamity. For the sake of global equilibrium, it was imperative that she remained unharmed. What was to be done then? He would have to sacrifice his own allure. There were still several hours until the trial concluded. Do not be anxious. We have plenty of time. We can take it slow, Yi Hongling said while playfully lifting Chen Nian's chin, smiling brightly. Why do you hide that handsome face of yours every day? To guard against temptations like you. Do gentlewomen also guard themselves? If my identity were to be exposed, do you think other nations would simply stand by? Should the national war commence later, I would become the prime target for assassination by foreign powers. It's all right. I will keep it a secret. And if you come to my house, my father can offer you the utmost protection. Chen Nian, you want me to become a son-in-law? What an outright insult. He stood up, intending to leave. Just kidding. Don't go. Do you remember our first encounter in the Calamity? It was in a high-difficulty fire attribute dungeon. You were one of the hired hands I employed at a high price. And it was thanks to you that we successfully cleared it. Since then, we have had an entangled relationship. Chen Nian interrupted, that last part is unnecessary. I'm glad you came. Thank you. As soon as Yi Hongling finished speaking, she approached him like a clingy kitten and kissed him at the nape of his neck. The soft, delightful sensation made Chen Nian tremble. Look at your coy demeanor. Such a tease. I came in to rescue you. Don't go overboard. Are you even a man? A stunning beauty like me is flirting with you, and you can't even muster a reaction? At that moment, the fire dragon circling in the air was shattered by the golden sword of judgment. Calm down. Why are you getting anxious now? Yi Hongling's words were cut short as a sudden force struck the back of her head, and she found herself kissing Chen Nian once more. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, filled with delight. Their first kiss had been quite innocent, but this second one was different, akin to the fervent summer wind, intense and passionate. Yi Hongling seemed to melt, yet within her delicate form surged a renewed strength. This was one of her innate abilities, the rekindling of desire. Reinvigorated with extraordinary power, she no longer required Chen Nian's protection and could face the abyssal trial on her own. So much time has passed, the Haven Tea emerged yet. The Haven Tea perished inside, have they? None of the onlookers dared to step into the trial's light. They had the sense to know that entering meant certain doom. They could not withstand even a moment. When the time comes, we will know. If they have perished, a prompt will indicate the trial's failure. It's impossible for them to have survived. If even this you cannot endure, who else in the world can? Alas, it is regrettable that we do not know who that brother is. I have a guess, but I cannot be certain, for I do not even believe it myself. Quick, tell me. Forget it. It's impossible. That person would never reveal himself. I must have guessed wrong. Yi Hongling suddenly opened her eyes. Congratulations. The Fire Abyss trial has been completed. Congratulations on receiving the first legacy of the Fire Abyss. The skill Divine Fire Spear has awakened. All fire attribute abilities have been enhanced, and permanent growth of all attributes has increased. We did it. Successfully cleared the Fire Abyss trial. Yi Hongling reaped immense benefits. At this moment, the oppressive heat in the trial space had entirely dissipated. What a pity, she sighed. The trial has been successful. Why the long face? Chen Nian frowned. If the trial never ended, it would be splendid. We could continue indulging in some intimate activities. Chen Nian extended his hand. I have completed my task. Where is my reward? All right, but can you tell me your real name? I cannot. If my true name were known, it would be too easy for Yi Hongling to find me. Xiao Qi would become jealous, and I would have to inform her, leading to an inevitable love triangle. Forget it. I will find it myself. Here, take this. Yi Hongling huffed and handed Chen Nian the promised high-level skill scroll. With this, he could directly bypass stringent conditions to unlock a high-tier word spirit. Chen Nian continued. Just now, I defeated the foes outside and acquired this. Do you want it? A rare skill scroll, Heavenly Fall, a super ultimate fire spell. Any fire-based profession can utilize it, not just mages. Upon seeing the crimson scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes lit up. It was evident that she desired it immensely. I'll sell it to you for 100 million, a friendly price. Are you serious? You were just flirting passionately. And now you want 100 million? Yi Hongling fumed, hands on her hips. Business is business. I'll auction it off in the trading space, starting at 1 billion. Are you certain you don't want it? How about I offer myself in exchange? Then I shall take my leave. All right. Am I not worth 100 million? I despise your wooden demeanor. Fine, I'll transfer it to your account later. Chen Nian tossed the items to Yi Hongling, knowing she was not financially troubled and would keep her word. He then glanced at her disheveled appearance and threw his jacket over to her. After sales service. No need to thank me. When the jacket landed on her, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. You give me your clothes. Isn't it to prevent me from being seen by other men? How gentle of him. In that instant, Yi Hongling felt that spending 100 million for this jacket was worth it. At this moment, Chen Nian had already departed, utilizing the word spirit stealth to evade the gaze of those outside. When Yi Hongling emerged, a chorus of astonishment erupted. Miss Yi, you have finally come out. We have been waiting for you for so long. Indeed, Miss Yi, we battled fiercely against those monsters, nearly losing our lives. Thankfully, you succeeded. Congratulations, Miss Yi. People rushed to flatter her, but simultaneously wondered where the masked man had gone. Miss Yi, where did that masked brother go? Yes, Miss Yi, you didn't TC. That guy was incredible, dispatching a level 95 monster in mere moments. Who is he? Is he a newly emerged genius? Yi Hongling smiled and shook her head. I cannot say. Just as everyone was puzzled as to why she could not disclose this, someone suddenly trembled, murmuring in disbelief. Cannot say? Does that not mean? Chapter 50, Sequence 101 Destiny He is. Not a word. As this legendary name emerged, shock spread across the faces of the crowd. In their understanding, he had never revealed his true identity, remaining an extraordinarily enigmatic presence. Figures like Yi Hongling, a goddess-level player, not only shone in the game but also attracted countless admirers in the real world, her beauty having been exalted on major forums. Countless hearts cherished her as a moonlight beacon, Su Jinyu, the rare ice beauty, Zhao Xue, who among them was not a renowned figure. Yet, he was different from them all. He is an incredibly enigmatic existence, seemingly treating the game as merely a game, utterly devoid of any connection to reality. Who could have anticipated that one could truly encounter the Silent One? So it is revealed. No wonder Miss Yi had the confidence to challenge the fiery abyss. She had invited the Silent One. Goodness, this is utterly mind-boggling. I was just fighting alongside my idol? I had long heard of the close relationship between Miss Yi and the Silent One, but I never expected it to be true. How delightful. My heart felt at ease. If it is the Silent One, then his overwhelming strength is entirely unsurprising. Zhu Xiang's expression was as if he had bitten into something foul. He had been the most sarcastic among us. Now realizing that the person he had mocked was the legendary player, the Silent One, he felt a burning shame. Moreover, as the game intertwined with reality, the Silent One remained as formidable as ever, unreasonably powerful, astonishingly so. He felt as if he were ablaze. Brother Zhu, you are quite remarkable. Someone patted his shoulder, mocking the Silent One as foolish, haha, impressive. Zhu Xiang, flustered and enraged, retorted, you all mocked him too. Miss Yi, if you could have informed us of his identity earlier, we wouldn't have. His words were abruptly cut off by a cold glare from Yi Hongling, whose eyes seemed to say, did you really think you were someone important enough to be informed in advance? All right, I appreciate everyone's efforts on this journey. I will ensure the butler distributes the rewards to your accounts. After leaving the volcano, Yi Hongling chose not to board the helicopter with the others, but instead mounted her fiery broom and vanished like a streak of flame into the horizon. She intended to flaunt her success to Su Jinyu in Lu City. Chen Nian, upon exiting, could hardly contain his excitement as he employed a high-tier skill scroll. It is no exaggeration to say that such an item is rarer than epic-grade equipment, particularly for someone like him, who relies on scarce skills for sustenance. Please select your word spirit. Before Chen Nian appeared numerous arcane golden texts. As he stepped forward, a burst of golden light erupted, akin to stars exploding. Sequence 101 Destiny has been unlocked. The high-risk word spirit, destiny. Upon witnessing the unlocking of this word spirit, even Chen Nian could not suppress a slight gasp of astonishment. The effects of this word spirit are terrifying, truly versatile. If wielded skillfully, it rivals any high-tier sequence. Upon using destiny, one can draw cards. Sun, Moon, Stars. Sun increases physique by 30, restores health. Moon increases agility by 30, restores stamina. Stars increases the extraordinary by 30, restores extraordinary power. Additionally, there is a minuscule chance of drawing an eclipse, also known as the Black Sun. Once activated, the Black Sun can absorb all surrounding life forms. Akin to a black hole, indiscriminately. It is exceedingly terrifying. Hence, this word spirit is genuinely high risk. Perhaps even Chen Nian himself may struggle to control it. Entirely dependent on the luck of the draw. However, should fortune favor the draw, it could turn the tide. Soon, Chen Nian's account received a notification. Your account has received a transfer of funds. This is virtual currency. 1 gold equals 100 units, totaling 100 million. Virtual currency can be exchanged for real currency at any time. Yi Hongling's speed in transferring funds was quite impressive. Chen Nian's haul was extraordinarily bountiful. Not only had he awakened a new powerful word spirit and significantly leveled up, but he had also received a substantial sum of money. His subsequent plan was straightforward. First, to utilize the rare materials acquired previously from the Tua Mountain Demon Turtle Shell to forge an epic grade set. The remaining materials were trivial issues, now with ample funds. Chen Nian promptly swept through the trading space for supplies. All materials in hand. Next, he merely needed to seek a blacksmith of exceptional talent. The act of kissing was unexpectedly exhausting. The following morning, he noticed the news trending with his name at the top. Shocking. Legendary player, the Silent One, has emerged. Level 95 brutally defeated, netizens reacted. What? Finally news of the Silent One? Hubby, the Silent One is so strong, oh my. The Blood Moon Calamity is imminent. I hope the Silent One can protect us in our city. It seems the involved parties leaked the information, but it mattered not. Only Yi Hongling had seen his face. Chen Nian, have you seen the news? The Silent One has appeared. My goodness. Chen Yu, the ultimate fan of the Silent One, rushed to share the news with Chen Nian. Yes, I saw it. How can you be so calm? That is the Silent One. He might be the strongest, extraordinary being in the world. Indeed, quite impressive. It seems my praise of another man before him may have displeased him. Yet, I have no opportunity to interact with such an idol. It is merely admiration. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Lost in your thoughts? Off to level up? Deng Rongrong called out. Nothing much, just sharing my excitement with Chen Nian. The Silent One made his first appearance. I may have gotten a bit too excited. And he might be jealous? Haha. Deng Rongrong nearly burst into laughter. You praised him in front of him. He probably just couldn't be bothered to respond. What jealousy are you talking about? If he knew Chen Nian's true identity, he would likely die of embarrassment on the spot. In Lu City, within a grand mansion, Su Jinyu also came across the news, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She knew the full story. Humph, what's so impressive about it? My brother the Silent One has even sent me fireworks. I am undoubtedly #1 in his heart. As she mused, a streak of flame suddenly soared from the horizon. Indeed, it was the triumphant return of Yi Hongling. Chapter 51. Little 7, you want to be angry, will you? Yi Hongling, why are you here again? Upon seeing this flamboyant interloper, Su Jinyu felt a surge of anger. She couldn't help but scoff internally. Having grown up, she'll surely face a swift decline. Little 7. I've met your brother the Silent One. You must know that, right? So what? I've kissed him. You know? What? Su Jinyu froze in shock. Her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. While she had never kissed him, she often blew kisses at his photos on her phone. But such a thing was far too shameful to ever admit. Your brother the Silent One is quite skilled, you know? What? Su Jinyu's eyes widened. Yes. I think I kissed him about 8 or 9 times. Each time, he was left breathless. Oh dear little 7, you want to be angry, will you? You're lying. That's impossible. My brother the Silent One could never be with you. You must be deceiving me. Su Jinyu initially refused to believe it. Yes, I'm lying. But how about this? Yi Hongling produced a men's jacket, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Why that jacket? He gave it to me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Next time, I'll call you when I sleep with him, so you can feel included. Su Jinyu was utterly thrown off balance. Behind her, dozens of sword shadows suddenly materialized, all aimed at Yi Hongling. However, Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled as the continuous sword shadows spontaneously ignited, all consumed by flames. Well then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, little sister. Yi Hongling departed, thoroughly satisfied. While Chen Nian was busy leveling up outside, she had been preoccupied managing various affairs within the guild, preparing for the impending Blood Moon Calamity. Scoundrel. Once we safely weather this disaster, I will surely seek you out in Linhai City. Achoo. Chen Nian sneezed, muttering to himself. Could someone be speaking ill of me behind my back? He was in search of a suitable blacksmith to forge the final piece of his epic grade set. Just moments ago, he had found a potential candidate and was now making a phone call to inquire. Hello, I would like to schedule the crafting of a piece of equipment. On the other end of the line was a robust, middle-aged man's voice. Sure, brother, what level of equipment are you looking to craft? I don't take jobs below the fine quality. Epic level. What? The other party was evidently taken aback, his tone elevating several pitches. Indeed, epic level. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. When shall we commence? You set the time. Old Xiao was ecstatic, unexpectedly encountering a significant client. The blacksmith's forging prowess was intrinsically linked to his level. And the way to enhance that level was through crafting equipment. Successfully forging an epic item would not only yield a substantial amount of experience, but would also permanently augment his forging capabilities. Provide me with your address, and I shall deliver the materials to your doorstep tomorrow morning. All right. After hanging up, Old Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement, his joy evident on his face. His daughter, Qiuya, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, what has you so thrilled? Is something good happening? Haha, tomorrow I have a significant client. Since I can't pursue a combat profession, I might as well excel as a blacksmith. Not only can I assist others, but I can also support my family. Old Xiao was also a seasoned gamer. All right, Dad, I need to step out for a bit to meet a friend. This late. Please be cautious. Qiuya was on her way to meet someone named Luo Shui. Little did she know, this person had really come to Linhai City. At 9 in the evening, she arrived at the agreed location, outside an arcade. Yet, before she could meet her online companion, a group of drunken ruffians emerged from the arcade, swaggering down the street. Hey there, little sister. Who are you waiting for, standing here all alone? I am waiting for my boyfriend. Qiuya quickly fabricated an excuse. A boyfriend? Even better. Come on, let us grab a few drinks. Get lost, you creeps. Just then, the air temperature plummeted suddenly. The ruffians froze in place, as if turned to stone mid-motion. Qiuya's eyes widened, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Frost rapidly enveloped the ruffians, transforming them into ice sculptures. From the front, a girl wearing sneakers approached. Clad in a black shirt and denim shorts, her long, well-proportioned legs were impeccable. Under the vibrant lights of the arcade, her skin appeared almost luminescent. Qiuya had never seen a girl with such flawless skin. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a work of art. Beneath a black baseball cap were a pair of cold, piercing eyes and an astonishingly beautiful face. I am Luo Shui. The girl uttered these words nonchalantly, showing no regard for the frozen figures nearby. You're really Luo Shui. Qiuya was utterly astonished. Luo Shui, the pinnacle of ice abilities, the queen of the north. A goddess-level player. Her real name was Zhao Xue, hailing from the renowned martial arts family, the Zhao clan. Her background was on par with Yi Hongling's. As a prodigy of the Zhao family, her life revolved around martial arts training and playing the game Catastrophe. Within that game, she found a different kind of joy and met a special man. Silence enveloped them. Zhao Xue had come to Linhai City with a singular purpose, to find Buyu. A girl who traversed thousands of miles for love, merely to meet her beloved in person. It was a script straight out of a romance. Let us find a different place to talk. Zhao Xue led Qiuya into a nearby CAF. However, her striking beauty was impossible to conceal, attracting a new admirer every couple of minutes. Yet, these men were quickly deterred by the chilling aura emanating from her. You are truly Luo Shui. Oh my, am I dreaming to meet a legendary player here? Yes. Zhao Xue was not adept at fabricating lies. Could you tell me the specifics of what happened that day? Of course, but could you first give me your autograph or take a picture with me? I'm a fan. In her pursuit of information about Buyu, Zhao Xue reluctantly engaged in this exchange. That day, I was in a dungeon and got betrayed by someone. Then I encountered an exceptionally skilled individual. Qiuya recounted her entire experience of meeting Chen Nian. Do you know who he is? I do. He appeared in the news for his bravery and received accolades. He is also apparently a genius at Linhai University. Yes, his name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian. Zhao Xue repeated the name softly. And his girlfriend is the popular star Chen Yu. They make quite the pair. He has a girlfriend? Qiuya noticed that her ice-free coffee was now frozen solid. Chapter 52. Kidnapping? Chen Nian and Luo Shui strike simultaneously tomorrow. Take me to find Chen Nian. Though Zhao Xue's expression remained impassive, the sudden drop in temperature around them made Qiuya shiver uncontrollably. Does Chen Nian having a girlfriend concern her? All right, I'll take you to Linhai University tomorrow. We should be able to find him there. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhao Yixue nodded slightly. At that moment, the completely frozen coffee finally returned to normal. She stood up, her eyes resembling a solitary cat prowling through the night beneath her black cap. Do not disclose what I inquired about today to anyone. Okay. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. Oh my, I have Luo Shui's contact details. This is surreal. A group of unsavory-looking men suddenly banged on the CAF door. It's late. The shop is already closed. As she pondered this, Qiuya saw her father emerge from inside. What brings you all here at this hour? Old Xiao asked politely. Don't act coy. You know why we're here. We've come to have you craft equipment for us, so hurry up. The men spoke in a domineering manner, issuing orders without room for refusal. Old Xiao quickly smiled and replied, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we are closed for the night, and my clients are all scheduled. How about I put you in line for next time? Crash. A vase outside the shop shattered instantly. From a distance, Qiuya witnessed this scene, filled with rage. That vase had been her labor of love. Old Xiao, don't test our patience. You want us to wait? Do you know who we are? The man in the red shirt scoffed. We are from the newly established guild, Firelin, comprised entirely of level 50 and above elites, with a registered capital of 1 billion. Coming here personally to speak to you is showing you respect. Brothers, it's not that I, old Chow, am disrespectful. It's just that forging equipment at this hour would disturb the peace. Fine, take him with us. It won't be a disturbance at our company, and from now on, you'll prioritize our orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the men moved to seize old Chow, dragging him towards their vehicle. Soon, the headlights of an Audi vanished into the darkness. Too much. This is utterly outrageous. Kiya witnessed the entire ordeal, and in her rationality, instead of rushing out, she immediately called the enforcement team. Understood, we will verify and address the situation promptly. Feeling helpless, Kiya was left waiting, but by the next morning, there was still no news. She sat despondently at the shop entrance until a customer arrived. Chen Nian had come. He had originally scheduled to have equipment crafted that morning and arrived early. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar face. Is this old Chow's shop? I'm here to have him craft some equipment. You are Chen Nian. Upon seeing him, Kiya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had promised Luo Shui to find him, but now he had come to her. Yes, this is my dad's shop, but he was taken away. No, he was kidnapped. Kiya exclaimed angrily. After hearing the details, Chen Nian nodded. Don't worry, I have connections at the Enforcement Bureau. I'll help you inquire. Chen Nian dialed the Yunwei's number. I apologize, Chen Nian. I have already heard about this matter this morning. However, with the impending Blood Moon catastrophe, any elite combat power is invaluable, and the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot intervene for such trivial issues. In other words, it is simply unfeasible. The other party has neither committed murder nor arson. They are merely crafting equipment, which is not a sufficient reason for the Bureau to intervene. Understood, Chen Nian responded. What is the background of those who acted? Chen Nian inquired. A newly established company, or rather, the Extraordinary Guild of Firelin, which only admits high-level players above level 50. It is said that the owner has partnered with a group of capitalists to pool investments. These local business magnates possess extensive networks, making it difficult for the Bureau to obstruct them. Chen Nian, you better. Li Yunwei wanted to advise Chen Nian against getting involved. However, upon reconsideration, he thought that perhaps this young man had the capability to intervene. Captain Li, what should I better know? You should be aware that this new company located at 335 Yinshi Road is not one to be trifled with. Understood. Chen Nian chuckled as he hung up the phone. Were it any other day, he might not have bothered with such troubles. But today, Lao Chao was supposed to craft an epic piece of equipment for him. And how dare anyone cut in line? Regardless of the situation, those who jump the queue are detestable. Coincidentally, he had once had ties with the Law Enforcement Bureau and was considered half an official. Hey, driver, stop for a moment. Chen Nian hailed a taxi from the roadside and hurriedly took a seat. Qiuyue intended to call out to him, but was too late. Great. Now Chen Nian has run off too. With her father taken away and the promises made left unfulfilled, alas. Shortly after Chen Nian departed, a black business vehicle stopped by the roadside, and a girl dressed in a black shirt and denim shorts stepped out. Upon seeing the despondent Qiuyue, she couldn't be bothered with questions. Get in, take me to Linhai University. She was preoccupied with her thoughts, indifferent to everything else. Please hold on while more content loads. I actually just saw Chen Nian. I just didn't get the chance to stop him. I'm sorry. Qiuyue apologized. A distressed expression on her face. Where did he go? I don't know. Do you have his contact information? No. What was he here for? To find my father to craft equipment, but my father has been kidnapped. Where was he taken? What is your father's name? Lao Chao. Everyone calls him Old Chao. Zhao Yixue maintained an impassive demeanor as she made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, I want to know who kidnapped him. A simple statement. And she hung up the phone. Thanks to her words, the Zhao family's formidable network and intelligence system sprang into action. In less than 5 minutes, a location report was sent to Zhao Yixue's phone. Found him. Is this for real? Qiuyue was astonished. Unexpectedly, what the Law Enforcement Bureau could not accomplish, Luo Shui managed to achieve with just a phone call. Her identity and status are truly formidable. Get in. Zhao Yixue opened the car door, her expression unwavering. She always conducted her affairs with utmost efficiency. Meanwhile, Chen Nian arrived alone at his destination. Chapter 53. Can you hand over the person to me now? Chen Nian reached his destination alone. Quite imposing, indeed. Looking up, he saw a high-end office building, the glass shimmering brilliantly in the morning sunlight. Extraordinary Guild of Firelin. A company established to gather extraordinary individuals, it is destined to become a long-term and stable venture. These extraordinary individuals not only contribute to the nation, but can also work as mercenaries during their free time, selling the equipment they acquire or charging for escorting others to level up. The avenues for profit are countless. Establishing such a guild places one at the forefront of the era, akin to being the first to taste crab, ensuring a lucrative outcome. These capitalists possess remarkable foresight, swiftly identifying the most suitable industry for the times. Chen Nian smiled as he leisurely walked towards the company. He also had his own guild, but all its members were top-tier elites, and it was mainly managed by Shao Qi, with him rarely intervening. As he pondered, he passed through the revolving glass doors, stepping onto the exquisite silk red carpet and entering the spacious and bright lobby. Welcome. Upon entering, Two young women dressed in business attire and clad in black stockings greeted him with a bow. It must be said, they had done remarkably well in terms of presentation. It seemed this company indeed possessed substantial depth. No wonder they could engage in blatant coercion. Just then, Chen Nian received a new message. Ahua is initiating a private chat with you through Kun Shanhiyong and someone from the guild? Chen Nian felt a twinge of confusion. He had some recollection of this person named Ahua. Ahua was from Linhai City. He had previously revealed that he came from the Ming family in Linhai City, where he held a certain status, making him a go-to person for any guild members in distress. The Ming family's influence in Linhai City was not merely substantial. Their enterprises spanned finance, dining, investment, real estate, and they were undoubtedly top-tier capitalists. Even the mayor of Linhai City had to treat him with respect. Yet, this fellow was particularly poor at gaming. What does he want with me? Chen Nian opened the message. Ahua, big brother. I recently started a new project. The Extraordinary Company, which exclusively recruits high-level extraordinary individuals. Ahua, I believe this is undoubtedly a new industry for the new era. Ahua, after the disaster strikes, these concentrated elites can truly make an impact, far more effective than going solo. Ahua, Sister Shaoqi seems to be in a bad mood lately and has been ignoring me. Just wanted to report to you, big brother, that I am available for deployment whenever needed. Although Ahua was a middle-aged man in his 40s, he still referred to Chen Nian as big brother and called Su Jinyu Sister Shaoqi. Moreover, he possessed a keen business acumen. Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle. He had expected that Firelin Company was established by Ahua. What a coincidence. I'm currently at your company causing a ruckus. No words, all right? Chen Nian could indeed have Ahua step in to resolve this matter. However, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make requests or overly engage with others. He had even restrained himself from showing up in front of the most trusted Shaoqi, let alone with others. It was best to resolve matters independently. First, let us find the person in charge and discuss the matter. Ideally, it can be settled through dialogue. Chen Nian approached the front desk. Hello, big brother. Are you here to register and join the company? We are currently recruiting all extraordinary individuals above level 50 with generous benefits. The receptionist girl cheerfully inquired. No, I'm here to find the person in charge. Is the general manager available? Hearing that, Chen Nian wanted to see the general manager right off the bat. The receptionist's expression subtly shifted. Dressed in ordinary attire, sweatshirt, and jeans, he resembled a young university student. Please hold on while more content loads. He wants to hear to invest. Either. I'm sorry, but the general manager is quite busy and may not have time to meet with guests. If you have any requests, please let me know. The receptionist's demeanor changed instantly, judging him by appearances, regardless of whether he was busy or not. You should report it first and say I'm from the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Law Enforcement Bureau, please hold on. The receptionist's lips twitched, but she reluctantly began to make a call. How could someone dressed like this possibly be from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Although she was skeptical, she still felt a twinge of fear. Better safe than sorry. General Manager, hello. There is a guest here who claims to be from the Law Enforcement Bureau and is currently in the lobby. The general manager said he would be down shortly. Please hold on. All right. Chen Nian waited in the lobby. Shortly after, a tall, slender man in an exquisite black suit descended, flanked by two bodyguards in black shirts, suggesting they were not ordinary individuals, but extraordinary ones. Manager, that's him. The receptionist pointed at Chen Nian. The manager adjusted his tie and approached Chen Nian, casting a casual glance. You claim to be from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Yes. Is this how enforcers dress? Unbeknownst to many, one might think he was merely a spring outing intern. Speak up. What do you desire? The general manager's tone was casual, revealing no hint of concern for Chen Nian's presence. The company's formidable background instilled confidence. After all, even if a law enforcement director were to arrive, he would remain unfazed. I heard you kidnapped a blacksmith with extraordinary talents yesterday. I've already scheduled an appointment for him to craft equipment for me. I hope you will release him. Chen Nian stated his demand with utmost seriousness. To his surprise, the manager paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, so that's your purpose for being here, he exclaimed. He has already been requisitioned by our company. Chen Nian frowned. Did he consent to this? Our requisition does not require his consent, the manager replied, adjusting his glasses with a smile. It is his honor to work for us. This is kidnapping. Upon hearing Chen Nian's blunt assertion, the manager's expression finally soured. Throw this man out, he ordered, and two bodyguards advanced, hands raised, intending to toss Chen Nian aside like a mere child. Sighing, Chen Nian realized reason would not prevail. He would have to resort to physical means. He swiftly intercepted both bodyguards with each hand, twisting them effortlessly. His physical prowess was remarkable, boasting a strength score of 137. This, however, was augmented by his otherworldly equipment, rendering ordinary opponents of the same level half as strong. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as the bodyguard's wrists twisted grotesquely, eliciting screams akin to a slaughtered pig. The manager stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his face as he observed the two powerful bodyguards writhing in pain. Chen Nian shook his head in exasperation. He had no intention of escalating the situation. Can I have him back now? Chapter 54. Suppressing the scene. Zhao Xue arrives. Can I have him back now? Chen Nian's tone remained calm. But the others in the hall were aghast at the unfolding drama, particularly the receptionist who had never imagined this individual had come to stir trouble. Is he insane? Does he not understand where he is? The guild houses powerful extraordinary beings above level 50, and many remain on the upper floors. The capitalists behind this company are influential enough to command respect even from law enforcement. To cause a ruckus here is akin to courting death. To put it bluntly, if he were to be killed here, no one would even retrieve his body. The general manager was equally shaken. He had summoned 2 bodyguards, both extraordinary beings around level 50, warriors with immense strength, and yet they had been so easily dispatched by this young man. It seems we have a valued guest. My apologies, he's on the 3rd floor. Allow me to escort you to him, the manager said amiably. Let us go, Chen Nian replied, unconcerned about potential tricks. Following the manager obediently, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Brother, just ahead is our company's forging hall. He is inside, the manager said respectfully. Chen Nian said nothing as he pushed open the grand doors. As he entered the forging hall, the strong scent of copper and iron enveloped him, and the heat from the furnaces was palpable, with several massive casting furnaces drawing attention. Old Chow? Chen Nian called tentatively. Not far ahead. A middle-aged man covered in grime looked up, wiping sweat from his forehead. He wore a filthy tank top and bore numerous bruises, evidently having been beaten. Chen Nian approached directly. Who are you? Old Chow inquired, confusion written across his face. I'm here for the equipment you were scheduled to forge, Chen Nian stated plainly. What? You must leave at once. Old Chow's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly urged Chen Nian to depart. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare come here to demand a person. Having delved into the depths of this company, he understood the terrifying reality. Not only were there powerful extraordinary beings, but also multiple formidable capitalists orchestrating operations behind the scenes. Not only blacksmiths, but even extraordinary beings were forcibly brought to this company. If one refused to cooperate, the next step would involve threatening one's family and friends to compel compliance. The tactics were deplorable and brazen. It was evident that there were significant figures backing them, as even the law enforcement would not dare intervene. Leave? It's too late, Chen Nian declared, his feet firmly planted as if nailed to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the remaining bystanders had retreated, and now a formidable group of about 20 extraordinary beings had entered, effectively blocking any escape routes. Such audacity to come here to cause trouble. What a delightful distraction. The manager chuckled. You have my permission to unleash your power, but do avoid damaging the premises. Understood, manager. The eager crowd responded, stepping forward into the hall, eager to engage. Chen Nian ignored them, instead opening a warehouse and transferring materials to Old Chow. You can't. If you apologize now, you might still have a chance to live, Old Chow exclaimed, stunned and at a loss. Thinking Chen Nian believed his demise was imminent and was preparing to settle his affairs, Chen Nian chuckled. You misunderstand. I intend for you to forge the equipment right here. I will collect it shortly. What? Old Chow was utterly bewildered. You are surrounded by dozens of individuals. Your life hangs in the balance, and you still want me to forge equipment? Don't worry, it won't affect you. Trust me. Chen Nian calmly stepped into the open space. Such courage. Attack. The crowd surged forward, deliberately refraining from using extraordinary powers, intent on beating Chen Nian to a pulp. Their fists fell like raindrops upon him. In the current landscape, players lacking epic-level weapons generally had attack power below 200. Chen Nian, however, boasted a defense nearing 700. Their blows, while not entirely painless, were rendered inconsequential. The full extent of his epic-level armor manifested. They could not even breach his defenses, rendering their efforts futile. Chen Nian retaliated with a single punch. Boom. The sound of the impact was deafening as a 200-pound giant was sent flying, crashing 10 meters away. His face was unrecognizable. Several teeth shattered, and bloody beyond recognition. Silence enveloped the room. Why have you stopped? Chen Nian queried, confusion in his voice. The assailants recoiled in horror, their eyes wide as they regarded the unfortunate giant who had just been launched. He was a level 58 knight. They gasped, their earlier arrogance evaporating in an instant. Having crossed the line, Chen Nian showed no mercy. With 2 more punches, he incapacitated 2 more attackers, ensuring they would not rise again. This kid is dangerous. Don't engage him in close combat. Use extraordinary powers to subdue him, the manager bellowed. The crowd, understanding the gravity of the situation, disregarded any concern for the facility. Thunderclap crescent slash. A man in a black vest roared, swinging a massive blade that crackled with power. Shaking the hall, Chen Nian effortlessly pinched the blade between 2 fingers, creating a vast dent in the metal wall. He casually tossed the weapon aside. Next. No one dared respond. The general manager stood speechless, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He had anticipated a merciless slaughter. Yet he found his elite subordinates treated as mere toys, utterly outmatched by their opponents. His subordinates posed no threat, while their casual attacks could inflict significant damage upon us. The chasm of power between them was insurmountable. Is there no one left? Chen Nian mused as he pulled over a chair and sat down. Turning back, he noticed Lao Chao still frozen in place, his lips moving in a bewildered manner. Lao Chao, get to work. Oh right. Lao Chao suppressed his overwhelming shock and began forging this epic piece of equipment. Moments later, A resounding clang echoed through the air. All present could only watch from a distance, observing the audacious young man lounging in the chair, with no one daring to make a move. The general manager hastily retreated, making a phone call to summon reinforcements from the boss, someone formidable. Downstairs, a black business vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya had also arrived. Chapter 55. Zhao Yixue and Chen Nian. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya stood outside the company. Zhao Yixue, known for her succinctness, uttered 3 words before opening the car door to exit. She had no intention of allowing Xiuya to follow her inside, as this was a matter of brazenly causing chaos. Rumor had it that the company had a strong background, housing numerous formidable extraordinary beings. In the ensuing conflict, she could not afford to concern herself with anyone else. Be careful, Xiuya instinctively cautioned. However, gazing at the slender, straight silhouette of the young woman, she felt her words were somewhat redundant. After all, she had once been one of the world's strongest female players, Luo Shui, who could pose a threat to her, dressed in a black t-shirt and denim shorts. With long, slender legs clad in white sneakers, Zhao Yixue resembled a spirited girl from the athletic field. Her face, partially concealed beneath a baseball cap, was strikingly beautiful, flawless in every regard. Miss, wait. The butler hurriedly caught up from behind. Is there something you need? Miss, Haiqing is not the Zhao family's territory. It would be prudent to exercise some restraint while operating here. The butler handed her a mask. Although in this modern age of surveillance cameras, the mask offered little protection, it would serve to provide a semblance of anonymity. With the Zhao family's power and connections, even if Zhao Yixue were to commit heinous acts, she could ultimately extricate herself unscathed. It was a mere formality, a superficial gesture to furnish her with an excuse. Oh, Zhao Yixue donned the black mask, obscuring her stunning visage, leaving only her emotionless eyes visible. Chen Nian reclined in his chair, leisurely crossing his legs like a supervisor. Lao Chao, perspiring profusely, diligently operated the forging furnace to craft the equipment. The remaining individuals dared not make any hasty movements, fully aware that none present could contend with the young man, unless the boss dispatched someone stronger for support. The general manager was drenched in sweat, realizing that today they had stumbled upon an iron wall. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the 3-meter-high aluminum alloy door was unexpectedly blown open. All eyes turned to the entrance, including Chen Nian's. A girl wearing a black baseball cap strode inside. In an instant, everyone became alert, wondering how this girl had managed to smash the door open. The heavily fortified aluminum alloy door, weighing thousands of pounds, had been opened so effortlessly. A master. Why do I feel a chill? Someone muttered. This was the company's forging hall, filled with several furnaces. Standing inside felt akin to being in a sauna. Yet no one felt cold? A piercing gaze swept across the room, finally resting upon Lao Chao. Zhao Yixue recognized him as Qiuya's father, having seen his photograph beforehand. And the nonchalant figure seated in the chair was the very one who had abducted him? Zhao Yixue, known for her brevity, refrained from asking further questions. Raising her delicate white hands, she summoned several icy spikes that shot forth, aimed directly at Chen Nian. He did not move, permitting the icy projectiles to shatter against him, confident in his defenses. However, he was taken aback by a slight stinging sensation. Rising, he furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't anticipated that they had indeed brought a master to confront him. Zhao Yixue also frowned lightly. The ability to effortlessly withstand her attack indicated that this individual possessed considerable strength, worthy of engagement. A crystalline ice sword gradually formed, and Zhao Yixue gripped it, gliding forward like a dragon, leaving a trail of ice flowers in her wake. Clang! The sword clashed against a fist midair, the ensuing cold air extinguishing the furnace flames instantly. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread from beneath her feet, swiftly covering the entire hall. Lao Chao was left dumbfounded, hastily retreating to the side. He had never witnessed such a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, the general manager and his associates rejoiced at the unexpected arrival of a skilled fighter. Good. We didn't expect the boss to send someone so quickly. Let us finish this little brat off. They regarded Zhao Yixue as one of their own, cheering her on. Chen Nian was astonished. This person's extraordinary attributes must be exceptionally high. Otherwise, she could not have posed such a challenge. Was there truly such a strong individual in Haiqing? If he did not employ his verbal powers, he felt as though he might not be able to defeat her. Wait. This woman feels oddly familiar. Stern and aloof, with ice-based abilities, the girl before him began to overlap with someone from his memories, stunning him with realization. Luo Shui? Could this young woman possibly be Zhao Yixue? Was he the Zhao family based in Jiacheng? What was she doing in Haiqing, other than her? Chen Nian could not conceive of any other ice-based extraordinary being of such caliber, and it was evident she was holding back her full strength, refraining from unleashing her ultimate move. He was genuinely apprehensive of her. This girl, like Yi Hongling, was not to be trifled with. She possessed an overwhelming possessiveness, coveting everything she desired, including men. Once, while Chen Nian was in a game with Xiao Qi, she had confronted him, her first words being, "Are you playing with someone else?" After he confessed, she had demanded, "Tell me where you are in reality." Chen Nian had felt a chill down his spine. He could sense her seriousness. She was not joking. Given her family's influence, she could undoubtedly follow through on her threats, which was terrifying. Hence, He was particularly reluctant to reveal his identity. In a sense, she was even more intimidating than Yi Hongling. Both women were formidable foes, with Xiaoqi being the easiest to handle. No, he could not allow her to recognize him. Ouch! Chen Nian cried out, deliberately propelled by the ice flowers. Half reclining on the ground, clutching his chest, he fully committed to the act. Zhao Xue halted her attack, refraining from pursuing further. Upon witnessing Chen Nian's apparent defeat, the manager finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Oh, wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Is this all he amounts to? With such meager strength, he dares to provoke us? Pathetic. As he spoke, the general manager cast a look of admiration towards Zhao Xue. Zhao Xue? She tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. According to this line of reasoning, this group was the company's personnel, and the individual she had just defeated was not one of them? Had she mistaken her target? Just as she was mulling over this, Chiyoya rushed in from behind, hurrying to the front, her face alight with panic. Oh no, what has happened? Chen Nian. Are you all right? Chapter 56. Chen Nian. I am silent. Chen Nian, are you okay? Chiyoya rushed in, quickly helping Chen Nian up, her face filled with guilt. Daughter. What brings you here? Upon encountering his daughter, old Xiao was taken aback. Do not meddle in these matters, hurry and leave. It's all right, Dad. I've made the acquaintance of a benefactor who is here to assist us, Kiwia explained, all the while helping Chen Nian to his feet. Wait. Are you the one who led the enemy into the village? Chen Nian exclaimed, realizing that Zhao Yixue must have had a guide to find this place, complicating matters considerably. Zhao Yixue, realizing the gravity of the situation, was taken aback. Is he really Chen Nian? Indeed, he is the one you seek, Kiwia confirmed with a nod. Chen Nian was somewhat amused by her straightforwardness. She couldn't even muster a polite fib. The general manager and his entourage struggled to suppress their grimaces. What is happening? The powerful ally we hoped for turns out to be one of the enemy? The general manager instinctively took a step back, contemplating retreat, but a chilling voice interrupted him. You have deceived me. Deceived you? You shouldn't accuse us frivolously. You were the one who initiated the fight upon entering. Zhao Xue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having struck the wrong person left her feeling quite awkward, and a faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks. To alleviate the tension, she resolved to unleash her wrath upon the group. We need to flee. The general manager attempted to escape, but the entrance had been completely encased in ice. A bone-chilling cold pierced their skin, leaving dozens trembling, as if they had been transported to the farthest reaches of the north. Moments later, they were all transformed into various forms of ice sculptures. Though they wouldn't perish, it would take hours for them to regain their senses. Zhao Xue exhaled, reverting to her icy demeanor. How terrifying! Chen Nian couldn't help but shiver. This girl's extraordinary powers had reached a truly fearsome level, perhaps nearing the pinnacle of her abilities. Without resorting to high-risk incantations, he knew he couldn't contend with her. There's no need to fear. She is one of us, Kiwia said cheerfully. You know nothing. Chen Nian thought to himself. At that moment, Zhao Xue approached, having dealt with everyone else. I apologize for the misunderstanding. When apologizing, one should bow their head. Not fixate on me with such icy eyes. It's all right. Your friend is quite formidable. I found myself utterly outmatched. You are impressive too. But it's entirely normal to be unable to defeat her. You have no idea who she truly is. Speaking her name might frighten you, Kiwia said mysteriously. You don't recognize me? Zhao Xue removed her mask, revealing her ethereal beauty. You are Zhao Xue? The legendary player Luo Xue? I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Chen Nian feigned astonishment. Zhao Xue frowned. By the way, Sister Zhao, what brings you all this way to find Chen Nian? The next words rendered Kiwia speechless. I need to ascertain whether he is mute. What? Confusion was evident on both Kiwia's and her father's faces. You're referring to the world's #1 legendary player, mute? Indeed. Zhao Xue replied straightforwardly. How could that be? Are you joking, Miss Zhao? Kiwia was equally perplexed. Why do you think that? One of Mute's abilities engulfs the surroundings in darkness, mirroring your experience. That's right. The darkness Zhao Xue refers to as the domain of the god of language. Impossible. Kiwia gasped in shock, turning to Chen Nian, who wore a bewildered expression. It was unfathomable to connect that top-tier player with him. I assure you, I'm not. But I'm curious, Miss Zhao, what do you wish to do with Mute? Chen Nian inquired cautiously. Many women covet him. Staying in my home would be safer for him. Zhao Yixue stated with utmost seriousness. Staying in your home? You mean to keep him as a trophy? Chen Nian's lips twitched. What if Mute refuses? I shall encase him in ice, keeping him by my side forever. Damn. A true Yandera, an utterly formidable Yandera. Chen Nian felt a chill run down his spine. If she discovered that he had kissed Yi Hongling, would she not take a knife to him, deeming him unclean? Even Qiuya found the situation absurd. Who would have thought that this legendary female player, an ice queen with countless suitors, would be so infatuated with a man? I truly am not Mute. That incident was a mere misunderstanding. Qiuya, come here for a moment. Let us clarify this misunderstanding to avoid any further embarrassment. Sure. Chen Nian led Qiuya behind the forge. I am Mute. Ha ha ha, are you joking? This is my equipment information. I am the one who has slain the world. You? Qiuya's pupils widened in shock. A significant portion of his gear was of epic quality, with several pieces sharing names with world-renowned items. She nearly cried out, but her mouth was sealed by the ethereal serpent. No words could encapsulate her overwhelming excitement. The man before her was the strongest player in the world, Mute. A living legend in the hearts of all. Just the thought made her heart race beyond its limits. I need you to cover for me, understand? Just blink if you do. MMM. You've seen how terrifying this woman is. If she captures me, I won't be able to protect Linhai City. MMM. You bear the weight of Linhai City's safety. Do well. Zhao Yixue shifted her gaze to old Chao. May I ask, has Chen Nian commissioned you to forge equipment? Yes. I was just in the midst of aiding him with some gear when you two began to fight. It startled me. What equipment? An epic level piece, haha. Crafted from rare forging materials. May I see it? Of course. Old Chao was straightforward, revealing no hesitation. Epic level. Devil Turtle Armor. Description. Crafted from the shell of the devil turtle dropped by the demon of Camel Mountain, it is indestructible. After reading, Zhao Xue's heart sank. An epic level set, one that even I do not possess? No wonder his defense is so formidable. Is this person truly just an ordinary player? Zhao Yixue, not one for words or deceit, was no fool. She had reached her conclusion. Chen Nian was indeed mute. But why was he concealing this from me? Did he not wish to be with me? A pang of sorrow struck her heart. In the eyes of a Yandra, such an obsession is a perfectly normal expression of love, and she felt no fear at all. Thus, she believed her feelings to be entirely rational. Chapter 57. A gathering of hundreds, a great battle imminent? Chen Nian spoke earnestly. Beside him, Qiya forced a smile, saying, I apologize, Sister Zhao. It seems I made a mistake. However, Zhao Xue's gaze remained fixated on Chen Nian, even more resolute than before. You are mute. Miss Zhao. I respect and understand your feelings for him, but we must face reality. What merit do I possess to be compared to him? Qiya echoed. Yes, Sister Zhao. Let us not dwell on this. Zhao Xue's unwavering gaze was rare for her. She struggled to articulate so many words at once. Chen Nian was left dumbfounded. Instinctively looking at old Chao. Did old Chao sell me out? How could I have forgotten this detail? Miss Zhao, I obtained this equipment material through sheer luck. You know that anyone involved in the hunt has a chance. Why won't you acknowledge it? I am truly not. Do you not like me? Zhao Xue asked with the calmest demeanor, uttering the most innocent of sentiments. What male player in the world does not admire Luo Shui? She is the goddess of every male player. I still need to ask you for an autograph later, haha. Upon encountering Chen Nian, Zhao Xue's gaze finally fell to her toes, unwilling to acknowledge her feelings. In that moment, this paragon of beauty, wealth, and power experienced a fleeting sense of melancholy. Her childhood had been marked by solitude. Amidst a life adorned with flowers, applause, and adulation, there lingered an unsettling sense of unreality. Subsequently, by a twist of fate, she became engrossed in the globally popular game Cataclysm, losing herself in the arena until she reached an unmatched pinnacle. That was until she crossed paths with Buyu. Their connection began within the arena itself. I heard you have a girlfriend, she remarked. Indeed, Chen Nian nodded. Zhao Xue softly acknowledged this. Just then, her phone rang. And she answered it. Not yet. Understood. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, grasped the implication. Zhao Yixue had achieved level 99 in the first tier and was preparing to unlock her first genetic lock to ascend to the second tier. This would signify a monumental leap in strength, especially if she could elevate herself before the Blood Moon Cataclysm, thereby bolstering her confidence against the impending monsters. Unexpectedly, she was progressing at such a rapid pace. Yet, ascending was fraught with peril. There existed 5 levels of difficulty for advancement: ordinary, difficult, abyssal, hellish, and cataclysmic. The greater the challenge, the more formidable the abilities gained post-genetic liberation, with true elites opting for the cataclysmic ascension, including Chen Nian himself. However, reality diverged significantly from the game. In the game, one could retry an advancement challenge indefinitely, whereas failure in reality could lead to death, offering no second chances. Thus, Zhao Xue sought to meet Buyu before her ascension, for even she harbored uncertainties about her success. I'm leaving, Zhao Xue declared, turning to depart. Chen Nian signaled to Qiuya, indicating she should bring Lao Chao along as it was best to stick together, but no one dared to stop her. Adhering to the principle of delegating tasks to the secretary when there was nothing pressing, Lu Xingchen remained in bed with his female secretary. Despite having been publicly humiliated by his younger brother Chen Nian on 2 occasions, he quickly regained his composure and sought a new business opportunity, investing in the superhuman company. Lu Xingchen was certain it was a venture brimming with potential, especially with several bosses pooling their resources, the principal investor being Fire Brother, a local powerhouse in Linhai City, where few dared to challenge him. It was a secure investment, unlikely to falter. Manager Lu should get up, someone urged. Not a chance. Today, without my permission. You're not getting out of bed. Lu Xingchen replied with a devilish grin, playfully slapping his secretary's backside, poised to engage in some intimate activities when suddenly a phone call interrupted him. Manager Lu, bad news. There are strong contenders causing chaos at Fireland's establishment, and it seems no one can stop them. What? Lu Xingchen exclaimed, alarmed. Who dares to wreak havoc at Fireland's turf? Don't they know this is Fire Brothers' territory? Hurry, gather all our strong allies to assist. This is a prime opportunity to make an impression on Fire Brother, which could pave the way for future endeavors. Understood. Lu Xingchen hastily donned his trousers. Excitement coursing through him as he recognized this as a rare opportunity. Unsurprisingly, other bosses shared the same sentiment, rallying their strong allies to support Firelin. Soon after, several black business vehicles were haphazardly parked in the plaza below Firelin's company. Emerging from these vehicles were not only impeccably dressed bosses but also their elite superhumans. At a glance, there were nearly 100 of them. Who has the audacity to challenge Firelin early in the morning? One bystander exclaimed, as the surrounding crowd was swiftly cleared away, leaving the vast plaza filled with elite superhumans, signaling an imminent clash. Oh my, I've never witnessed such a formidable display. With so many superhumans gathered here, it's bound to end in bloodshed. Quickly contact the Enforcement Bureau. Don't be ridiculous. Look at who these people are. They're all prominent figures in Linhai City, and Firelin's major backer is from the Ming family. The Enforcement Bureau wouldn't dare intervene. Lu Xingqian also stepped out of the vehicle, leisurely removing his sunglasses as he surveyed the scene. They're coming out. Indeed, Chen Nian and his companions emerged, with Zhao Xue leading the way, followed closely by Chen Nian and Qiuya. Upon witnessing the overwhelming spectacle, both Qiuya and her father were taken aback. Dozens of vehicles cluttering the area nearly sealed off the entire plaza, and the nearly 100 onlookers wore grim expressions. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear at such a terrifying sight. But Qiuya remained unfazed. After a brief moment of shock, her composure quickly returned. With Luo Shui and Bu by her side, this crowd seemed insignificant. Understood, big brother, let them disperse. So many? Chen Nian was equally astonished by the sheer number of people gathered outside. Moreover, he recognized a familiar face. Was that Lu Xingqian, his father's adopted son? How did he become involved with this company? Lu Xingqian, upon spotting Chen Nian, hesitated momentarily before furrowing his brow. You again, Chen Nian. I didn't think you'd dare to show up here after our previous encounters. It seems you have no respect for Fire Brother or us. As Lu Xingqian's tone intensified, nearly everyone present caught wind of his reproach. Boss Lu, do you know that troublemaker? It's quite embarrassing to admit. But he is my ungrateful younger brother, who neglects his business responsibilities to gallivant about. Lu Xingqian sighed. It appears I must take a stand and teach him a lesson. His words were cleverly articulated, casting Chen Nian in opposition to Fire Brother and all present, redirecting the animosity towards him. Boss Lu, your lack of discipline warrants a stern lesson. In Linhai City, provoking Fire Brother will make future endeavors quite difficult. Indeed, well said. Lu Xingqian smirked inwardly, confident that he could not be challenged with so many investors present and Fire Brother watching over them. On Zhao Yishue's side, a manager approached. Miss, these individuals are clearly unaware of their limitations. If we reveal our identity, they will not dare to confront us. Not necessary. Zhao Yishue, feeling quite displeased, needed an outlet for her frustration and saw these individuals as perfect targets to unleash her pent-up energy. Miss, wait. Linhai City is not our territory. If you escalate matters, it could create complications for the family. Normally, Zhao Xue's forthright nature would dismiss such concerns. However, upon reflecting that Bu Yu had refused to disclose his true identity, she pondered why she should assist him. Let him deal with this mess himself. Very well. Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi. At that moment, a group of individuals was eager to engage, the atmosphere charged with tension. The manager stepped forward, clearing his throat before proclaiming, "We hail from the Zhao family of Jiangqing. And this young lady is our esteemed Zhao family heiress. We hope that everyone refrains from rash actions to avoid self-harm." What? The Zhao family of Jiangqing? She is the Zhao family's daughter? The Zhao family, renowned worldwide for their martial prowess? When did Linhai City attract such a formidable entity? Upon hearing this name, those present exchanged glances, hesitating to act recklessly. The Zhao family was a behemoth they could not afford to provoke. Even though this was not Jiacheng, the Zhao family's influence remained vast. Only the powerful backer present might dare to disregard it. Quickly asked Fire Brother. Someone immediately dialed Meng Hua. On the other end of the line, a weary voice emerged, suggesting that the esteemed boss had only just risen from slumber. Damn it. What business do you have disturbing my sleep? Are you seeking death? Regardless of who was calling, Meng Hua unleashed a torrent of curses upon waking. After all, in Linhai City, there was no one he truly feared. Even berating the mayor would be brushed off with a jest. Apologies for the disturbance, but the Zhao family is causing trouble at your establishment. How do you wish to address this? The Zhao family? Let us show them some respect. But not too much. It's not like they're untouchable. After uttering these words, Meng Hua forcefully ended the call and snuggled back into his blanket for a leisurely snooze. Those present seemed to receive a royal decree, instantly alleviating their anxiety. Especially Lu Xingqian, who was practically overjoyed by the news. Let the Zhao family be. Just don't let my brother off the hook. Heh. Miss Zhao, we shall grant the Zhao family some face, but they must leave with an explanation. The ire was directed towards Chen Nian and Qiuya. Zhao Yishue was well aware that these individuals posed no threat to Chen Nian, yet she was curious to see how he would navigate the situation. Chen Nian, if you kneel and apologize to your elder brother now, I might be inclined to show you some leniency. With a sigh, Chen Nian replied, "Please hold on. I need to make a call." He then stepped back. Qiuya exclaimed, "What in the world is happening?" "No way." Luo Shui, opting to remain silent, retreated behind, anxiously questioning the reliability of the two present. "Can we not handle this calmly without dragging us into it?" Overwhelmed with pressure, she could only cast a pitiful glance at Zhao Yixue, hoping she would intervene on behalf of her father and herself. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhao Yixue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Nian. Sister, he wants to even acknowledge you. Yet you remain fixated on him, even watching him make a call. It's hardly worth your time. Look at me instead. Sighing, Lu Xingchen remarked with scorn. Your brother is utterly spineless. Ha ha ha. Chen Nian typically refrained from calling anyone he met online to safeguard his phone number. However, there was one exception. Known as Haizi, a 28-year-old doctor of information security and a genius hacker, he was a master of his craft. It was through his assistance that Chen Nian managed to conceal his true identity so effectively. Techniques such as virtual construction, call forwarding, and information firewalls were all under his purview. Furthermore, he played a critical role in helping Chen Nian connect with individuals from the guild. This call was directed to Haizi. Hello, Haizi. Brother, will you? I had set my phone to do not disturb. Your call bypassed it and startled me awake. Cut the small talk. What do you need? Looking for Xiaoqi? I heard she has been feeling down lately. Perhaps you could offer her some comfort? Transfer me to Ahua. I need to speak with him. Understood. Beep. Connection in progress. Ahua, or Minghua, was the infamous boss referred to by the group. Awakened for the second time by a phone call. His anger surged to an apex, and he vowed to unleash his wrath upon whoever disturbed him. Who the hell dares to wake me up this early? Do they wish for death? Do they not know I could have them dealt with? It's me. Menghua's entire body jolted, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Brother, it's you. My apologies for my earlier outburst. I shall give myself a couple of slaps. With 2 sharp slaps echoing. He continued, what can I do for you? Is the Hualin Extraordinary Company yours? Yes, indeed. Did I not mention it to you before? It's my latest investment. Truly at the forefront of the era, haha. Your subordinates are blocking the entrance to the company with over 100 people. It's quite bothersome. Understood, brother. I will have them disperse at once. Those worthless fools. Chapter 59. Lu Xingchen's mental collapse after concluding that call, Menghua felt a chill in his heart. While he initially felt excitement at Wu Yu's call, he never anticipated it would be to hold him accountable. Damn those incompetent fools. They ve angered the one person I dare not provoke. Without delay, he dialed another number. Hello, Hua Gu. What can I do for you? Get lost. Take everyone and leave immediately. The farther the better. What? The person on the other end was baffled. Hua Gu, there was a disturbance at your company. We were just about to teach them a lesson. I said get lost. Can't you understand? You have 1 minute to vacate. Menghua's fury reached its zenith. But Hua Gu, shut it. There are people in there I cannot provoke. You'll need to be eliminated to understand. Understood. After unleashing a torrent of curses, Menghua hung up, praying fervently that he hadn't angered Wu Yu. As for the ruckus makers, were they Wu Yu's subordinates, or even him? Menghua dared not delve deeper. He couldn't risk getting entangled in this mess. At the foot of the Hualin Extraordinary Company, the boss who had just been reprimanded was both confused and dazed. In Linghai City, who could make Hua Gu so apprehensive, someone he wouldn't dare confront? Surely even the renowned Zhao family lacked that power. It was truly a bizarre sight in broad daylight. The sudden turn of events captured everyone's attention. No one understood why the imminent confrontation had been abruptly halted. What is this? We were called here from afar, and now we're not allowed to act? It's said to be the directive of that esteemed boss. At that moment, Chen Nian sauntered out leisurely, glancing at Xiaoya and the others. Let us go. It's all resolved. Resolved. Xiaoya, still in disbelief, watched as Chen Nian strode forward like a lone warrior charging into enemy territory. Without a moment to ponder, she chose to trust him, urging her father to follow closely behind, her heart racing with anxiety. Seeing his brother emerge nonchalantly, Lu Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. His fists clenched, filled with unbridled fury. Stop. The sharp command halted Chen Nian and his companions. Why are we suddenly not allowed to act? They're causing chaos at Hua Gu's domain, and now they're permitted to retreat unscathed? Lu Xingchen attempted to escalate the tension, leveraging Hua Ji's identity for pressure. However, to his surprise, the boss who had just taken the call stormed towards him, delivering a swift kick to Lu Xingchen's thigh. What the hell are you? Do you think you have the right to command someone to stop? You've been given face. The kick sent Lu Xingchen crashing to the ground, his leg nearly broken. In disbelief, Lu Xingchen stared at the very person who had just been friendly with him, now displaying a complete turnaround. What do you mean? You think calling you Lu boss makes you important? Get lost. Lu Xingchen looked around, bewildered and helpless. No one came to his aid, even those he had trained. His so-called extraordinary subordinates dared not approach to help him. In that moment, he felt like a monkey in a zoo, sitting on the ground surrounded by spectators. Ultimately, Lu Xingchen's gaze met Chen Nian's. He had expected to see Chen Nian reveling in this moment, delighted by his misfortune. But that was not the case. Chen Nian's expression was remarkably composed, his gaze indifferent, akin to stepping on an ant by the roadside, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Such a reaction only served to provoke Lu Xingchen further, piercing his heart like a steel needle. It dawned on him that Chen Nian had never regarded him as significant. Let us go, Chen Nian said, leading Xiaoya away from the scene. Even now, Lu Xingchen could not fathom why events had shifted so rapidly. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Just moments ago, it seemed Chen Nian had made a phone call. Could the reversal of fortune be attributed to that call? Impossible. How could Chen Nian possibly be connected to the fire boss? Pained and bewildered, Lu Xingchen limped forward. Brother, what did the fire boss say just now? Could you enlighten me? Do you think you deserve to know? Lu Xingchen, resembling a clown, was left standing there as the others departed one after another. Zhao Xue had witnessed the entire episode, and only when Chen Nian's figure vanished from her sight did she speak. That's enough. Miss, what is your relationship with that young man that warrants such concern? The butler could not help but inquire. He is my man. The butler was taken aback, thinking to himself, Miss, he didn't even bid you farewell before leaving. How has he suddenly become your man? Sensing the butler's skepticism, Zhao Yixue coldly added, what I desire is mine. Understood. Mississippi Chen Nian and his companions had successfully departed. As they settled into the vehicle and drove away, Chuya remained perplexed, scratching her head. Why did those people suddenly change their attitude? Was it because of that phone call? Chen Nian smiled. Perhaps. That is utterly absurd. Just moments ago, that individual was berating you, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a jester. It's hysterical. After expressing her astonishment, Chuya suddenly asked, they won't come back to trouble us, will they? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare, unless they have a death wish. Chen Nian was unconcerned about Ming Hu investigating his identity. He wouldn't dare. Even if his identity were to be revealed, it would be inconsequential. He was merely an ordinary individual, not some deranged girl. Certainly, he would never disclose Chen Nian's identity, unless he sought his own demise. The pressure of death was an experience no one wished to endure a second time. In other words, everyone within the guild was acutely aware that if you intended to eliminate someone, escape would be impossible for anyone. While in the vehicle, a sudden text prompt materialized before Chen Nian. Not only he, but also countless extraordinary individuals in Linhai City were presented with the same alarming message, repeatedly broadcasting like a red alert. Player Mogu's challenge for Abyss-level gene evolution has failed. The challenge monster has descended into reality. Player Mogu's challenge for Abyss-level gene evolution has failed. The challenge monster has descended into reality. Chapter 60. Instant kill of the 99-level catastrophe beast. Player Mogu's challenge for Abyss-level gene evolution has failed. The challenge monster has descended into reality. Bright red text warnings flashed before all extraordinary beings in Linhai City. Almost immediately, a chaotic vortex appeared in the clear sky. For hands, covered in black scales, clutched the vortex's edge as if trying to climb out of a well. Its body exhibited an extraordinary curvature and distortion, resembling a complex network of bones and muscles, with countless tentacles extending from its grotesquely contorted form, intertwining with one another. Its malevolent, eerie, reddish-brown pupils hinted at boundless ferocity, sending shivers down one's spine. By sheer coincidence, this suddenly manifested monster crashed not far in front of Chen Nian. Ah, what on earth is that? Run, run. Outside, people screamed and fled in a frenzy. Not only ordinary citizens but even low-level extraordinary individuals, upon witnessing this monster, felt no inclination to resist. Even Chen Nian's expression grew serious. This was not just any creature, it was a catastrophe beast. Catastrophe beasts were more powerful, more malevolent, more bloodthirsty, and more terrifying than ordinary foes. Moreover, this particular catastrophe beast was not just any ordinary one. The 99-level advancement challenge consisted of 5 difficulty tiers: ordinary, difficult, abyss, hell, and catastrophe. The creature before them was of abyss level, due to the player's failed challenge. It was 2 tiers stronger than an ordinary catastrophe beast, having been summoned into reality by the failure. Upgrading so swiftly, only to succumb to greed during advancement, a costly mistake. Time was of the essence. One could only hope that the enforcement agency would quickly mobilize powerful individuals to vanquish this catastrophe beast, lest countless lives be lost. Catastrophe beast. Level 99. People looked up, and upon seeing the monster's crimson name and level, they were nearly rendered speechless in terror. A 99-level catastrophe beast of abyss difficulty had undoubtedly brought calamity to the real world. Zhao Xue also witnessed this scene, originally preparing to enter her vehicle. She instead closed the door, her gaze fixed on the terrifying catastrophe beast in the distance. Miss, this is a matter for Linhai City. They will handle it without our interference. I understand. Miss, it is imperative that you conserve your strength. Do not forget, you are about to challenge the ultimate catastrophe level. I know. Miss, let us depart. But this was a prime opportunity for her to owe me a favor. Zhao Yixue's eyes suddenly turned an icy blue, her waist-length black hair dancing in the wind, imparting an aura of sacred beauty. A radiant blue light coalesced above her head, ultimately forming a crystalline ice-blue spear. Once the spear was fully formed, Zhao Yixue's gaze dimmed slightly, her stunning face taking on an added pallor. Go. Boom. The air erupted as the ice spear was launched. In an instant, it traveled over a kilometer, surpassing the speed of sound. The catastrophe beast, just birthed, was reveling in its own might. Humans, your end is. Before it could finish its taunt, the ice spear pierced through its chest, leaving a gaping hole. No, it can't be. From its chest, the ice rapidly spread across its body at a visible pace, and within 10 seconds, the catastrophe beast became an ice sculpture. Cracks spread across its form, culminating in a thunderous shatter. Indeed, the catastrophe beast had not even had the chance to unleash its power before it was obliterated in an instant. This earth-shattering strike left countless jaws agape in astonishment. Goodness, did that just happen? It was an instant kill of a 99-level catastrophe beast? Who is that? How terrifying. Are there such formidable individuals in Linhai City? The enforcement agency personnel were equally stunned, preparing to act when they realized they had already been dealt with by a powerful individual. Perhaps it was Zhao Xue who received news that she had arrived in Linhai City. Zhao Xue? She has truly done us a great service. Indeed. This is a significant favor. I wonder if we can ever repay it. Inside the vehicle, Qiuya could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Is this truly the real strength of Luo Xue? Good heavens. No wonder she is one of the strongest female players. She is magnificent. After her exclamation, she even cast a disdainful glance at Chen Nian. Chen Nian, why do you look so troubled? You didn't even make a move. It was all thanks to someone else. It's precisely because I didn't make a move that I feel troubled. Chen Nian shook his head and sighed repeatedly. He was acutely aware of Zhao Yishue's intentions in taking action. Now he owed her a significant favor. Wu Yu's mythic status in everyone's hearts was, in fact, linked to his character. He had always repaid even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude, never leaving anyone in debt. Otherwise, why would everyone in the guild revere him? Vying to assist him? Old Chao, how much longer until the equipment is ready? Soon, it should be processed by this afternoon at the latest. All right, thank you. Chen Nian purchased an evening flight ticket to Jiangxing. Miss, why must you go through all this trouble, wasting so much effort? What will you do when your own advancement challenge arrives? That afternoon, Chen Nian successfully acquired new equipment. He finally gathered the complete set of the Mystic Turtle armor, the Mystic Turtle chestplate, Mystic Turtle arm guards, Mystic Turtle helm, and Mystic Turtle greaves. Activation of the Camel Mountain Mystic Turtle set effect, overall defense 30, and the special skill rebound acquired. Chen Nian replaced his previously obtained flame tree garb with the Mystic Turtle armor. His attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Loading more content, please wait. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Saint, unique, gene level. First Order, level 83, Constitution, 137 Agility, 88 Transcendence, 77 Attack Bonus, 310 Defense Bonus, 820 Combat Power Evaluation, 72 stars to date. Chen Nian possessed as many as 5 pieces of epic-level equipment. He even had an extra piece that could be directly traded in the marketplace for a considerable sum. Despite being outdated gear, it still held significant value. The additional attack and defense, along with the overall attributes, were fearsome, although the level was somewhat lower. The attributes were undeniably unmatched by others. 7 days remain until the Blood Moon catastrophe descends. Chen Nian's plan was straightforward. Within these 7 days, he aimed to reach level 99, break through the gene lock limitation, and ascend to the Second Order Transcendent. However, prior to that, he needed to make a trip to Jiang City. From previous interactions, Zhao Yishue had already reached level 99 and was preparing for the highest level trial. Should she fail, the true catastrophic monsters would descend upon Jiang City. At that time, he would likely need to intervene himself. Why should I accompany you to Jiang City, Brother Chen Nian? Qiuya inquired excitedly on the plane. Because you are acquainted with Zhao Yishue, which facilitates my approach to her. So I am merely a tool. How unfortunate. Qiuya lamented. This epic level equipment is a gift for you. Wow, I bow to you, my adoptive father. Chapter 61, Zhao Yishue enters the challenge. Chen Nian arrives in Jiang City at the airport. That night, Chen Nian and his companions successfully arrived in this bustling metropolis. Given the late hour, they sought a nearby hotel to check in, planning to visit Zhao Yishue the following day. Naturally, they occupied separate rooms. Upon settling in, Chen Nian discovered that the hotel's soundproofing was remarkably poor. He could distinctly hear the sounds of heavy breathing from the adjacent room. The intense vibrations felt akin to pounding against the walls. It was likely too transcendence, as otherwise, such stamina was inconceivable. Would he have to endure such conditions for sleep tonight? It was tormenting. Chen Nian stepped onto the balcony and called Su Jinyu, of course, through the intermediary of Haizi. Xiaoqi, it's me. Brother Wu Yu? What made you suddenly think of calling me? Upon receiving Chen Nian's call, Su Jinyu's tone immediately brightened with excitement. Humph. You still have the audacity to bring that up. Su Jinyu huffed. So, when you went to assist that woman with the surname Yi, did you engage in something unspeakable with her? Slander. Who is spreading such rumors? The woman with the surname Yi told me herself. She is delusional. Chen Nian was taken aback. He never anticipated that woman would take the initiative to provoke Xiaoqi, truly an instigator. No wonder everyone said she had been in a bad mood lately. Don't believe what she said. She is merely trying to sow discord. But she has your clothes. That must be a fabrication. I smelled them. They bear your scent. Are you a dog? What do you mean, Brother Wu Yu? I mean, Xiaoqi. You are quite perceptive. Loading more content, please wait. What exactly happened? She claimed you kissed. I don't believe that vixen. This is a long story. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Xiaoqi, how's the construction of the main city teleportation arrays progressing? Our guild members are striving diligently for this. Everyone's leveling speed has slowed considerably, yet several teleportation arrays have already been completed. Su Jinyu snorted. Brother Wu Yu, do you think I am easy to fool? Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Xiaoqi, we'll talk later. Hello. Chen Nian hung up the phone, rose to open the door, and found a woman clad in an alluring black gown, heavily made up, with ample exposed skin that glistened like porcelain. "Brother, here is the red wine you ordered." "I did not order any wine," Chen Nian replied. "It's complimentary, brother. If you find drinking alone dull, I can join you." "How much?" "Just 500 for a light drink, 2,000 for a shared night of revelry." "I assure you, I can drink quite well. Do consider it." Chen Nian chuckled. "Here is 3,000. Go serve my brother next door and don't reveal my identity, understood?" "Thank you, brother." With a smile, the woman happily accepted the 3,000 and sashayed next door. Instantly, the commotion next door ceased, and the entire night passed in silence. Chen Nian enjoyed a restful night, and his extraordinary powers were significantly replenished. The following day, Chen Nian and Xiaoyu set forth their destination, the Zhao family. Today, the Zhao family buzzed with activity. However, rather than a joyous occasion, each face bore a grave expression. "Are you prepared, Xiao Shui?" Zhao Shui donned a black training outfit, her usual attire for martial arts practice. The pure black fabric contrasted starkly with her flawless white skin. Her long hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding a cool, ethereal beauty. "Let us go." Zhao Yixue accompanied her family members in a vehicle to a desolate area. The atmosphere here was even more foreboding. Not only had over 100 core members of the Zhao family gathered, but numerous other transcendents and heavily armed law enforcement personnel were also present. This would be the site of Zhao Yixue's advancement. Should she fail, monsters would descend into reality, and everyone was here to prevent such a catastrophe. The minefield had already been set up, with 50 tons of heavy explosives buried in the area, sufficient to obliterate a skyscraper. Surrounding them were 4 powerful fire mages, ready to simultaneously unleash large-scale spells that could instantaneously detonate all explosives, turning this area into hell. These individuals possessed supportive abilities, enhancing Zhao Xue's capabilities. After the introduction, Zhao Xue, expressionless, stepped forward. "Everyone, commence. Elven Blessing. Power Enhancement. Defense Enhancement." A cascade of radiant lights enveloped Zhao Xue as everyone provided her with reinforcement. Once all enhancements were complete, the head of the Zhao family solemnly declared, "Xiao Shui, the family has extended its utmost support for your advancement. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option." The butler behind them, with a worried expression, whispered, "Miss, you exhausted significant power yesterday. I fear for you. I know my limits." Loading more content. Please wait. The petite figure gradually receded, appearing somewhat solitary and desolate. She walked upon what could nearly be termed a death zone, her expression revealing no trace of emotion. "I heard Miss Zhao is challenging the catastrophe level. That is the highest difficulty. Can she manage?" "It's uncertain. Most who have recently completed gene advancement are either ordinary or face moderate challenges, with very few succeeding in the abyss, let alone catastrophe. Though Miss Zhao possesses formidable strength, choosing the highest difficulty is rather reckless, isn't it? It is said the Zhao family is placing immense pressure on her, forcing her to confront the highest difficulty. If she were to perish, it would be a tremendous loss." "Sure, don't be a harbinger of doom." Zhao Xue had already reached the center. "Would you like to initiate the advancement challenge?" "Yes. Please select challenge difficulty, catastrophe." In the next moment, a striking crimson alert appeared before all transcendents in Jiang City. Player Luo Shui is initiating the catastrophe level advancement challenge. Player Luo Shui is initiating. Countdown begins. 600 simultaneously, Zhao Yixue's body vanished from her position. She was drawn into the realm of challenges. Within 10 minutes, if she failed to conquer the trial, it would be deemed failure. At that moment, the monster would descend into reality. Outside, the people were already poised to annihilate the beast, serving as a final precaution. At this juncture, Chen Nian and Xiaoyu arrived, having received the same alert while in Jiang City. Truly a disaster-level challenge. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Cataclysmic Beast, Zhao Xue's Defeat. Chen Nian and his companion found themselves on the outskirts of the cordon. Within the perimeter stood an array of battle-ready elites, fully armed law enforcement teams. "Halt. If you wish to live, step far away and do not meddle." Without a doubt, Chen Nian and his companion were intercepted, having no qualifications to enter. Xiaoyu, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Do you not know who he is? His presence here is a blessing for you. No one is allowed. You have 10 seconds to leave." The bodyguard from the Zhao family was evidently growing impatient, his aura rising, revealing him to be a formidable, extraordinary being. "Forget it. We'll wait outside." Chen Nian shook his head, signaling Xiaoyu to refrain from acting rashly. Fine, but if something goes awry, do not come begging us." "No. Rather, begging you." Xiaoyu huffed in dissatisfaction, choosing to distance herself from Chen Nian as she awaited at a slightly farther location. Time continued to elapse. The hearts of all present were in their throats. 10 minutes. Every second was agony. The expressions of the battle units outside were grave, while the members of the Zhao family appeared almost taut with tension. "Master, do you believe Miss Zhao will succeed?" "Thus far, there seems to be no successful precedent in Long Country. In the absence of precedent, let her become one." "Sir, are we being too stringent on Miss Zhao? If we allow her to grow gradually, she could become a formidable force in time. The martial prowess of the Zhao family cannot reach the pinnacle of the world through timidity." "Yes, sir." Chen Nian and Xiaoyu stood at a distance, their view somewhat limited, yet they managed to grasp the general situation. The countdown continued to diminish. As time passed, the crowd around them swelled. many of whom were extraordinary beings drawn by the unfolding events. Am I seeing this correctly? Someone is challenging a disaster-level advancement here? Is she out of her mind? Just days ago, a leader from our guild nearly lost their life attempting a standard advancement. Do you think she is just anyone? She is Luo Shui. Can an ordinary person compare? Luo Shui, the legendary female player? Well, today she faces two possible outcomes. First, she makes history and becomes the first. Second, she perishes here, becoming dust in the annals of history. At that moment, Xiaoyu quietly posed a question to Chen Nian. Hey, if it were you, could you pass the disaster-level challenge? Chen Nian pondered. I might fall asleep. Huh? What do you mean? The challenge lasts 10 minutes. Wouldn't the remaining 9 minutes be spent sleeping? Well, you've got me fooled. Xiaoyu could not help but click her tongue. Had it been anyone else, she would have mocked them for boasting. But since it was him, she chose to take his words at face value. Still, she felt there was an element of bravado in his claim. No matter how skilled you are, it is impossible to conquer the highest difficulty challenge in an instant, right? Some effort is undoubtedly required. Time is running out. 30 seconds remaining. Since there has been no failure notification yet, that must indicate success, right? Not necessarily. The outcome is only revealed when time expires. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 10-minute countdown concluded. At that moment, it felt as though the hearts of all had ceased to beat. Suddenly, the space warped, and a battered figure tumbled forth from the distorted realm. It was Zhao Ishiwei. More content loading, please wait. It's Miss Zhao. She is alive. She succeeded. Haha. I can't believe it. She truly succeeded. Miss Zhao is the world as first. The entire Zhao family breathed a collective sigh of relief, the weight on their hearts finally lifting. Wait, why hasn't there been a success notification? And Miss Zhao's condition seems off. Suddenly, a blood-red alarm echoed before everyone's eyes. Player Luo Shui failed to successfully slay the disaster-level monster. The creature has descended into reality. Player Luo Shui failed to successfully slay the disaster-level monster. The creature has descended into reality. This time, the notification indicated a failure to defeat the monster, signifying that within the time limit, Zhao Shiwei had not vanquished the beast. There was neither success nor failure. However, the consequence was grave. The monster would manifest in reality. Once it appeared, it would prioritize the pursuit of the challenger before turning its wrath upon other humans. A massive gray vortex materialized in midair, heralding the emergence of the Chaos Gate. The disaster-level monster crawled out from the Chaos Gate, coming into view for all present. Disaster Demon General. Level 99. Still at level 99, yet this creature was exponentially more formidable than the one Zhao Shiwei had previously dispatched with ease. This one, even after exerting all her strength, she could not defeat, leaving her severely wounded. The beast had 3 heads. Do not fear. Prepare for battle. The worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. This utterly terrifying creature had finally entered reality. It was imperative to eradicate this disaster beast on the spot, preventing it from stepping foot into the city. The 3 heads loomed like small mountains, 6 muscular arms coiling with power, and 12 reddish-brown eyes glimmering like eerie lanterns. The beast's entire body was cloaked in dark purple scales, reflecting a blinding radiance. Its chest adorned with a grotesque maw filled with thousands of sharp teeth that inspired dread. Do not engage yet. Upon witnessing this, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shiwei's father, remained remarkably composed. She is not dead. If we recklessly ignite the area now, the central district will become a hell on earth, and Zhao Ishiwei will surely perish. But she cannot flee. If she escapes, the disaster beast will pursue her, and all our ambushes and preparations will be in vain. Thus, Zhao Ishiwei has but one option: to remain and annihilate the disaster beast, or perish alongside it. Miss Zhao has risen. Can she still fight? The onlookers' gazes trembled, their hearts filled with astonishment. Zhao Shiwei stood, her once flawless skin marred with wounds, her delicate visage streaked with blood, strands of hair falling across her forehead, evoking a haunting beauty. She lifted her hand, and a spear of ice shot forth with remarkable swiftness, aimed directly at the monster's eye. However, to her astonishment, that near-sonic ice spear was caught mid-air by a massive hand. Bang! It was crushed, transforming into a flurry of ice crystals. Foolish. The disaster beast's belly mouth erupted into laughter, emitting a shrill cry reminiscent of an infant's wail. In that instant, people finally realized the creatures might far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 63. Chen Nian takes action. Miss Zhao's attack was so easily thwarted. Xiaoyu gasped, the stark contrast in her expectations leaving her incredulous. Back in Linghai City, Luo Shui had effortlessly obliterated the previous disaster beast. Yet now, faced with this one, she could inflict no harm? Had it not been for her knowledge of Bu Yu's presence, she might have fled in terror. This was truly too frightening. The 4 high-level fire element mages lying in ambush felt their hearts racing uncontrollably as they bore the greatest burden. How terrifying. Does Miss Zhao still have a chance? No. Didn't you see? Miss Zhao's attack had no effect on it. When should we detonate the explosives buried underground? If we delay any longer, I fear it will emerge from within. Wait. Await the command of Old Master Zhao. Though they were drenched in sweat, they had no choice but to bide their time. If Old Master Zhao gave the order, they would have no choice but to act. The disaster beast prepared to strike. Though his form was colossal, his movements were remarkably agile, as his outstretched hands swiftly ensnared Zhao Ishiwei. Miss Zhao had been captured. What could he possibly desire? Onlookers stared in disbelief as the petite Zhao Yixue was lifted into the air by a large, dark purple hand. The mouth on the chest of the Calamity beast opened, emitting a sound akin to a hoarse infant-esque cry. My reward for summoning you is to crush you into paste and savor your blood. His palm began to exert tremendous force, fingers tightening. Were it not for the icy crystals surrounding Zhao Yixue, she would have been crushed to pieces on the spot. Chen Nian, are you still watching? Shoya exclaimed, desperation etched on her face. She was anxious, yet she had not given up hope. Chen Nian shook his head. At that moment, the temperature in the air plummeted sharply, an icy chill piercing through. Zhao Yixue's eyes transformed into a brilliant ice blue, reminiscent of exquisite glass. A thick layer of ice spread from her palm, rapidly enveloping the Calamity beast's entire arm. Human, was this your intention? The Calamity demon had not yet released its grip when the ice had covered much of its body. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ice sculpture of the beast took shape. The chilling aura surged, rendering it motionless. Zhao Yixue furrowed her brows, unleashing her extraordinary power. With a resounding blast, she shattered the Calamity beast's arm into a flurry of ice crystals. The cascading ice flowers painted a backdrop that accentuated her beauty. In that moment, Luo Shui reaffirmed her strength. Even in the direst of situations, she could seize an opportunity to retaliate. Wow, we won. This time, we truly won. Incredible. As expected of Luo Shui, haha. The crowd exhaled in relief, but just as the champagne was about to be uncorked, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. With a roar, the ice crystals on the Calamity beast exploded. A terrifying gust of wind surged outward, the ice shards shooting forth like bullets, injuring dozens nearby. Zhao Yixue's full force had only managed to destroy one of its arms. At that moment, her expression shifted from calm to resolute. Take action. Witnessing this scene, the elder of the Zhao family finally spoke. Although he was Zhao Yixue's father, he could not allow such a monster to be unleashed, for it could lead to the deaths of thousands. In Jiangsheng, no one was stronger than Zhao Yixue. The elder commanded, act now. Surrounding them, 4 fire element mages simultaneously activated their abilities. Earth Dragon Fire. 4 fire dragons appeared before them, rapidly burrowing underground. These fire dragons were the fuse. In 10 seconds, they would rush into the danger zone, detonating the 500 tons of heavy explosives and obliterating everything in the vicinity. Everyone, retreat. Nearly 10 sorcerers had joined forces to construct a barrier, intended to withstand the explosive shockwave. The Zhao family had made the most comprehensive preparations for this advancement. The impenetrable transparent barrier shimmered with rippling water-like patterns, forged by several extraordinary beings, its defensive power absolutely formidable. As for Zhao Yixue, who remained inside, she had become a sacrificial pawn. From the very beginning, she had no option to escape. Yet, just as everyone was retreating, one person surged forward against the tide. Yes, it was Chen Nian. The barrier before him was as flimsy as paper, inexplicably torn open. A madman, there's a mad in here. He has broken the barrier. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Chen Nian transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed inside. As the 4 fire dragons detonated underground, they unleashed a terrifying fire tornado, igniting countless explosives. Boom. Flames, smoke, shockwaves erupted, tearing through the fragile earth and creating a cataclysmic mushroom cloud. In that instant, the crowd's hearing was stripped away, their vision illuminated by the blaze. Everything within that area, including the insects in the soil, the weeds in the crevices, and the mice in the burrows, would be reduced to dust in this dazzling display. In the second before the explosion, countless images flashed through Zhao Yixue's mind. Like a revolving lantern, a mix of helplessness and bitterness washed over her. For she realized that the last image to crystallize in her mind was none other than Chen Nian's face. Yet, to this day, she could not fully ascertain whether Chen Nian was indeed silent, for he had never confirmed it. All her speculations remained mere conjecture. Regrettably, there was no time left. She blamed no one but herself for her inadequacy. Even in her fully realized state, she could not triumph over the Calamity demon before her. But at that moment, she found herself in someone's embrace. Raising her head, she beheld a pair of golden pupils, sacred and majestic. Chen Nian, though the man before her wore a mask, she had seen those eyes not long ago and would not forget them. Before she could finish her thought, the roar of the explosion and the flames engulfed everything. Zhao Yixue lay in Chen Nian's arms, blinking in a daze, unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. Despite the raging explosion and flames outside, she felt untouched, even finding warmth in Chen Nian's embrace. Suddenly, she realized there seemed to be a peculiar domain that severed all outside influences. Within this realm, Chen Nian, or Silent, was the sovereign deity of all. Are you here to save me? Zhao Yixue asked softly, her voice as fragile as a kitten's. Yet her eyes shone with unexpected clarity. I owe you a favor. So you were Silent, I was not mistaken. Is this really the time to dwell on that? It is. Let us deal with this first. Chen Nian replied, somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that everyone would be so naive as to think a pile of explosives could vanquish the Calamity beast. Chapter 64. Silent, known to all, yet seen by none. Chen Nian held Zhao Yixue, conversing amidst the cataclysmic firestorm. In this domain, all was annihilated. Yet to the others, they appeared to have perished within. including the monster, surely reduced to ashes, incapable of survival. It's over. No one expected Miss Zhao to fall in such a manner. It was a great loss. Blindly challenging the highest difficulty of advancement. This was the cost. May those who come after learn from it. The crowd lamented, many of the Zhao family appearing ashen-faced, barely able to utter a word. Losing Zhao Yixue struck a devastating blow to them. Yet, for the dignity and status of the Zhao family, such decisions had to be made. Elder, why didn't you wait for the young lady to escape before taking action? There might have been a chance. The steward sighed. If the monster is released, the Zhao family cannot afford to lose this face. The elder retorted coldly. Alas, miss unexpectedly. Several other ladies of the Zhao family felt a secret thrill. Previously, the status of Zhao Xue's faction was unassailable. But now that she was gone, they could seize the opportunity to emerge. Some raised their phones, capturing the swirling smoke and dust to post on social media. Suddenly, from within the billowing black smoke, a chilling voice echoed. Humans, your Naved is truly laughable. The howling wind swept through, the smoke dissipating. The battered, colossal monster reappeared before everyone's eyes. Its body bore countless wounds, with grotesque decaying flesh writhing at nearly every injury. In no time, it had rejuvenated itself. No, it's impossible. It's still alive. This monster is still alive. 50 tons of explosives had failed to annihilate it. It was over, utterly over. In that moment, the crowd's defenses crumbled entirely. Without Zhao Xue, how could Jia Chen contend with such a beast? If it attacked the city, who could withstand it? Run, save yourselves. People screamed, fleeing in a frenzy. The extraordinary elites, even the heavily armed enforcement forces, have been utterly overwhelmed by terror, their rationality crushed. They are acutely aware that defeating this monstrosity is an impossibility. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, as everyone scatters in a frantic flight, Qiuya remains rooted in place, though her heart races with uncertainty. What if Wu Yo and Luo Xue perish together? Could Chen Nian emerge unscathed from such a harrowing explosion? These thoughts plagued Qiuya's mind. Flee. You may run to your heart's content. The Calamity demon relishes this sensation, reveling in the fear it instills in humanity, watching them scurry like ants. Its gaping maw emits a piercing, shrill shriek, akin to a triumphant proclamation. Yet, amidst this cacophony, another voice penetrates its consciousness. Who gave you the illusion that you possess the power of life and death over humanity? The Calamity demon abruptly turns its head, startled by the unassuming voice that nearly sends shivers through its being. Is there still someone alive? Amidst that terrifying explosion, a human yet survives. Impossible. I owe my survival to my hardened exterior and formidable regenerative abilities, gifts of the powerful Calamity beast. But what of humanity? Clearly, many have noticed the anomaly surrounding the Calamity beast, their gazes drawn toward that direction. A figure emerges from the smoke, a young boy cradling a girl in his arms. Is that Miss Zhao? She is alive. How can this be? It must be him who saved her. Who is he? The number of onlookers grows. And upon witnessing this scene, a tempest of astonishment swells within their hearts, rising to unfathomable heights. Shock, disbelief, and incomprehension ensue. In such a horrifying explosion, a person survived and rescued Miss Zhao. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Indeed, someone charged into the fray. It was him. When did Jiacheng acquire such a formidable figure? People murmured, pointing at Chen Nian in a state of awe, especially the vigilant Zhao family bodyguard, who suddenly recalled having encountered this individual before, having previously told him to leave. At this moment, the bodyguard felt a chill race up his spine, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Thank goodness. He is truly unharmed. Qiuya exhaled a sigh of relief, her hand resting on her chest. Even with her mental preparation, she couldn't help but be astonished. It was indeed remarkable that he emerged unscathed, even his mask intact, truly worthy of Wu You's reputation. This time, the tables have turned, and it is the Calamity beast that finds itself in a frenzy. It impatiently swings its fists, aiming to crush Chen Nian into a pulp. However, without warning, its arm suddenly severs. The Calamity demon's limb begins to regenerate at an astonishing speed, yet it remains baffled as to what force could have severed its arm. 3 heads, 12 reddish-brown eyes scan the vicinity, finally catching a glimpse of a shimmering golden silhouette. The apparition wielded a golden sword, hovering above Chen Nian like a deity. The Calamity demon raises its forearms, launching a barrage of strikes at Chen Nian. With its sentience, it deduces that if it maintains a rapid attack frequency, the opponent cannot possibly defend. Yet in the next instant, her severed limbs crash to the ground. The mechanism of the Judgment Golden Sword operates within the realm of judgment itself, affecting all entities present, rather than targeting individuals. How could a mere human possess such overwhelming strength? The arm continues to regenerate, yet the demon's demeanor shifts from ease to palpable dread, instinctively taking several steps back. Indeed, it had relished the sensation of instilling fear in humans, but now it found itself on the receiving end of terror. Who on earth is this person? Whose power is utterly terrifying. Though he is yet to fully unleash his abilities, his strength surpasses that of Miss Zhao. Unbelievable. Wait, could he possibly be? Someone murmured, struggling to utter the name. Wu Yo. It could only be him. No one else could possess such formidable power. As the Calamity game intertwines with reality, even those who have never engaged with the game have come to recognize these renowned figures. Wu Yo, known by all, yet seen by none. Little did they imagine that today he would intervene to save Miss Zhao. In that moment, the steward awoke from his stupor, realizing that the favor the young lady spoke of was of this nature. Chapter 65, Suffocating. Wu You's omnipotent domination as people finally deciphered Chen Nian's true identity. Their hearts surged with ecstasy. Wu You, it is indeed Wu You. Heaven has blessed Jiangxing. Ha ha ha. With him present, this monster can surely be vanquished. How splendid. Among those gathered, many were game players who had inherited the Calamity talent, intimately familiar with this name, their excitement reaching a fervent peak. Witnessing the world's strongest player in battle is an experience of immeasurable rarity. Oh my goodness. I have seen Wu You sob. He is so young. Does that mean I have a chance to pursue him? Even masked, he is so handsome. Several girls were so overwhelmed with excitement. They nearly dashed into the battlefield to fight alongside Chen Nian. This is a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. Only a handful of individuals, entirely unfamiliar with Calamity, felt a sense of strangeness. Who is Wu You? Zhao Kuei inquired. Sir, he is the strongest player in Calamity, possibly the world's #1. Ah. Zhao Kuei clasped his hands behind him, standing tall with an air of disdain. True strength has been discarded by the tides of time. While a horde of video game enthusiasts surges ahead, absurdity beyond measure. As a world-renowned martial artist, he dedicated his life to rigorous training and excellence. Yet, following the world's mutation, he found himself among the discarded. Ultimately, he had to place his aspirations upon his daughter, hoping she would inherit his dreams, ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and etch the Zhao family's name into history. Thus, he placed immense pressure on Zhao Xue. In essence, his daughter Zhao Xue was merely a vessel for fulfilling his aspirations. But now, a man has saved her, and it appears there are emotional entanglements between them, igniting his sense of shame. The Zhao family may stand and perish, but they shall never be pitiful cowards hiding behind others. Rest for a moment. Chen Nian gently set Zhao Xue down. Her injuries would heal automatically due to her genetic makeup, and there was no need to fear for her life. He prepared to confront the Calamity demon with utmost seriousness. Though he currently held an advantage, challenges remained. The more the Judgment Golden Sword is utilized, the greater the consumption of extraordinary power to completely withstand the earlier explosion. The Judgment Domain severed all external elements, thus safeguarding them from harm. This spoken spirit, though formidable, is not without its flaws. It appears its use cannot be perpetual. Pondering this, Chen Nian resolved to employ the Calamity Gem for a single devastating strike, preventing the beast's continuous regeneration. Loading more content, please wait. Alert, Calamity energy insufficient. Gem effects cannot be triggered. Please replenish energy. What? It has already been depleted? The Calamity Gem cannot be utilized endlessly. Its energy requires the hunting of Calamity beasts to replenish. It seems this battle must proceed in a conventional manner. Human, I concede your might. But your strength cannot be infinite. The Calamity demon realized that an ominous domain surrounded this human, making proximity perilous. It must create distance, depleting the human's strength until he can no longer sustain the domain, leading to victory. This distinguishes Calamity beasts from ordinary monsters. Their cognitive faculties operate on a higher plane, unlike typical monsters that remain stationary for others to strike. Be cautious, it is gathering energy. Quickly, evade. Suddenly, the people realized that the disaster beast, the young boy, and the crowd behind formed a straight line. The monstrous creature unleashed a terrifying dark purple energy beam from the mouth on its chest. The air was pierced, and the ground cracked. Chen Nian could not evade this shot. If he did, Zhao Xue and the people behind him would be affected. How intriguing. A smirk crept across Chen Nian's lips as he canceled the effect of the word spirit, standing his ground like an immovable mountain. Boom. The dark purple beam exploded against Chen Nian's body. One of his heads was shattered. Yet, he remained unscathed. Impossible. This was the true essence of his silence. He was indeed a monster. The onlookers noted that Chen Nian, who had blocked the energy beam with his body, was utterly unharmed. Instead, the disaster beast had faced the consequences of its own actions, which was absurd. It was Chen Nian's first time testing his defensive capabilities, and he was quite satisfied with the results. In this moment, the disaster demon's head was already writhing back to form, though its recovery speed had noticeably slowed. Come on. Let us continue. Chen Nian beckoned with his hand. The disaster beast had completely broken its defenses. Summoned by Zhao Xue, its primary objective was to eliminate the summoner. A mission etched into its very being, like a chain binding it. If it could not kill Zhao Yixue, it would never attain freedom. This understanding was clear to everyone, which was why they had placed Zhao Yixue as bait in the danger zone, preventing the disaster beast from escaping. Yet at this moment, the creature almost acted against its very nature. It wanted to flee. The male human before it was too fearsome, utterly insurmountable. Its intellect urged it to escape, but its primal instincts forbade it, demanding it eliminate the summoner. So this was the taste of fear of a human. With a frenzied roar, the disaster beast charged at Chen Nian. The ground trembled beneath the weight of its colossal footsteps. Faced with this rampaging behemoth, Chen Nian boldly advanced, doing nothing but standing there to absorb the blows. Die, 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 die. 6 massive, muscular arms relentlessly swung at Chen Nian. Each punch carried a terrifying force akin to a mountain. Yet Chen Nian remained unscathed, while the muscles in the beast's arms burst apart. The exploding blood created a nearly purple-black rain that darkened the earth below. Each assault from the disaster beast was met with recoil. Its flesh shattered repeatedly, only to recover. Then shatter again, this cycle continuing for dozens of times. Ultimately, all 6 arms were obliterated, unable to recover. The creature's body appeared as if drained of blood, resembling a desiccated tree devoid of strength. Boom. The disaster demon collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In stark contrast, Chen Nian appeared relaxed, his only sign of exertion being slightly soiled clothing, as he had merely stood there enduring the onslaught without using any power. And just like that, it was over. What a pity. Chen Nian mused that had he been injured, he could have tested the new word spirit, but it seemed that opportunity had eluded him. Suddenly, a violent conflagration erupted, engulfing the disaster beast in flames. Amidst the roaring fire, Chen Nian received a notification. Gene energy, level increase, 8,395, disaster gems attack defense reversal energy completely replenished. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment, Heart Protector Pendant of the Demon, more content loading. Please wait. Meanwhile, the others received another notification. Congratulations, player Luo Shui, for successfully passing the disaster level advancement trial. It appeared that even if she hadn't personally slain the monster, her efforts outside contributed to her success. However, the experience points from the creature were awarded to Chen Nian, causing him to surge 12 levels, equivalent to defeating 1,000 ordinary monsters. It was fortuitous, as Chen Nian was eager to level up. This journey was undeniably worthwhile. Surrounding him, gasps of awe and astonishment resounded. What just happened? He didn't even move. This terrifying disaster beast, it just died like that? More accurately, it had destroyed itself. Incredible. A creature that had left so many of us powerless was treated like a mere toy in the hands of Chen Nian. The world's strongest player, it seems. Truly lives up to the title. I can't even imagine what he would be like at full strength. He certainly wasn't just now. How impressive, Brother Wu Yu. I could only dream of marrying him. The enforcement team of Jianqing breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis had been averted. They had unexpectedly encountered a benefactor. They prepared to line up to express their gratitude. But wait, where did the team leader go? What? The crowd looked on in disbelief as the figure had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. In the realm of hidden figures, no one could detect his movements. What are we looking for? Oh no. Qiuya trembled all over. Turning to see Chen Nian, she was taken aback as if she had seen a ghost. Just moments ago, he had been so magnificent and powerful. She felt honored to be in the presence of Wu Yu. Keep your voice down, lest we be discovered. But you just left Miss Zhao behind. How heartless. Chen Nian glanced up and saw Zhao Xue had already emerged. She walked steadily, exuding an air of renewal, imbued with a cold yet mysterious beauty. Chapter 66. Why provoke anyone else, if not him? After successfully passing the challenge, Zhao Yixue unlocked her genetic lock and ascended to the 2nd tier. As a 2nd-tier extraordinary being, her attributes were significantly enhanced, and she could now learn advanced abilities, far surpassing the 1st tier in strength. If she were to face the disaster beast now, she would likely crush it effortlessly. Yet her thoughts were not on the joy of her success. He came to rescue me. He still cares for me. Zhao Xue felt quite pleased. She was now certain that Chen Nian was indeed Wu Yu. Although she had not heard him confess, that was no longer important. This usually aloof girl now walked with a lightness in her step. Along the way, blessings poured in from the crowd. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your successful promotion. From now on, you are a 2nd-tier extraordinary being, leaving us far behind. With Zhao Yixue and Jianqing, we need not fear the Blood Moon Calamity anymore, haha. Zhao Yixue swiftly navigated through the throng until she collided with her father, Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the current head of the Zhao family, was ranked among the top 2 in martial arts worldwide, though he had never claimed the title of the absolute best. Useless. The chilling word struck hard, as if a blow to the head. Zhao Yixue, well aware of her father's temperament, remained silent, simply standing there to endure the reprimand. The Zhao family had made such thorough preparations for her, yet she still relied on a man to achieve her advancement? Useless thing. Immediately, a member of the Zhao family stepped forward to intercede. Sir, perhaps you should refrain from saying more. The young lady has just narrowly escaped death. We should be celebrating her survival instead. Escape death? Humph. Being saved in the arms of a man, she feels no shame, but I do. This remark seemed to flip a switch, prompting Zhao Yixue to raise her head. Her gaze met Zhao Kuei's, unflinching. Being held by the one she cherished brought her joy, not shame. His words had angered her. What, have you grown wings? Do you dare glare at me now? More content loading, please wait. Zhao Kuei sneered. Don't tell me you have feelings for that man? The air fell into an eerie silence. In that moment, no one dared to interject. Even the direct descendants of the Zhao family could only watch quietly. And if so, what then? Zhao Yixue bravely acknowledged her feelings. A resounding slap struck her delicate face, without mercy. Her visage was turned aside, and though she felt no physical pain, her heart ached deeply. With great power comes great responsibility. In a world teetering on the brink of disaster, how could one with such capabilities still indulge in romantic sentiments? You have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. Zhao Kuei berated her harshly, his words laced with fervor as he spat them out. Everyone recognized that Zhao Kuei's approach, albeit excessively severe, was intended to fortify his daughter's resolve. Zhao Xue understood her father's intentions. She began to question her own motives, wondering if she was indeed too self-centered. With the blood moon disaster looming, she ought to bear the greatest burden, yet found herself harboring selfish thoughts. Was she truly in the wrong? At that moment, an unseen darkness began to envelop them. No one knew its origin, as if the gates of hell had swung open, plunging all into a profound abyss where visibility was utterly lost. The oppressive atmosphere was thick with despair. Is there anyone out there? Who will save me? Only a few were aware of the unfolding events. This select group, familiar with the Silent One, had witnessed this power before. Silence, do not speak. How terrifying. What has happened? If you wish to live, hold your tongue. Yet, another voice interjected, urging silence, lest they be implicated. The few who understood the gravity of the situation trembled, their hair standing on end. It was the Silent One. He was angry, and this was his power. The force of his oppression was terrifying. If he desired to kill, none of them would survive. Xiaoya recognized the source of this dread, having encountered it once before. Zhao Xue, despite her ascension to his second-tier extraordinary being, felt the immense pressure within the boundless darkness. The word spirit of death. Zhao Xue pondered why Chen Nian would unleash this ability now. What were his intentions? Just then, she heard a familiar voice beside her. With great power comes great responsibility? You may have misunderstood. I intervened only to save her. As for you all, merely an afterthought. It was Chen Nian's voice. Wait, he was not addressing her. Zhao Yixue realized that Chen Nian was conversing with her father, Zhao Kuei. So, you are the Silent One. Zhao Kuei stood firm, confronting the darkness. A strong individual need not bear the weight of responsibility but must possess freedom. For instance, at this moment, he chuckled lightly, saying, if I were to annihilate your Zhao family, would anyone dare to resist? Silence, an oppressive silence. Even the usually composed Zhao Kuei was drenched in sweat, his spine chilled. His greatest aspiration was to elevate the Zhao family to the pinnacle of the world, enshrined in history. The most feared outcome was the ruin of the Zhao family's legacy, relegating them to mediocrity. As a martial arts scion, he could sense the murderous intent. He had distinctly felt the threat moments ago. If the Zhao family's centuries-old heritage were to end here, he would never find peace in death. The Silent One, unbound by morality or human decency, could strike down both monstrous beasts and humanity alike. His creed was that the strong possess freedom. Thus, Zhao Kuei was gripped by fear. He was too terrified to voice a word, trembling uncontrollably. As the darkness receded like a tide, visibility returned, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. People immediately began to look around. But the Silent One was nowhere to be found. This is terrifying. I'm so scared I could wet myself. You may not believe it. But the pressure from the Silent One in those few seconds far surpassed that of the disaster beast. I'll have nightmares tonight. The elder of the Zhao family was foolish to put on airs before the Silent One. Damn it, we nearly got caught up in it. Thankfully, he did not act. People sighed in relief. Zhao Kuei dared not utter another word, taking his family and departing hastily, his face burning with shame. Zhao Xue gazed into the distance, watching the two retreating figures, fixating on Chen Nian's back. Thank you. Chen Nian and Xiaoyu were already on their way out. Brother, what are your plans next? Just 4 levels away from level 99, once I reach the maximum level, I must undertake an advanced challenge. Isn't that an easy task for you? Not necessarily. After defeating the disaster beast, Chen Nian received an intriguing new prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification for the demon god level challenge. Chapter 67. The monster tide attacks the teleportation array. Chen Nian stopped slacking off. Demon god level. A smile crept across Chen Nian's lips. This was intriguing. In many games, after players conquer the normal difficulty, a hidden level often emerges. It seems this so-called demon god level presents an even greater challenge than the disaster level. The conditions to activate this challenge are quite severe, requiring the defeat of a disaster-class beast. There are many top-tier powerhouses in the world. Zhao Yixue, as a pioneer, successfully overcame the disaster-level challenge, providing a reference for others, and in time, more individuals would follow suit, such as Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. Given their strengths, with adequate preparation and a well-structured plan, they should find it manageable. However, the opportunity to engage with the demon god level will be unique to Zhao Xue. While others may eventually access it, none will experience the first ascension. Chen Nian, however, could unleash his potential to the fullest during his initial ascension, provided he can clear the trial. On the way, Chen Nian began to tally his recent gains. First, he acquired the newly obtained epic equipment, the Demon Heart Pendant. Demon Heart Pendant, epic, required tier, second tier level 1 defense, 0 attack, 150 attribute bonus, extraordinary 20 special effect, heart protection can fully block a single attack of any kind. After activating this effect, the equipment is permanently destroyed. This is an excellent piece of equipment. Chen Nian could not help but marvel. The additional attributes significantly enhance the extraordinary trait, bolstering the power of his word spirit. Even more astonishing is the special effect. It can completely nullify an attack, essentially granting him an extra life. If used at a critical moment, it could turn the tide. However, he currently cannot equip it, as it is a second-tier item requiring advancement first. Gene level, first tier, level 95, physique, 149 agility, 100 extraordinary, 89 attack bonus, 310 defense bonus, 820 combat power rating, 73 stars. Upon leveling up, Chen Nian learned a new ordinary word spirit of aerial control. The effect is straightforward. It allows him to fly. Once he reaches level 99, he can comprehend the first-tier ultimate word spirit, Lion Flame. Thus, his current objective is clear. Reach level 99, then challenge the demon god level ascension, maximizing his strength. Chen Nian and Xiaoya did not linger in Jiacheng and soon began their journey home. Meanwhile, major media outlets exploded with news. The internet is in shock. The Silent One reappears, defeating a formidable disaster beast and saving Jiangqing. The Silent One's terrifying power leaves the disaster beast powerless. Zhao Yixue successfully advances, yet faces her father's wrath. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? Silent One, I am here to save her. Do they share a romantic entanglement? Such headlines dominated the news, with the names of the Silent One and Luo Shui igniting a frenzy among the masses. What a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that the strongest player and the goddess in people's hearts would reveal their romantic entanglement? This news is indeed joyous. Except for Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. It is utterly intolerable. Su Jinyu, unable to finish her bath, sat in the bathtub and began to call Chen Nian. Brother you. It's you. Xiaoqi, have you advanced in your levels? Let me share some precautions, that monsters' regenerative abilities are formidable. That's not important. I reached out to discuss another matter. It is important. I worry you might be in danger. Oh, so you care about me? Well, what about you and Luo Shui? We are merely ordinary friends. I am helping her out of goodwill. All right, I believe you. But this sounds suspiciously like the words of a scoundrel. Even if you are a scoundrel, I would still be willing to be entangled with you. Haha. Xiaoqi, feel free to reach out to me whenever you encounter difficulties. Chen Nian chuckled and shook his head. This young lady from the Su family is truly naive and sweet. Far easier to handle than the seductive Yi Hongling or the morose Zhao Yixue. Suddenly, he noticed someone in the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild seeking help. The message was sent just minutes ago. Law Master, is there any support near Dongqing and Linhai City? We are surrounded by monsters, urgently. Law Master, we are in the critical phase of activating the teleportation array. And the surrounding monsters have been drawn in by the immense energy. We need assistance. Law Master, if the teleportation array is breached, Linhai City will be cut off. Many guild members began to express their concern. Linhai City, contact Ahua. Isn't he the local authority there? Ahua, send reinforcements quickly. Damn it, it's early morning. That rascal is probably still asleep. Can anyone reach him? That son of a gun, Ahua, is useless at a critical moment. Are there any other brothers who can provide support? The monsters in this area were supposed to be around level 20, but now they have inexplicably turned into level 80. What the hell? After reading the messages, Chen Nian thought, I seem to be near Dongqing. He couldn't be bothered to call Ahua, as it would take hours for him to mobilize, by which time it would be too late. He would have to resolve this matter himself. Constructing the teleportation arrays in the major cities to facilitate future support is the core objective of the guild, and everyone has been striving toward this goal, which has delayed many comrades' leveling progress. It would be unreasonable not to contribute any effort. After bidding farewell to Xiaoya, Chen Nian activated his stealth and aerial abilities, soaring into the sky to begin his search. In the eastern outskirts of Linhai City, atop a mountain, a 5-member team was constructing the teleportation array. The mountaintop, with its expansive terrain, was the optimal location for energy flow between the two teleportation arrays. One slightly overweight fellow wielding a staff was the Law Master, who had been calling for help and was a member of the guild. The energy communication for the teleportation array was in its most critical phase. What is energy communication? For instance, when Linhai City connects to Jiangqing, the teleportation array in Linhai City emits a stream of energy, while Jiangqing's array sends out another. Only when these two energies successfully connect can the teleportation array be deemed operational. This process releases terrifying extraordinary power, attracting a horde of monsters that surged toward the mountain like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting the team. Damn it! Aren't the monsters in this cursed place only around level 20? Why are there so many level 70 beasts now? It must be that some have gradually broken through to the second tier, causing the world's level to rise. World level? What is that? Have you ever played Genshin Impact? When the world level increases, the monster levels in the game also rise. For heaven's sake. I didn't ask you for a lecture right now. The monsters are multiplying. We can't hold them off much longer. We're going to die. Old Wu, if it gets too dire. We should abandon the teleportation array and flee, suggested one of the team members. No way. Wuan retorted angrily. If this teleportation array fails, Linhai City will be isolated, and countless civilians will suffer when faced with formidable monsters. But we can't withstand this onslaught. I just called for reinforcements. We must hold on a little longer. Wuan gritted his teeth, relentlessly wielding his black golden staff, casting spells toward the monsters below. However, most of their strength had been devoted to constructing the teleportation array, leaving them with little energy for combat. The mass of monsters below was overwhelming. Ghostly Serpent, level 70, Blood Flesh Puppet, level 71, Beastman Dragon, level 73, Pestilence Rat, level 68, countless monsters of various shapes surged forth, lacking intelligence and driven solely by the desire to converge upon the teleportation array, emitting immense energy. I can't go on, Old Wu. We can't possibly die here, can we? It seems we have no choice but to abandon the teleportation array and escape. I never expected the final phase of the mission to fail. Just as Old Wu resigned himself to escape, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, fortuitously landing right before them. Reinforcements? But why is it just one person? The group could only see his back, which appeared to belong to a young man. Old Wu urgently called out, "Brother, you're not alone, right?" The figure did not respond. In fact, he continued to move forward. Old Wu was beside himself with worry, exclaiming in frustration, "Why did a reckless youth show up? We called for support, not for someone to throw their life away. Forget about him, Old Wu. If he can buy us some time, that's what matters. Our mission is to defend the teleportation array." Wuan refrained from charging in, watching helplessly as the young man was engulfed by the monstrous tide. Those were all around level 70 monsters. Once inside, survival was unlikely. How could he be so reckless? Or perhaps everyone in the guild possesses such noble valor. Willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the teleportation array? Such courageous selflessness is truly admirable. Old Wu sighed. A reckless man is still a hero. At that moment, a message appeared in the group chat. "All right, let us hold out until Ahua's people arrive. Everyone, defend with all your might." Ahua is the top dog in Linhai City. Everyone knows that with his intervention, no problem is insurmountable. It is just unfortunate that a brother who came to help has had to sacrifice himself. Suddenly, Wuan noticed something peculiar. Wait. Has anyone else noticed that the monsters attacking us have significantly diminished? As Chen Nian beheld the horde of monsters, it felt as though he had stumbled upon paradise. He was in dire need of leveling up, and the experience required to advance from level 95 to 99 was monumental. What a fortunate development. Initially, he began to slay monsters himself, but soon realized that it was entirely unnecessary. By simply standing amidst the monsters, he could achieve automatic monster farming through their recoil. With his epic level gear and extraordinary defensive capabilities, no monster could inflict harm upon him. Gene Energy, 543. Gene Energy, 566. Gene Energy, 612. Experience points began to accumulate relentlessly. These monsters, devoid of intelligence, would not flee, but instead relentlessly attacked Chen Nian. Their assaults merely contributed to his experience. Their bodies dissipated into black mist, only for new ones to surge forth. With the commotion Chen Nian was causing, more and more monsters were drawn to him, significantly alleviating the pressure on the team on the mountain. This is utterly exhilarating. Not only did these monsters provide Chen Nian with experience points, but they also dropped a smattering of equipment and skill scrolls. Utilizing the immense energy fluctuations triggered by the teleportation array to attract monsters and level up, this strategy is one that perhaps only Chen Nian could have stumbled upon. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Nian reached level 96. The number of monsters surging into the mountains has sharply decreased as Chen Nian acts like a vortex, drawing them all in. Half an hour later, Chen Nian reached level 97. The monsters, having no time to ascend the mountain, rushed towards him instead. Wuan and the others were bewildered. What was happening? Why were there no monsters coming up? What on earth was going on below? Could it be that their companion had slain them all? Impossible. Have you ever seen anyone single-handedly eradicate such hordes? Just being buried under them would be fatal. Indeed. I sense that reinforcements from Ahua's faction have arrived. They must be down there valiantly battling the monsters, alleviating our burden. We should secure the teleportation array first. It will soon conclude. Another half hour passed. Chen Nian had almost annihilated the majority of the monsters and successfully leveled up to 98. Judging by the time, they should be arriving shortly. Without hesitation, Chen Nian took his leave, seeking another spot to level up. The experience required for this final level was immense and not easily attained. Done. The teleportation array has been successfully linked. According to Sister Qiqi, Linhai City is now connected to Luqing. Task accomplished, and the weight on Wuan and the others' hearts was lifted. Thankfully, with the support of their brethren, they likely would have faced failure otherwise. Look, the brothers have arrived. Let's express our gratitude to them. Ascending the mountain were indeed the reinforcements sent by Ahua. A team of 10 elite extraordinary individuals. Wuan eagerly approached them. You are the ones sent by Ahua, right? Thank you for coming to our rescue, haha. Without your support, we would have surely faltered today. The newcomers were equally perplexed. The team leader scratched his head and remarked, Ahua told us to come urgently. But I see no monsters at all, just a few scattered ones. Oh, there's no need for modesty. We are all brothers. Wuan's expression suddenly darkened slightly, just now. A brother sacrificed himself. He was too reckless, charging alone into the monsters, and we couldn't dissuade him. They were truly not being modest. They had encountered little resistance. We're puzzled too. More content is loading. Please wait. Zundu? Wuan's brow instinctively twitched, finding it hard to believe. Zundu, brother, why would I deceive you? I thought you were formidable. Could it be that you didn't handle this? What the hell? At this moment, Wuan and the others awoke from their stupor. Dawning realization upon them. Old Wu, it really was that person. Damn, he single-handedly dealt with so many monsters? Wuan suddenly felt the situation becoming absurd. A dreadful truth slowly taking shape in his mind. That person had not perished, nor was he reckless. He had indeed gone to confront the monsters. Alone. He had decimated the monster tide. What a freakish phenomenon is this? What do you mean? Someone arrived before us? The captain asked, scratching his head. Indeed. There was a youth. Wulan's lips quivered involuntarily, It is likely one of the big shots from our group. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to be so strong. He promptly opened the Shan Yongan group chat and sent a message. Faye, 1,000 thanks to the esteemed individual who assisted us earlier. Without you, we might have met our end. Faye, incredible. A solo confrontation against the monster tide. I wonder who that great brother is? The group members immediately began to jest. Has the crisis been resolved? Ahua is indeed formidable, as expected of the number one in Linhai City. Ahua, brother Hua is awesome. Come to Linhai City to treat the brothers to a meal sometime. Ming Hua was also closely following this matter, feeling bewildered. Ahua, although my subordinates are all elites, it is improbable for one person to withstand the monster tide. Please refrain from excessive flattery. Ahua, wait a moment. My subordinates contacted me, saying it wasn't them. The group members were equally stunned. If it wasn't from Ahua's faction, then who else could it be? Is there any other big brother in Linhai City? YISNT anyone speaking up? Yes, could the big brother who was present say a word? At that moment, Ming was suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior. Buyu had called him, combining today's events. Could it be Buyu who single-handedly faced the monster tide? Ahua, did you see his face? Faye. No, I didn't see it. He was facing away from us, charging straight in without saying a single word. Ahua, the person you encountered was likely Brother Buyu. Faye, what? Upon seeing this word, Faye was shocked, and the entire group erupted in excitement. Brother Buyu? What the hell? Are you saying that it was Buyu who rescued them? Brother Buyu is in Linhai City? Ahua. I can't believe you were so lucky to see Brother Buyu in action. Family, I'm moving. Tonight's flight is to Linhai City. Ahua, could you help me find a place? I feel uncomfortable living in Luqing too. Ahua, for heaven's sake, don't joke. Brother Buyu has made himself known. How could I guess? Just as everyone was fervently discussing, Sister Chi-Chi appeared. Sister Chi-Chi, are you all idle? Shouldn't you be attending to pressing matters? The blood moon calamity is imminent. Understood, Sister Chi-Chi. Leveling up, everyone. Sister Chi-Chi is right. Let us disperse. Sister Chi-Chi. Ahem, I've heard that the seaside villas in Linhai City are quite nice. I have no other intentions. I merely wish to see the sea. Chapter 69. High difficulty dungeon, elite assembly. Chen Nian is taking a girl along. Blood moon calamity countdown. 3 days, in the afternoon, the weather was clear. Chen Nian had reached level 98 and was on the verge of level 99, preparing to challenge gene advancement. At this moment, he was resting at home, recuperating his strength while contemplating where to farm monsters for optimal leveling. As players' levels increased, the world was subtly changing. Terrain was shifting, high-level monsters were emerging, while lower-tier monsters were distributed within the city in the form of secret realms. Consequently, players were leveling up at a significantly faster rate, with first-tier players generally reaching levels 80 to 90. Currently, the most crucial task for these elites was to break through to the second tier. The chat channels and forums were filled with related recruitment posts, seeking a level 90 upgrade team. In the final 3 days, rush to level 99. Efficiency is key. Please DM me. Only 3 levels away from 99. Warriors seeking a team. Let us go. High-level area upgrade team, with a second-tier big shot leading. Looking for a strong support talent? Elf users preferred. Chen Nian's leveling speed was not particularly fast. He pursued quality over quantity. Those who rushed to level 99 might only focus on leveling, with little enhancement in equipment and skills, ultimately only able to face a standard advancement, which was akin to exhausting their future potential. Even at the second tier, their attributes would pale in comparison to Chen Nian. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and to his surprise, it was Qin Yu who had come to visit. She was wearing white sneakers and shorts, her long, straight legs catching the eye, adorned in a pink hoodie, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. What brings you here? Have you had lunch? I brought you something. Qin Yu bashfully revealed a tote bag hidden behind her back. Inside were warm hamburgers and chicken legs, along with a cup of iced cola. I actually haven't eaten. Chen Nian ushered her inside, laughing as he asked, You came to find me just to bring me lunch? What's the matter? Is that not acceptable? You guessed it right, cough cough. Chen Nian nearly choked. We're merely a couple in name. Do you really care about that? Of course I do. Otherwise, I might be greened in name only. So do you have some time? I'll take you to level up. The self-satisfied expression on Qin Yu's face made Chen Nian unable to suppress his laughter. A novice, attempting to guide the world's strongest player to level up. Indeed sounded somewhat absurd. What are you laughing at? I am quite strong, you know. It's nothing. Certainly, Qin Yu did not genuinely wish to level up. She merely sought an excuse to interact more with Chen Nian, lest their relationship grow distant. However, she felt too shy to express such sentiments aloud. At that moment, Chen Nian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Li Yuwei. Hello, is Captain Li looking for me? Yes, Chen Nian, have you been in Linhai City lately? Yes. Why do you ask? Oh, just checking in on you. After all, you are an important asset to our Linhai City. Captain Li is too kind. I'm not even at the second tier yet, Chen Nian modestly replied. By the way, monsters around the world are steadily increasing in rank, and we've discovered a new high-level dungeon. Are you available to join? Li Yunwei continued. The team consists of the strongest in Linhai City, including 2 second-tier extraordinary individuals. 2 second-tier? They must indeed be elites, Chen Nian thought. However, he pondered whether Li Yunwei was being overly courteous to him. There were quite a number of second-tier extraordinary individuals in Linhai City. Did she really need to be so polite to someone of his level? Well, I could bring Chen Yu along. Chen Yu was taken aback by this statement. She understood that Chen Nian was formidable and undoubtedly busy. She assumed he had received other invitations and was surprised he would want to include her. While astonished, she also felt a twinge of excitement. Li Yunwei was momentarily stunned as well. What level are you? Level 778, Chen Yu shyly admitted. This level was significantly stronger than most ordinary people, but it barely qualified her as a first-tier player, at best a secondary one. Captainly, she is level 78. All right, no problem, you can bring her along. So readily agreed? Chen Nian was perplexed. It was evident that Li Yunwei aimed to gather elites for this dungeon challenge. Including him at this tier was already a sign of respect, yet she was willing to allow him to bring Chen Yu as well. She is your girlfriend. I trust you can ensure her safety. It's settled then. Meet at the train station at 8 p.m. Understood. Chen Nian had initially sought a place to level up and to accompany Chen Yu, and this opportunity perfectly satisfied both. However, he could not fathom why Captain Li would be so indulgent towards him. Did she perhaps know something? After hanging up, Li Yunwei's heartbeat gradually calmed. Captain, why did you agree to his request? Bringing someone with such a low level along will surely raise objections. Don't ask if you don't understand. I have my own arrangements. Li Yunwei, having detected Chen Nian's unusual nature from previous clues, had been quietly investigating him. Her focus narrowed on a recent event, the mysterious appearance in Jiangqing, forcefully crushing the disaster beast. After reviewing the brief report on this incident, she inexplicably searched for Chen Nian's recent activities, flight records to Linhai City, Jiangqing. A test. Chen Nian's evasiveness must indicate he was concealing something. Perhaps it was a secret that could astonish everyone. For instance, Chen Nian and the enigmatic figure are one and the same. Li Yunwei knew this secret must remain undisclosed. The fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, his existence would attract countless individuals, which would not bode well for Linhai City. With this in mind, she logged into the information management system of the Law Enforcement Bureau, located Chen Nian's details, and activated the highest level of encryption. This way, even if others recognized Chen Nian's extraordinary nature, they would be unable to investigate him further, significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Done. Thankfully, my father works for the National Security Bureau of Longhua. Without his authority, I could not have accomplished this. It's about time to set off. Li Yunwei organized her equipment, preparing to head to the meeting point. This dungeon endeavor was not solely about conquering a challenging quest. It was paramount to ascertain Chen Nian's true identity. Chapter 70. With Chen Nian around, there's nothing to fear. Are you really taking me along? Why wouldn't I? Perhaps we should reconsider. I fear I may hinder you. There's no need for concern. With Chen Nian's strength, he could easily accommodate not just one sister, but 10. On their way to the meeting point, Chen Nian learned about the basic information of the team from Li Yunwei. There were a total of 8 members: Chen Nian, Chen Yu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinary individuals. Among them, 2 were newly elevated to the second tier, showcasing impressive strength: Qian Ming, a second-tier paladin, and Jiang Yulei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior. Both were rare professions, and few could break through to the second tier. None were ordinary. Upon arriving at the meeting point, as soon as Li Yunwei spotted Chen Nian, she smiled and greeted. You both are here. Please wait a moment, as not everyone has arrived. Chen Nian glanced around. Aside from Captain Li, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, seemingly awaiting the arrival of Qian Ming, the paladin. Captain Li, are these 2 new recruits you called in? Yes. Could you please introduce us? Chen Nian, wanting to spare Li Yunwei any awkwardness, stepped forward. Level 98, elemental mage. Chen Yu, feeling shy, hesitated to speak. Chen Nian spoke for her. She is level 78, elemental sniper. What? Level 78? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group noticeably soured. Captain Li, is this reliable? You mentioned you were bringing in elites. We are all from the first-tier team, and the lowest among us is level 95. A level 78 is just here to ride on someone else's coattails, isn't she? A woman scoffed. Chen Nian had anticipated such reactions and smiled lightly. You needn't worry. I will ensure her safety. Haha, young brother, you should focus on your own safety. This dungeon is newly discovered and likely contains second-tier monsters. That sister of yours looks somewhat familiar. She resembles a certain celebrity. The 2 women began gossiping amongst themselves. Do you think so? She particularly resembles that Chen something, who was brought to fame through connections. TSK, who knows how many hidden rules she has endured. But we're in the gaming era now. The entertainment industry is outdated. Hearing their discussion, Chen Yu felt infuriated but dared not raise her head, afraid of being recognized. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly remarked, "It is more painful for a woman to admit another woman's superiority than to slay her." What did you say? The 2 women instantly became furious, raising their heads to confront him. In terms of appearance, physique, temperament, and talents, they could not compare to Chen Yu, their only advantage being a higher level. Chen Nian's sarcastic words struck a nerve, causing them to falter. Why are you suddenly so agitated? I didn't name anyone specifically. Are you feeling guilty? You. The 2 women flushed with anger, at a loss for a retort. Captain Li, the meeting time has arrived. We are still missing one person. Chen Nian wished to avoid any further delays. I'll give him a call. Li Yunwei dialed, but there was no answer. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes passed. And after nearly an hour of waiting, they finally saw a robust man in a black coat approach. Apologies, everyone. I was waylaid by some female fans who insisted on chatting and dining. I couldn't shake them off. Indeed, this man was Qian Ming, the second-tier paladin. During his hour of tardiness, the others had been left to endure the wait. Yet, no one blamed him. They instead greeted him with enthusiasm. No worries, Brother Qian. You arrived just in time. We haven't been waiting long. Haha, your build is impressive. Having you in the dungeon will surely provide a sense of security. Indeed. With the paladin in front drawing the monster's aggro, I felt an overwhelming sense of security. A latecomer, pursued by everyone, only to be adored. Such is the status afforded by strength. Naturally, Li Yunwei could not express much, for this individual was undeniably powerful. It is said that not long ago, he single-handedly cleared a level 90 dungeon while his teammates faltered, even making headlines. You are late. A chilling remark shattered the warm atmosphere. It was Chen Nian who spoke. If there were reasons for a few minutes' delay, it was intolerable that he was an hour late merely to amuse a female fan, which greatly displeased Chen Nian. Clearly, Qian Ming did not expect to be reproached, his thick brows furrowing in surprise. Who is he? Brother, he is a level 98 elementalist, the woman replied coldly. Huh. Not particularly high in level, but quite audacious, another chimed in. Indeed, he brought along this woman who is only level 78. I wonder where she gets such confidence. Qian Ming shot a glance at Qin Yu, intrigued, having never seen such a striking woman. Stay close to me. I'll protect you, he offered. No need, Qin Yu replied, not wishing to engage. Wait, he can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? Haha, that would be amusing. Li Yunwei sought to diffuse the tension among the group, fearing that Chen Nian's displeasure might lead to dire consequences for them all. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. This place lay on the mountainside of a desolate hill, where a chaotic, vortex-like teleportation array flickered with light atop a sheer cliff. Be careful. This is the entrance to the dungeon, Chen Nian cautioned. How did you find this obscure corner? He wondered aloud. A team averaging level 90 went missing in this vicinity a couple of days ago. They likely entered this dungeon, Li Yunwei replied somberly. Missing? Qin Yu's expression shifted. To put it bluntly, they are likely dead inside. If a level 90 team could fall here, imagine the strength of the monsters within. Huh, surely no one is afraid? Qian Ming laughed heartily. If you're scared, you can still leave now. Once inside, there's no turning back. Brother Ming, you must protect us well. Qin Yu admitted her trepidation, unaware of Chen Nian's true identity. Given her limited strength, her fear was understandable. Sister, think carefully, your boyfriend cannot save you. With such a frail physique, a mere touch could spell doom. Laughter erupted around them. But in that moment, their mirth abruptly ceased. Chen Nian had taken a bold step into the secret realm. Such audacity was rare. Just days prior, a team had perished here. Not even Qian Ming, with his high defense as a paladin, dared enter without preparing for an ambush. Yet he strode in without a second thought? Was he courting death? As the others stood in shock, Li Yunwei couldn't help but shake her head in a wry smile. Turning to Qin Yu, let us go. With Chen Nian here, we shall be fine. Chapter 71. Second Tier, Moonlight Wolf King. You have entered the secret realm, Moonlight Palace. Before Chen Nian lay a majestic palace, shrouded in mystery beneath the moonlight. A stone bridge spanned a shimmering lake, while the moon cast a soft, ethereal glow upon the rippling waters, imbuing them with extraordinary hues. An unfamiliar dungeon, unlike any Chen Nian had encountered in the game. Clearly a new addition. Behind him, Li Yunwei and the others followed closely. What a beautiful scene. Where are the monsters? Perhaps they dwell within the palace? Let us venture inside. The moment they stepped onto the stone bridge, enormous splashes erupted from the lakes on either side. Be cautious. Out surged 6 wolves, their fur gleaming white, adorned with crescent moons upon their foreheads and pupils of moonlit white. Moonlight Wolf, level 90, TCH, merely level 90 monsters. I expected more. Qian Ming scoffed, instantly feeling no pressure. 3 wolves emerged from each side. He strode forward, wielding his dark golden shield, effortlessly fending off the assault of the 3 moonlight wolves. A radiant strike of holy light descended, ensnaring the monsters within 3 luminous cages. Meanwhile, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior named Jiang Yunlei charged forth, his greatsword slicing through the air with lightning speed, easily dispatching 2 of the beasts while deliberately leaving 1 alive. All eyes turned to Chen Nian, clearly testing his prowess. If he struggled against such trivial foes, he would be promptly dismissed. Isn't he making a move? Jiang Yunlei began, but before he could finish, a wind cannon shot past him, severing 2 strands of hair from his forehead. The struck Moonlight Wolf disintegrated into shimmering light. Witnessing this, the group was taken aback. This elementalist possessed such formidable attack power to obliterate even a level 90 minion in an instant. His equipment must be extravagant, perhaps even possessing an epic weapon, an essential asset for maximizing attack power, though his staff remained concealed, obscuring its appearance. They were mistaken in 2 respects. First, nearly all of Chen Nian's gear was indeed epic. Second, his unique talent allowed him to forego specific weapon types for him. A weapon was merely a tool to enhance damage, not a focal point. Shall we proceed? Chen Nian inquired. Liu Wei affirmed. There's no doubt about Xiao Chan's strength. Let us move on. They entered the grand doors of the palace, traversing through a forest of stone pillars, fending off numerous assaults from moonlight wolves with ease. Are these all first-tier monsters? Is this dungeon truly this simple? There's no challenge at all, Chen Ming mused. Finding the encounter rather dull, he hoped for greater difficulty, desiring to showcase his prowess and bask in the thrill of heroism when others faltered. Do not underestimate it. We have yet to see everything, Liu Wei cautioned. At the corridor's end stood a towering door, intricately carved with lifelike wolf heads, indicating that the Lord might reside within. The entity responsible for the annihilation of the level 90 team must surely be behind it. Stand aside, I shall take the lead, Chen Ming bellowed, channeling holy light into his shield, significantly enhancing his defense, an ability intrinsic to the holy knights. He pushed open the grand door, the others following closely behind. Well, Qin Yu gasped in awe. Above them, a brilliantly luminous full moon hung in the sky, while beneath their feet lay a glass-like floor. Rippling with each step, truly a dreamlike paradise. The door slammed shut behind them. Instantly, they heightened their vigilance, yet the scene remained empty, devoid of any visible threat. Let alone the Lord. Just as confusion reigned, a message appeared before them. You have been affected by the moonlight seal, under the moon's illumination. You cannot employ any extraordinary powers. What? Chen Ming's holy light dissipated. I can no longer wield extraordinary powers? What nonsense is this? Chen Nian remained composed. Dungeons of the disaster type come in many forms. This one is evidently a mechanism-based dungeon. What does that entail? It implies that the dungeon has specific rules that players must adhere to in order to triumph, rather than engaging in mindless combat. A howl pierced the air. A massive, snow-white figure descended from above, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Measuring 10 meters in length, its dense, white fur shimmered with a pearlescent glow. A radiant full moon glimmers on the forehead, casting a divine and inviolable glow over the entire being. Moonlight Wolf King, level 2, rank 1. Astoundingly, it is indeed a level 2. Some gasp in shock. No wonder it could annihilate a team of level 90. Everyone, tread carefully. Yet, the Moonlight Wolf King does not immediately launch an attack. A peculiar mechanism has emerged. Please send one person to engage in combat with the Wolf King. Victory condition, shatter the full moon on its forehead to break the Moonlight Seal. Defeat condition, escape the challenge arena. Allowing a second person to enter, remaining opportunities. 4. A one-on-one battle, a melee. Only one person can be dispatched. I shall go. As Chen Ming waved his hand to step forward, another man quickly volunteered. Brother, we have 4 chances. The strongest should be saved for later. Allow me to go first. He strode confidently into the central circle, commencing the first round of combat. The Wolf King lunged with ferocity. Its claws, sharp as steel, quickly brought him crashing to the ground. He was like a subdued creature, barely able to fend off the steel claws with his weapon, but still being relentlessly suppressed. Those claws were nearly piercing his skull. Help, help, I can't defeat it. He screamed in desperation. Jiang Yunlei entered the challenge arena. With his arrival, there were now 2 individuals in the challenge space. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities. 3. The Moonlight Wolf King's assault ceased, and the man, nearly paralyzed with fear, fled for his life. But just a few steps out, a beam of moonlight ensnared him in place. Why can't I get out? At that moment, a new rule materialized before everyone. The challenge loser has become a sacrificial offering. Gather 4 offerings, and the moon destruction will activate, annihilating all. The crowd gasped in horror. A chilling dread surged through them. For chances correspond to 4 sacrifices. Those who fail will become offerings. If all 4 opportunities are squandered, annihilation awaits. Second challenge begins. Gazing at the enormous Wolf King, Jiang Yunlei's palms began to sweat profusely. Chapter 72. Chen Nian's Battle, The Final Hope? The Pax Code. Only the strongest shall become the Wolf King. Now, they must challenge the Wolf King. Success will break the seal of extraordinary power. The second challenge commenced. Jiang Yunlei, a level 2 Thunder Shadow Warrior, stepped forward. Being a level 2 extraordinary being, defeating the Wolf King should be manageable, right? Not necessarily. The physique of a Lord-level monster is beyond imagination. Its innate talent lies in agility and speed, offering little advantage in melee combat. However, our objective is not to defeat it, but to shatter the moon above its head, so there remains a glimmer of hope. Before the onlookers could exchange thoughts, the second challenge officially began. The Moonlight Wolf King locked onto Jiang Yunlei, its limbs taut, launching forth like a cannonball. But Jiang Yunlei was quicker, evading the strike and countering with a sword swipe. So tough. This blow bore no extraordinary power, relying solely on physical strength, failing to inflict any damage. Jiang Yunlei felt a surge of alarm, unaware that the massive wolf's tail was sweeping towards him from behind. A terrifying force struck his back, causing him to cough up blood and roll forward for dozens of meters. It's over. This thought raced through everyone's minds. Wait, he can still stand. After Jiang Yunlei regained his footing, the Wolf King charged once more, but he had lost all will to fight and turned to flee. In less than 3 seconds, he escaped the challenge area. The crowd was stunned. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities. 2. I can't beat it. It's too strong. Just as Jiang Yunlei caught his breath, a beam of moonlight descended, enveloping him. The challenge loser has become a sacrificial offering. Current offerings. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over the crowd. With only 2 opportunities left, if they could not triumph over the Wolf King again, annihilation awaited them. What to do? Only 2 chances remain. To be precise, just one. Their last hope of defeating the Wolf King lies with Chen Nian. If he fails, who else could succeed? All eyes turn to the towering figure of Chen Nian. Fear not. Brother Ming is a high-level paladin, with the highest attributes and 2 epic-grade pieces of equipment. Indeed, you must succeed. We believe in you. They rallied around Chen Nian, for he was the hope of the entire village. Failure meant death. Chen Nian stepped into the challenge arena. His steps heavy as if laden with lead. Challenger enters, 3rd challenge begins. The Moonlight Wolf King had found a new target, charging with the same ferocity. Its overwhelming presence and terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, yet it was met by Chen Nian's mighty shield. He staggered back nearly 3 meters before he could successfully block the strike. Well done. He blocked it. Truly, Brother Ming could confront the Wolf King head-on. Chen Nian thrust his shield forward. Clang, clang. The steel claws clashed against the shield, sparks igniting in the air as man and beast engaged in a fierce battle. However, up until now, Chen Nian had only been defending with his shield, failing to seize an opportunity to damage the Wolf King's moonlight mark on its forehead. 5 minutes into this tug-of-war, the battle reached its climax. With a long howl, the Wolf King struck down with a claw. Chen Nian knelt on the ground. His shield raised above his head, immobilized. I can't hold on. He exerted every ounce of strength, abandoning his weapon. Barely escaping from under the Wolf King's claws. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities. 1. The challenge loser has become a sacrificial offering. Current offerings. 3. As expected. A beam of moonlight descended, ensnaring Chen Nian in place. At that moment, the faces of everyone turned ashen. One woman even fell to her knees, crushed by deep despair. What to do? It's over. We're doomed to die here. Among the remaining individuals were only Chen Nian, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women. Not a single level 2 remained. Who could stand against the Wolf King? Anyone who stepped forward would be walking to their demise. Who could have anticipated such a rule within the dungeon? It feels like a nightmare. Chen Nian shouted, Chen, aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Why are you hiding in the back now? Of course, he merely shouted out of frustration, not genuinely placing hope in Chen Nian. After all, he was just an elemental mage. If even the paladin couldn't win in melee against the Wolf King, how could one expect a mage to? Chen Nian took a step forward. Suddenly, Qin Yu pulled his arm back. Chen Nian, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I can't help, Chen Nian said. I called you here, not expecting you to assist. Why are you feeling guilty? He laughed. The 2 women nearby couldn't hold back any longer. Ugh, even now. You're still being sentimental. It's nauseating. If you have the ability, save us. What good is talk when death is imminent? Chen Nian ignored them and turned to Li Yunwei. Leave the last round to me. All right. Li Yunwei nodded. Seeing Chen Nian's calm demeanor, she felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed her gamble had paid off. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chen Nian stepped forward, entering the challenge arena. Challenger enters, 4th challenge begins. This challenge for Chen Nian would determine their fate. Success would save them all. Failure would lead to their demise. The Moonlight Wolf King launched an attack on the last challenger. A ferocious lunge that even the paladin could only barely withstand. Chen Nian stood his ground, prompting the immediate reaction of those around him. He was courting death. With the terrifying power of the Wolf King, a single claw strike was sufficient to claim a life. True to expectations. The Wolf King's sharp claws aimed for Chen Nian's chest, as if the next moment would reveal him being brutally torn apart. What? The steel-like claws did not pierce Chen Nian's body. Instead, the Wolf King trembled, its limbs shaking as its massive form staggered back several steps, nearly losing its balance. The recoil. The effect of the epic set was still active. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Nian charged forward. To his surprise, the Wolf King resorted to an old trick. Its massive tail sweeping in from the side and striking Chen Nian heavily. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely suffered a severe concussion. Yet, Chen Nian stood firm. The gigantic wolf's tail suddenly stood upright, bristling. Quite the playful creature. Chen Nian leaped, landing deftly atop the Wolf King's head. And with a sudden exertion of force, boom, the colossal Wolf King was forced down. Chen Nian casually perched on the Moonlight Wolf King's head, crouched down, and lifted its head with one hand. A heavy punch landed squarely on its forehead. Crash. The circular moon mark shattered with a resounding crack. The gazes of all onlookers were filled with awe, as if they were beholding a monster. Chapter 73. Slaying the Moonlight Wolf King. Chen Nian levels up and acquires loot. The sacred and powerful Moonlight Wolf King lay before Chen Nian, like an infant that did not resist. The circular moon mark on its forehead shattered explosively. In that moment, every gaze directed at Chen Nian was filled with shock and disbelief. He is an elemental mage? Is this truly a mage? This must be a trick. He actually won. The 2 women who had previously mocked Chen Nian, devoid of any trust, now had their mouths agape, their trembling pupils betraying their astonishment. Before the battle, they could never have imagined that a mage could engage in such outrageous melee combat. By conventional standards, mages typically attack from a distance, while knights are the ones to charge into battle as the frontline tanks. Yet now, the paladin Chen Nian had been thoroughly beaten, unable to retaliate against a mere mage. Is this reasonable? Reflecting on their earlier scornful remarks towards Chen Nian, they felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could disappear into a hole. It turned out that the true powerhouse in their party was Chen Nian. He truly had the strength to protect his sister. With this realization, the two women recognized their misjudgment and felt a burning shame, wishing to slap themselves. Chen Nian is so formidable. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She had always known Chen Nian was strong, but she could hardly fathom the extent of his prowess. The disparity between the first and second tiers was already vast. Challenging higher tiers seemed utterly implausible, yet here she was, witnessing it firsthand. A sense of pride blossomed in her heart, washing away the earlier feelings of insult and belittlement. Chen Yu proudly lifted her fair neck, glancing at the other two women, who now scarcely dared to meet her gaze. What happened? Weren't they so eloquent just now? Now they are silent. If you feel ashamed to remain here, you are welcome to step forward and face your demise. It would be quite embarrassing to be saved by my boyfriend, wouldn't it? Speak up. The feeling of being uplifted by her boyfriend was exhilarating. As for Li Yunwei, she was not particularly surprised by the outcome. She had known Chen Nian could win, yet she hadn't expected him to do so with such ease. Was this the true power of silence? No, perhaps he had not even unleashed his full potential. This might just be the tip of the iceberg. Earlier, she had been concerned he might struggle. She had overthought it. Jiang Yunlei and Qian Ming were filled with mixed emotions. Who exactly is this guy? Could he be employing some forbidden technique? Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mage to possess such physical prowess. Unless he compensated with equipment? That seemed the only possibility. Perhaps he was exceptionally wealthy, allowing him to afford top-tier gear that could bridge the gap in attributes. They both arrived at this conclusion simultaneously, which eased their minds somewhat. A wealthy individual could indeed purchase an entire set of epic-level equipment, which was quite plausible. A prompt appeared before everyone. Congratulations on your successful challenge. The Moonlight Seal has been lifted. In that moment, the three individuals who had been bound and sacrificed were freed. I have regained my strength. Me too. Finally. I can fight with extraordinary power. Of course, he was not truly weak. It was all an act. He wanted to test whether humanity could withstand the trial. As their savior, he feigned weakness to see if they would harbor ill intentions. If they passed the test, it would prove they still possessed a conscience. And Chen Nian would not hold their prior words against them, allowing them to escape unscathed. Chen Nian, are you okay? Chen Yu anxiously supported him, her concern palpable. Chen Nian, how are you faring? Li Yunwei also inquired, though she was puzzled as to why Chen Nian would be weak. It didn't seem logical. My strength is formidable because I activated the Calamity gem, but using it leaves me weak afterward. Chen Nian fabricated a very plausible explanation. Chen Yu believed him, as did the others. However, Li Yunwei remained skeptical. Brother, just rest. We'll handle this Wolf King. Yes, you've already done your part. You need not intervene further. Though Qian Ming and the others said this, they couldn't suppress their sneers. So it was the effect of the Calamity gem. The Calamity gem bestows a negative status while granting a beneficial one. For instance, the Calamity gem in Chen Nian's possession reduced defense while increasing attack power. Qian Ming and Jiang Yunlei exchanged glances. It seemed the Calamity gem he possessed granted immense power temporarily, but left him extremely weakened afterward. Quite a useful item indeed. Without further ado, they called upon the others to attack the Moonlight Wolf King together. Once their extraordinary powers were restored, the paladin displayed remarkable prowess. With divine light shielding him and his great shield shining brightly, he nearly perfectly blocked all of the Moonlight Wolf King's attacks. Haha, this is the power I deserve. Ultimately, through their combined might, they successfully defeated the Moonlight Wolf King. With a final howl, the Moonlight Wolf King transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated. It's over. Haha, that was nothing. Everyone present gained a substantial amount of experience. Meanwhile, Chen Nian finally reached level 99. Level up, 98 to 99. Congratulations on reaching maximum level of the first tier. You have unlocked the ultimate ability of the first tier, Spirit Lion Flame. The ultimate ability of the spirit is distinct from other abilities. It can only be comprehended upon reaching the maximum level of the current tier. Every talent possesses its own ultimate capability, yet Chen Nian's is slightly more extraordinary. What equipment? What is this? The others quickly gathered around. Before them floated a silver-white wolf head ring, shimmering like the stars. Equipment is categorized into helmets, gauntlets, leggings, armor, necklaces, rings, and weapons. Currently, Chen Nian's ring was still subpar, while the rest of his gear was of epic quality. And now, this ring conveniently dropped. Strange. Shouldn't dropped equipment go directly into the inventory? Qian Ming reached out first. Prompt. You do not have permission to pick up. Please let the victor of the Wolf King duel claim it. What do you mean? I killed it, yet I lack picking rights. Qian Ming erupted in rage. Damn it, I don't have picking rights either. The victor of the Wolf King duel once again drew the attention of the crowd towards Chen Nian. The so-called Wolf King duel turned out to be the one-on-one challenge that had just taken place. Chapter 74. Tearing the Veil. Besieging Chen Nian. Brother Chen, why don't you give it a try? Qian Ming's gaze fell upon Chen Nian, his eyes betraying a mix of urgency and desire. Indeed, Brother Chen. You were the one who emerged victorious earlier. Perhaps only you can claim this equipment. Then I shall give it a try. Chen Nian stepped forward and extended his hand. This time, The silver-white ring offered no resistance and was accepted into his possession. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment. Moonlight Wolf Ring Epic. Requirements. Second tier level 1 defense, 0 attack, 150 attribute bonus, extraordinary 20 special effect. Moonlight Wolf Spirit at night. It can summon the Moonlight Wolf Spirit to assist in battle with a cooldown of 3 days. It was yet another piece of second tier epic equipment. Both its attributes and special effects were remarkably outstanding. Once Chen Nian successfully ascended to the second tier, he could don 2 pieces of second tier equipment simultaneously, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Chen Nian was exceedingly pleased, as this meant his entire ensemble would be of the finest quality. How is the equipment? Yes. Do tell us. The surrounding individuals eagerly inquired, their fervent anticipation evident in their expressions. Chen Nian forced a faint smile. It's decent, merely an ordinary second-tier epic piece. Second-tier epic. The market value of epic equipment remained exorbitantly high. However, as everyone leveled up, first-tier items became nearly worthless. Only second-tier items were at the forefront of the era. A ring of this caliber was worth far more than mere gemstone-adorned rings. Moreover, what about its special effect? Epic equipment typically possesses unique abilities, Jiang Yunlei pressed on. The special effect allows for the summoning of a wolf spirit to assist in battle. Wow, a summoning-type special ability. This is truly extraordinary. The crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. Chen Nian, however, shook his head. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I think I shall take my leave. Wait. Just as he prepared to depart, a boisterous voice called out from behind. Qian Ming halted him. Chen Nian let out a silent sigh. It seemed human nature was indeed difficult to test. There would always be those who revealed their sinister intentions in the face of greed, despite being their savior. He was still coveted. Brother Chen, you are but a first tier. That equipment is of no use to you. Why not share it instead? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi reacted most vehemently. How can you say such a thing? Chen Nian saved you all, and now you are thinking of the equipment in his hands? Li Yunwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, he deserves it. Without him, we might already be dead. She sincerely hoped this group would not make foolish decisions. You are addressing the world's strongest player, who stands before you. To have designs on him is to court death. Such words cannot be spoken, little sister. He does deserve credit, but we fought together to vanquish the enemy, so naturally, this equipment should belong to us as well. Qianming sneered. Seeing this, the other 2 women considered their options and chose to side with Qianming. Yes, we were the ones who contributed in the end. We should have a share. Not let him hoard it all. Indeed, it is rather selfish for one person to claim everything. Why did he not step forward from the beginning? Perhaps he wanted us to test the waters first? Amidst the gossip from these 2 women, Chen Nian was unjustly painted as a selfish villain. Qin Yu's face flushed with anger, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you even human? Silence. This is no place for a woman to speak. Jiang Yunlei suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Qin Yu squarely in the chest. This was the ability of his lightning shadow warrior. Capable of incapacitating enemies with electric currents, Qin Yu immediately slumped, collapsing into Chen Nian's embrace, unconscious. Li Yunwei was furious and anxious. Are you seeking death? Captain Li, I advise you not to interfere. With your first-tier peak strength, can you truly contend with us? It would be wise for you to stay back. We are merely seeking to enhance our abilities to combat the impending Blood Moon Calamity. This is for the defense of our homeland, so do not blame us. Jiang Yunlei laughed heartily, showing no intention of feigning civility. Li Yunwei fell silent, casting a glance at Chen Nian and noticing his face darkened with a terrifying expression. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, she quietly retreated, choosing not to intervene further. Captain Li knows her place. Brother Chen, do you still intend to struggle? Hand over that ring. Wait, it's not just the ring you seek. Qian Ming's cold smile widened. You must have other fine equipment on you. Otherwise, you could not possess such strength. Hand over everything, including your Calamity gem. Their greed had grown boundless, as they sought to strip Chen Nian of everything. Qian Ming's appetite is quite impressive. Surrender willingly, and considering you saved us, we might spare your life. Otherwise, the implications were clear. Yet, Chen Nian remained unperturbed, standing silently in place. Good. In that case, you should take care to protect your girlfriend, for blades are merciless. If she were to perish by accident, it would be no concern of ours. Qian Ming was filled with confidence. In his view, Chen Nian's strength relied on the Calamity gem, and he was currently in a weakened state. Moreover, after tapping into extraordinary power, his paladin abilities would reach their peak. A mere first-tier elemental mage could hardly breach his holy light shield, especially with 3 allies by his side. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was burdened with a fainted girlfriend. The outcome of this confrontation was devoid of any suspense. After a prolonged silence, Chen Nian gently laid Qin Yu on the ground and activated his spirit linguistics to envelop her in a protective barrier. Rising to his feet, he finally spoke in a measured tone. Now, you may give it a try. As his cold, emotionless gaze swept over them, they inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, as if death itself were watching. How dare you feign bravado? Attack! Jiang Ganlei transformed into a streak of lightning, moving with blinding speed, striking at targets within range with each pass. This was the ultimate skill of the lightning shadow warrior, the illusory lightning slash. He unleashed his ultimate skill right from the outset. Chapter 75, Spirit Linguistics, Lion's Flame. The illusory lightning slash. Zhang Yunlei initiated his ultimate technique, reminiscent of a lightning bolt cutting through the night. These strikes against Chen Nian felt no more severe than a gentle rub from a seasoned master. In truth, Chen Nian's epic-level armor provided substantial defensive enhancements, making it nearly impossible for such attacks to penetrate. Wasn't he just weak a moment ago? To the onlookers, Chen Nian stood at the center of the lightning blade array, unmoving, his expression impassive. The bolts of lightning struck him as if they were colliding with diamond, eliciting no response. He didn't even furrow his brow. As Zhang Yunlei's ultimate attack concluded, he finally revealed himself, staggering back several steps, clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. Zhang Yunlei, what has happened to you? A figure stepped forward, revealing the multitude of scars crisscrossing Zhang Yunlei's body, with flesh and blood visible beneath. The sight sent a chill through the onlooker, leaving their face pale. Why are you injured? The woman gasped, covering her mouth, her pupils trembling incessantly. Chen Nian had endured the ultimate skill unscathed, yet it was Zhang Yunlei who had initiated the attack that bore the brunt of the injuries. The bizarre scene left the crowd's throats constricted, rendering them speechless. This fellow harbors secrets. He must. Zhang Yunlei's voice was hoarse, his eyes betraying an indescribable fear. What nonsense! Are the four of us incapable of overcoming him alone? Charge! Qianmeng bellowed. Enveloped in a radiant shield of holy light, his physical attributes surged significantly, amplifying his strength and resilience nearly twofold. A towering man raised his obsidian shield high, charging forth like an indomitable war chariot. The sound of a thunderous collision echoed as Chen Nian executed a single punch. His unadorned fist met the holy shield, shattering the divine light and leaving a pronounced imprint upon the ebony shield. Qianmeng, fortified by his superior defense, emerged unscathed, yet the two women fared far worse. Knocked to the ground by the overwhelming shockwave, Qianmeng could no longer maintain his composure. His resolve wavered, muscles quivering as terror crept up his frame. His heart raced as though grasped by an unseen hand, nearly suffocating him. You are feigning weakness. Your frailty is a deception, he muttered, retreating as fear wrapped around his face like creeping vines. Beside him, Li Yunwei sighed. I warned you. You're courting death, yet you disregarded my words. Greed truly reveals the ugliest facets of human nature. Impossible. How could a first-tier elemental mage possess such strength? It must be some forbidden technique or a calamity gem. His power is certainly not his own. Qianmeng reassured himself, convinced that if they could endure long enough, the truth would be unveiled. Chen Nian remained unfazed. In his eyes, these individuals were already corpses. He harbored no compassion for those marked for death. Then let us test the might of the new word spirit. Chen Nian closed his eyes. The temperature around him surged, creating an unbearable heat in an instant. What is he doing? Is he unleashing his ultimate skill? Zhang Yunlei exclaimed. This madman, does he not fear harming that woman? Come. Qianmeng shouted. If we withstand this blow, he may exhaust his power, giving us a chance. As his words fell, he planted his shield firmly into the ground. In an instant, radiant light surged forth, forming a wall of holy light. The paladin's first-tier ultimate ability. The holy light barrier manifested. Can it withstand? Of course. My ability can withstand even a second-tier ultimate move. Qianmeng boasted, possessing absolute confidence in his defense. Even second-tier extraordinary beings would struggle to breach his holy light barrier, let alone one who had yet to advance. Chen Nian's incantation ceased abruptly. He opened his eyes. And behind him, a magnificent flame lion emerged. The blazing golden flames lent the lion a regal aura, exuding a terrifying pressure that was nearly suffocating. Word spirit lion flame. What a fearsome creature. Li Yunwei quickly retreated a safe distance, only to realize that Qin Yu remained unharmed within the fray. Wait. This fellow is protecting Qin Yu while battling. How terrifying. This is the true extent of his silent power. Go. At the command, the lion flame surged forward. It collided with the holy light barrier, igniting a dazzling explosion of light that obscured all vision. This was a pure confrontation of extraordinary powers. Moments later, Li Yunwei lowered her hands, finally grasping the situation before her. The holy light barrier, the paladin's most formidable defensive skill, had disintegrated into countless motes of light, dissipating into the air. Qianmeng's once mighty shield lay shattered, scattered across the ground, its destruction forced. As for the others, they were left charred, smoke billowing from their forms. Clearly gravely injured. Not bad, Chen Nian mused with satisfaction. His current extraordinary attributes were not high. He had yet to don his 2 epic earpieces. Given that he was still first tier, without the enhancements of advancement, to have pierced through a second-tier paladin's ultimate defense and forcibly destroyed their weapon was quite commendable. Chen Nian estimated that once he reached second tier and donned the epic equipment, a mere ordinary wind-gathering cannon would suffice to achieve such results. Qianmeng rose, barely resembling a human. He could hardly believe that a first-tier extraordinary being could be so powerful, it defied all logic. Captain Li, save us. We are vital combatants in Linhai City. The Blood Moon Calamity is imminent. We cannot perish. We can contribute to society. Li Yunwei shook her head. I warned you before. Now there is no stopping it. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Qianmeng screamed frantically. Who are you? Tell me, please. Li Yue turned to Chen Nian once more, taking a deep breath before asking, Chen Nian, you are indeed silent. Am I not mistaken? Chapter 76, A Call to Little 7. Chen Nian, you are indeed silent. Am I not mistaken? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yunwei's words, the others stood as if carved from stone. A wave of shock and horror flooded their hearts in an instant. He is silent? The world's strongest player? No. This cannot be true. Despite Qian Ming's disbelief, reality loomed before him, forcing him to accept the truth. If he truly were silent, then all the absurdities would find their explanations. The power of silent was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The two women, left speechless, were even more astounded. He is silent. He is silent. They covered their mouths, their pupils quaking with a tumult of complex emotions. In the end, all that remained was a sense of regret, a profound regret. This should have been a splendid opportunity. Had they behaved better, they might have secured silence favor. Even if that were not the case, they could at least have forged a benevolent connection. Unfortunately, their poor attitudes had led to the worst outcomes. We were wrong. Please spare us. Big brother, we failed to recognize your greatness. You are magnanimous and wouldn't hold this against us, would you? Chen Nian found their pleas somewhat absurd. Were he not silent, but rather an ordinary, powerless individual, their fate today would have been far more tragic. Such is the world. One must always pay the price for their choices. A wave of darkness emanated from beneath Chen Nian's feet, rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, the world became devoid of substance, enveloped in endless darkness. Chen Nian allowed them no suffering. The moment the domain of death unfolded, their lifelines were severed. Scythe of Death attack power 10, Scythe of Death attack power 10, consecutively reaping 4 lives, Chen Nian finally dispelled the domain of death. The world was now serene. In the vast Moonlight Palace, only 3 individuals remained, the unconscious Qin Yu, Chen Nian, and Li Yue. Chen Nian lifted Qin Yu and approached Li Yue. Inquiring with a smile, Captain Li, how did you come to know my identity? Upon hearing this question, Li Yue abruptly snapped out of her reverie, the earlier revelations having left her in profound shock. To be honest, I have been conducting an investigation into you. I uncovered various anomalies and gradually pieced it all together. I see, Chen Nian replied. Then I must trouble Captain Li to keep this confidential. Rest assured, I have classified your personal information at the highest level within the Information Management Bureau. It is inaccessible to the general public. Thank you. Li Yunwei couldn't help but remark. Who would have thought that the strongest person in the world today is merely a youth addicted to the internet? Captain Li, you jest. There are many who have reached the 2nd tier now. Perhaps several are stronger than I. Li Yunwei couldn't suppress a smirk. Still being modest? You could already defeat 2nd tier opponents when you were in the 1st tier. What would happen if you reached the 2nd tier? What are your future plans? Given your strength, advancing should pose no challenge. That remains uncertain. Chen Nian recalled the daunting challenge of the demonic tier advancement, feeling somewhat hesitant. I feel rather embarrassed that I led your elite team into such a predicament. Li Yunwei shook her head. Although humanity should indeed be a community of shared destiny, unworthy individuals must occasionally be purged. Do not take it to heart. I certainly won't. Li Yue pondered. How should I explain to Qin Yu when he awakens? Perhaps she should say that they nearly fought, but were persuaded by Captain Li to leave safely. Chen Nian entrusted Qin Yu to Li Yunwei, ensuring he also collected the belongings dropped by the fallen opponents. Players typically drop a portion of their possessions upon defeat, be it equipment or items, and these elite individuals possessed valuable treasures. He mused that there were around 10 excellent items among the equipment. However, since he had no use for them, it would be wiser to reward the hard-working members of the guild, enhancing their combat prowess and fostering camaraderie. Opening the chat group for the Eternal Peace Guild, which was perpetually buzzing with conversation, he noted that members were either leveling up or engaging in light banter, even during mundane moments. Recently, the most fervent topic of discussion revolved around Wu Yu in Linhai City, especially since no one had actually seen Chen Nian in person, not even Xiaoqi. Thus, Xiaoqi had become a frequent target of their teasing. Xiaoqi, I heard you've purchased a seaside villa in Linhai City? Xiaoqi, I heard you specifically connected the teleportation array to Linhai City. Is it for personal gain? Stop teasing Xiaoqi, or Bu Yu might come out and give you a beating. Haha, does Bu Yu even peek into the group? Bu Yu interjected, ahem, I have something to discuss. Wait, he really is here. Hello, boss. Please, go ahead, big brother. Only after Chen Nian's arrival did the group quiet down, their incessant chatter abruptly silenced. Bu Yu continued, Xiaoqi. The conversation resumed, with everyone chiming in. Indeed, Xiaoqi has plenty of equipment. Big brother, have you thought this through? Yes. Xiaoqi has been managing the situation well. She deserves to be rewarded. At that moment, Su Jinyu caught sight of these messages and thought, they make valid points. Clearly, I am the one who has worked the hardest. Why isn't anyone considering me? They've received equipment while I have not. Suddenly, a message popped up. Bu Yu, I naturally remember Xiaoqi's contributions. Why are you all making such a fuss? Chen Nian would never forget each person's efforts, especially Xiaoqi's. Unfortunately, she was not easy to please. She had wealth, power, and strength. There was nothing she lacked. After contemplating, Chen Nian decided to call Hazy. Bu Yu, you need help connecting to Xiaoqi, right? Just a moment. You're quite perceptive. Thus, through Hazy as an intermediary, Chen Nian successfully reached Su Jinyu. Xiaoqi. It's me. A brief silence ensued. At that moment, Xiaoqi had just finished her shower and was lounging on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon receiving Bu Yu's call, she sat upright, clutching her pillow tightly, filled with joy. However, she did not immediately reveal her excitement. If you think a single phone call can win me over, you are mistaken. Bu Yu, what's up? Need something from me? Nothing. Just wanted to chat. Su Jinyu's heart raced, and she tightened her grip on the pillow instinctively. What is going on? Has the dense one finally awakened? If this had been any other time, Bu Yu would never have uttered such ambiguous words, leaving Su Jinyu momentarily speechless. By the way, Xiaoqi, you must have successfully advanced by now, right? Yes. Although the disaster level challenge was tough, it became easier with experience, thanks to you winning once for another woman. Why does that sound so grating? Chen Nian detected a hint of jealousy in her tone. Not at all. I didn't particularly mind. After all, other women require your assistance, while I rely on myself. That's where the difference lies. Chen Nian chuckled. Indeed. Have you reached the second tier yet, Bu Yu? Not yet. I'm preparing to advance. With your strength, you'll surely handle it effortlessly. Chen Nian knew it was not that simple. He faced the daunting demonic tier challenge, an unknown realm for all. And he would be its pioneer. The outcome remained uncertain. Thus, he sought solace by calling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you've been working so hard lately. I'll grant you one request. Go ahead. Anything? Yes. Then I'll ask for 3. Are you kidding me? Okay, then. After a brief silence, a timid voice emerged from the other end of the line. I want to see you. Su Jinyu lay on her bed, nearly burying her face in the pillow, her heart pounding. At that moment, she was too shy to speak or even breathe. She listened intently, afraid to miss a single word. The girl had gathered all her courage. Before today, Su Jinyu had expressed such sentiments multiple times, but never with such anticipation. She had even envisioned herself bursting into tears if rejected. However, what she heard next was the sound of a dial tone. Su Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. She pressed her lips tightly together, struggling to suppress her feelings of grievance and disappointment, yet her eyes betrayed her, glistening with tears. How infuriating. You were the one who invited me to make a request. Just then, a text message arrived on her phone, traversing over 1,000 kilometers. She opened it to find just one word, okay. This message was not relayed through the intermediary Hazy, but sent directly from Chen Nian's phone. Signifying that he had shared his number with Xiaoqi, Su Jinyu stared at the message for a long time, feeling a mix of emotions. Why must you be so indirect? After a playful scolding, she found herself grinning at her phone screen, her lips curling upward, her feet playfully swaying. She was simply overjoyed. Not only had she received a promise, but also a phone number that no one else had. Everyone knew that Bu Yu was a man of his word. He never went back on his promises. Otherwise, he would cease to be the gentleman he was. Good night. At this moment, Chen Nian was employing his skyward technique to depart from the main city, heading towards an uninhabited overseas realm. He was preparing to undertake an advanced challenge. Why venture overseas? Because if he were to fail the challenge, the monstrous creature would descend into reality. Should that monstrosity enter the main city? It would undoubtedly spell catastrophic disaster. Although he had no doubt about his success, one must always contemplate every eventuality. Ultimately, he found himself on a deserted island. The night wind howled, waves crashed against the rocks, the night sky was devoid of clouds, and a bright moon illuminated the sea. This shall suffice. Chen Nian retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and noticed a goodnight message on the screen, which made him smile involuntarily. He placed the phone on the ground, took a deep breath, and opened his attributes panel. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Gene Level. First Order 99th Level, Advanced Advancement. Initiating Gene Advancement. Please select your challenge difficulty. Normal, Hard, Abyss, Hell, Cataclysm. Beneath these 5 options, a strikingly red demon was displayed. Demon. Do you confirm the challenge at the demon level? Confirm. Challenge initiated successfully. Teleportation in progress. A beam of light enveloped Chen Nian, whisking him away into the ether. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in another realm. Challenge officially commenced. Time limit, 3 days. This duration struck Chen Nian as somewhat peculiar. The time limits for challenges of other levels were merely 10 minutes. Failure to eliminate the foe within this time frame would result in defeat. Yet this one afforded a full 3 days. 3 days meant that if he could not vanquish the opponent upon entry, he would have to endure a relentless battle for 3 days and nights, or face certain death, with no assistance forthcoming. More content loading, please wait. Intriguing. Chen Nian stepped forward, meandering through the dark palace. As he progressed, ethereal blue flames suddenly ignited along the walls. A glance revealed that eerie skulls adorned the walls, with blue flames flickering amidst them, casting light. 2 neat rows of illuminations paved a path deeper into the palace. Perhaps they're here to welcome me? Chen Nian mused. Continuing onward, he discerned that this palace might well be the abode of the so-called demon god. At this moment, a grand chandelier illuminated the ceiling. This massive fixture was composed of hundreds of skulls bound together, forming a grotesque shape. The ghostly blue radiance dispelled the darkness. Before Chen Nian, a colossal statue began to reveal its form. It was a vast beast, a humanoid, nonetheless. Indeed, this enormous creature bore a physique strikingly similar to that of a human. Its muscular contours were remarkably graceful, its body elongated, clad in battle armor, with a tail akin to a scorpion stinger. It possessed two heads sharing a single neck, akin to a branch bearing two fruits. Crack. Bits of rock tumbled down. Its pupils ignited, two ghostly blue orbs, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. At that moment, Chen Nian noticed the information hovering above its head. Twin Demon God Apparition, 2nd Order 20th Level. Chapter 78, Chen Nian and the Demon God, Twin Demon God Apparition. 2nd Order 20th Level. Chen Nian observed its details. A level of 2nd Order 20th Level was not particularly high. Those fervently pursuing upgrades among the elite players might possess such levels. However, level does not dictate everything. Among the Calamity beasts, there exists the notion of bloodline. The higher the bloodline level, the more formidable the Calamity beast. Each level of advancement challenge corresponds to Calamity beasts of varying bloodline levels. The one Chen Nian had previously defeated possessed a 5th Order bloodline, equating to a Demon General level. The one before him, however, was of the next tier up, the Demon God level. It was an entirely different realm of existence. Even with equivalent levels, disparities in strength could be vast. Thus, one cannot simply gauge an adversary by level alone. Chen Nian did not harbor the slightest sense of underestimation. But what did the apparition signify? Was this not its true form? As fragments of stone continued to cascade, the true visage of the demon god gradually emerged before Chen Nian, its cyan black skin resembling the scales of a venomous serpent, its armor as dark as ink. It wielded two great swords, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, exuding an extraordinary pressure. Humans? To think that someone would dare to tread upon the sacred grounds of this demon god? How delightful. Brother, I shall slay this human. Hiss. Brother, how can you steal my prey? Their two mouths, one on the left and the other on the right, spoke different words, seemingly possessing distinct personalities, one being the brother, the other the younger sibling. What was identical, however, was that in their eyes, Chen Nian was merely a prey delivered to them. Such idle chatter, Chen Nian scoffed. Brother, he dares to call us verbose? Audacious human, you seek death. The two heads suddenly contorted, the writhing black veins on their skin pulsating like serpents. The great sword swept towards him with the force of 1,000 mountains. More content loading, please wait. The sheer power of that strike generated wind pressure strong enough to send a person flying. Yet Chen Nian deliberately did not evade. He wished to test whether his formidable defenses could withstand the assault. Boom! Chen Nian was hurled away by the blow, crashing heavily into the palace wall 100 meters away. As he slid down, he left behind a human-shaped dent in the stone. Ouch! Chen Nian glanced at his arm, which had been raised to block, now marked by a vivid red wound. Indeed, he had been injured. The attack power of the twin demon god was so terrifying that it had breached his defenses. All the defensive enhancements from his equipment were akin to a layer of armor on his body. However, if the armor could not fully withstand the blow, his flesh would bear the brunt of the attack. The resilience of his physical body depended upon the height of his physique attributes. Chen Nian's defenses and physique were exceedingly high, yet he had still been injured. Truly, this was the demon god level. The wound on his arm rapidly ceased bleeding and began to scab over, as his extraordinary genes worked within. Chen Nian's expression grew increasingly solemn. First and foremost, in this battle, he could not utilize the Calamity Gem to reverse attack and defense. If his defenses fell to zero, it would mean his armor had completely failed, and being struck would likely result in instant death. Furthermore, without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities, Chen Nian could not guarantee a one-hit kill. After all, the recovery abilities of these Calamity beasts were notoriously formidable. Brother, he still lives. Brother, it seems this human possesses some skill. We shall advance. The ground beneath their feet erupted. The twin demon god shot forth like a cannonball. Such speed startled Chen Nian inwardly. Yet he was prepared to unleash his full potential. His pupils suddenly glowed with golden light, and a golden phantom emerged behind him. Sequence 121, Judgment Gold Sword. However, due to the brevity of his incantation, Chen Nian could only manage to envelop a 2-meter radius around himself with a protective domain. Yet this was sufficient. Within that 2-meter zone, it was a deathly realm. He was invincible. Moreover, the Judgment Gold Sword was a sustained incantation, and the domain's range would continually expand to its limits. Chen Nian would remain undefeated. The great sword descended upon him, and at the moment it entered the judgment domain, it was reduced to mere dust. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Chen Nian's eyes. To his surprise, the opponent abruptly halted, retracting swiftly, avoiding his domain. Brother, this human appears to be no trivial matter. There is something surrounding him that we cannot approach lightly. As Chen Nian marveled at the development, he noticed a second sword hurtling towards him. Could it be that he would also attempt a range probe? Such remarkable cognitive and reactive abilities. The capacity to make a judgment and execute it in an instant. Was this the essence of a demon god-level calamity beast? The level of evolution may surpass that of most humans. Upon entering the judgment realm, the great sword inevitably shattered, yet Chen Nian's mood remained heavy. It was previously mentioned that the judgment sword is a continuous skill, requiring intricate mental chanting that hinders rapid movement. It appears our assumptions were correct, brother. This human possesses considerable strength. Maintain your distance. Chen Nian recognized that this could be a battle of wits. The judgment realm was dispelled. Chen Nian chose not to rely on this ability any longer, opting for alternative combat methods. Gale Cannon, Flame Burst, Lightning Flash. The 3 ordinary elemental spirits were unleashed simultaneously. releasing a torrent of intertwined energy. Unexpectedly, the twin demon god did not evade but boldly received the attack with their palm. The terrifying energy merely caused wisps of green smoke to emanate from their hand. Is that all you are capable of? Brother, he silenced. Ahead, at an unknown moment, Chen Nian had vanished. When not utilizing high-risk elemental spirits, he could employ various spirits concurrently, allowing for the most agile combat. For instance, at this moment, he used wind and thunder flash to swiftly maneuver to the demon god's rear. Behind you. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Their body was rendered immobile. The serpent is an invisible snake. Elemental spirit, void serpent. The formless giant serpent ensnared the twin demon god, rendering them unable to move. Chen Nian did not squander this precious opportunity. As he rapidly chanted, a fiery lion took form, vivid and alive. Tier 1 Ultimate Elemental Spirit, Lion Flame. What? Even the twin demon god did not anticipate that this human possessed such formidable combat awareness. Abandoning that powerful realm, feigning an attack, and then closing in. How terrifying it is to devise the optimal combat strategy in such a short time frame. The twin demon god was engulfed by the lion flame. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire palace. After a brief silence, a colossal figure emerged from the flames, slowly walking forth. Wisps of smoke surrounded them. Their skin charred and decayed. Even their two heads bore severe burns, nearly unrecognizable. Yet all these injuries began to heal rapidly. Both faces were twisted with disgust and fury. Their deep azure eyes locking onto Chen Nian. Brother, he has wounded us. He must die? Chapter 79, The Grim Reaper. A clean-cut Chen Nian did not expect that after withstanding the lion flame's maximum close-range output, they would only sustain such minor injuries. The wounds visibly healed. For high-tier Calamity beasts possess remarkable regenerative abilities. This, he had already experienced. What a pity. The elemental spirit's power was insufficiently strong. Had he equipped those two epic-grade items, which would significantly enhance his extraordinary strength, perhaps this lion flame could have obliterated them. Now, the twin demon god was evidently furious. Brother, let us tear him apart. It has been too long since we savored the taste of human flesh. With their bodies restored to their former state, the twin demon god drew two arm bones, wielding them as two azure blades. The swift blade light rushed forth. The dense array of azure blades threatened to reduce him to mere pulp if he did not evade in time. Chen Nian remained calm, activating Eagle Eye, evading the attacks with wind and thunder flash while continually counterattacking with elemental spirits. A tempestuous counteroffensive ensued. It seemed as if the very air was cleaved into countless fragments. The terrifying extraordinary power erupted upon the Calamity beast, each explosion resembling the sparks of war, bearing witness to the extremities of their confrontation. Fists and blades collided. Bones clashed with ferocity. The ground beneath Chen Nian and the twin demon god shattered simultaneously. Boom. The explosive shockwave extinguished all the wall sconces, leaving only a solitary light swaying from the dome. Following this fierce battle, both retreated several steps. Chen Nian gasped heavily, numerous wounds adorning his body. The most severe being from the direct collision of fists, skin torn and flesh exposed, revealing white bone. It was unimaginable how excruciating that pain was. In contrast, although the twin demon god was also battered and bruised, they were rapidly recovering from their injuries. This human can actually engage us in close combat? Indeed, brother. His strength is unexpectedly formidable. If we allow him to grow further, we may not be his match. However, it is unfortunate that he arrived a tad too early, huh? Look, he is nearly at his limit. The power of humanity is trivial compared to ours. By consuming this powerful human, we shall grow even stronger. The two-headed brothers exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly envisioning Chen Nian's dismemberment. Onward. The twin demon god advanced once more. Yet unexpectedly, the human stood still, unmoving. Be cautious of his surroundings. Let us probe first. This overly clever demon god chose to test Chen Nian's activation of the realm from a distance. Upon discovering he had activated judgment, they would immediately retreat, leaving no opportunity. A blade narrowly missed Chen Nian's ear, embedding itself deeply into the ground behind him. The demon god, witnessing this, relaxed their mental guard. It appeared the opponent had not activated the realm, allowing for a secure offensive. Brother, something feels amiss. The twin demon god suddenly sensed danger. Unbeknownst to them, the palace had grown darker. It was not merely the extinguished sconces on the walls. A deeper darkness was gradually engulfing the light within the temple, shrouding everything in shadow. The light was fading. Indeed, but I do not sense any threat. What could he possibly intend? Ultimately, even the chandelier atop the dome was consumed by the darkness. The entire temple descended into an abyss where one could not see their own hand. I cannot see anything, brother. I cannot either. This is impossible. We should possess the ability to adapt to the dark. Why? This time, their tones were no longer lighthearted, but laced with anxiety. Every being fears the unknown. That which lies beyond comprehension instills terror. Now, the twin demon god felt fear and oppression, never fathoming that these emotions were incited by a mere human. Sequence 127, The Grim Reaper. You have entered the state of possession by the Grim Reaper. Attack power 300,590. Chen Nian's attack power is 310. The possession of the Grim Reaper triples the base attack power, plus an additional 590 points. This means that Chen Nian's current attack power has surged to current attack power 1520. During the duration of the Grim Reaper's possession, Chen Nian cannot utilize any elemental spirits. His attack method is replaced by the Grim Reaper's side, yet he can execute rapid movements. A spectral figure of the Grim Reaper emerged behind him. A skeletal right hand grasping a colossal scythe, the left hand wielding the Book of Life and Death, emanating an overwhelming pressure. My apologies, but the game time is over. Chen Nian moved. He is coming, brother, flee. Where to escape? I can see nothing. Moments later, the darkness receded like a tide, revealing Chen Nian. Pale and kneeling on the ground. Behind him, the colossal form of the twin demon god stood frozen. A gaping wound extended from their neck downward, bisecting their entire body. Gush! Black blood gushed forth. One strike, and they were cleaved in two. The demon god's seemingly indestructible form was severed by the Grim Reaper's scythe. The horrifying force even severed all the veins within their body, leaving the two halves forever disconnected. Each side collapsed to the ground, motionless. Only then did Chen Nian exhale in relief. Finally resolved. Wait, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why have I not received a prompt indicating the completion of my advancement? A chilling laughter echoed eerily from both sides, as the two halves of a once whole body stood upright simultaneously. They laughed maniacally, wild and unrestrained. Yet, instead of merging back into one, they transformed into distinct beings, brother and brother, truly separated this time. Humans, I acknowledge your strength. However, to vanquish us is still far beyond your reach. Now, it is your turn to despair, one of them declared. Chen Nian thought, is this the twin demon god? Indeed formidable. Yet, in this world, no monster is invincible. Perhaps there lies an undiscovered secret. It seemed this battle would not conclude swiftly. Brother, his strength has been depleted. Now we can savor him slowly. Ignorant human, despite your abilities, you cannot escape death, they taunted. Indeed, Chen Nian's powers had waned. When extraordinary power is exhausted, when injured, and when stamina is depleted, meeting any one of these conditions allows him to invoke his destiny of words. Chapter 80. Chen Nian's arduous struggle, the blood moon calamity looms. With his extraordinary power diminished, one of the conditions for invoking his destiny was fulfilled. This incantation required no strength, only the fulfillment of conditions. Sequence 101, Destiny. During this invocation, he was shielded by the sacred realm, impervious to any harm. Isn't his power depleted? The two demons attempted to approach but were unable to breach the sanctified light surrounding him, forced to watch helplessly from outside. Destiny has three effects. Sun, increases physique by 30, heals injuries. Moon, increases agility by 30, restores stamina. Stars, increases extraordinary power by 30, replenishing extraordinary strength. Additionally, there exists a minuscule chance to trigger a hidden effect. The black sun suddenly, a star shone brightly above Chen Nian's head. Destiny star has been activated. Extraordinary 30, his extraordinary attribute, previously 89, surged to 116. Simultaneously, the once dry well of power was partially restored. One demon charged from the left, the other from the right. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Chen Nian, expanding outward. Words of power, judgment, golden sword. The realm unfolded unexpectedly, leaving the two demons aghast. Retreat. Even as they fled at their utmost speed, the expansion of Chen Nian's power surpassed their previous efforts. The younger demon, too close to Chen Nian, was instantly engulfed by the domain, shattered to pieces in an instant. The elder brother escaped to safety, shaken. Had they been caught together, it would have been their end. How could this human, whose power seemed exhausted, have regained it? What manner of monster is he? Yet soon, the younger brother resurrected. Even in a disfigured state. Once again, Chen Nian invoked his domain to slay him. Resurrected again. A third execution, a third revival. At this juncture, Chen Nian furrowed his brow. The recently restored power had dwindled once more. Foolish ants. You think you can defeat us? Dream on. The two demons wore smug smiles, believing Chen Nian had exhausted his options. The freshly revived younger brother grimaced in agony. The pain I just endured must be repaid. The two demons launched another assault. Chen Nian remained impassive, his lips moving as he uttered the incantation. Destiny. Holy light returns. Bathed in boundless divine radiance, he resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Thus, he could invoke his destiny once more. Destiny Sun has been activated. Physique 30, Chen Nian's physique, already his highest attribute, soared to 193. This would significantly enhance his resilience and strength. Simultaneously, his injuries healed at a rate tenfold of before. Bleeding ceased, scabs formed, and even misaligned bones realigned. But at this moment, Chen Nian possessed not a shred of extraordinary power. With a crack, he surged forward. To the two demons, this scene appeared absurd. His previous speed had been commendable. Yet now he moved with excruciating slowness. Did he truly wish to engage us in close combat? The elder demon stepped forward, fists clenched, azure flames igniting around his knuckles. With a mighty punch, a gust of air erupted. In that instant, Chen Nian responded with a punch of his own. Boom. Their fists collided midair. In that fleeting moment, the elder demon's expression shifted. The playful mirth faded, replaced by horror and agony. Impossible. This cannot be. A scream escaped as his hand shattered upon impact. How can a mere human possess such physical prowess? It is unfathomable. He howled, incredulous, refusing to accept the spectacle before him. Chen Nian shook his sore right hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. There is ample time. We shall enjoy this. As 2 days passed, Chen Nian remained embroiled in the challenge. Yet time did not pause for him. Countdown to Blood Moon Calamity. 12 hours. The final half-day approached. Everyone was making their last preparations. The enforcement team gathered, setting up various military defenses outside the city while systematically allocating extraordinary fighters to maximize combat effectiveness. Still no contact with Chen Nian. Li Yunwei, more anxious than anyone, had bombarded Chen Nian's phone with calls. As one of the few aware of Chen Nian's true identity, she understood that his presence was crucial for Linhai City's survival. With him, the chance of weathering the calamity would increase by at least 30%. That 30% could not be compensated by thousands of extraordinary fighters. One Chen Nian equaled 1,000. She sought out Qin Yu, inquiring about Chen Nian's whereabouts, but he too had no information. In desperation, Li Yunwei reluctantly prepared for the worst. Perhaps that young man had encountered an unforeseen incident or was otherwise occupied. He might be absent from this battle. She continued her recruitment efforts, summoning every capable extraordinary fighter to the front lines. All humanity is a community of fate. We must safeguard our home to protect ourselves. Indeed, the Blood Moon Calamity marked the first large-scale disaster in the game. When it occurred, the Blood Moon loomed overhead, and monsters surged forth like a tide, attacking the player's stronghold. That time, players fell in droves, as monsters repeatedly sacked cities, a sight too harrowing to bear. And this time, there would be no chances for resurrection, despite their utmost preparations. No one could claim absolute certainty. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild had entered a state of readiness. Sister Chi-Chi, still no contact with Silent Brother? Not yet. Oh dear. At such a critical moment, our leader has vanished. He had previously mentioned undergoing a second-tier advancement. Surely he should have emerged by now, with his strength. Ascending to the second tier should pose no challenge. Surely nothing could have gone awry. Don't be a harbinger of doom, even among the elite from around the world. The absence of their steadfast anchor left them feeling adrift, as if deprived of their guiding star. Su Jinyu was utterly convinced of this. Chapter 81. The Blood Moon Calamity Descends. Countdown to Blood Moon Calamity. 3 hours. As twilight descended, the streets lay deserted, doors and windows tightly shut. A patrol vehicle from the enforcement team passed by, equipped with loudspeakers, incessantly repeating, "All civilians, please stay home and keep your doors and windows tightly shut. Do not venture outside." The residents of Linhai City were numerous. Some prominent figures had been relocated to bomb shelters, while students were concentrated in schools for protection. The remaining populace could only stay home. At Linhai University, a vast indoor gymnasium housed thousands of students. Xiaowen was inside with her close friend. A law enforcement officer at the front was shouting through a megaphone, "If there are any volunteers willing to go to the front lines, please come to me. I hope everyone can contribute to the defense of our homeland." Her friend whispered, "Xiaowen, shouldn't we go to the front lines?" "Absolutely not." Xiaowen rolled her eyes. "We're only level 50. Fighting monsters is not our task, but that of the high-level warriors. But I know a level 45 friend who went. Isn't it inappropriate for us to hide here? If you wish to seek death, go ahead. I won't stop you." In the bomb shelter, the gathered individuals were either affluent or noble. Lu Xingchen was among them, a small business owner. However, unlike others, he had secretly brought several extraordinary bodyguards, claiming them as his family members, to take refuge with him. "Boss," one bodyguard scratched his head. "I see many people heading to the front lines while we remain in this safe place. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I pay your salaries. Your duty is to protect me, not to seek death." Lu Xingchen spat disdainfully. "If you leave, who will protect me when the monsters break in?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the bomb shelter, Chen Nian's mother was attempting to contact him. Despite both parents having formed new families after their divorce, they still thought of their son during such times. "Mom, is my brother in here too?" The girl speaking was Ning Ziqing, 17, the daughter of a restructured family, and thus, Chen Nian's sister. Unbeknownst to her, the call failed to connect. "Where is he? I've longed to meet him." "I don't know. I hope he is safe." In an ordinary household, Xiao Lu, a father and former gamer during the Calamity, chose not to become a volunteer on the front lines. Instead, he opted to stay home, securing the doors and windows while hiding with his wife and child. "I am staying home to protect my family. There is nothing wrong with that," he repeatedly reassured himself. Yet, deep down, he understood it was out of cowardice. Those who ventured to the front lines were likely to become cannon fodder, having experienced the horrors of the Blood Moon Calamity. At that moment, the television broadcast displayed scenes from the front lines, where people were gearing up and bracing for action. Reporters continued to recruit volunteers, urging all capable individuals to stand up in the face of the impending disaster. "United, we shall overcome this challenge." His 5-year-old son pointed at the screen and asked, "Dad, when can I go fight monsters like them?" "Be quiet." Xiao Lu felt a sharp pain in his heart. His son's words made him feel even more like a coward. On the front lines, Qin Yu was among the volunteers. Despite being merely a delicate girl of 18 or 19, she was already a formidable level 80, stronger than most. This was, of course, due to the assistance of Chen Nian and several friends. "Xiao Yu, We may not be able to protect you later. You must take care of yourself, said the portly Dang Rongrong, who couldn't help but add, if Chen Nian were here, we wouldn't need to worry about you. I know. I'll be careful. I wonder whether we will survive this. Dang Rongrong pondered. Xiao Yu, can I share a secret with you? Actually, Chen Nian. Turning around, he noticed Chen Yu had already walked away, presumably to call Chen Nian. I wonder where the big brother is gone. He wouldn't abandon us for another city, would he? Xiao Yu is still here. Don't forget. There are plenty of women who admire him, far more accomplished than Xiao Yu, like General Longwood's daughter Yi Hongling and the Zhao family's princess Zhao Xiwei. True. Let us not tell Xiao Yu. We wouldn't want to discourage her. Countdown to the Blood Moon Calamity. 30 minutes. At that moment, a message appeared before all extraordinary individuals. Attention, all players. The door of Calamity has opened. Monsters are about to attack. A series of chaotic vortexes appeared, sprawling across the plains, numbering at least 1,000. They resembled a chaotic sea of stars, all swirling towards the eastern city. Send out the orders. All teams assemble at the east of the city and prepare for battle. Launch missiles to attempt to destroy the portals. The command center issued orders. Soon, fighter jets in the sky took action. 2 long-range precision-guided missiles traced beautiful arcs across the night sky before exploding thunderously. However, this splendid display bore no fruit. Report. The chaotic vortex remains intact. It seems impossible to destroy. Soon, numerous extraordinary beings soared into the air, attempting to dismantle the chaotic vortex, but none succeeded and ultimately had to give up. At last, the countdown reached 0. Instantly, the blood moon hung high in the sky, staining the heavens a dark crimson. Simultaneously, a vivid red warning flashed before everyone. The Blood Moon Calamity has descended. The world points ranking has begun. A wave of gifts poured in. Chapter 82. For Calamity Demon Generals? A desperate beginning. With the blood moon in the sky, Calamity descended. The first large-scale disaster after the game merged with reality had finally arrived. This was a survival test for all humanity. In the night sky, nearly 10 armed helicopters hovered. Bombers had entered a cruising state at higher altitudes, and various land-based weaponry was fully deployed. Finally, the chaotic vortex stirred. People expected a massive surge of monsters, but instead, only the central, larger chaotic vortex showed signs of activity. From it emerged 2 colossal calamity beasts, each as towering as a small mountain, with bizarre forms that defied description. Yet, people could glean some information. Calamity Demon General, Level 2, Rank 1. What the hell? They start with this level. Panic surged amongst the crowd. This is hopeless. We're doomed. Demon General level Calamity Beasts. They have far too much faith in us. Upon seeing this information, despair washed over them, cloaking them in a profound sense of helplessness. The mere mention of Calamity Demon General was enough to instill dread in every heart. The different bloodlines of Calamity Beasts determined their vast disparities in strength. The lowest tier was known as the Fearless Beasts, followed by the Calamity Beasts, Abyss Beasts, Earthquake Beasts, and finally, the Calamity Demon Generals. The 5 levels correspond to 5 tiers of escalating challenges, with the ultimate being the ancient demon gods encountered by Chen Nian. Yet, even the Calamity Demon Generals are enough to instill dread in the hearts of many. Why fear? We now possess numerous second-tier powerhouses. Surely we can overcome them. Indeed, times have changed. Our levels and equipment have significantly improved, and the Demon Generals are not insurmountable foes. Furthermore, there are not merely 2 of them, but 4. What? After the appearance of the first 2, 2 more followed closely behind. A total of 4 Calamity Demon Generals. This is indeed a disquieting number. While 2 could be managed with a suitable strategy, the challenge escalates geometrically with 4. All 4 Calamity Demon Generals belong to the same type, each boasting 4 arms on their backs and a massive red eyeball on their chests, which spins ominously. This is the sweet air of the human world. Indeed, it is far more beautiful than that of the Calamity world, perfect for trampling upon. Enough chatter. Summon the demon god at once. The 4 Calamity Beasts simultaneously knelt, thrusting a hand into their chests, piercing the eyeball with a sickening squelch. Blood gushed forth, forming a bizarre pattern on the ground. What are they doing? It is unclear. But we cannot stand idly by. Open fire. The armed helicopter received the command, swiftly closing in, its twin machine guns whirring, unleashing a torrent of bullets. However, these projectiles are ineffective against ordinary Calamity Beasts, let alone the Demon General tier. How irritating. Suddenly, the 2 hands behind the Calamity Beast elongated, stretching to several dozen meters. Those massive hands seized a helicopter midair and hurled it violently, colliding with another helicopter. Boom. The night sky erupted in a dazzling display. Witnessing this horrifying scene, all players were taken aback, as were the high-ranking officials in the command center. Could they truly harness the power of others in such a manner? What keen battle instincts they possess? Are they truly mere monsters? Above the clouds, the bomber's targeting system locked onto the 4 creatures. A missile broke through the cloud cover. However, the ensuing spectacle was even more astonishing. One of the Calamity Beasts caught the missile's warhead midair. After spinning it around, it flung it towards another helicopter. Boom. The missile struck true, obliterating the helicopter without a trace. Cease the attack and retreat. The headquarters immediately ordered a halt to reckless probing. This would only lead to disaster. Naturally, no airborne superhumans dared to tempt fate. After all, these are 4 demon general tier calamity beasts. Whoever engages them is doomed. All they could do was watch helplessly. The blood of the 4 calamity beasts inscribed a formation on the ground. Suddenly, the sky tore open, and a beam of eerie blue light descended, landing precisely on that formation. What is this? Zoom in on the image. The footage from the drone was magnified. From the blue light emerged a colossal stone sarcophagus. The 4 formidable calamity beasts knelt before the sarcophagus, their reverence palpable. Twin demon gods, we beseech you to awaken. They repeated their prayers, yet the sarcophagus showed no sign of response. Could it be that the demon god is still divided in strength, combating the humans who intruded upon the temple? How could that be? That was 2 days ago. Are you suggesting that the demon god has been battling that human for 2 days without a resolution, thus preventing the true form from awakening? Unthinkable. Although the temple retains only a phantom, it still possesses half of the demon god's power. How could humans possibly contend with such might? Regardless, we must ensure the demon god awakens. At that moment, the other teleportation arrays began to tremble. More content loading, please wait. Thousands of chaotic vortices erupted, with monsters surging forth, a dark tide advancing rapidly. This time, it is a genuine monster wave. Fortunately, these creatures are of a relatively low level, mostly around level 30. Do we even have time to concern ourselves with them? We must first address the monster wave. All personnel prepare for battle. Not a single creature must escape. The true battle has finally begun. Mages transformed into artillery in the skies, unleashing a dazzling array of elemental forces, reminiscent of falling meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted across the plains, with those low-level monsters being obliterated by the overwhelming force. Ground assault teams, mobilize. The aerial forces continued their bombardment, thinning the ranks of the monsters. Attention, all superhumans. Ensure no stragglers remain. Li Yunwei, serving as the on-site commander, made astute decisions. This would undoubtedly be a protracted conflict requiring meticulous planning. At this moment, the superhumans also ceased their actions. The ground forces, ordinary soldiers fully armed, advanced. The thunder of gunfire resonating across the plains. After approximately 2 hours, the first wave of assaults concluded. The number of monsters slain on the plains reached at least tens of thousands. Though these low-level monsters were numerous, most were submerged beneath a hail of bullets. And those few who charged forward could not breach the protective barrier. A multitude of monster corpses dissipated into black mist. Yet this was merely the beginning. People could scarcely fathom the scene when the 4 calamity demon generals would launch their assault. And what truly lies within that sarcophagus? Chapter 83. Every era has its heroes swimming against the current. Blood Moon Calamity Countdown. 22 hours. This calamity will last a total of 24 hours. And 2 hours have already elapsed. The warriors have yet to catch their breath when the second wave of attacks arrives. This time, the monsters range from levels 40 to 50, prompting all ordinary combat personnel to switch to logistics, allowing the superhumans to take center stage. Li Yunwei received orders from the command center, taking a deep breath as his powerful voice echoed through everyone's headsets. Warriors, the time to defend our homeland has arrived. As a community of shared destiny, we must not falter in the face of this battle. Oh, the rallying cry surged like a roaring tide. The superhumans of Linghai City mobilized in full force. This time, nearly 5,000 superhumans joined the front lines, an astonishingly large number. It must be noted that not everyone possesses the courage to fight. Gathering such a multitude of volunteers is no small feat. Sume, an ordinary university student, had long endured pressure from her parents and disdain from relatives and classmates due to her poor academic performance, leading her to retreat into the virtual world. Today, she summoned her courage and arrived at the front lines. Drawing her bow to its fullest, she released an arrow that pierced through the chest of a monster with pinpoint accuracy. I have my own worth. Her gaze was unwavering, this time. She was no longer a gaming addict, but a true warrior. Youth is often filled with fearless fervor. The young are unafraid of the tiger. Defenders and warriors, charge forth. Mages and other ranged classes maintain formation while attacking from the rear. Support classes remain ready to assist at all times. Of course, many remained hesitant at the back, with some paralyzed by fear. These young volunteers had been hastily recruited. Expecting them to face the blood and smoke of battle like fearless warriors was evidently not an easy task. Wei Shu was a swordsman. His trembling hands gripped the hilt of his sword as he gazed at the dark tide of monsters in the distance, unable to take a step forward. His legs betrayed him. Many were in the same predicament, with some even succumbing to fear, kneeling on the ground, while others turned to flee. Reality is not a novel. This is the frailty of human nature. Suddenly, a girl with long hair approached, her gentle demeanor evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Her name is Tang Ro, a second-tier elven sorceress, and currently the highest-ranked elven sorceress in Linghai City. Are you all right? She asked gently, her smile radiating a healing warmth capable of soothing any troubled heart, akin to a refreshing spring flowing into a parched field. You are afraid, aren't you? Tang Ro observed, her voice tender. We have no chance of winning. Wei Shu felt a wave of shame wash over him, desperately seeking a justification for his cowardice. For immensely powerful calamity demon generals loomed ahead, along with a potentially even stronger creature within the stone coffin. No matter how hard we try, it would all be in vain. He found solace in this reasoning, convincing himself that it wasn't his weakness, but rather the absence of hope. Suddenly, a resolute expression surfaced on Tang Rou's gentle face, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. The history of the Dragon Kingdom has never been smooth sailing. It is the bravery of our ancestors that has bestowed upon us this era of tranquility. The peaceful days we enjoy are made possible by those who have borne the burdens for us. No one is born a hero. Now it is our turn to shoulder the weight. Circumstances create heroes. Tang Rou firmly believed that human civilization could not simply be obliterated, if given the chance. She too yearned to be that hero. With her hands clasped tightly against her chest and her eyes shut, she resembled a young maiden in prayer to the divine. The wind tousled her ebony hair. What is that song I hear? She wondered, her heart brimming with newfound strength. What is this? The elven secret art, life's hymn. This was Tang Rou's ultimate skill. Under her melodious voice, everyone's attributes surged notably, as if every cell in their bodies had awakened with vigor. I will fight. I too can fight. Wei Shu overcame his inner trepidation and bravely took the first step. Many others, like him, also stepped forward. This was a stride towards the continuation of human civilization. For hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, countless lives were lost on the plains. The air thick with the scent of blood. Under the crimson sky, endless cries and clashes echoed. People fought valiantly. When their extraordinary powers waned, they resorted to their weapons, determined to prevent any monster from breaching their defensive lines. Yet, the monsters grew ever stronger and more numerous. Eventually, even level 80 monsters began to appear. These creatures surpassed the levels of many players, and vanquishing them would require greater sacrifices. Simultaneously, the world leaderboard underwent changes. Each monster slain awarded points, with higher-level monsters yielding more. After the Calamity concludes, rewards would be distributed based on the leaderboard standings. Currently, the top rank was held by a player from the Sakura Nation. 1. Wazawa Naoki, 8,923 points, Sakura Nation 2. Wilson, 8,545 points, Lighthouse Nation 3. Song Jishu, 8,218 points, Stick Nation 4. Zhao Xue, 7,912 points, Dragon Kingdom. Among players from other nations, there were indeed top-tier experts. The Dragon Kingdom could not even secure a spot in the top 3, which undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to morale. After all, the leaderboard reflected the strength of its contenders. If the Dragon Kingdom could not even make the top 3, enthusiasm might wane and despair could set in. In the past, the measure of comparison was military might. Now, the top-tier players represented the military strength of their respective nations. Securing a prominent position on the leaderboard would lend weight to their voices in future United Nations meetings, an endeavor of great significance. Why haven't we seen Wayne? Someone pondered. Isn't he the world's strongest player? How could he not be on the leaderboard? Moreover, I hadn't even seen any news of his involvement in the battle. Could it be that he was hiding away? Damn, if even a powerhouse like him isn't participating, why are we pushing ourselves so hard? Li Yunwei found herself in a quandary. Initially, she thought Chen Nian was simply absent from Linghai City, but she hadn't anticipated his complete absence from the leaderboard. He hadn't even made a move? What on earth was he doing? Unbeknownst to all, Chen Nian was engaged in a fierce battle against the most formidable twin demon gods of the Blood Moon Calamity. It was precisely because of his presence that the true form of the twin demon gods remained dormant. Had it not been for him, Linghai City would have already fallen to the demons. Chapter 84, The Fated Black Sun. The game ends in Jiancheng, led by the Zhao family. They were resisting the tide of monsters. However, the creatures emerging from the chaotic teleportation arrays were no longer mere small fry, but fearsome calamity beasts. Among them lurked several catastrophic beasts. These calamity beasts, each capable of instilling fear, were now appearing in droves. Are we insane? How are we supposed to fight against such formidable foes? Yet, facing these formidable calamity beasts, Zhao Yixue wielded her frostblade, leaping into the fray with the biting cold wind at her back. Wherever she tread, ice flowers bloomed, freezing everything in their path. Those massive monsters transformed into ice sculptures before shattering into countless crystals. With Zhao Xue's current prowess, confronting such beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. While she ruthlessly dispatched the calamity beasts, her mind couldn't help but dwell on one pressing question. Why was Wu Yin's name absent from the leaderboard? What was he up to? Lost in thought, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Miss, you asked me to inquire about the situation in Linghai City, and I have received updates. Proceed, Zhao Xue replied, her expression impassive. There are 4 calamity demon generals there, who have yet to make a move, seemingly guarding a gigantic stone coffin. 4. Even Zhao Xue couldn't suppress the furrow of her delicate brows. A single calamity demon general possessed overwhelming dominion, having once plunged her into a dire struggle. Jiancheng had none, yet Linghai City had 4? Understood. Once things settle here, I will head to support Linghai City. In Jiqing, Yi Hongling soared high on her fiery broom, gazing down at the vast tide of monsters below, a manic smile creeping onto her lips. The time has come after all this preparation. Her wine-red hair danced with the wind, her eyes shimmering with a stunning crimson hue, exuding an enchanting beauty. Heavenly Cataclysm descends. A torrent of fiery energy erupted, engulfing the night sky. Countless colossal meteors appeared above, crashing through the clouds with thunderous force. Boom. The meteor shower detonated upon impact, blossoming into a myriad of fiery flowers. Those high-level calamity beasts were obliterated, reduced to ashes in the inferno. Observers from afar couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Is this the power of Miss Yi? Terrifying. No wonder she ordered us to evacuate. If caught in that, we would surely perish. Look, Miss Yi's points are skyrocketing. 1. Wazawa Naoki. Points, Sakura Nation. 2. Yi Hongling. Points, Dragon Kingdom. Yi Hongling had soared to second place globally. This was undoubtedly an exhilarating development, especially uplifting the spirits of Dragon Kingdom players. Truly, fire mages were the kings of monster hunting. But who was this first from the Sakura Nation? Able to outpace Miss Yi in slaying monsters? I recall encountering him in Calamity before, if memory serves. His talent was Blade of the Thunder God. His speed in moving and defeating monsters is unparalleled. Alas, what a pity for Miss Yi. But what about Wuyin? Is there a chance for him? Enough. Wuyin has even cracked the top 100. How could he catch up? The gap is too vast. She had also learned of the situation in Linghai City. It appears that we are merely insignificant beings here, while the true power resides elsewhere. It is quite disheartening. Yi Hongling, feeling a sense of boredom, remarked, "In a moment, I shall head to Linghai City for support. Leave these trifles to you." Within the Azure Temple, Chen Nian was still engaged in a fierce battle with the twin demon gods. His challenge was time-limited to 3 days, and the clock was nearly running out. This meant that Chen Nian had been battling the twin demon gods for a full 3 days. It was unimaginable that a mere human could withstand such a confrontation. The twin demon gods had long since shed their initial disdain, now harboring a sense of trepidation towards this human before them. With a human form, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the boundless power of the demon gods, enduring 3 days without faltering. What manner of creature is he? At this moment, the bodies of the twin demon gods were covered in wounds, some of which could not be healed. In contrast, Chen Nian's situation was equally dire. Although he relied on the power of fate to continuously recover his injuries and stamina, even transcending his limits, it still represented a significant toll on his body. Every cell within him cried out in agony. His eyelids felt so heavy that he could barely keep them open. He had no doubt that if he lay down, he would instantly succumb to slumber. However, after such an extensive battle, Chen Nian had discerned the weaknesses of the twin demon gods. Unless he could slay both the brother and the sister simultaneously, they could resurrect themselves infinitely. Over these 3 days, he had ceaselessly sought opportunities. But these cunning demons had never granted him a chance. The brother and sister would never engage in battle at the same time. One would fight while the other would evade, remaining nearly invincible. Thus, Chen Nian could not achieve victory and had only managed to sustain himself through fate. "But you cannot defeat us," they taunted. "No matter how you struggle, you will never kill us." Having sustained another injury and fulfilling the rules of fate, he was able to draw upon it once more. A holy light enveloped him. The twin demon gods had grown accustomed to this spectacle, even disinterested in approaching. Yet this time, something felt different. The brother sensed an unusual shift. "Why do I feel an irresistible force?" The 2 demon gods retreated simultaneously, an ominous sensation quickly blossoming within them. This time, Chen Nian did not draw the sun, moon, or stars. Instead, a black sphere had formed at his fingertips. It was profound and dark, seemingly capable of devouring everything, instilling fear. After 3 long days, he had finally drawn this object, a rarity indeed. The black sun. When it erupted, it would absorb all living beings around it, indiscriminately, sparing only the caster. Indeed, akin to a black hole. Chen Nian managed to smile. Now, the game can come to an end. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the black sphere shot forth, exploding in midair. In that instant, the very fabric of space began to collapse. A deep, dark vortex manifested at the center of the temple, unleashing an irresistible and terrifying gravitational pull that consumed everything around it. The ground shattered, the walls crumbled, and the pillars fractured. Countless fragments were drawn into that black vortex, disappearing without a trace. The 2 demon gods found themselves within the terrifying gravitational field, attempting to flee, yet unable to escape. At last, the twin demon gods tasted the flavor of fear. What is this? What is happening? Why can he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? No, it's impossible to resist. I am being drawn in. Before this horrifying gravitational storm, Chen Nian walked leisurely, untouched by its effects. Soon, the temple collapsed entirely, reduced to fragments drawn into the abyss. Not only that, but the ruins, the sands, the air, and even the light could not evade the fate of being swallowed. No. The brother of the twin demon gods was the first to be consumed by the black sun. In that moment of being absorbed, his body shattered into countless minuscule fragments. At last, only the brother remained, desperately struggling, but he too had reached his limit. "Human, remember this. What you have defeated is but a mere illusion of us, a fraction of our power. My true form is invading your world. We shall meet again, and then you will experience the full might of a demon god." Chen Nian chuckled. "I await that day." In the next moment, the brother was also drawn into the black sun. The black sun vanished, and all that surrounded it returned to nothingness. Chen Nian gazed at the scene around him, unable to suppress a gasp. The black sun was indeed terrifying. After nearly 3 days, he had successfully vanquished the illusion of the twin demon gods, completing his ascension challenge. Congratulations, demon god level ascension challenge completed. Gene locks are being released. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt something peculiar within him, akin to the sensation of having the meridians unblocked in a martial arts novel. You have successfully advanced to level 2, current level, 2 to 1. Base attribute amplification, 0, 8 times. What are base attributes? They refer to the attributes gained purely from leveling up, excluding any equipment bonuses. Chen Nian was astounded. Those challenging the ordinary difficulty ascension typically experienced only a 0, 2 times attribute increase. Even someone like Zhao Xue, who faced the Calamity Demon General for ascension, only achieved a 0, 5 times increase. Yet his base attributes would increase by an astonishing 0, 8 times. Constitution, 243. Agility, 204. Transcendence, 185. Such an amplification of attributes was indeed extravagant. Chen Nian's power of speech and close combat abilities had received a tremendous enhancement. However, this was merely the beginning. You have received an additional reward. Randomly unlock advanced abilities of this talent. Sequence Speech 125. Primordial World has awakened. The Primordial World. Chen Nian was quite intrigued. He had never encountered such speech in the game, and its ranking was remarkably high. He immediately examined its effects. In essence, it could repair any damaged object. For instance, if a mirror shattered, Chen Nian could activate this speech to restore it completely. An extraordinarily powerful supportive skill. Moreover, this speech seemed capable of further awakening, gaining the ability to reverse and annihilate all touched objects. But those were matters for another time. Congratulations on obtaining legendary equipment. Surging Dragon. Legendary equipment. Surging Dragon, legendary. Requirement level, 2 to 1 defense. 0 attack. 300 attribute bonus. None special effect. Dragon hidden in the abyss when the blade is sheathed. It can accumulate dragon chi. The longer it is sheathed, the more potent the strike becomes. Special effect, armor breaking when using this blade for physical attacks. It can ignore 10 points of the target's defense. Description, the dragon hides in the abyss, awaiting its moment. The dragon soars through the world, born to the skies. What a domineering blade. After reviewing the 2 features of this blade, Chen Nian was immensely excited, not merely due to its strength, but because it was a Tang Dao. A genuine Tang Dao, passed down through the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Each time Chen Nian encountered references to those cursed blades like Muramasa or the child-cutting Uncut in novels, he held them in disdain. The Tang Dao, now that was commendable. Previously, Chen Nian treated his weapons as mere enhancements to his attack power, never using them. Now, replacing his earlier weapon with this Tang Dao, he could finally wield it. And it should feel quite satisfying in hand. Chen Nian promptly equipped the Surging Dragon in place of his previous epic weapon, significantly boosting his attack power. Furthermore, after ascending to level 2, he could also equip 2 pieces of previously unavailable gear, the Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant Epic and the Moonlight Wolf Ring Epic. With all 3 pieces of equipment donned, Chen Nian's attributes soared once more. Loading more content. Please wait. Chen Nian, the Sage of Words, unique. Gene level, 2nd order, level 1, Constitution, 243 agility, 204 supernatural, 225 attack bonus, 610 defense bonus, 820 combat assessment, 105 stars equipment, epic grade armor set of the devil, Moonlight Wolf Ring, Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant, and the Shock Dragon. After this progression and the change of equipment, Chen Nian's overall attributes have nearly doubled. This implies that the power of all words will also be amplified. Such a remarkable enhancement is beyond Chen Nian's own imagination. He cannot fathom how powerful he has become. If he were to encounter the fully formed twin demon gods, what would transpire? Would he even need the Black Sun against them? He picked up the phone from the ground, which, as expected, had been inundated with various calls. There were calls from Shaoqi, Qinyu, and Li Yuwei. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 4 hours, 3 days had indeed passed, and it felt rather prolonged. He wondered how the battle was faring on their end. Although his body was utterly exhausted and desperately in need of rest, he resolved to head to the battlefield first. After all, if the true form of the twin demon gods were to descend, perhaps no one else would stand a chance against them. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian donned his black mask once more. From this moment onward, he was no longer Chen Nian. He was now silent. Chapter 86, Chen Nian returns. The Shock Dragon Blade unsheathed. Battlefield of Lehigh City. With 4 disaster demon generals yet to engage in battle, the situation remained precariously stable. The demon god had not awakened? What on earth had transpired? Just as several disaster demon generals exchanged bewildered glances, the stone sarcophagus suddenly trembled. Boom. The covered sarcophagus erupted violently. A soul-stirring blue light emanating from within. The demon god had awakened. Retreat. The 4 disaster demon generals immediately fell back, prostrating themselves on the ground from a distance. The blue light began to absorb the surrounding monster corpses, drawing an immense energy. After a moment, the light dissipated, and the true form of the twin demon gods finally appeared. They bore a humanoid shape, with graceful muscle lines, clad in black armor, and a scorpion-like tail trailing behind. The most distinctive feature was the 2 heads, one representing the elder brother and the other the younger. Salutations, twin demon god. Salutations, demon god. Yet, The disaster demon generals soon realized something was amiss. The newly awakened demon god bore a countenance filled with fear. What was wrong with the demon god? Ignoring the lowly beings before him, the elder brother spoke. We must separate. Otherwise, if we encounter that human again, understood, brother, he shall never have the chance to slay us. With that, the twin demon gods split into two independent entities. The elder brother gazed into the distance and solemnly declared, there are energy fluctuations from the teleportation array to the north. You shall remain here while I venture to the other side of the array. Even if he unleashes that terrifying technique, he cannot eliminate us both at once. Upon finishing, the elder brother transformed into a shadow and darted away into the distance. Once he had left the battlefield, he transformed into an ordinary human form and made his way to the cliff of the teleportation array. Two guardians of the teleportation array were effortlessly slain, displaying no resistance. The demon god stepped into the teleportation array and arrived at the other side, in Luzhou. Luzhou and Lehigh City were 1,000 miles apart. If the teleportation array were destroyed, who could simultaneously slay us, brothers, separated by such distance? The elder demon god raised his palm and sent a mass of blue light into the teleportation array, originally an intricate energy construct. The teleportation array would swiftly collapse upon the invasion of a third energy source. Soon, the light of the teleportation array began to dim. Battlefield of Lehigh City. Demon god, please issue your command. The twin demon god was undoubtedly the most formidable presence in this catastrophe and the only source of cohesion. I require rest. Act on your own. The younger demon god, visibly fatigued, acknowledged and resumed absorbing the energy of the deceased around him, for his battle with Chen Nian had drained his vitality. Understood, demon god. One of the disaster demon generals rose and gazed into the distance. His eyes traversed the battlefield littered with corpses and reached the rear of the human defense line. There, various support professions were tirelessly healing and encouraging the warriors, with Tangro, a high-level elven sorceress, playing a crucial role. I shall lead the charge for the demon god and eliminate that human girl first. He surged forward, his powerful legs propelling him across the battlefield like an unstoppable force, sending both allies and foes alike flying. Of course, the human reconnaissance teams immediately sensed the unfolding situation. The disaster demon general is on the move. His target is the support troops. Quick, intercept him at all costs. Li Yue shouted hoarsely. These formidable disaster demon generals had loomed over everyone like dark clouds. No one anticipated their first offensive would be a direct strike at the heart. Should a powerful beast like the disaster demon general breach the defense line, it would be akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Hundreds of beams of light shot toward the disaster demon general, but their impact was negligible, failing to halt his advance. His target is me. Tang Ro stood motionless beneath the crimson sky, and upon locking eyes with him, she knew she had become the target. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed, with me here, no monster shall breach our line. A second-order shield knight, towering nearly 2 meters, raised his colossal steel shield before him, resembling a fortress. Bang! The force of the impact radiated outward. The second-order shield knight, along with his shield, was sent flying. The shield shattered, and he soared through the air like a broken sack, blood streaming from his mouth, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. I'm so sorry. The shield knight's vision blurred with blood. He had failed to fulfill his promise and could only watch helplessly as the monster breached the line. The creature was too powerful, and in its prime. Who could withstand it? In that moment, Tang Ro stood still, her hair flowing behind her, her expression remarkably calm, even knowing she might die in the next instant. She had done her utmost. Until this very moment, she still believed that in chaotic times, heroes would rise against the tide. With the wind at her back, she would carve a path through the thorns. The disaster demon general had already reached her, fists clenched like hammers descending from above. People were engulfed in despair. Even the second-order knight with the highest defense and physique could not withstand this, let alone a frail elven sorceress. Perhaps in the next moment, Tang Ro would be reduced to mere pulp. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted once more. Watching the scene unfold before her, Tang Ro was frozen. Everyone stood in shock. The anticipated brutal scene did not transpire. A figure stood before Tang Ro, intercepting the terrifying blow with a long blade held horizontally above his head. The slender blade contrasted starkly with the massive fist. More terrifying was the fact that the blade remained unwavering, even after absorbing such a tremendous impact. Who is he? Questions surged in the minds of the onlookers. To single-handedly block the full force of a disaster demon general? What manner of creature was this? Why had they not seen him before? Finally, he had arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Yunwei exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart lifting. Several friends of Qin Yu instantly recognized the figure, exhaling in relief. Who are you? Tang Ro's mouth gaped open, momentarily forgetting to close it. Although she did not recognize the figure before her, a powerful premonition surged within her. This could very well be the true hero chosen by the era. Impossible. The disaster demon general instinctively took a few steps back. Just moments ago, it had been invincible, yet now it was filled with trepidation. The sudden appearance of this human instilled in it an ominous feeling. The oppressive force radiating from this human was even more intense than that of the demon god. Chen Nian remained silent, too weary to speak. After the fierce battle, even the twin demon gods needed time to recuperate, and he was no exception. However, Swiftly resolving the trouble before him was still feasible. He drew his sword, the dragon's roar unsheathed. Chapter 87. The dragon emerges from the abyss. Zhao Xue and Yi Hongling arrived. Chen Nian unsheathed his sword, unleashing a deep, thunderous roar akin to a dragon bursting forth from the abyss. Golden dragon energy swirling around the blade, fierce and commanding. This was the legendary weapon, Dragon's Roar. The longer the sword remained in the sheath, the greater its power upon being drawn. This was Chen Nian's first time drawing the sword. He made no unnecessary movements, instantly appearing before the disaster demon general and thrusting the blade towards its chest. The scene appeared somewhat ludicrous. Compared to the towering disaster demon general, Chen Nian seemed diminutive. In the next moment, the dragon energy coiling around the blade transformed into a golden dragon that surged forth, with a piercing sound. The golden dragon pierced through the demon general's chest, erupting from its back. But that was not the end. The demon general's body exploded into countless golden rays. No, no. Boom. Before the words could fully escape its lips, its body detonated, dissipating along with the golden dragon energy in midair. Only then did Chen Nian sheath his sword. Satisfied with the power of his first strike, Tang Rou, who witnessed the scene from the closest proximity, was left in utter shock. This, she murmured, at a loss for words. This was the disaster demon general, a formidable creature of the fifth-tier bloodline, a terrifying existence that ordinary individuals could never hope to confront. Just moments ago, this very disaster demon general had effortlessly torn through their defenses, showcasing its dreadfulness to all. And yet, it was slain in an instant before this person. Who on earth was he? Is this for real? The disaster demon general was killed in an instant? Am I dreaming? Could he possibly be? Someone pointed at Chen Nian, exclaiming, "He is Wu Yu." Upon hearing this speculation, people suddenly realized the truth. Wu Yu was indeed shrouded in mystery, never allowing anyone to glimpse his true appearance, making this conjecture remarkably plausible. Yes, he is Wu Yu. Who else possesses such formidable strength? The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated. Wu Yu has finally arrived. Ha ha ha, he has joined the battle. I knew he would never abandon us. Everyone, let us strive harder. We can surely overcome this calamity. Chen Nian's arrival greatly bolstered the morale of the people. What had once seemed an insurmountable crisis now appeared surmountable, as hope flickered in their hearts. Wu Yu. Tang Rou gazed in astonishment at the figure before her, her heart racing. If it were indeed Wu Yu, he could not simply be described as the hero chosen by the era. With his capabilities, he was destined to be a transformative force of the age. Unbeknownst to her, he had come to her rescue. Chen Nian activated the special effect of the Moonlight Wolf Ring, summoning the Moonlight Wolf spirit to aid him in battle during the time of the moon's glow. Though the blood moon hung in the sky, it still met the criteria. A burst of azure light illuminated the scene. The colossal spirit of the Moonlight Wolf King appeared beside Chen Nian, beautiful and divine. This was a manifestation of extraordinary power, influenced by its attributes. The combat strength of the Moonlight Wolf spirit would be formidable, and Chen Nian intended to have it guard him while he rested. Protect me. Oh Wu. Yes, I am. Have you learned the source of life? Indeed. Then let us begin. The source of life was one of the abilities of the elven sorceress, capable of healing physical fatigue and wounds, akin to the miraculous effects of spring rain nourishing all things. Great. Eager to assist Wu Yu, Tang Rou wasted no time. She quickly channeled her power, enveloping both of them in a vibrant green glow filled with life energy. He is Wu Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu's excitement knew no bounds. She was an ultimate fan of Wu Yu. To see her idol in person sent her into a euphoric state, rendering her nearly speechless. Yes, Xiao Yu, he is Wu Yu. Why are you all so calm? He is Wu Yu, the strongest player in the world. Seeing him fight is a rare opportunity. Qin Yu expressed her confusion, as her friends remained collected. Ah, the others replied. He is Chen Nian. He has always been by your side. There is no need for such excitement. However, Chen Nian's arrival indeed served as a powerful stimulant for everyone. The twin demon gods were recuperating. Chen Nian was also in the process of recovery. Both sides were acutely aware that the other was positioned at the opposite end of the battlefield, waiting to see who would regain their fighting state first. He has arrived. He is indeed here. The younger demon god trembled upon sensing Chen Nian's presence, but quickly regained composure. Your brother is no longer here. You cannot kill me. Go, kill him. At all costs, kill him, it commanded the other three disaster demon generals. Chen Nian was resting. It did not wish to grant him an opportunity to recuperate. Understood, demon god. The three disaster demon generals surged into action simultaneously. Their singular objective clear, to slay Chen Nian. Their advance signified the onset of a decisive battle. At this moment, the extraordinary beings of Linghai City were utterly exhausted from dealing with the other monsters, leaving them incapable of diverting any strength to confront the disaster demon generals. Perhaps the Moonlight Wolf spirit summoned by Chen Nian could contend with one of them, but the other two were beyond reach. The three disaster demon generals tore through the defenses, racing towards Chen Nian, disregarding everyone else, their minds solely fixated on him. This was troublesome. While Chen Nian felt capable of dealing with the three disaster demon generals without pressure, he would need to utilize his word spirit, which would significantly reduce his recovery rate. Perhaps, when facing the twin demon gods later, he would find himself lacking in strength. But at that moment, two streaks of light descended from the horizon, one fiery red, the other icy blue. landing simultaneously before Chen Nian. Did we arrive just in time? Yi Hongling smirked. I never expected this man would also require protection. I don't need you. I can handle this alone, Zhao Yixue retorted coldly. Currently, the teleportation array had been destroyed, and no further support could arrive in Linghai City. However, Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue had flown over specifically to assist Linghai City, as they could manage the pressures in their own locations without issue. Very well. You can face all three. I will go and get closer to Wu Yu. Yi Hongling chuckled softly. You dare. A chilling aura emanated from Zhao Yixue, causing the air temperature to plummet. Chapter 88. The two women battle the disaster demon generals. A new crisis? Yi Hongling initially intended to provoke Zhao Yixue with a few more words, but the opportunity quickly vanished. The three disaster demon generals were already upon them. She raised her hand, unleashing countless fiery serpents that instantaneously engulfed one of the disaster demon generals. What the hell? The Calamity demon had yet to respond when thousands of fiery serpents erupted in a spectacular explosion. A resounding boom echoed across the plains as a colossal fireball illuminated the surroundings, dazzling the eyes of countless onlookers. What are you waiting for, Miss Zhao? Do you intend to wait for me to handle everything? Yi Hongling remarked with a cheerful smile. She and Zhao Yixue had long been adversaries, their friction predating their acquaintance with silence. The contrast between ice and fire rendered them fundamentally incompatible. Spare me your words, Zhao Yixue retorted coldly, her gaze sharpening as she unleashed a powerful strike. Wind and snow, ice to the extreme. In an instant, an expansive fan-shaped area before her was engulfed in a blanket of frost, affecting only the monstrous foes and sparing her allies. The other two Calamity demons were likewise encased in ice, their massive forms rendered immobile. Zhao Yixue clenched her hand, summoning countless ice shards from all directions to converge upon the center, targeting the Calamity demon's form. It was akin to a magnificent ice blossom unfurling, both beautiful and formidable. Remarkably, they needed no assistance from the long-summoned Moonlight Wolf spirit. The two of them were sufficient to contend with the three Calamity demons. Who are they? Their power is terrifying. A voice murmured in disbelief. What is happening? Is Linghai City truly a hidden treasure trove of strength? First, there is the silent arrival. And now two such extraordinary figures? These two were not from Linghai City. Yi Hongling was the daughter of General Yi, and Zhao Yixue belonged to a prominent family in Jiangxing, having come specifically to support Linghai City. But why had they traveled such a distance to aid them? Oh, I remember now. How wonderful. With the addition of Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, the wounded in the rest area felt a wave of relief wash over them, no longer burdened by fear. Yet, it was evident that such straightforward attacks would not suffice to vanquish the Calamity demons, whose regenerative abilities were astonishingly robust. The only reason Chen Nian had been able to obliterate one instantaneously was due to the sheer power unleashed upon its emergence. Even now, several Calamity demons had begun to awaken, their injuries rapidly mending. I never expected such formidable human warriors to be present. The thought of eliminating them crossed the mind of the Calamity demons. They could not allow these humans to obstruct the plans of their demonic lord. A new round of battle erupted. However, this level of conflict was beyond the capacity of ordinary superhumans to engage. Anyone who ventured too close risked being swept away. And thus the onlookers prudently retreated to allow the battlefield to be solely theirs. Li Yunwei, serving as the field commander, felt a sense of relief wash over her. With noble allies at her side, the primary battlefield should remain secure. The concern lay with another beast that had emerged from the stone coffin, one that she had never encountered before. It was shrouded in a veil of darkness, obscuring its true nature. Directly. That creature isn't a Calamity demon of even greater strength, is it? Inquired her deputy. It's hard to say. The Calamity demons are already among the highest echelons of their kind. I have yet to witness anything beyond them. More details were forthcoming, and suddenly, a report arrived from the command center. Directorly, I have obtained information from another country's situation. Look, Li Yunwei focused intently, noting that the report was from a small city in the United States. A Calamity-level beast has descended, its power overwhelming. Casualties have exceeded 10,000. The defenses have been breached. A multitude of Calamity beasts have invaded the city, transforming it into a hellish nightmare. After reading, Li Yunwei could not suppress a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. She continued scrolling. Sakura country is experiencing a similar crisis. This time, the attack seems to have occurred at the site of nuclear waste disposal. What is it called? An island. Terrifying Calamity beasts have invaded the island, slaughtering thousands. Rivers of blood flowing. Are these natural disasters or human folly? Residents on the island, in their final moments, lamented, "We have done nothing wrong. Why must we suffer such calamity? The heavens are blind." As a professional enforcer, Li Yunwei refrained from smiling in such dire times. Instead, her expression turned grave. The Calamity beast could very well be a creature exceeding the Calamity demons in ferocity. We must approach with utmost caution. Her gaze drifted towards Chen Nian in the distance. Thankfully, he was present. Without him, Linghai City would succumb to a bloody fate. Just then, the commander reached out for communication, and she promptly answered. Numerous monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, requesting assistance. Repeat, numerous monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, urgently requesting aid. What? Li Yunwei's complexion paled. Monsters were not only attacking from the outside, They were infiltrating the city as well. Connect me to the city's live feed. Now. Yes. The feed came through, revealing a city engulfed in smoke, with hordes of monsters roaming the streets and invading residential buildings. Casualties were already mounting, and if not addressed swiftly, the toll would continue to escalate. Although they were primarily low-level monsters, most of those remaining in the city were ordinary civilians, utterly defenseless. Directorly, what should we do? Contact the command center and broadcast my voice across all media networks and televisions. Perhaps we still have a force we can rally. In the air raid shelter, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and monstrous roars reverberated from outside. They were under siege, with the enforcers outside engaged in a desperate struggle. Some cowered in corners, hugging their knees, while others cried out in fear. At that moment, the loudspeakers overhead crackled to life. It was Li Yunwei's voice. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the people. Is this how it ends? Do they not care about our lives? Li Yunwei continued. I know that many superhumans remain within the city. You may be ordinary individuals, fearing the fight against monsters and choosing to flee. But do not forget, there are countless others fighting valiantly to repel the monster onslaught. All for your protection. Perhaps you cannot become the heroes of this era. Yet, I hope each of you can summon the courage to rise against the tide. Her words, harsh as they were, ignited the fervor of those who had hesitated. The final remnants of Linhai City's strength surged forth. Chapter 89. The Awakening of the Demon God. Chen Nian restores in the battle resumes. Directorly, many superhumans have appeared in the city, battling the monsters. The situation seems to be stabilizing. Excellent, Li Yunwei nodded. Only 2 hours remain until the Blood Moon Calamity concludes. If we can endure these 2 hours, all teleportation portals will vanish, and no more monsters will invade. Marking our ultimate victory. Yet, an unforeseen variable loomed. The demon god-level Calamity beast that had yet to make its move. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue exhibited overwhelming dominance. The 3 Calamity demons found themselves utterly unable to retaliate, merely enduring with their formidable physiques. However, even they had their limits. Soon, the first Calamity demon was obliterated beneath the searing flames, dissipating into dark smoke. Too powerful. The remaining 2 Calamity demons recognized their impending defeat and attempted to flee. Zhao Yixue, not one to lag behind, transformed into a fleeting shadow of ice, piercing the chest of one Calamity demon with a single strike. The Calamity demon was encased in ice, but this time it was not a mere surface freeze. It was an absolute frost that permeated from within. With a thunderous crash, the enormous ice sculpture shattered, erasing yet another Calamity demon from existence. Only one remained. The sentient Calamity demon would not await its demise passively, seizing the moment. It desperately fled to the side of the twin demon god. With a face full of terror, it exclaimed, Demon god, these humans are too strong suddenly. A massive hand erupted from the black mist, piercing through its chest. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling, witnessing this scene, exchanged knowing glances and stepped back, their expressions grave. Lord Demon, your role has reached its conclusion. Become my sustenance. The Calamity demon struggles in agony, its massive form rapidly withering as if its very blood and moisture have been drained. Ultimately, it is entirely absorbed, dissipating into a cloud of darkness. At last, I have regained my full glory. The twin demon stretches every muscle, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort and delight. Its physique, though not as grand as that of the Calamity demon, is imbued with a vibrant sense of power. This adversary appears formidable indeed, mused Yi Hongling. Let us engage. Zhao Yixue stated tersely, raising her hand to unleash a beam of ice that sliced through the air like a sword. Without hesitation, Yi Hongling summoned a fire dragon that soared forth. The elements of ice and fire intertwined in a dazzling dance. Suddenly, a blade of ghostly blue light cleaved through the air, shattering their combination mid-flight. The twin demon grinned broadly. This is the full power of this demon. You may begin to savor it. In an instant, it moved with the speed of thunder, appearing before Yi Hongling before she could react. The ghostly blue flame wreath soared descending upon her. Don't dawdle, Zhao Yixue cried, conjuring a massive ice shield to block the strike. Yet, before she could hold it for even half a second, the shield shattered with a resounding crash, sending her crashing down and creating a deep crater in the ground. Yi Hongling retreated swiftly, casting spells as she did. Red Lotus Forbidden Domain. A colossal fireball enveloped the twin demon, containing a searing temperature of 2,000 degrees. Enough to incinerate any creature in an instant. Yet, in less than a second, 2 intertwining blue blades emerged from the fireball. The twin demon, despite being charred and scorched, brazenly broke through the forbidden domain. Yi Hongling was taken aback. She had not anticipated her ultimate move would be so easily thwarted. In a moment of peril, she enveloped herself in a fire shield, maximizing her defense. However, the anticipated attack never came. Bewildered, she wondered why it did not strike. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she turned in alarm. Indeed, the demon was soaring towards Chen Nian. Its only target was him. The others could be disregarded for now. The greatest threat must be eliminated to prevent his recovery. The only one capable of protecting Chen Nian was the Moonlight Wolf spirit. Beast, begone! The demon roared, its eyes firing 2 beams of ghostly blue laser. The wolf spirit, unable to withstand the assault, was pierced through and fell to the ground with a howl. Although it would recover under the moonlight, time was not on its side. Chen Nian and Tang Rou, who was aiding him, were now within the demon's attack range. No one could intervene. Humans shall ultimately fall before this demon. The twin demon unleashed another terrifying laser, aimed directly at Chen Nian. Tang Rou instinctively closed her eyes, powerless to resist, surrendering to fate. Yet at that moment, she heard obscure and complex sounds, akin to ancient inscriptions, incomprehensible to her. Word Spirit Judgment Gold Sword. The two lasers were extinguished within a dark golden domain. Tang Rou slowly opened her eyes to behold a visage masked in black, but with eyes that shone like gold. Like a sovereign surveying the world, it evoked an irresistible urge to kneel in submission. Thank you. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude before turning his gaze to the demon. The latter instinctively recoiled 2 steps. You. It seems you are quite eager. Very well, since you have regained your strength, let us engage once more, allowing you to test the full extent of my power. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the twin demon realized Chen Nian had vanished. Ahead lay nothing but a flicker of electric light slowly dissipating in the air. A calm voice emerged from behind. Who gave you such confidence? Chen Nian floated mid-air, looking down upon the twin demon. The demon could scarcely believe it. This human's speed surpassed even its own. His strength was far greater than when they had first met in the temple, exponentially enhanced. A single kick sent the demon spiraling 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground. Human, do not become too arrogant. A gust cannon fired, shattering the demon's right arm, rendering its previously raised hand limp. Meanwhile, the left arm was bitten off by the Moonlight Wolf. Previously, Chen Nian's ordinary word spirit could not inflict harm upon it. Now, even facing its true form, he could deliver tangible damage. The disparity in strength before and after his advancement was monumental. The freshly restored twin demon found itself utterly crushed beneath Chen Nian's might, immobilized. Chapter 90. Chen Nian, you are simply too weak. The moment Chen Nian awoke, it sparked a tremendous commotion. Supernatural beings, including Yi Hongling and her companions, turned their attention towards him. Li Yunwei had been intently observing Chen Nian, never diverting her gaze. Even drones hovered at a distance, capturing his silhouette, wary of approaching too close, lest they be obliterated by the terrifying fluctuations of his power. Director Li, Nian has awakened, she ordered, transmitting the drone's footage to the city for all to see. Yes, the footage of Chen Nian was broadcast across various media platforms within the city. As the battle had yet to commence, Li Yunwei felt a pang of anxiety. Her intent was to bolster morale, but should Chen Nian falter, it would backfire, delivering a crushing blow to the populace. Little did she anticipate that the battle would conclude so swiftly. Chen Nian, like a bolt of lightning, trampled the Calamity beast, utterly dominating it. Is this truly the power of Nian? That Calamity beast, which even Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue could not defeat, was so easily overwhelmed? This was the first time Tang Rou witnessed him in action, and her heart was profoundly shaken. Nian had subdued the formidable Calamity beast solely with his physical prowess. Could such strength truly belong to a human? Moreover, he was undeniably captivating, as if anyone near him would be shielded from harm. Tang Rou's excitement was uncontainable. She had witnessed a hero capable of withstanding the tides of time, an absolute powerhouse. She hoped to assist him more in the future, though Qin was distant. Her admiration remained undiminished. She was, after all, a quintessential fangirl. Did you see that? Did you see him? That Nian. Oh my gosh. She was nearly incoherent, bursting with joy. You'll have plenty of chances to see him again, Dang Rongrong interjected. What are you talking about? Opportunities to see Nian are rare. It won't be so easy in the future. Yet they dared not approach or clearly see his features. Yi Hongling and Zhao Xue remained unscathed. They were no match for the twin demon, but they were not fragile porcelain either. However, having witnessed Nian's overwhelming power against the demon, they were still quite astonished. Zhao Xue gazed at his figure from afar, her lips subtly curving into a faint smile. The icy beauty smiled? Yi Hongling wondered aloud. What brings you joy? Nothing. Zhao Yixue promptly retorted. She felt a sense of joy, knowing that silence spoke volumes, and she had glimpsed his visage. This unique connection instilled in her a sense of pride. Besides the warriors on the battlefield, the inhabitants of the city were also fortunate to witness this scene. In the air raid shelter, a television mounted on the wall was broadcasting live footage, the moment when Chen Nian stood triumphantly over the beast of Calamity. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in euphoric cheers, their spirits uplifted. How magnificent! As more content loaded, Ning Ziqing's eyes sparkled with boundless admiration. Watching Chen Nian on the screen, she felt as if she were beholding a legendary hero riding on clouds of vibrant colors, simply awe-inspiring. If only I could become an extraordinary being too. Perhaps I could fight alongside him. Little did Ning Ziqing know that the hero displayed on the television was her estranged brother. Beside her stood Chen Nian's biological mother. Skelly gazed at the screen, her lips moving, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that? Although the image was distant and rather blurred, and Chen Nian wore a mask, a mother's instinct always carries an innate familiarity. Mom, what's wrong? Ning Ziqing inquired. Nothing. I must have seen it wrong, she replied hastily. Meanwhile, Chen Nian's father, Chen Huerong, also witnessed the moment. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. After his divorce from Chen Nian's mother, they each formed new families and had long neglected their biological child. In his memory, Chen Nian was still that internet-addicted youth, engrossed in video games. That does resemble Chen Nian, his current son, Lu Xingqian, remarked, raising an eyebrow. Dad, who are you talking about? I didn't see my brother Chen Nian. It's nothing. I must have been mistaken. Let us visit Chen Nian together sometime. Huh. Last time he refused to come work at your company. He might not accept our goodwill. At the school gymnasium, the shelter trainees also bore witness to the event. Xiaowen, an extraordinary being, had avoided battles, opting instead to obsessively scroll through her phone, thus catching the live broadcast immediately. Sitting next to her was her current boyfriend, also a wealthy heir. When she saw Chen Nian standing over the beast of Calamity, she was momentarily taken aback, a familiar figure flashing in her mind. Without a doubt, she recognized Chen Nian, for he had once pursued her. Could it be? No matter how strong Chen Nian had become, he couldn't possibly be. Perhaps it was merely a resemblance. She was astonished at the absurdity of her thoughts. In that fleeting moment, Xiaowen had conflated the identities of Wu Yu and Chen Nian, believing them to be one and the same. Yet she quickly dismissed this ludicrous notion. How could he, with so many girls enamored with him, still pursue me? But now, even Chen Nian was beyond her reach, having a girlfriend like Chen Yu. How could he ever be interested in an ordinary school beauty like herself? This thought left Xiaowen suddenly disillusioned with her wealthy boyfriend. On the battlefield, Chen Nian stood tall, a cold gaze directed at the twin demon god beneath his feet. You have grown so powerful. It is you who have become weak. A blazing inferno erupted around Chen Nian as a lion of flames illuminated the night sky. The lion's flame incinerated the twin demon god into ashes. Yet Chen Nian understood that it would resurrect, for this was merely one of its forms. Both must be vanquished simultaneously. The question arose, where was the other half? Chapter 91. The origin world of the word spirit. Yi Hongling and Zhao Xue quickly arrived at Chen Nian's side, only to discover something chilling. The monster that had been reduced to ashes suddenly showed signs of regeneration, dark mist swirling as its limbs reformed. What manner of creature is this, capable of revival? Yi Hongling raised an eyebrow. Where's the other one? Chen Nian inquired. What other one? The two women asked in confusion. The twin demon god has two forms. Both must be destroyed at once to eliminate it completely. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue fell silent. This creature possessed such terrifying traits. As long as one is not slain simultaneously, the other can resurrect. We have only seen this one. We have not encountered the other half. What? Chen Nian frowned. According to their implication, the other half of the twin demon god had yet to appear on this battlefield. Was it possible that it had anticipated its defeat and retreated elsewhere? Such terrifying intellect. At that moment, the brother of the twin demon god had reformed its body. Human. You cannot kill me. Never. The dragon blade pierced deeply into the demon god's chest, golden dragon energy swirling at the hilt, exuding the power to suppress all. Where's the other half? Speak. Chen Nian demanded. If you wish to inquire about my brother, he has gone far away. You can never kill us both at the same time. The demon god, pinned to the ground by the blade, coughed up black blood yet wore a triumphant grin. This is troublesome, Chen Nian thought. If the other half could not be found, this monster could never be vanquished. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Suppress it. Chen Nian commanded. Thus, the claws of the moonlight wolf spirit pressed down upon the demon god's chest. Zhao Yixue raised her hand, and several sturdy ice chains bound the demon's limbs to the ground. Yi Hongling, not idle, summoned a slender fire serpent that burrowed into the demon's chest and emerged from its back, repeating this action and effectively tying a knot within its body. This trifold restraint rendered the demon immobile, keeping it in a state of severe injury. Only then did Chen Nian feel at ease enough to answer the call. To his surprise, it was Hazy, the behind-the-scenes hacker who monitored the battlefield status of all guild members. Where danger lurked, he would direct them through teleportation portals to provide support, maximizing their combat effectiveness. Wu Yu finally got through. This is bad. What happened? Luzhou is in crisis. Many guild members are reinforcing there, yet it is still insufficient. Many guild members, such a number of elites in Luzhou, how could there be a problem? Chen Nian suddenly grew alert. Could it be that the other half of the twin demon god was in Luzhou? A tremendously powerful monster has appeared in Luzhou. None of us are a match for it, and even Sister Qi has fallen into a fierce battle. Send me the coordinates. Understood. Chen Nian decisively hung up the phone and turned to Yi Hongling and Zhao Xue, speaking in a grave tone. The other half is in Luzhou. Haha. Cough, cough. Did you not expect this, humans? The demon god, coughing blood, laughed maniacally. Yi Hongling and Zhao Xue exchanged solemn glances. What do you plan to do? How can the two demon gods, separated by 1,000 miles, be killed simultaneously? It seems impossible. Yet if they did not support Luzhou, the fighting capability of that young girl from the Su family would not suffice. I will head to Luzhou. There are teleportation arrays between Lianhai City and Luzhou. Chen Nian stated. How well prepared you are. But at that moment, the demon god's smile grew even more arrogant, as if it had heard the greatest joke. Haha, foolish humans. My brother has long anticipated this step and has already destroyed the teleportation arrays. Despair. Weep. My brother will slaughter all of the humans over there. While you can only fret here, the twin demon god felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Although the battle was lost, the strategy was won. Manipulating humans with wisdom was utterly delightful. I will slay him. Zhao Xue raised her hand. Do not rush. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian's expression remained remarkably calm. It seemed that no matter how tumultuous the waves became, they could not disturb his tranquil mind. He glanced at the time. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 1 hour and 20 minutes. The countdown begins now, in 1 hour. You shall slay him. What did you say? In 1 hour, if we strike simultaneously, we can vanquish him entirely, Chen Nian asserted solemnly. Yi Hongling doubted her hearing. 1 hour? You want to rush to Luz City from here and find another monster to kill? Have you lost your mind? The teleportation array has been destroyed. Did you not hear? I have a method. Commence the countdown. With no other option, Yi Hongling complied, taking out a stopwatch as both sides began their countdown. 59, 59, 12, precisely 1 hour. At the moment the countdown ended, both sides unleashed their attacks upon the demon god. Once the instructions were given, Chen Nian turned and soared into the air, heading towards the teleportation array. Soon, he arrived at the cliff. More content loading, please wait. Beside the teleportation array lay several fallen comrades. The glow of the teleportation array had dimmed, clearly indicating its destruction. One person remained alive, albeit gravely injured, speaking in a feeble voice. Do not worry, I have contacted the rescue team. However, we failed to protect the teleportation array. The monster was too powerful, it instantly slaughtered our brothers. His voice quivered with sorrow, tears mingling with blood. Chen Nian raised his hand. Countless white lights converging in his palm, forming a rotating triangular prism. The brilliance of the light illuminated the darkened sky. Language Spirit Sequence 125, the primordial world. The prism expanded, enveloping the damaged teleportation array, an endless white light engulfing everything. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The seemingly broken teleportation array emitted a surge of powerful energy, re-establishing the connection to the teleportation array in Luz City. How is this possible? The man was momentarily stunned. The construction of a teleportation array requires several mages with related knowledge to collaborate, a process of extreme complexity, not something achievable by a single individual. Who is this person? Capable of repairing the teleportation array alone? However, this is utterly impossible. The teleportation array should have energy emanating from both ends, converging in the middle to form a spatial connection. Now, it is merely a unidirectional emission, requiring an energy output several times greater than before. How can one person endure such a terrifying consumption of power? After a moment, the miracle unfolded. The teleportation array lit up once more, indicating that the energy communication between the two locations had been successfully completed and normal transmission could resume. Who are you? Could it be? You have worked hard. I shall take it from here. With this parting remark, Chen Nian stepped into the teleportation array. Chapter 92. I will come to meet you. Even if it means traversing mountains and rivers. Chen Nian passed through the teleportation array and, in the blink of an eye, arrived in Luz City. The sky remained a dark crimson, a blood-red moon hanging ominously overhead, embodying a sense of oppression and foreboding. Now, Chen Nian's task was to locate another demon god and slay him at the precise moment the countdown concluded. Finding the demon god was not the challenge. Timing the kill perfectly posed a significant test for Chen Nian. The battlefield in Luz City was exceedingly grim. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Dragon Kingdom, it was home to numerous strong individuals, facing the most severe assaults. What could have been withstood turned dire with the arrival of the elder demon god. Now, nearly all elite extraordinary beings were besieging the twin demon gods. These individuals were all second-tier extraordinary beings, many of whom had ascended from higher ranks. Bolstered by support from various guilds, blades flashed, spells roared. The demon god faced the onslaught of dozens. Yet, the elite's formidable skills barely stirred a ripple, failing to breach the demon god's defenses. What manner of creature is this, with attributes so overwhelmingly powerful, among the bloodline of calamity beasts? The demon general ranks at the 5th tier, yet this is evidently above the 5th tier, at the demon god level. If he is not defeated, Luz City will become the first main city to fall. Hold on, the time is drawing near. The elder demon god surveyed the crowd, disdain and mockery evident in his gaze. A swarm of ants. Compared to the human he encountered in the temple, these individuals posed no sense of oppression. Except for that girl, they hardly posed a threat. As the elder among the twin demon gods, he drew upon the majority of their power, rendering him far stronger than his younger brother. If I can eliminate these individuals and absorb their power, I shall grow even stronger. Powerful enough that all will bow to me. One of the demon god's abilities allows him to absorb the life energy of others, converting it into his own strength. His target is the girl with the sword. Once he absorbs her life energy, he will no longer fear anyone. The girl with the sword is Sujinyu. Her talent lies in the sword of the sword immortal. The seemingly delicate girl wielding a long sword exudes an unexpectedly charming contrast. A burly man raised his wolf-toothed war hammer and shouted, "Brothers, charge with me." Another wave of coordinated attacks ensued, as the extraordinary beings unleashed their ultimate moves. Sujinyu was no exception. With her longsword poised before her, her gaze clear and her sword heart luminous, she unleashed her first-tier ultimate skill. Celestial Sword descends to exterminate demons. A colossal shadow of a sword descended from above, piercing the heavens. Ignorant and fearless, the demon god raised a single finger, pointing skyward. With merely a finger, he caught the gigantic shadow of the sword descending from the heavens. The clash of sword edge against fingertip resonated like deafening thunder, the wind scattering. The demon god's finger was severed, yet that was all. The energy of the immense sword shadow was exhausted. Even Sister Chi-Chi could not harm him. I have a terrible premonition. Perhaps Lu City will not hold. Where's Wu Yu? Did we not establish a teleportation array for mutual support? I do not know. We have yet to receive any news. The expressions of the people grew grave when faced with a truly formidable enemy without a stabilizing force to maintain order. The morale would falter. Wu was that stabilizing force. Regrettably, he was absent. Hence, it is time for you to experience the power of this demon god. The demon god raised his hands high, akin to a charlatan summoning the winds and rain. Boom. Suddenly, dark thunderclouds surged in the night sky, like enormous black serpents coiling. They instilled an extreme sense of foreboding. Darkness, thunder, heaven, and downfall. Boom. Hundreds of black thunders descended from the sky, roaring and howling like a horde of rampaging beasts. Wild and overbearing. Beware. Someone yelled. A second later, the ground was blanketed by black thunder, creating countless horrifying pits. Under the onslaught of this black thunder, nearly no one remained standing unscathed. Some lay on the ground, their bodies charred and moaning in agony. Others had limbs severed by the thunder. Yet they survived only due to Su Jinyu. In the nick of time, Su Jinyu raised her sword array, protecting the majority. She panted heavily, her chest heaving, clearly having expended a considerable amount of energy. Sister Chi-Chi, you must escape. We are no match for him. He aims for you. You cannot die. Ah! Suddenly, a man shouted as he charged directly at the demon god, only to have his chest pierced by the demon god's tail, instantly reducing him to a desiccated corpse. The crowd was horrified. Bodies trembled, faces filled with terror. No one wished to be drained by the monster, becoming its sustenance. Hiki, do not worry. You shall soon all become mine. The twin demon god laughed heartily, his slender, sharp tail swirling in the air, transforming into 9 long, serpentine dragons. 9 slender dragons feasted ravenously on the corpses strewn around. Ultimately, all 9 greedy gazes were fixated on Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu resembled the most exquisite dish at a lavish banquet, evoking an insatiable desire. I cannot leave. Su Jinyu's strength was nearly depleted. In the battle against the demon god, she had exerted herself to the utmost, with the other elites following closely behind her. As the struggle reached its peak, she found herself utterly exhausted. Go, Shao-Chi. Do not be stubborn. Leave. 9 sinuous dragons had locked onto the frail girl. In an instant, 3 of the dragons lunged forward like arrows released from a bow. Crack. Their necks were severed by an invisible blade of wind mid-air. The severed heads, devoid of support, tumbled to the ground, their mouths still agape, revealing sharp fangs. Su Jinyu suddenly looked up. Beneath the blood moon, a familiar figure hovered in the air. His fingertips swirling with wind blades, it was he who had come to her rescue. The girl's bright pupils widened in an instant. Filled with the sight of that figure, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. That S. A voice from behind gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was Chen Nian. As he descended, another dragon launched an attack from his side. One arm encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Brother Wu Yu, the girl gazed into his eyes, momentarily entranced. As if lost in a dream. In her daze, she was spun around, narrowly avoiding the sudden onslaught of the 5th dragon. Crack. The 5th dragon's horn shattered upon impact. This scene left everyone in awe. Chapter 93, The Reaper. Slaying the twin demon gods. Wu Yu, the boss, has arrived. He truly came. Excitement surged among the comrades in the guild, their efforts not in vain. Everyone present recognized the identity of the newcomer. A fierce individual who spoke little, who else but Wu Yu? Hope ignited within their hearts. As long as he was present, no obstacle seemed insurmountable. Cradled in Chen Nian's arms, Su Jinyu had dropped her sword to the ground. Her eyes were dazed, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Before the calamity of the blood moon commenced, Chen Nian had promised to meet her. In the throes of peril, Su Jinyu nearly feared that their meeting would never come to pass. Yet, she knew that Wu Yu was a man of his word. Any promise made would be fulfilled. Regardless of the mountains or rivers he had to cross. Why did it take you so long? I missed you. Only in Chen Nian's presence could Su Jinyu reveal her delicate, girlish demeanor. She playfully punched his chest, a mix of affection and reproach. Apologies, the teleportation array was destroyed. Which delayed me. The teleportation array was destroyed? Su Jinyu's heart raced with disbelief. How had Wu Yu managed to arrive? It was nearly 1,000 miles from Linghai City. You still came, human. The twin demon god showed no surprise at the arrival. It knew that the two would inevitably clash once more. However, it was fully prepared. With its brother separated by miles, while this human stood alone, he could never slay them both at once, securing its invincible position. The 9-headed dragon, restored and ready, swirled in the air, seeking an opportunity to strike. Chen Nian, holding Su Jinyu, activated the art of flight. As they soared into the sky, the 9 dragons lunged at them. In their eyes, Chen Nian and Su Jinyu were delectable prey, and they could not be allowed to escape. Crack, crack, crack. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. With a mere gesture, Chen Nian unleashed several invisible wind blades. The dragons' heads were precisely severed mid-flight, allowing Chen Nian to break free from the encirclement and descend into the night sky. Human, seeing this demon god, you flee. Is that your only skill? The twin demon god sneered, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Boom. It surged forth like a missile, pursuing relentlessly. The 9 dragons roared, their eyes glowing red, their cries echoing through the night. A chase ensued. Chen Nian navigated through the clouds with Su Jinyu in his arms, the demon god hot on their heels. Be careful, Su Jinyu instinctively warned. She could see two dragons closing in dangerously close behind Chen Nian, ready to devour him whole. Chen Nian maneuvered through the air, evading attack after attack, a mix of thrill and peril. What's wrong, human? Are you so afraid of me? Come, let us battle like true warriors. He bore Su Jinyu through the clouds, crossing mountains and rivers, seemingly racing toward the horizon of the night sky. The fierce wind howled past their ears, whipping Su Jinyu's hair wildly. She reveled in the sensation, thinking to herself how she wished this moment could last forever. Cautiously, she reached out, eager to remove Chen Nian's mask. He offered no resistance. No one else could see them now. It mattered little if he did. For even Zhao Xue and Yi Hongling had seen him. She was the last. The black mask was whisked away by the wind, vanishing into the unknown. The red moonlight cast a glow upon Chen Nian's profile, leaving Su Jinyu entranced. She never expected the fantasies of her dreams would finally come to fruition. Brother Wu Yu. May I know your name? After a brief silence, he replied, Chen Nian. Her heart soared with joy, yet a shadow of worry lingered. She feared that Wu Yu might be unable to confront the demon god to protect her. After all, she was currently a burden, devoid of any combat capability. Particularly as Chen Nian had narrowly avoided several energy blasts from behind, leaving his back wounded. You need not concern yourself with me. Before she could finish, Su Jinyu felt a hand at the back of her head, pressing her against his warm chest. The meaning was unmistakable. It was impossible for him to disregard her. Take this. Chen Nian retrieved a phone from his pocket. Su Jinyu accepted the device, discovering a timer displayed prominently. 11:05, 95, only 11 minutes remained. I will slay him when the countdown ends. You remind me of the time. All right, Su Jinyu understood. The twin demon god continued its relentless pursuit, fully aware that Chen Nian's demise would render him unstoppable. Let us tire him out. Time sped by. In a mere 10 minutes, Chen Nian had sustained multiple injuries. His back a bloody mess, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure. 30 seconds left, Su Jinyu reminded him. Understood. Chen Nian nodded, finally descending to the surface, landing on a deserted island in the sea. The twin demon god followed closely behind, alighting not far from him, its laughter booming. Have you finally exhausted your strength? Indeed. Humans are but ants. Rest assured, your deaths will be most agonizing. It advanced, the 9 dragons swirling at its side, some already frothing at the mouth. The final 10 seconds, 10-9 suddenly, an endless darkness spread from Chen Nian, enveloping everything around him. Word spirit, Reaper. In that moment, his attack power surged. A massive shadow of the Reaper manifesting behind him. Come, kill me, human. Let me see if you have the strength to slay me. Chen Nian silently chanted. 54,321. As the countdown reached 1, the Reaper's scythe swept across the demon god's body, etching dozens of blade marks into its flesh. In an instant, the twin demon god's form shattered into countless pieces. On the other side of Linghai City, the demon god's brother remained restrained, held down by Chen Nian's legendary weapon, the Surging Dragon. Accompanied by the Moonlight Wolf Spirit, and aided by Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, it was nearly immobile. Timing the kill would be simple. Hovering in the air, Yi Hongling unleashed her ultimate move, the Divine Fire Spear. A crimson lance floated in the air, reminiscent of a fire deity descending upon the world. Zhao Yixue, equally unwilling to be outdone, unleashed her ultimate move, Absolute Zero. The body of the demon god was entirely encased in an icy prison. This ability significantly weakened the enemy's defenses and various resistances, causing the damage inflicted to surge dramatically. Boom. The Divine Fire Spear pierced through the demon god, rending the earth beneath. In a simultaneous moment, the twin demon gods, separated by 1,000 miles, met their demise. Chapter 94, Silent, the world's number 1. The twin demon gods were shattered by Chen Nian, leaving behind only a singular head that tumbled to the ground. Yet, it continued to laugh, its visage contorted in madness. You cannot kill me. It is impossible for you to kill me. Suddenly, the twin demon god realized something profoundly terrifying. His body was not regenerating. The powers of the demon god had failed to manifest. Why? How could this be? Am I truly to perish? Is my brother also dead? No, no. The demon god looked up to see Chen Nian gazing down upon him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Did you truly believe I was afraid to fight you? The demon god suddenly grasped the truth. This human was waiting for the opportune moment, a chance to slay both brothers simultaneously. Everything had been meticulously calculated. You wait. Besides me, there are 71 other demon gods, and above them lie even more formidable beings. Humanity shall surely perish amidst catastrophe. With those final words, the twin demon god dissipated into black mist, vanishing into the ether. Congratulations on defeating the demon god. Points awarded. Congratulations on ascending the world leaderboard. Please choose your name display option. 1. Real name. 2. Anonymously. Chen Nian opted for anonymity, thus retaining his moniker, Silent. So cool. Su Jinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with wonder. More content is loading. Please wait. Indeed, Chen Nian was not incapable of vanquishing the demon god. He was merely biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. What could be more impressive than this? Su Jinyu's youthful heart was thoroughly captivated. Brother Silent, no. Brother Chen Nian is simply too handsome. She giggled, her joy palpable as she finally beheld his appearance and learned his true name. Su Jinyu felt her heart flutter. Overwhelmed with happiness. Let's linger here a little longer. The sea breeze is so refreshing, perfect for savoring the tranquility after the battle. All right, as you wish. The two found a place to sit. The waves gently lapped against the rocks, enveloping them in serene solitude, far removed from the chaos and bloodshed. As if they existed in a world of their own. Chen Nian, what is it? He asked, smiling. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call your name a few more times. Is that all right? Su Jinyu replied with a sweet smile. In cities across the globe, all extraordinary beings received a simultaneous notification. The Blood Moon catastrophe has officially concluded. Rewards will be calculated based on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, the blood-red moon hanging in the sky began to fade. The remaining monsters and formidable catastrophe beasts retreated, and the portals began to vanish. On the battlefield, the weary extraordinary beings felt a wave of relief. Some lay on the ground, while others knelt, exclaiming, "It's over. We won. We actually won. Yes, we have triumphed. After such a long struggle, we finally emerged victorious." Laughter erupted, mingled with tears as some wept for their fallen comrades. The victory in this battle was hard-earned. A testament to the sacrifice of countless extraordinary beings fighting for the survival of human civilization. This victory deserved to be immortalized in history. All the warriors were heroes of their time, worthy of being sung of by future generations. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue remained in disbelief, especially at the moment they truly killed the demon god. Wasn't the teleportation array destroyed? How did he manage to slay the demon god on the other side? I don't know. I never imagined I would fight alongside you, Miss Zhao. Did you think I wanted to? I wonder how Brother Silent and Sister Xiaoqi are faring. Yes, they were pursued by that catastrophe beast. Now that it's over, it should have retreated, right? No, look at the leaderboard. It seems Brother Silent has slain that catastrophe beast. What? The crowd opened the world leaderboard and gasped. 1. Silent, Dragon Nation. 2. Nasawa Naoki, Sakura Nation. 3. Wilson, Lighthouse Nation. 4. Song Jixiao, Stick Nation, Silent, with a staggering 100,000 points, claimed the top spot. Prior to this, he hadn't even appeared on the leaderboard. The only explanation was that he had killed the terrifying catastrophe beast, earning a full 100,000 points. He was now leading the world. Wow, no wonder he's Brother Silent. Haha. Incredible! He has brought honor to us all. It seems no other extraordinary beings from other nations managed to slay a demon god-level catastrophe beast. Only Brother Silent accomplished this. Indeed, who can compare to Silent? The world's #1 is truly unparalleled. Jinyu, upon seeing the news, was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. So formidable. He truly is my one and only idol. I wonder if I will have the chance to meet him again. Tangro felt somewhat dazed. She had treated Silent and played a significant role in his success. Thus, she found herself surrounded by many people, showered with praise. Almost feeling as if it were surreal. That kid is truly remarkable. Li Yunwei, aware of Chen Nian's true identity, chose not to disclose it. Revealing it could incite envy from other nations, which would only bring harm to Chen Nian. This exhilarating news spread rapidly, through social media, television, and word of mouth. The people of the Dragon Nation were aware, and all knew. Silent, in the first catastrophe, had slain the most powerful catastrophe beast, safeguarding countless citizens of the Dragon Nation, elevating it to the pinnacle of the world. In the Sakura Nation, Nasawa Naoki, as the strongest, had been relentlessly slaying various monsters. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to kill the demon god, allowing it to escape. If I couldn't kill it, then no one else could, he confidently mused. Yet, upon opening the leaderboard, he was immediately petrified. An eye-catching name loomed above his, claiming the greatest honor. What? He actually did it? For so long, he had occupied the top position, only to now find himself overshadowed and ridiculed. The citizens of the Sakura Nation mourned as if they had lost a loved one. Chapter 95, Acquiring Divine Gene. The Island of Demons is about to open. Silent's world first kill of the demon god-level catastrophe beast sent shockwaves across the globe. The headlines that should have belonged to other nations were entirely eclipsed by Silent's momentous achievement. This was both astonishing and concerning, signifying that the Dragon Nation was now the most powerful nation of extraordinary beings in the world. For instance, only the Dragon Nation had successfully developed nuclear weapons, causing shock and fear among other nations. This was the reason for my concealed identity. Chen Nian was currently explaining to Xiaoqi why he preferred to remain incognito. The two were seated side by side on the small island, enjoying the sea breeze and conversing. I understand the reasoning. But before, when the game had team merged with reality, why were you still hiding? Su Jinyu pouted and asked. I became too famous and feared disturbances in my real life. So now you're not worried about me bothering you? She teased. Chen Nian paused. Actually, you're not the only one who knows. What? Su Jinyu's eyes widened in surprise. Is there someone who knows before me? Who is it? I must know. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling, Chen Nian admitted. Upon hearing the names of the two women, Su Jinyu felt a surge of frustration, nearly biting her delicate lips in irritation. As it happens, it is only natural for your sister to favor you, my silent brother, and she is certainly not envious in the slightest. With that, Su Jinyu hummed and exited, off to frolic in the sand alone. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly received a notification. Point settlement completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations. You are ranked first in the world and have received the rare item Divine Gene and the Catastrophe Gem. Instantly, these two items appeared in Chen Nian's backpack. He had no time to console Shaoqi and immediately examined the rewards. Divine Gene. This allows the fusion of one's own genes, resonating with the deities, evolving personal abilities, and acquiring divine effects. The notion of evolving one's abilities was initially perplexing, but he decided to utilize it directly. Chen Nian took out the Divine Gene, a radiant orb of golden light resting in his palm. He integrated the orb into his body. In an instant, a stream of divine light surged through his meridians, swiftly enveloping him. Divine Gene fusion in progress. Fusion complete. The spirit eye has achieved divine evolution. The celestial eye has awakened. Is this celestial eye a new ability acquired through resonance with Erlangchen? Chen Nian was astonished. Such a feature had never appeared in the game before, and he was uncertain of the effects of this so-called celestial eye. The Eye of the Falcon, previously at Sequence 9, had now ascended to Sequence 122 as the celestial eye. It retained all the effects of the Falcon Eye, with the added ability to see through illusions and initiate attacks. Quite formidable indeed. In future encounters with disguised monsters, Chen Nian could activate the celestial eye to unveil their true forms, enhancing his observational prowess significantly and providing substantial support. Next, he turned his attention to the other reward, the Catastrophe Gem. Catastrophe Gem Meteor summons a meteor shower. The user cannot move and will also be attacked by the meteor shower. The Catastrophe Gem had the same detrimental effect of inflicting harm upon oneself while attacking enemies. However, Chen Nian saw potential in its use, particularly in large-scale battles. Chen Nian, look quickly. What happened? Chen Nian lifted his gaze to the sea and was met with a shocking sight. A colossal tsunami, nearly hundreds of meters high, was rapidly approaching. As the wave drew nearer, its momentum seemed capable of enveloping the very sky. How could such a massive tsunami exist? You must think of something. It's already upon us. Chen Nian faltered. After an extended battle with the twin demon gods, he had exhausted nearly all of his strength, leaving him with little energy to invoke judgment. There was no choice but to brace themselves. You hold on tight to me. Su Jinyu wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Nian's waist, burying her face against his chest, fearful of being swept away by the tsunami. With a thunderous roar, the towering waves nearly engulfed the entire island. Yet, with Chen Nian's formidable physique, he remained steadfast amidst the tempest, though both were soaked to the skin. It's over now. Huh? Soaked through. Su Jinyu lifted her head. Her tight-fitting attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Although petite, her figure was exquisite, particularly the shapely lines of her thighs, presenting a unique allure. Her damp hair fell against her radiant face, bestowing upon the young beauty an enchanting charm. Brother Silent, you've been staring at me for 10 seconds. Su Jinyu blushed and remarked. Cough. Chen Nian quickly cleared his throat and diverted his gaze. Were you deliberately not blocking the tsunami, hoping for this outcome? No. That's impossible. If you wish to gaze, you may do so a little longer. I wouldn't mind. Chen Nian felt his face grow warm. This girl was far too sweet. How had he not noticed before? Yet, he needed to maintain his usual aloof demeanor and opted to shift the conversation. Why did such a massive tsunami suddenly appear? Chen Nian activated the celestial eye. His pupils shimmered with divine light. In an instant, his vision traversed the sea for dozens of miles, arriving at a distant site. What? Chen Nian murmured, astonished. A colossal island was slowly rising, resembling a slumbering giant awakening from millennia of repose. It was this super island that had triggered the overwhelming tsunami. Chen Nian could not ascertain the island's size, for even the celestial eye could not discern its limits. Simultaneously, all extraordinary beings in Long Country received notifications. National exclusive map, Demon Island, is about to open. Countdown to opening. 7 days, entry requirement. Second-tier extraordinary beings of Long Country. Description. Demon Island will host powerful and mysterious dungeons, yielding high-level equipment and enchanted gems. The demon tower at the heart of the island will affect all marine life, causing them to mutate violently and launch fierce assaults on the island. Players must conquer the center of Demon Island and destroy the demon tower before the island succumbs. Otherwise, all marine creatures in Long Country will mutate and attack coastal cities. After reading this, Chen Nian frowned. Without a doubt, this was a new map accessible to all second-tier extraordinary beings in Long Country. When the time came, all extraordinary beings would converge there. However, the challenge lay in defending the island from the monster assaults while simultaneously advancing towards the center. Any misstep could prove disastrous. The difficulty was considerable. Chapter 96. A proposal to marry on the spot. With 7 days until the opening of Demon Island, all extraordinary beings in Long Country were abuzz. Discussions erupted across the internet. How marvelous. The emergence of a new map has dramatically altered the world's geography. Indeed, aerial photographs have surfaced. It truly is a super island descending from the heavens. Assuming all goes as expected, the nation's extraordinary beings will head to Demon Island. The lesser monsters outside can no longer satisfy our appetites. It requires second-tier extraordinary beings for entry. That's a rather high threshold. What about first-tier beings? There are only 7 days left. I must level up immediately, or I'll fall far behind. I'm exhausted after the battle with the Blood Moon Catastrophe. I need a few days to recuperate. Simultaneously, within the Mountain and River Eternal Peace Guild chat group, discussions were fervently underway. Ahua, Silent, Xiaoqi. What do you think about the new map? Xiaoqi, Brother Silent is right beside me. There's no need to tag us both. Butian, TSK. Oh my. Jioge, I suggest a spot marriage. Silent, let us discuss serious matters, no frivolity. Chen Nian, observing the uproar in the guild, felt somewhat exasperated. He looked up at Su Jinyu, who instinctively averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Could it be that she was genuinely contemplating marriage? Silent, I hope everyone can enter Demon Island. If we fail to conquer it in time, all marine life will be contaminated and turn violent. There was no doubt that Demon Island was a super dungeon for all extraordinary beings in Long Country to participate in. Should they fail, the first to be attacked by the rampaging marine monsters would be coastal cities, such as Linhai City. Silent, everyone take 2 days to rest. We will hold a celebration banquet in Lu City 3 days from now and arrange subsequent action plans. Silent, by the way. For any brothers in the guild who have suffered casualties, I will have Xiaoqi assist in arranging for their families. I hope everyone can look out for one another. Understood, boss. Received, boss. Brothers, rest well. See you in Lu City in 3 days. Chen Nian's arrangements were met with unanimous agreement, though this group comprised elites. Who would dare oppose Chen Nian after the Blood Moon Catastrophe battle? In terms of strength, he was the strongest in the world, the first to slay a demon god. In terms of character, although he spoke little, he consistently cared for his guild members, past and present. This was Chen Nian's plan moving forward, to rest for 2 days. Attend the celebration banquet in Lu City, and then venture into Demon Island. Xiaoqi, you need to rally support for our injured brothers. Su Jinyu's family is affluent, and the Su family is among the world's top 100 enterprises. Handling these trivial matters poses no challenge. Chen Nian has grown accustomed to relying on her. You're assigning me tasks again. Once you have to bribe me for that? Su Jinyu pouted. How would one bribe you? I just called your name. Why didn't you call mine? Su Jinyu. Chen Nian was still getting used to it. Call me a few more times. If it brings me joy, I will assist you further. Su Jinyu. Do you not express any feelings when you call my name? I'm ignoring you. The two did not linger on the island for long. Soon, a private helicopter from the Su family arrived to pick up the little princess. She was indeed a great contributor to the defense of Luqing, and a multitude of media awaited to interview her. This would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of the Su group, likely boosting their stock market value significantly. Su Jinyu reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Nian, but they would meet again in Luqing soon. As their separation would only last 2 or 3 days, the damage to Linhai City was minimal, and the city quickly resumed normal operations. Anyone who participated in the battle, regardless of whether they successfully defeated a monster, would receive commendation. It was a bit troublesome, of course. Chen Nian did not report his name. It would be too immature. Others slayed minor creatures, while he had vanquished a demon god. Initially, Chen Nian was reluctant to attend, but he was warmly invited by the school, and Qin Yu enthusiastically urged him to join. Chen Nian, the school's commendation ceremony is about to commence. See you there? Unable to refuse the invitation, Chen Nian agreed. At the Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Yunwei specially prepared a unique banner for Chen Nian. The banner bore the grand inscription, Chen Nian exhibited exceptional performance during the Blood Moon Catastrophe, hereby commended. Naturally, Chen Nian deserved national recognition, but he preferred to remain anonymous. So Li Yunwei had to express gratitude in this manner. It should be noted that without Chen Nian, Linhai City might have already perished. Captain Li, why did you create a banner for someone who is so distinguished? Let me see. A colleague teased. Chen Nian? He isn't even one of our colleagues. What great deed has he accomplished? Li Yunwei replied. Of course it's a significant matter. He completed a special assignment with outstanding contributions, deserving of recognition. I see. Captain Li, with your current position, can you handle everything personally? We should go instead. What is wrong with me? You're not aware yet? Because of your brilliant performance as the frontline commander, you are about to receive a promotion. From now on, we must address you as deputy director. Li Yunwei chuckled and shook his head. I'll go myself. Let me contact Chen Nian and ask where he is. I've already inquired. He said he is at school, attending some commendation ceremony. All right, let us set off. After Li Yunwei departed with the banner, his colleagues expressed their confusion. Even if he becomes deputy director, does he still need to handle such trivial matters personally? Could it be that Chen Nian is truly that significant? At Linhai University, the auditorium was packed to capacity. Chen Nian had arrived, seated alongside Qin Yu. Chen Nian, how come I didn't see you on the battlefield? With thousands participating, it was reasonable not to spot him. Did you see Wu Yu in action? He was incredibly impressive. Every night as I sleep, that scene replays in my mind. Yes, all right. Chen Nian chuckled awkwardly. You seem rather indifferent. Are you feeling jealous? Yes. Your brother Wu Yu is the strongest in the world. Satisfied? At that moment, triumphant music filled the air, signaling the commencement of the school's commendation ceremony. In the background, the principal was advising the host. When we commend Chen Nian, make sure to emphasize his achievements. He is our school's pride. However, the principal noticed that Chen Nian's name was not on the list. What? Impossible. This list was provided by the Law Enforcement Bureau. All participants in the battle were recorded. You're saying Chen Nian ISNT on it? He truly ISNT. You can check for yourself, the principal insisted. After repeated verification, it was confirmed that his name was indeed absent. This was awkward. Could it be that Chen Nian had not participated? That seemed implausible. Chapter 97. Law Enforcement Team Special Commendation for Chen Nian. The students were taken aback. Chen Nian was not on the commendation list, yet he had been invited. How awkward. The commendation ceremony had officially begun. The female host, donned in a red gown, picked up the list and announced, "Next. Please step forward to receive commendation when your name is called. Let us give a warm round of applause. Lu Xiao, Matahai." One by one, students approached the podium to receive flowers and certificates of commendation. Perhaps these individuals had not contributed significantly, but their courage to stand forward warranted applause and praise. Qinyu, as her name was called, Qinyu, gracefully dressed in a flowing white gown, ascended the stage, her delicate features and ethereal aura instantly captivating the audience. The applause erupted like thunder. Who would have thought that Qinyu, appearing to be a delicate girl, could be so formidable? Are you joking? She is already at level 90-something, surpassing most of us, and she appears to be a rare elemental archer. Her innate qualities are far superior. Incredible! She is beautiful, has a melodious voice, and is a powerful transcendent. She is simply flawless. The only drawback is that she has a boyfriend. Alas, I can't help but feel envious. Ironically, the one most envious was Xiaowen. Once the campus belle of Linhai University, she now struggled for recognition. She could not compete in looks, physique, or ability. Having grown accustomed to being in the spotlight, she now felt like a mere shadow, wishing she were the one on stage. What is so impressive about her? She probably just paid to become strong. Who knows who she is sleeping with behind the scenes? Xiaowen grumbled sourly. Everyone, please quiet down. Does Qinyu have anything to say to the audience? The host handed the microphone to Qinyu. I'd like to say a few words. Qinyu took the microphone. Actually, I owe my progress to someone. Her gaze fell upon Chen Nian. This was precisely why she had invited him today. Although their first encounter was quite unexpected, she could not deny the immense help he had provided. The person I want to thank is Chen Nian. As her words resonated, gasps erupted from the audience. My rare occupational talent was bestowed upon me by Chen Nian. He also equipped me with superior gear and guided me in leveling up. It is thanks to his support that I could contribute with my own strength. Suddenly, all eyes were on Chen Nian. No one anticipated that he was such a prominent figure. His rare talent was also a gift from him? This is astonishing. He must be quite generous. Wait. If Qinyu is already at such a high level, does that mean Chen Nian's level surpasses hers? Could he already be a second-tier transcendent? This fellow is indeed hiding his prowess. Chen Nian suddenly became the center of attention, feeling somewhat dazed. He had intended to keep a low profile. But this girl had orchestrated such a scene. Chen Nian, when will you have time to guide me? Brother, I want to level up with you too. Is that all right? It had indeed evolved into such a scenario. Xiaowen nearly broke down on the spot. What? Everything Qinyu has is thanks to Chen Nian? How is that possible? Shouldn't I be the one receiving such benefits? I should have been his girlfriend. Yet now, all these advantages have gone to another woman. She felt her nails digging into her thigh, a whirlwind of regret, resentment, and jealousy swirling within her. The commendation ceremony continued. Anticipation for Chen Nian's recognition was at an all-time high. Everyone awaited his turn on stage, eager to see how the school would honor him. To my surprise, Chen Nian never took the stage, and the host did not mention his name either. As the event drew to a close, questions arose about Chen Nian's absence. Indeed, given his remarkable abilities, it was expected that he would receive recognition. Why was he overlooked? Even Qinyu found it puzzling that Chen Nian had been omitted. It seemed unjust. The male classmates who had long harbored jealousy toward Chen Nian could no longer contain their disdain. So, it turns out that all his accolades were merely inflated by others? How ironic that someone so boastful would receive no acknowledgement at all, merely a fool. They wondered about his true capabilities and contemplated seeking him out later. At that moment, Xiaowen felt a sense of equilibrium. She least wanted to witness Chen Nian's excellence. His mediocrity brought her joy. I haven't done anything worthy of commendation, Chen Nian said, shaking his head. Yet, before Qinyu could respond, the grand hall doors swung open. A neatly dressed team of law enforcement officers entered, with Li Yue leading the way. The students were taken aback. Wasn't he that Captain Li, the commander of the battlefield? What was she doing at their school? She exuded an aura of confidence that was both intimidating and inspiring. Upon seeing Li Yunwei, the principal rushed forward to greet her. We are here primarily to commend your student Chen Nian, she announced, presenting a specially awarded banner from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Two subordinates unfurled the crimson banner. Emblazoned with golden letters, Chen Nian has demonstrated exceptional performance during the Blood Moon Calamity. This is a special commendation. The principal was so stunned he stuttered in disbelief. Oh, I see. Chen Nian completed a secret mission assigned by our bureau, which is why we are here to express our gratitude. Ah, that makes sense. Thank you for your efforts. The principal beamed, unable to contain his delight, realizing that Chen Nian had undertaken a covert operation, bringing honor to their institution. Truly, the University of Linhai had never disappointed. He immediately took the banner to the podium and announced, "Students, Let us give a warm round of applause for Chen Nian's outstanding performance. This round of applause surpassed any that had come before. Wow. You've been secretly accomplishing great things, Chen Nian. Chen Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, but also filled with joy. Chen Nian, feeling utterly speechless, had not anticipated such attention. It seemed that even his attempts at humility could not prevent this moment. He stepped onto the stage to accept the banner, basking in the adoration of numerous female admirers, becoming the sole focus of the spotlight. Xiaowen could no longer bear to watch. Chen Nian was evidently far more exceptional, powerful, and captivating than she had imagined. He had transformed from the previously inconspicuous introvert into a pioneer of his generation. I need to use the restroom, Xiaowen declared, rising to exit through the back door of the grand hall. Xiaowen, wait. Her wealthy boyfriend followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to Xiaowen, she was about to encounter a scene more terrifying than she could have ever imagined. Chapter 98. Are you human? Xiaowen and her boyfriend left the grand hall and made their way to the restroom in the adjacent teaching building. What's wrong, Xiaowen? Are you upset? Zhao Wenxiang asked, hastening to grasp her hand. No, she replied, forcing a smile. Heard that Chen Nian used to pursue you. Now that you see him rising, it must be hard to swallow, Zhao Wenxiang bluntly remarked, causing Xiaowen's expression to darken. Shut up. Don't be upset, darling. If you want to become extraordinary, I can give you a powerful career talent card. Really? Xiaowen's interest peaked, her tone now more animated. Of course, come here. In the ladies' restroom. Their intimacy took an unexpected turn. As they kissed, Xiaowen grew impatient. She found herself thinking of a more exceptional man while with Zhao Wenxiang, rendering her previous affections tasteless. Xiaowen, what's wrong? He inquired. I'm not in the mood, she said, exiting the restroom. Zhao Wenxiang sighed, feeling disheartened, and, without further thought, began to relieve himself right there in the ladies' room. Suddenly, he heard rustling from the far stall. Is someone else in here? Interesting. He felt no shame. Rather, he found it exhilarating to think there was another girl in the restroom. He adjusted his belt and approached the stall, pleased to see the door unlocked. What is taking so long? This is the ladies' room, Xiaowen called out, peering in, only to witness a scene she would never forget. Zhao Wenxiang, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, was being swallowed whole by a monstrous mouth. A chill ran down her spine, and her hair stood on end. In that instant, Xiaowen's mind went blank. She couldn't tell if she was dreaming or caught in a nightmare, letting out a piercing scream. A few minutes earlier, the commendation ceremony had officially concluded. Many had hoped to approach Chen Nian, seeking his contact information, but Li Yunwei had intervened. Chen Nian, could you step aside for a moment? I'd like to speak with you privately. Sure. Several law enforcement subordinates were astonished. Deputy Director Li was being so cordial with Chen Nian. Li Yunwei led Chen Nian to a secluded corridor. Night had fallen, and students walked along the moonlit stone path, departing the grand hall. Did you need something, Captain Li? Chen Nian inquired. There's no one else here, and I have no communication or recording devices, so you can speak freely. Li Yunwei first demonstrated her sincerity by saluting Chen Nian with a military gesture. Thank you. No need for that, Chen Nian chuckled awkwardly. There is something you may not know. Recently, there have been some unusual occurrences in the city. Like what? The Law Enforcement Bureau has received reports from other regions indicating that humanoid calamity beasts may have infiltrated the city. What? Humanoid calamity beasts? This implied that calamity beasts could take on human forms? The very thought of the monstrous portals appearing within the city carrying such implications was chilling. These humanoid calamity beasts were reportedly difficult to detect, and the Bureau had discovered them only due to their perceptive abilities, which unfortunately, they lacked among their ranks. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from a nearby teaching building. Something was amiss, and both Chen Nian and Li Yunwei were instantly alert. They were not the only ones. The enhanced hearing of the extraordinary individuals allowed many law enforcement officers and several students to hear the scream, and they rushed toward the source of the sound. Chen Nian and Li Yunwei arrived at the playground, where they found a crowd gathered around a distressed couple. The woman appeared terrified, as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. No, don't come near me, Xiaowen screamed, nearly losing her voice. Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay? What has suddenly frightened you? Zhao Wenxiang held her hand, trying to comfort her gently. Onlookers whispered among themselves, isn't that Xiaowen and Zhao Wenxiang? They seem fine recently. What has happened? Could it be a couple's quarrel? Xiaowen was indeed in a dire situation. She had previously had a chance to be with Chen Nian, but now she must regret it deeply. Li Yunwei pushed through the crowd and asked, what happened? I just saw him being devoured. My dear, would you like to eat? I can go buy it for you. Please don't be angry. Zhao Wenxiang continued to gently comfort her. The other law enforcement officers exchanged helpless glances, realizing it was merely a couple's quarrel that had escalated unnecessarily. All right. Li Yunwei prepared to lead the team to disband. Just then, a voice from Chen Nian halted her. What is it, Chen Nian? Chen Nian's gaze lingered on Zhao Wenxiang, and suddenly he smiled, posing a question that left everyone bewildered. Are you human? Silence, an eerie silence. Zhao Wenxiang became visibly agitated. What nonsense are you spouting, Chen Nian? Don't think you can speak recklessly just because you've received recognition. This time, Chen Nian's pupil shone with a bright light, sequence 122. eye of heaven. Under his gaze, Zhao Wenxiang felt as if all his clothing had been stripped away, leaving him utterly exposed. Zhao Wenxiang finally lost his composure, pointing at Chen Nian and cursing vehemently. Spittle flying. You are a calamity beast. I can smell your unusual scent. Kill him. Chen Nian is a calamity beast. He is not human. With a swift motion, several law enforcement officers drew their sidearms, aiming at the two in the center. Even Li Yunwei immediately adopted a combat stance, her suspicious gaze sweeping over them. As she too struggled to comprehend the situation, was there truly a humanoid calamity beast in Linhai City? At that moment, Chen Nian's legs unleashed a terrifying force, propelling him forward in an instant to confront Zhao Wenxiang. His outstretched hand firmly grasped Zhao's head, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Bang! Zhao's head cracked the surface, leaving visible fissures, a testament to the sheer brutality of the blow. I will ask you one last time, are you human? Chen Nian's hand pressed Zhao Wenxiang firmly into the ground, his voice icy and merciless. This scene genuinely frightened those around them. No one expected this seemingly gentle individual to unleash such ferocity. Chen Nian, Li Yunwei instinctively shouted. Yet, Chen Nian completely disregarded her, sowing a seed of doubt in her mind. Was it possible? Nearby, Xiaowen had already been pulled away by law enforcement officers, covering her mouth in disbelief as she watched the unfolding drama. Qin Yu and others began to arrive in succession, the crowd of onlookers growing. What on earth was happening? Wasn't that Zhao Wenxiang? Why was Chen Nian clashing with him? Let us talk this out. No need for violence. Zhao Wenxiang struggled beneath him, shouting, Let me go. What are you waiting for? Stop him. Two law enforcement officers exchanged glances, preparing to intervene against Chen Nian's violent behavior. However, Li Yunwei blocked their path with her hand. Captain, I trust Chen Nian, she declared with conviction. Chen Nian, witnessing the monster still masquerading as human, couldn't help but smirk. Excellent, if you wish to play. I shall indulge you. The ethereal snake of words manifested, coiling around Zhao Wenxiang's right hand. Crack. His hand snapped. The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable. Ah. Zhao Wenxiang screamed in agony. Everyone was horrified. Was Chen Nian truly so ruthless as to simply break someone's hand? Indeed, no matter what grudge exists, this is excessive. We are all classmates. Let him go. Is no one going to stop this? What are the law enforcement officers doing? The crowd could hardly bear to witness such public violence. Yet, Li Yunwei remained steadfast in her belief that Chen Nian was trustworthy, considering Zhao Wenxiang to be the suspicious party, for it was Xiaowen who had screamed just moments ago. Chen Nian found the situation rather amusing. He hadn't anticipated that there existed such a type among calamity beasts. Did Zhao Wenxiang think himself a ninja? The invisible spiritual snake tightened around Zhao Wenxiang's thigh. Crack. The bone of his leg shattered. Ah. Zhao Wenxiang's pupils filled with blood, his face contorting to the brink of deformation. Damn you, damn you, damn you. Cursed human. His voice altered, and his appearance morphed into a monstrous creature covered in black scales, his size increasing significantly. Chen Nian stood, looking down upon this beast with a cold gaze. What transpired next was no longer his concern. Ah. A chorus of female screams erupted around them. He transformed into a monster. A calamity beast. Could it be a calamity beast? Li Yunwei was already prepared, swiftly subduing the calamity beast and commanding. What are you waiting for? Act. Only then did the bystanders spring into action. Wait, is that a calamity beast that transformed into human form? They can actually take on human appearances? That's terrifying. My goodness. If Chen Nian hadn't discovered this, who knows how severe the consequences could have been. Indeed. A calamity beast infiltrating our midst is truly chilling. Chen Nian is remarkably impressive, silent, yet deadly. Several law enforcement officers felt ashamed. They had nearly impeded Chen Nian's efforts several times, almost causing a major incident. It turned out that this was the humanoid calamity beast reported from another city. Who would have thought we would capture one alive? This was a significant achievement. They would surely be commended upon their return, all thanks to Chen Nian. While the crowd reflected on this, Chen Nian had already departed on his own. However, a hurried voice called out from behind, stopping him. Chen Nian, wait. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. As she spoke, Xiaowen clutched her heaving chest, presenting a pitiful appearance. Is there something else? I'm still a bit scared. Could you accompany me for a drink? I'll treat you as a token of my gratitude. Xiaowen was indeed frightened, but was also grateful for this opportunity. This was undoubtedly a chance to reconnect with Chen Nian. With this opportunity, perhaps their relationship could advance significantly. As for drinking, it was one of her little schemes. A man under the influence of alcohol often loses his rationality. By then, she could easily take control of the situation. I'm sorry, but you may have misunderstood something, Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. My resolution of the calamity beast has no direct connection to you, but you still saved me. If a dog had cried out, I would have saved it too. With this parting remark, Chen Nian did not linger on the matter with her any further, turning to embrace the night breeze as he departed. Isn't a good woman like Xiaoqi far more desirable? Yi Hongling, Zhao Xue, aren't they all infinitely superior to her? Even his tool-like girlfriend, Chen Yu, far outshines Xiaowen in every aspect. Currently, Chen Nian held no interest in her whatsoever. Xiaowen stood rooted, her lips moving silently, unable to utter a single word, resembling a clown stepping off the stage. Once, Chen Nian had harbored feelings for her, but that was a thing of the past. entirely disconnected from the present. The following day, Chen Nian planned to take one last day of rest before heading to Lucheng for the guild's celebration banquet. Early that morning, Li Yunwei called him. Hello. Chen Nian? Thank you for yesterday. It was another significant achievement. We've preliminarily ascertained that there is certainly more than one humanoid calamity beast in Linhai City. Perhaps these calamity beasts are part of an organization, infiltrating human life to understand human knowledge. They have entered human society amidst the Blood Moon calamity, while we remain in the light, and they in the dark, leaving us defenseless. After hearing this, Chen Nian responded with a simple, "Oh, Captain Li, is there anything else? I want to ask you a question. Can you see through the disguise of humanoid calamity beasts?" "Heh, I suppose I possess a bit of relevant ability." Chen Nian modestly replied. "Could you assist the law enforcement team in cleaning up Linhai City?" "Recently, I've been quite busy and have no time," Chen Nian casually declined. Li Yue understood as well. Given Chen Nian's capabilities, he surely had greater matters to attend to and wouldn't be mired in such trivialities. Thus, they let it go. Shortly thereafter, Chen Nian received an unexpected text message, surprisingly from his mother. "Son, do you have time to join us for dinner tonight? I haven't seen you in a long while, and your sister is eager to meet you." Chapter 100, Sister's Birthday. The message included the time and location, 8 p.m. at the Guanhai restaurant. After reading the text, Chen Nian fell into a brief contemplation. Should he go or not? This so-called dinner was likely a gathering with his mother's newly formed family. And the sister in question was merely the daughter of her new partner, sharing no blood relation. As the son of my original family, attending might disrupt their harmony. So perhaps it was best to refrain. Moreover, given his identity, extensive interaction with them could only lead to complications. What if a powerful adversary from another country learned of his identity and came to harm him, thereby endangering them? "I have matters to attend to. I shall not go." "Mom, will my brother come tonight?" Ning Jiqing asked eagerly. "Yes, I have already texted him. He should be on his way," replied her mother. "Humph. You promised me a long time ago. If I don't see my brother today, then I want to go to dinner." Ning Jiqing turned her head in discontent. "That simply won't do. Today is your 18th birthday, and we are celebrating you." Xieli couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. "Jiqing, why do you want to see your brother so much?" Typically, children dislike their maternal affection being divided, especially with half-siblings with no blood ties. "Because I'm afraid my brother will be lonely," Ning Jiqing whispered. It turned out she had also experienced her parents' divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't belong to a blended family now. She understood that the greatest hurt fell upon the children, hence her concern for Chen Nian's solitude. Wishing to share warmth with him. "Silly child," Xieli thought. Her expression slightly stiffened after reading the brief refusal. "Has your brother agreed to come?" "Yes, he has," came the reply. "Yay, I'll go get ready to make a good impression on him." Xieli watched her daughter's obedient figure and sighed. To placate Ning Jiqing was a temporary strategy to avoid dousing her hopes with cold water. The restaurant had already reserved the best table for the birthday girl, and it simply wouldn't do to have the celebration without her. That evening, at Guanhai restaurant, Chen Nian was already nearby. What swayed him was not anything else, but the thought of the sister he had yet to meet. "Your sister is concerned you might be lonely and is particularly eager to build a bond with you. Today is her 18th birthday. Could you do your mother a favor and join us for dinner?" Although Chen Nian did not feel lonely, he acknowledged the kindness of others. Gazing at the five-star restaurant before him, he hesitated, contemplating whether to send a birthday gift instead. This way, he could avoid a face-to-face meeting while still expressing his intentions. After much deliberation, he found this idea quite satisfactory and began selecting a birthday gift on his phone. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ning Jiqing's family had already taken their seats. The 18-year-old girl, brimming with youthful vibrancy, wore a beautiful blue and white dress, adorned with a charming butterfly in her hair, resembling a little princess. The table was laden with exquisite dishes and a cake, yet no one had touched their chopsticks. As the clock approached 8 p.m. and Chen Nian had yet to arrive, Ning Jiqing grew discontented. "Mom, why hasn't my brother come yet? It's already time." "Well, sweetheart, he never promised to come. But don't be upset. Your dad and I are here to celebrate your birthday." "You're lying. You're a fraud." "Oh, Jiqing." Only then did Ning Jiqing realize she had been deceived. More content is loading. Please wait. So this is how adults operate, believing they can simply coax children with sweet words. A day filled with anticipation crumbled in an instant. She got up in anger and ran outside. "That child. I should go find her. It's late, and I hope nothing happens." Ning Jiqing dashed down the stairs. Her crystalline tears left behind. She happened to pass by Chen Nian, who was lingering outside the restaurant, as she rushed onto the street. Chen Nian noticed her, but, having never seen her before, did not recognize her as his long-lost sister. At first glance, it struck him as odd that a girl would run off in such haste at night. "Jiqing, Jiqing," a woman called out, chasing after her. "Why is she running so fast?" Only then did Chen Nian realize the situation, that was indeed his sister, likely throwing a tantrum, and their mother was in pursuit. He found it rather amusing that he was inadvertently the cause of this. Chen Nian activated his concealment ability, rendering himself invisible, then soared into the sky. Finding someone was exceedingly simple. All he needed to do was activate his celestial vision from above, and everything below would come into view. Celestial vision, activate. In an instant, A clear light enveloped Chen Nian's eyes, granting him insight into all things. However, just as he activated his celestial vision, he spotted something astonishing, a humanoid calamity beast in the form of a middle-aged woman, casually carrying a sack down the street. Within that sack was unmistakably the outline of a person. In an instant, Chen Nian, still in his concealed state, descended behind the calamity beast. Ning Jiqing was inside the sack. Through his celestial vision, Chen Nian could discern that she was merely unconscious. This calamity beast intended to abduct a human, and it just so happened to be his sister. Chen Nian was poised to strike down the calamity beast, but hesitated, curiosity compelling him to discover what this creature intended. Of course, if Ning Jiqing were in any danger, he would act immediately. Thus, Chen Nian maintained his invisible state, closely following the calamity beast until it entered an abandoned factory. Inside the factory's innermost workshop, dozens of individuals gathered, men, women, the elderly, students, various people congregating there. An old-fashioned chandelier hung overhead, casting a dim yellow light under which the individuals encircled one another. Indeed, none of these people were human. They were all humanoid calamity beasts. What knowledge do you have about humans? One calamity beast inquired. I've learned about the life habits of students. Most of their existence revolves around studying, with weekends filled with extra classes, leaving little time for free activities, replied another. I've grasped the routine of ordinary office workers. They work from 9 to 6, often enduring overtime without additional pay. One by one, these calamity beasts recounted their lives and experiences. Excellent. All this will serve as invaluable knowledge for our understanding of humans. Next, we need to comprehend human reproductive behaviors. For this, we require a human woman as an observation subject. Very good. Unbeknownst to this group of calamity beasts, Number 07 has brought back a father. Chapter 101. A father brought back the sound of a door unlocking echoed. Dozens of calamity beasts turned their gazes toward the entrance. A woman entered, carrying a sack, and she was none other than Number 07. Quickly bring that woman in. We must ensure she has been discovered. Our appearance is indistinguishable from that of humans. No one will suspect a thing. Chen Nian was genuinely astonished upon entering. Under his celestial vision, all these humans appeared as terrifying calamity beasts. It was akin to a horror film, the door opening to slaughter. He anticipated stumbling upon their gathering. The intelligence of these creatures was not to be underestimated. Chen Nian had been closely monitoring Ning Jiqing's condition with his celestial vision, aware that she was merely unconscious. He remained steadfast in his protection. Now that they had arrived at their stronghold, it was naturally time to act and rescue her. Chen Nian dispelled the effect of his words and revealed his form. 07. Who is he? He is human. How could you bring a human here? You have been followed. In the next moment, a wind cannon pierced through her forehead, causing her to suddenly fall backward. Chen Nian hurriedly caught Ning Jiqing, who was surprisingly light. Why was she suddenly moving? The sack began to stir, the motion growing increasingly vigorous. Ning Jiqing was awakening. Oh, she must have been rendered unconscious by that calamity beast ability. Now that the beast was dead and its power lifted, she naturally regained consciousness. Let go of me, let go of me. Ning Jiqing cried out as her awareness returned. All right, I'll let you go. Chen Nian hadn't anticipated this situation and quickly opened the sack. Just as her head emerged, she bit down on his arm like a small dog. Ning Jiqing's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto his gaze. She hadn't expected that her kidnapper would be such a handsome man. Instinctively, her bite softened. I am here to save you, Chen Nian said with a resigned shrug. They were the real villains. Ning Jiqing turned her head and was startled. There were dozens of people in this cramped room, their faces twisted with malice, advancing toward them as if they intended to devour them. Then why aren't you running away? Ning Jiqing urged anxiously. Bang. Chen Nian slammed the iron door shut. What? You're not escaping, but you closed the door, cutting off our only retreat? This is tantamount to being trapped like a fish in a barrel. Human, you are doomed. The men will be consumed, and the women will be kept alive for further experimentation. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's clothes exploded simultaneously. Monsters. Ning Jiqing was terrified to the point of losing her senses. Being surrounded by dozens of monsters in such a narrow space, was there anything more terrifying? Close your eyes. Chen Nian said gently. You must obey. Ning Jiqing wanted to say something, but she noticed that the big brother before her had transformed. His pupils glowed with a golden brilliance, sacred and commanding, as if he were a deity not to be profaned. Thus, she obediently closed her eyes. The domain of judgment rapidly unfolded, centered around Chen Nian. Holding Ning Jiqing in the middle, not a drop of blood touched them. Within seconds, the calamity beasts were all annihilated. Only then did Chen Nian exit the room, closing the door behind him to lock in the thick stench of blood. It's done. Ning Jiqing opened her eyes again, discovering they were outside. Huh? What about those monsters? All taken care of, Chen Nian replied, setting Ning Jiqing down. Don't wander off alone again. This can't be a dream, can it? Guess. Huh? Where did he go? Chen Nian had vanished. To be precise, he had activated his shadow concealment. He was still watching Ning Jiqing from the shadows, while he called Li Yunwei. Upon receiving the call, she inquired urgently, Chen Nian, have you changed your mind and are willing to assist us? No. Is there something else? Soon, several law enforcement vehicles arrived outside the abandoned factory. Li Yunwei, accompanied by a fully armed team, rushed inside, the first sight being Ning Jiqing. It seemed she was the girl Chen Nian had mentioned as lost. But why did he call us here? Captain, there's a strong smell of blood inside. Prepare to breach the door, Li Yunwei commanded, summoning 2 extraordinary agents from the Enforcement Bureau, followed by armed support. 3, 2, 1. As the words left her lips, a foot kicked open the iron door. The scene inside left them utterly stunned, their pupils reflecting sheer shock. It was filled with calamity beasts, bisected calamity beasts. The ground was completely soaked in black blood. Dismembered limbs strewn about, truly a gruesome sight. Some could not help but retch. There must be at least dozens of them. Are all of these calamity beasts? They are humanoid calamity beasts. Li Yue inhaled deeply. It's Chen Nian. He has located the lair of the calamity beasts and slaughtered them all. Wow. That guy is so powerful. Although these humanoid calamity beasts aren't too strong, for one person to take on dozens is simply. Captain, this is a significant accomplishment. The team members expressed their joy, realizing that this batch of calamity beasts had been entirely eradicated, marking a major victory for Linhai City and sure to earn commendation from their superiors. Li Yunwei couldn't help but chuckle. This kid claims he won't help us. Yet he has already taken action. Indeed, he is a man of few words and decisive action. She still felt as though she were in a dream. As if everything that had just transpired was unreal. That big brother was so handsome. She wondered who he was and if she would see him again. Go on. Your parents are over there. Be careful in the future, one of the law enforcement officers said with a smile. Sister, I want to ask a question. Do you know who that big brother is who saved me? The captain said his name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian? That name sounds just like my brother's. Chapter 102. Is my sister visiting? Xiaoqing, why are you wandering around alone? What if you encounter a bad person at this hour? Blame your mother. It's my fault for deceiving you. Ning Ziqing remained unusually calm. After a moment, she inquired, Mom, is my brother's name Chen Nian? Yes. Why? Do you know where he lives? I want to visit him tomorrow. That can be arranged. All right, it's settled then. Her parents were somewhat surprised. They had thought she would throw a tantrum, but instead, she was so sensible. By the way, I need to prepare a gift for my brother. Mom. What is he like? Does he like games? Ning Ziqing immediately took out her phone and searched for ideas. What gift to give a brother who loves gaming? The internet was flooded with responses suggesting electronic products like keyboards and headphones. After much thought, she formed a brilliant idea. Today, Chen Nian had already booked an afternoon flight to Luzhou. Who would have thought that he would unexpectedly receive visitors today? Outside, Ning Ziqing's family had arrived at the gate, surveying his residence. This child lives quite comfortably, her father remarked. I haven't given him much money. It must be funded by his father. Cie shook her head. Children shouldn't be spoiled. It leads to bad habits. Someone without a proper job should learn to be self-reliant. Her father was not particularly fond of Chen Nian, viewing him as a member of a broken family lacking refinement. Ning Ziqing suddenly interjected, maybe brother Chen Nian is actually very capable. Why do you think he needs to depend on others to live? All right, let us ring the doorbell. They pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a yawning Chen Nian opened the door. He had spent the entire night on the phone with Xiao Qi, barely catching any sleep. And he had no idea where the girl found such abundant energy to keep the conversation flowing. As Chen Nian had just gotten up, he hadn't had time to tidy himself. His hair was tousled, and he was dressed casually. In contrast, Ning Ziqing and her family were all impeccably dressed, creating a stark contrast. Her father frowned slightly, clearly displeased. In his eyes, a man like Chen Nian, who lacked decorum, was unrefined. But then again, his parents were divorced. How much refinement could one expect? Chen Nian was equally surprised that his sister had brought her family to visit, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Sorry. I just woke up. Brother Chen Nian. I'm Ning Ziqing. Nice to meet you. The young girl bravely stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she introduced herself to Chen Nian, her heart racing with exhilaration. It truly was him, Chen Nian, the very older brother who had rescued her the previous night. He was indeed her brother. It turned out he was not just sharing the same name. He was extraordinarily impressive. Hello, I am Chen Nian. Xiao Nian, long time no see. I apologize for not notifying you in advance before dropping by. This girl has been eager to meet you since yesterday. It's all right, Mom, come in. Chen Nian responded with remarkable composure. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziqing's father expressed his dissatisfaction first. Chen Nian, it's been a while since you last saw your mother. Yesterday, my daughter invited you to her birthday dinner, and you didn't show up. To him, the fact that his daughter had gone missing the day before was entirely Chen Nian's fault. He immediately embarked on a lecture typical of elders. Dad, don't say that. Ning Ziqing hurriedly interjected. Yesterday, I was in danger, and it was brother Chen Nian who saved me. I came to thank him. I was afraid you would scold me. So I didn't mention that I encountered many monsters yesterday, and brother Chen Nian protected me. From the expressions of the parents, it was evident that they were skeptical. The Blood Moon Calamity had passed. What monsters could possibly remain in the city? The streets were bustling with people. How could Ning Ziqing have run into a monster, let alone be saved by Chen Nian? It sounded far too absurd. They suspected it was merely a fabrication the little girl had conjured up. This is a gift for you, brother. Ning Ziqing presented a meticulously prepared present. It was a smartwatch perfectly suited for extraordinary individuals. As is well known, extraordinary beings often require combat, making it impractical to carry around electronic devices like mobile phones. This watch could fulfill the communication functions of a phone and also provide information on monster distributions and data on the map, as well as facilitate convenient team formations. Quite useful indeed. The price. Even her parents were taken aback that their daughter had prepared such an expensive gift for Chen Nian. Thank you. Please come in and have a seat. Chen Nian held a rather positive impression of this younger sister, although he could afford it himself. Receiving a gift from others held a different significance. As the three entered Chen Nian's home, his father's brow deepened in concern as he stepped into the living room. While Chen Nian went to fetch some water, his gaze fell upon a banner displayed on the coffee table. Chen Nian demonstrated exceptional performance during the Blood Moon Calamity. This is a special commendation. Law Enforcement Bureau of Lehigh City. Father, mother. Their eyes widened in shock, unable to close their mouths. Dear. This banner was specifically awarded by the Law Enforcement Bureau, which undoubtedly signifies substantial contributions made during the Blood Moon Calamity. This means that Chen Nian is actually an extraordinary being. Not just any extraordinary being, but a remarkably powerful one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish himself during such a crisis. In retrospect, Ning Ziqing's words began to sound credible. Perhaps it was indeed Chen Nian who had saved her. In a mere moment, Chen Nian's image in the hearts of the family had significantly elevated. Being the hero who protects Lehigh City carried immense weight. Here, have some water. Chen Nian poured the water. Brother, you are truly impressive. Even receiving special recognition from the Law Enforcement Bureau. No wonder you were able to summon so many people with just a phone call yesterday. Haha, it was nothing. Chen Nian sat beside Ning Ziqing, smiling gently. Xiaoqing, since you have brought me a gift, I cannot come empty-handed. Is there anything you desire? I do have something in mind, but I don't need you to gift it to me. I will work hard for it myself. I want to become a formidable, extraordinary being. My idol is Luo Shui, Zhao Yixue. Wanting to become an extraordinary being? That's simple. All you need is a professional talent card. What profession do you like the most? Chen Nian continued to inquire. I really like the Light Envoy. It seems so cool. But it's too difficult to obtain, so I might as well start with an ordinary mage. The Light Envoy is a profession similar to that of a paladin, but it provides support from the back rather than engaging in frontline combat. Due to its dazzling abilities, it is particularly favored by girls. However, this profession is quite rare, and the related talent cards available on the market are few, typically starting at several million. Even someone from Ning Ziqing's background could not afford it casually. It was far too expensive. Xiaoqing, your primary focus should be on your studies. You don't necessarily need to engage in fighting to contribute to society. The father's expression was stern. I was just saying. The young girl pouted her lips, her indignant expression adorably charming. Please wait a moment. Chen Nian stood up and opened the guild chat. Wu Yu, who has a Light Envoy professional talent card? I need one. Boss, I have one. Let me handle it. Anyone who tries to snatch it from me will be in for a fight. I've already initiated the trade. Good heavens, your response speed is abysmal, haha. Chapter 103, Boarding the Plane, Encountering Tangro. Chen Nian obtained the Light Envoy professional talent card. Although this item was costly, it paled in comparison to the weight of Bu Yu's goodwill. Should a powerful calamity beast ever attack a city, Chen Nian rescuing it would be invaluable beyond monetary measure. Xiaoqing, this is for you. Huh? What is this? Ning Ziqing received the talent card tossed by Chen Nian, cradling it in her hands. Instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of radiant power wash over her. The dazzling light illuminated her eyes in an instant. This is... Ning Ziqing gasped, her gaze trembling with excitement. Almost speechless. The talent card for transitioning to a Light Envoy. It's a gift for you. Huh? This is... Ning Ziqing was nearly at a loss for words. She could hardly believe that Chen Nian would bestow upon her such a precious gift so casually. Her parents, too, were rendered speechless with shock. This was the very professional talent card that Ning Ziqing had longed for. They had previously researched its price and could only look on in despair. Chen Nian was meeting Ning Ziqing for the first time. To casually toss away such a fortune, what kind of family could afford such generosity? Cieli felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if Chen Nian were not her son, but rather a young master from a billionaire family. Xiao Nian, this welcome gift is far too extravagant. How can this be appropriate? Though Ning Ziqing was thrilled and overjoyed, she still sensibly bit her lip and replied, Brother, I can't accept this. Don't be modest. Consider it a belated birthday present. Chen Nian chuckled lightly. At that moment, the father realized that this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat scruffy young man was far from simple. Daughter, hurry and thank your brother. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Thank you, Brother Chen Nian. Ning Ziqing felt as if she were in a dream. Her brother was not only incredibly handsome but also exceptionally powerful, and he lavished such affection upon her. If she became strong in the future, she would surely help her brother. By the way, Xiao Nian, tonight, I have a social event, and many outstanding young men and women will be attending. Would you like to accompany me? The father's attitude was a stark contrast to earlier, now exhibiting unusual warmth. Sorry, I'm not available. Chen Nian declined without hesitation, his response starkly different from how he had treated Ning Ziqing. He was willing to indulge the innocent concern of such a pure little girl, yet he could easily see through the ulterior motives of the adults chasing fame and fortune. Haha, if you're unavailable, I will invite you next time. Subsequently, Chen Nian spent some more time playing with Ning Ziqing, setting up the newly acquired smartwatch. eliminating the need to carry a mobile phone. Ning Ziqing also activated her talent card, officially becoming an extraordinary being. However, Chen Nian was not comfortable with allowing the young girl to level up alone, while the ordinary monsters in the wild were not as ferocious as calamity beasts. They still posed a danger. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Tang Rou. Tang Rou is also a support class character, and her level is remarkably high. If she were to guide Ning Ziqing's growth, it would be the most prudent choice. However, those matters are for another time. As Chen Nian must soon head to the airport. Goodbye, brother. I will come to visit you again next time. He bids farewell to his sister before casually packing his belongings and making his way to the airport. There are still 4 days until the opening of Tianma Island. Next, he will travel to Lu City for a celebration banquet and to discuss strategies for conquering Tianma Island. Of course, he also wishes to meet Xiaoqi, who has been messaging him every night with cheerful greetings. Once aboard the aircraft, Chen Nian took his seat. Not long after settling in, a girl approached him. She was dressed in a teal shirt paired with denim shorts, her long and shapely legs accentuating her full figure. Her beauty was striking, with a light touch of makeup. Her aura was quite remarkable, easily comparable to that of an ordinary campus beauty like Xiaowen. The girl sat beside Chen Nian, and he recognized her immediately. What a delightful coincidence. Tang Rou. It was indeed the high-level elven sorceress who had healed him on the battlefield. However, Tang Rou was unaware that the individual sitting next to her was the renowned figure, Buyu, ranked first on the global leaderboard. Hello, Miss Tang, Chen Nian greeted politely. You know me? Tang Rou blinked in surprise. Your impressive performance during the Blood Moon Calamity was broadcasted by the authorities, so I recognized you at once. Haha, I feel a bit embarrassed. It's actually thanks to Buyu that I suddenly gained so much attention. Tang Rou had a warm and generous personality. Originally a doctor, she had dedicated her life to healing, and even after becoming an extraordinary being, she continued her noble pursuit. Are you heading to Lu City as well? Chen Nian inquired. Yes, I'm hoping to interview with the Shanghai Yong'an Guild. I'm not sure if they will accept me. Chen Nian found her aspirations amusing. It turned out she was eager to join the guild. This was quite common, as the Shanghai Yong'an Guild only accepted elite members. Many sought to join, but the entry requirements were extremely stringent, resulting in very few new members being admitted. Although Tang Rou was an exceptionally skilled elven sorceress, gaining acceptance would still be a challenge. Having previously aided Buyu should give you an advantage in your application. Ah, would that be considered taking the back door? I feel a bit embarrassed about that, but if it helps me join, I wouldn't mind. The two engaged in cheerful conversation until the plane took off. 20 minutes later, an elderly man seated in front of them stood up to head to the restroom. Suddenly, he let out a hoarse cry and collapsed in the aisle. Dad, are you all right? Dad. A nearby young man rushed over. Panic etched across his face as he retrieved medication from his bag. The man was experiencing a heart attack. An old ailment. Tang Rou resolutely stood and approached the elderly man. Let me help. She activated her elven sorceress abilities, and a wave of soothing green light enveloped the old man's chest, swiftly alleviating his symptoms. Thank you so much. The passengers erupted in applause for Tang Rou. It was truly fortuitous to encounter such a capable healer on board. At the same time, a delicately featured man had his gaze fixed on Tang Rou. He ordered a milk coffee and approached her, placing the beverage on the compartment in front of her. Who are you? This is for you. Your abilities are impressive. Would you be interested in joining our guild? The suave man offered with a smile. I'm sorry, but I wish to join Shanghai Yong'an and currently have no intention of joining another guild. Tang Rou politely declined. Is this fate? What a coincidence. I am a member of Shanghai Yong'an. If you wish to join, I could provide you with a referral. Really? Tang Rou's interest was piqued. Chen Nian,